Chapter 5661, Forming the Suppressing Black Ink Army. Fang Tianxi had worked together with Yang Xiao and Yang Shui all these years. He was proficient in the Tao of space and originated from Yang Kai's small universe, which was why the Supreme Headquarters paid attention to him. Mi Jingluan had also heard of this person. When Yang Zhao's squad was sent to the suppressing Black Ink Fortress, he did not expect Fang Tianxi to take the initiative to ask him to send a message to Yang Kai. With Yang Kai's confirmation, he was relieved that Fang Tianxi's deployment was something arranged by Yang Kai himself. Mi Jingluan secretly sighed as he looked at the 6,000 soldiers and 60 or so divine spirits below. There were great uncertainties ahead. It was fine if everything went well, but if the situation went south, then there was no telling how many of them would survive. Yang Kai was also deep in thought. Fang Tianxi took the initiative to speak to Mi Jingluan about not being able to be transferred. Was this the result of my memories sealed in his body slowly awakening? Or was it just an instinctive feeling that he could not leave the 3,000 worlds? In the future, Yang Kai would have to perform the 3-self source reconstitution art to try to advance to the 9th order open heaven realm. If Fang Tianxi was to be appointed there, he would be unable to perform the 3-self source reconstitution art. Thus, both Fang Tianxi and Thunder Shadow Great Emperor would have to stay in the 3,000 worlds in case of an emergency. When Yang Kai looked up, he was glad to see that Thunder Shadow had not been transferred over. Gathering all eyes on himself, Yang Kai began to speak. Thousands of years ago, the great passes joined forces on a crusade to the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. 3 million troops rallied under the banner of over 100 9th Order old ancestors. They marched towards the Black Ink clan's mother nest to eliminate the evil we now know as Mo. It was an ambitious and gallant effort by a mighty army with the finest of arms. However, in the war outside the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, the Black Ink giant spirit god launched a surprise attack from our human army's rear, causing the collapse of our forces and resulting in heavy losses. The army was defeated and forced to flee from the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. Great passes were destroyed and 9th Order old ancestors died in that battle, with we humans suffering massive casualties along the way. The remnants retreated to the no-return pass to establish a new defensive position with the assistance of the divine spirits. However, the sheer disparity in strength allowed the Black Ink clan to drive straight in and capture the no-return pass. The reconstituted forces were hit hard again with the no-return pass being abandoned and many divine spirits being killed or injured. Fortunately, with the help of the giant spirit god, Air, the human race finally managed to stabilize its position in the barren territory. However, Mo's desire to wipe out our kind never waned. After much scheming and plotting, the Black Ink clan finally opened a passageway from the barren territory to Wind Mist territory. That day the human race lost many powerful elites. All but 2 of the surviving 9th Order old ancestors, and both the Dragon and Phoenix clan leaders sacrificed themselves in the final moments of that battle, taking with them all but 1 royal lord and severely injuring the Black Ink giant spirit god. Their sacrifice allowed the rest of the army to retreat to safety. Afterwards, the Black Ink clan invaded our 3,000 worlds and the human race retreated to the current Great Territory battlefields. So far, we have been guarding High Heaven territory as the last pure land for more than 3,000 years. Since the late ancient era, our people have always been the heavenly ways favored, but now we have been forced by Black Ink clan into such a desperate state. We have failed to live up to the favor shown us by the heavenly way. Most of the 6,000 soldiers present had never experienced these great battles, but as they listened to Yang Kai's words, the tragic scenes from the past seemed to flash in their minds, and their hearts swelled with rage. It is undeniable that the Black Ink clan is strong and our human race is weak. In those battles, the Black Ink clan managed to break our hands and feet, but they could not break our backbone. The human race will never compromise with the Black Ink clan and will never surrender. Yang Xiao fumed as his dragon blood boiled. He could not help but yell with a high-pitched dragon roar, "The human race will never surrender." Several dozen divine spirits who stood beside him looked at him strangely. They all felt a bit strange that a pure-blood dragon clansman would shout such words. Although they were willing to fight alongside the human race to drive away the Black Ink clan, so that they could find a place to live in the future, they never shouted such words as it was inconsistent with their identity. However, the eager fighting spirit of the 6,000 soldiers was completely ignited by Yang Zhao's roar. A loud thunderous roar shook the entire world. The human race will never surrender. The battle spirit was raging and every soldier thirsted for revenge. Their ferocious auras shot to the sky and seemed to penetrate the heavens, shaking the world itself. Thousands of years ago, when the old ancestors died in the last battle on the barren territory, the same earth-shattering cries could be heard. Yang Kai nodded lightly, waited for the chance to die down before continuing. All of you must be curious why you were transferred here. You are all heroes with great merits who have killed countless enemies in the past. All of you can be regarded as the elites of the army. Since you are all elites though, the duties entrusted to you will also be beyond normal. What you are standing on is the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress, which is an artifact that has taken 1,000 years and countless resources to construct. It is designed specifically to defend against the Black Ink clan, and you have all been transferred here to operate it and resist the coming crisis. Thousands of years ago, the human race army was defeated outside the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. The true body of Mo fell into a deep sleep and there is no telling when it will awaken. Although some arrangements have already been prepared and are in place, nothing is certain. We need you all to head to the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction to guard the place. The humans roared while even the divine spirits were moved. Although they all knew that Yang Kai might want them to do something big, they never expected that the reason why they were deployed to the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress was for them to guard the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. That was where the mother nest was located. In other words, that was where the true body of Mo was. It was the source of all the current chaos. Those survivors of the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction War looked grave as they could not help but recall the tragedy that occurred there. It could be said that the battlefield over there marked the first defeat of the human race, which precipitated all the tragedies that followed. It was a traumatic experience for all those who lived through it. Thousands of years ago, they carried this great humiliation when they escaped from the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. Now, after thousands of years, they finally got a chance to go back and seek revenge. The fighting spirits in their hearts had never been higher. They would never retreat again. Yang Kai continued, "That place is cut off from the world, so you will not be able to receive any assistance from this side. You can only rely on yourselves and the compatriots standing beside you. You may encounter far more dangers than anywhere else in the Great Territories. This mission may very well be your last, so if any here are unwilling to go, leave now and no one will blame you." Yang Kai raised his eyes and glanced around, but no one moved. After waiting for more than 10 breaths, all 6,000 soldiers still stood straight, none of them wavering in the slightest. Yang Kai was greatly relieved and nodded, "Good. With such determination, there is no longer any need to worry about Mo. Today, I, Yang Kai and Mi Jingluan are here to form the Suppressing Black Ink Army on behalf of the Supreme Headquarters of the human race. I wish you all a speedy and triumphant return." When the Great Evolution Army was first established, Yang Kai was just a 7th Order squad leader like these 6,000 soldiers in front of him. Now, he stood there looking at them with the majesty of an 8th Order army commander. He could not help but feel proud. Now, times had changed, and the younger generation had also begun to carry the banner of the human race, shouldering their share of responsibilities. Mi Jingluan stepped forward, took out a jade book and shouted, "Where is Su Yan?" In the crowd, Su Yan, who looked solemn and graceful, cupped her fist and shouted, "Su Yan reporting for orders." Mi Jingluan looked at her and punched out the jade book. "Today you are appointed as the division commander of Suppressing Black Ink Army's 1st Division. You will be the commander of 600 soldiers. In this jade book you will find the names of the soldiers appointed as your subordinates. As for the squads and their squad leaders, you will be the one who decides later." Su Yan was immediately baffled. Although she had killed many enemies on various battlefields over the years, and her merits were numerous, she had not done much to be deserving of becoming a commander. When their group of women gathered together, it was always Yu Ru Meng who led them. It was not that Yu Ru Meng was stronger than her. In fact, the strongest of all Yang Kai's wives was currently Su Yan. After all, she possessed a Phoenix clan bloodline and was now in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. She was naturally more powerful than the average 8th Order Open Heaven realm master. However, Yu Ru Meng was a former demon saint from the demon realm, a leader of billions who held a high status and loft position for 10,000 years. In short, she was used to ordering people around and was naturally better at it. So, Su Yan and the others became accustomed to following her directions. Su Yan was at a loss when she was suddenly given the heavy responsibility of having 600 soldiers under her. She glanced towards Yang Kai and saw him looking back at her with confidence. Steeling herself, she nodded lightly and firmly declared, "Su Yan has received the order." After receiving the jade book, she used her divine sense and was relieved to find out that her personnel included Yu Rumeng. Mi Jingluan also knew about the inner workings of their group and had naturally made some arrangements. With Yu Rumeng with her, she would not have any problems being a division commander. Mi Jingluan shouted again, "Where is Yang Xiao?" Yang Xiao instantly shouted with great vigor, cupped his fist with enthusiasm and shouted, "Yang Xiao reporting for orders." With what just happened to Su Yan, he naturally expected that he was going to be named a division commander. He was so happy that he smiled from ear to ear, even winking at Yang Kai as if to say that he had not disgraced him. Of course, Yang Kai knew what he was thinking and couldn't help rolling his eyes to himself. This brat, he still hasn't grown up after all these years. Yang Kai did not expect that Mi Jingluan would appoint Su Yan and Yang Xiao to be division commanders. The appointment of a division commander of the suppressing Black Ink Army was a decision made by the Supreme Headquarters itself, so Yang Kai was not involved in the slightest. However, it wasn't a big deal. Both Su Yan and Yang Xiao were qualified to be division commanders by virtue of having dragon and phoenix backgrounds and strengths. No one would accuse Yang Kai of nepotism because of this. Besides, it was not easy to be a division commander. Things were so unpredictable and dangerous at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction that perhaps the division commanders would become the first to lead soldiers into battle, meaning they had to shoulder the greatest amount of risk. Chapter 5662 The Elite Division. Since 600 men formed one division, 6,000 soldiers would have to be divided into 10 divisions. Mi Jingluan quickly called out the names of the 10 and each of them received their orders. Among these 10 divisions, only 5,000 were combatants with the remaining 1,000 taking care of logistics such as maintaining the suppressing Black Ink Army's spirit arrays, artifacts and even medical treatment. These soldiers were no less important than those who fought on the front lines, but were also at least in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Even though these support personnel were not good at fighting in a critical moment, they were also able to contribute to the battle. It was just that they were less powerful than those who spent their time on the battlefield. After appointing the 10 division commanders, Mi Jingluan took a step backwards, turned to Yang Kai and left the rest to him. Yang Kai nodded, looked down and asked, "Does anyone have any questions? If not, we will proceed." Everyone fell silent except Yang Xiao, who raised his hand high. "Go ahead." Yang Kai glanced at this brat. Yang Xiao cupped his fist and asked, "Sir, may I ask which senior is the army commander of the suppressing Black Ink Army? Surely there would be an army commander, right?" His question immediately piqued everyone's curiosity. They were equally curious as commanding such a big and powerful army was a heavy responsibility. However, Mi Jingluan only appointed 10 division commanders, but did not even mention anything about an army commander. The suppressing Black Ink Army must also have an army commander who was very strong and highly respected, otherwise the soldiers would not be able to fight effectively in the coming brutal war. The makeup of the suppressing Black Ink Army was exceptionally strong, with many Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, not to mention the dozens of divine spirits who appeared like they were going along with the army. Thus, the army commander could not be a regular person. Among the current humans, there were only 2 or 3 people who were qualified to serve as the army commander of the suppressing Black Ink Army. Xiang Shan was one, Yang Kai was the other, while other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were nowhere near their capabilities. Yang Kai grinned and said to the curious soldiers, "There is naturally an army commander, but that senior is already standing by at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. Be patient, you will soon know who he is." His reply immediately sparked speculations. With Yang Kai's status, there were very few who deserved to be addressed as senior by him. Thus, although it was just a simple reply, many quickly guessed the identity of the army commander of the suppressing Black Ink Army. If it was who they thought it was, his suitability was truly indisputable. "Any more questions?" Yang Kai asked one more time. No one asked. Yang Kai nodded his head and ordered, "Division commanders, perform roll call and then assemble your squads. You have 1 stick of incense to deal with this." "Yes, sir." The 10 division commanders shouted in unison. Soon the area became rowdy and chaotic as commanders called out to their troops and organized them into squads. Everyone knew what was happening and started to move to their respective divisions as their names were called. Moments later, the 6,000 soldiers were orderly divided into 10 divisions. Each division commander started to assign members to squads according to the information provided to them in their jade books. The suppressing Black Ink Army did not have battalions, instead choosing to form the division of squads from the start. Each division had 600 troops and each squad had a standard 15 members. That meant that there were 40 squads in each division. The squad leaders were all 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. In other words, although the suppressing Black Ink army only had 6,000 men, there were 400 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among them. When the Great Evolution Army was formed, it had a grand total of 120 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, how many ordinary soldiers did the Great Evolution Army have back then? A full 60,000, 10 times more than the suppressing Black Ink army. Although the human race was now facing an existential crisis, its heritage was actually several times stronger than back then, especially in terms of the number of mid and high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. All this was naturally due to the Star Boundary, the Myriad Monsters world, and Yangkai Small Universe. Setting the Star Boundary and the Myriad Monsters world aside, just Yangkai's Small Universe alone had brought out almost 10,000 people over the years, all of them directly advanced to the 5th, 6th, and 7th orders. And this was with Yangkai being extremely selective of who was brought out of his small universe. The situation was entirely different for the Star Boundary and the Myriad Monsters world, which had population bases hundreds of times larger. Together with the influence of the World Tree clones, which could nurture one's talent and guide them in the martial Tao, as long as one wasn't completely hopeless in cultivation, anyone from the Star Boundary could break through to the 4th order. There was now no one who directly advanced to the 3rd order at all. Anyone who directly advanced to the 4th order had a chance to reach the 6th order in the future as long as they had sufficient resources. It could be said that, in time, there would no longer be any low-rank Open Heaven Masters in the 3,000 worlds. The suppressing Black Ink army was the elite of the elites, brought together from every battlefield by the Supreme Headquarters with great care and effort. The suppressing Black Ink fortress, manned by the suppressing Black Ink army of 6,000, was much more powerful than the original Great Evolution army from back then. Under Su Yan's command, Yu Ru Meng and the others were assigned as squad leaders, while Yang Shao assigned Zhao Yi Bai and the others as squad leaders. While the suppressing Black Ink army was organizing itself, Yang Kai had already connected with the World Tree and communicated with it. He planned to use the power of the World Tree to travel through the void and directly reach the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, which would not only be incredibly convenient but also save a massive amount of time. 3,000 years ago, when he sent Wu Kuang to the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, Yang Kai deliberately left a sealed universe world nearby so that he could go to the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction at any time and from anywhere. However, after communicating with the old tree, Yang Kai realized that its current state was not optimistic. The World Tree was greatly affected by the destruction of the universe worlds of the 3,000 worlds, so the vast majority of its world fruits had withered and fallen, making the entire tree look old and sickly. To move outsiders from the 3,000 worlds to the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary required the old tree to expend its energy. It was not a big problem for just Yang Kai and maybe 1 or 2 others to do this, as the expenditure was minor. However, trying to move 400 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was simply not feasible for the current World Tree and would quite likely be harmful. Upon realizing this, Yang Kai felt disappointed with himself for not thinking about this before. The old tree had once helped Yang Kai move 10,000 refugees from Acacia territory and in the process suffered some damage. It was only now that Yang Kai recalled that event and realized how naive he had just been. There was no way for Yang Kai to borrow the old tree's strength for this endeavor, so Yang Kai could only adjust his plan. It was a good thing that there were other means of getting to the Black Ink battlefield. There were 2 other ways to get to the Black Ink battlefield. First, head to the Shattered Heaven, enter the Barren Territory and then step into the Black Ink battlefield. This path unfortunately led to needing to pass through the No-Return Pass, which would attract retaliation from the Royal Lord. If they did not go via this main route, then they would have to take the secret passageway in Black Territory. However, there were also problems with this second plan, as the secret passage was a highly dangerous void corridor. It was harmless for Yang Kai to go through this void corridor alone, and even taking several people with him should be alright. However, 400 8th Order Masters all at once. Yang Kai would have to monitor and control all 400 at once. After all, in order for him to avoid the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters getting lost in the void, he would also need to use space principles to keep them together. Even for Zhao Yi Bai and the others who practiced the Tao of space, their safety was not guaranteed. Thinking it over, it seemed they could only travel via the No-Return Pass. The Black Ink clan at the No-Return Pass had just suffered quite a big loss at Yang Kai's hands recently and would not dare to make things difficult for him again. Furthermore, they were just passing through. Yang Kai thus made up his mind. The suppressing Black Ink army had already finished their organization and had lined up quietly to await his next orders. Yang Kai scanned the troops and was satisfied. They were worthy of being the elites drawn from the major battlefields. He then shouted, "All 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, open your small universes and take in the soldiers of your respective squads." All the 8th Orders received the order, and the aura of world force instantly surged as portals to their small universes were opened. Those in the 7th Order and below soon poured inside. An 8th Order Master's small universe was large enough to accommodate a squad of 15 people. However, it would undoubtedly affect the utilization of their strength. In an instant, there were only around 400 8th Order Masters left out of the original 6,000 soldiers. If possible, Yang Kai would rather take these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters into his small universe. However, he was only an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and although his small universe was different from normal, it was difficult to break the shackles and take in other 8th Order Masters. Regardless, he needed to reach the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, traveling around would be extremely troublesome. He could ask Luo Tinghe, who was not too far away, for help. However, she had just reached the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm and could not accommodate so many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Furthermore, she was one of the hidden trump cards of the human race and it was not the time to reveal her existence. Next, Mi Jingluan presided over the dispersion of the unrelated people. There were a number of those who were involved in building the suppressing Black Ink fortress. The artifact refiners and array masters numbered quite a lot. Only a small number of them went with the army while the rest returned to the major armies on the various battlefields. After they left, the 408th Orders as well as the various divine spirits, all rose into the air, and Yang Kai was the only one left on the suppressing Black Ink fortress. Even Mi Jingluan was nervous as numerous pairs of eyes watched curiously. The suppressing Black Ink army was a mighty army with the finest of arms and a lot of elite soldiers, so naturally the suppressing Black Ink fortress, which took 1,000 years and countless materials to build, must also be taken with them. This was the foundation of the suppressing Black Ink army, and the weapon they would rely on to fight the Black Ink clan. Without the suppressing Black Ink fortress, these 6,000 soldiers alone would not be able to do much at the primordial heaven source grand restriction. However, the suppressing Black Ink fortress was not that easy to take away. To take it away, it had to be put into someone's small universe. Normally, an open heaven realm master could open up their small universe to accommodate many things. This was not a big deal as long as the portal open was not too big. However, if the portal open was too large, their heritage could easily leak out from the portal or worse, crack under the strain, which would result in a disaster. Chapter 5663 Mighty? Mi Jingluan knew his own limits. With his abilities, there was no way he could open such a large portal and take the suppressing Black Ink fortress into his small universe. The reason why the 9th Order old ancestors gave up on those great passes outside of the no-return pass was not because their small universes couldn't bear the volume of a great pass. Rather, they could not open a large enough and stable enough portal to receive something so massive. Trying to force such a heavy object into their small universe would be very damaging even to an old ancestor. At that time, the human race was in a critical situation, and every bit of an old ancestor's strength was precious. Thus, although the great passes were precious, they had to abandon them at the no-return pass, benefiting the Black Ink clan. Although the great passes were abandoned, each of their cores was removed. The core used to build the suppressing Black Ink fortress was one of the cores brought back from the no-return pass. Mi Jingluan was now curious as to what Yang Kai would do to bring the suppressing Black Ink fortress away. Not only was he curious, but all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of the suppressing Black Ink army were exchanging puzzled looks. They knew that Yang Kai was powerful and the heritage of his small universe was much deeper than the average 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. However, no one knew how much more powerful he was exactly. This time may be an opportunity for them to gain some new insight. Of course, Yang Kai had no intention of opening his small universe portal as he had other ideas about how to bring the suppressing Black Ink fortress away, rather than shoving it into his small universe. Even for Yang Kai, there would be great risk trying to force such a heavy object into his small universe. Even if he could open a portal big enough to fit the suppressing Black Ink fortress through, the strain produced when actually trying to do so might crack his small universe, significantly damaging his heritage. As such, the next moment Yang Kai surged his space principles. The world thrummed as space rippled. The suppressing Black Ink fortress was at the center of these ripples and soon began to blur and distort, like a disturbed reflection in the surface of the water. It became increasingly blurred with time until even the Eighth Order Masters could not make out the original appearance of the suppressing black ink fortress. It felt as though the layers of the void were warping around it, obscuring their vision. Among those present, cultivators such as Zhao Yi Bai, who also cultivated the Tao of Space, showed looks of both surprise and admiration. It was obvious that they could tell what was happening. This was clearly a clever method of using space principles. It was difficult for those who had not cultivated the Tao of Space to clearly tell what was happening. Rise! Yang Kai suddenly shouted and pointed his hand at the suppressing black ink fortress. In an instant, the void where the suppressing black ink fortress was located, including the land, floated up as if there was a giant, invisible spade that had dug it out. Mi Jingluan was dumbfounded and could not believe his eyes. Only cultivators who had cultivated the Tao of Space could do this, and it was difficult for anyone else to emulate it. It seemed Yang Kai had no intention to put the suppressing black ink fortress into his small universe. Instead, he planned on cutting this whole space away, and by now Mi Jingluan had an idea of what Yang Kai was going to do. As expected, space principles continued to undulate. The large piece of space that had been cut away continued to tremble, and with each tremor, the space seemed to shrink down. After a full hour of constantly trembling and shrinking, the entire isolated space was now about the size of a table. It looked like a pure and flawless glass sphere which had the suppressing black ink fortress sitting inside of it. Such a glass could be called a universe fragment, but it was not formed naturally. It was refined by Yang Kai directly. Yang Kai had successfully refined entire universe worlds into world beads, so cutting off a piece of space and refining it into such an orb was not a big deal to him. If he continued, he could shrink it even further, but this was enough for now. The round table-sized glass was casually thrown into his small universe. Thereafter, he took out a purifying black ink battleship and shouted, "Board!" Everyone embarked on the purifying black ink battleship and went about operating it without Yang Kai having to give any instructions. Yang Kai stood on the deck, cupped his fist to Mi Jingluan and called out, "Senior brother me, I'll give them a ride. I'll trouble senior brothers to handle the rest over here." Mi Jingluan returned the salute and said, "May you all have a safe journey ahead and a swift return. Let's go." Yang Kai waved forward and the purifying black ink battleship buzzed and immediately turned into a stream of light, heading straight for the territory gate. Mi Jingluan stared in the direction of the purifying black ink battleship's departure until the huge warship disappeared from view, a certain sense of solemnity covering his face. There was no telling how many, if any, of these 6,000 soldiers could come back alive. Turning back, the space that had been cut was filled with void turbulence and would likely take many years to fully heal itself. Mi Jingluan again turned his head to look in a certain direction, bowed and saluted respectfully as he said, "It's done. While there is no need to remain here, the time is still not ripe yet. Old ancestor, please continue to wait." "Sure." A response sounded in his ear, though he could not tell how the old ancestor did this. Nonetheless, Mi Jingluan did not stay long and soon departed. For the first time in 1,000 years, this whole place fell silent. After passing through the territory gate, the purifying black ink battleship crossed the battlefield and attracted the attention of the Black Ink clan armies, all of them wondering what the humans were up to with this single warship sailing forward. Naturally, Black Ink clansmen were shocked when they took a look inside the ship. There were hundreds of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters gathered openly on this ship. Even in the current situation, hundreds of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters gathered in one place was enough to cause a lot of damage to the Black Ink clan. Soon, news of this discovery would be transmitted in all directions via the Black Ink nests, and the constant fighting on the original battlefield calmed down for a while. Naturally, the Black Ink clansmen quickly went into hiding until the purifying Black Ink battleship left the current Great Territory battlefield. Yang Kai had already informed everyone of the goal of their trip. Thus, the Eighth Order Masters were excited that they would be crossing the no-return pass this time. Among the 400 Eighth Order Masters, only a few had seen the majesty of the no-return pass, while rising stars like Su Yan and Yang Xiao had never been to the no-return pass, let alone the Black Ink battlefield. They had long heard about the final line of defense of the human race, the Black Ink battlefield, and how the Grand Army was defeated there. Yang Xiao, who was eager for a fight, was thinking about whether the Black Ink clan would try to stop them at the no-return pass. If they did, the 400 Eighth Order Masters and his adoptive father could defeat them and retake the Great Pass from the Black Ink clan, which would be a great achievement. It was a pity that old Fong was not with them, otherwise he could experience the excitement of this journey. The purifying black ink battleship crossed one great territory after another, with the Black Ink clan keeping a watchful eye on it from afar as Yang Kai and the others could not hide their movements from the Black Ink clan. Meanwhile, the no-return pass went on high alert because the route of this purifying Black Ink battleship seemed to be heading straight for them. It was not the hundreds of Eighth Order masters who they were worried about though. They were most concerned with the presence of the Killing Star on the purifying Black Ink battleship Yang Kai. Both the Royal Lord and Mo Na Yi were particularly concerned by his presence. The Royal Lord was still fuming about what happened when Yang Kai was here previously. Although the loss of a large amount of supplies and 1,200 Black Ink disciples were nothing to the Black Ink clan, the loss of face was difficult for him to stomach. Now Yang Kai was leading so many Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the direction of the no-return pass. Does that bastard have no regard for me at all? In the main conference hall, Mo Na Yi remained silent as he listened to the Royal Lord's rantings. After finally calming down a bit, the Royal Lord asked, Mo Na Yi, what do you think Yang Kai is up to? Mo Na Yi deliberated for a moment before saying, judging from the route of that purifying Black Ink battleship, it is indeed heading towards the no-return pass. From the reports of our scouts, they have already reached the Shattered Heaven and will soon enter the barren territory. The Royal Lord snarled furiously, Yang Kai is really asking for it now. If he dares to come, he will not leave this place alive. Previously, the Royal Lord ordered his men to set up the heaven-sealing earth-locking array at the territory gate. However, Yang Kai did not come through the territory gate and instead showed up from the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. Hence, the arrangements proved useless. Now, since Yang Kai was coming through the territory gate, the previous setup would work. Mo Na Yi quickly said, Sir, please calm your anger. Although Yang Kai is despicable, we just settled the incident of the ancestral land. We should not provoke him and give him an excuse to act out against us. If he was alone, there might be a chance to trap him in the Grand Array at the no-return pass. However, with hundreds of Eighth Order masters accompanying him. Even if we can trap him with the Grand Arrays, he would immediately be able to break out with so many strong helpers. The Royal Lord was filled with anger, but he had to admit that Mo Na Yi had a point. Even he could not take lightly the presence of hundreds of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and there was certainly no way the Grand Array could not trap so many powerhouses. Then what should we do? The Royal Lord asked. Mo Na Yi asked, Sir, do you think that Yang Kai is trying to renege on our deal after extracting so much compensation from us? Do you believe he is coming to go on another rampage at the no-return pass? Isn't he? I can't deny such a possibility, but I believe that Yang Kai's objective is not the no-return pass this time. Why do you think so? Mo Na Yi said, from what I know about him, although he puts on the face of a reckless madman, he is an extremely cautious person. He is a master of the Tao of space and can come and go as he pleases, so bringing so many Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with him is more a burden than a benefit. The Royal Lord pondered about the previous times Yang Kai came to the no-return pass, and just as Mo Na Yi said, Yang Kai always came alone whenever possible and never acted in conjunction with anyone. Thus, it seemed that he might not be coming to the no-return pass to cause trouble this time. Then where is he heading? The Royal Lord frowned. Chapter 56-64, famous from killing rampages. Sir, do you remember the White Divine Dragon from 1,000 years ago? Mo Na Yi mentioned. The Royal Lord pondered for a while and then it suddenly dawned on him, you mean? Mo Na Yi said, if I'm not mistaken, their destination should be the Source domain. How dare he? The Royal Lord was furious and slapped the armrest of the bone throne, his black ink strength radiating through the hall like a tsunami. 1,000 years ago, a white divine dragon passed through the territory gate, through the no-return pass, then flew into the black ink battlefield and had not been heard from since. At that time, the Royal Lord felt the intense dragon pressure and was reluctant to start any conflict with the divine dragon. Thus, he helplessly watched as it soared through the no-return pass and strutted away. It was a good thing that the divine dragon was not interested in the Black Ink clan and was just passing by. At that time, he didn't know what the white divine dragon was going to do, but later he realized that the only thing in Black Ink battlefield that a divine dragon would care about was the primordial heaven source grand restriction. The divine dragon was probably rushing to the primordial heaven source grand restriction to monitor the situation there. In this regard, the Black Ink clan could not do anything. Now, after more than 1,000 years, Yang Kai led hundreds of Eighth Order masters aboard a purifying Black Ink battleship towards the no-return pass. The royal lord thought that Yang Kai was going to create trouble at the no-return pass, but Yi saw his real objective with a glance. Thus human force was most likely heading to the primordial heaven source grand restriction. The mother nest was the root of the Black Ink clan, and it was also the place that the human race feared the most. How could they not pay more attention to it? If a divine dragon wanted to go to the primordial heaven source grand restriction, no one in the current Black Ink clan could stop it, but if Yang Kai and these 8th Order masters wanted to follow, how could the royal lord allow them to do so? If they had any ill intentions towards the mother nest, it would have a great impact on the entire Black Ink clan. Thinking this, he shouted immediately, Yi, quickly recall the territory lords who can fight. Those humans must not leave here alive. Yi, however, shook his head. Sir, it's too late to recall the territory lords. The purifying Black Ink battleship should have reached the barren territory by now, and would soon arrive at the no-return pass. There was no time to recall the other territory lords. The royal lord got up and paced back and forth several steps, before declaring with determination, if that's the case, then let's gather all our strength and fight. Yi exclaimed, no. The royal lord turned and glared at Yi angrily, as he was displeased that he had opposed his order. He suppressed Yi so forcefully with his pressure that the latter quickly bowed and explained, Sir, if a war breaks out at the no-return pass, countless Black Ink nests will be destroyed regardless of who wins. There were hundreds of territory lords stationed here, many of them healing in the Black Ink nests at the no-return pass. Together with a true royal lord, a pseudo-royal lord, advantageous terrain, and a huge Black Ink clan army, they could certainly put up a good fight with the incoming humans. However, as Yi said, once the fighting started, the Black Ink clan would incur enormous losses. Furthermore, many Black Ink nests would be lost. The Black Ink nests were critical to the Black Ink clan, as without them, they could sustain themselves. What Yi said immediately dampened the royal lord's anger. He took a deep breath, sighed and frowned for several moments, before sitting back down on the bone throne. He then said with some resignation, Yes, there is a need to guard the Black Ink nests. Yi, you are right. Yi understood the royal lord's near depression well. In some sense, it was torture for a powerful being like the royal lord to be sitting here at the no-return pass for thousands of years, unable to do anything. The Black Ink nests were the foundation of the Black Ink clan, but they were also an invisible shackle that bound the only royal lord here. In the battle at the barren territory, almost all of the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were killed, including the Dragon and Phoenix clan leaders. That final battle was a huge victory for the humans, as they killed almost all the royal lords and even managed to seriously hurt the Black Ink giant spirit god. The battle that took place over 3,000 years ago and had a profound impact on both sides to this day. In fact, the impact of that battle would continue on for many years into the future. Perhaps only when the number of 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Royal Lords recovered would a new era begin. After a moment of deliberation, Yi asked, Sir, is there any news from the mother nest? The Royal Lord slowly shook his head and replied, There has been no news since the Supreme One fell into deep sleep. Obviously, it is not time for the Supreme One to awaken. Yi nodded and said, Sir, there is no need to worry too much about the mother nest and the Supreme One's situation. Since it has been the same for so many years, obviously there would be no changes in the short term regardless of what the humans attempt. What can a mere divine dragon do to the Supreme One other than monitor it? The Royal Lord suddenly snorted coldly, A lone divine dragon? If it dares to penetrate the primordial heaven source grand restriction, then I have to thank it for contributing to the war effort. Though they could not do anything to a divine dragon, the Supreme One was different. If the Supreme One was awakened, even a divine dragon could be corrupted by Black Ink strength. If that dragon dared to go deeper into the primordial heaven source grand restriction, he would definitely make a fool of himself. That's right. Yi agreed. If that is the case for the divine dragon, then it would be the same for Yang Kai and the others. The Royal Lord suddenly understood what Yi meant, looked at him and asked, You suggest we just let them go? Yi calmed down and was secretly relieved that the Royal Lord was convinced by him. At least his efforts were not in vain. As such, he nodded and said, If they are just passing through the no-return pass, then we should let them go. This can also take some pressure off the battlefield. The intel mentioned that the number of 8th Order Masters with Yang Kai numbered in the hundreds. If so many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters went to the primordial heaven source grand restriction, That would mean that the great territory battlefields would have less of them and the pressure on the Black Ink clan would be reduced significantly. But we can't let our guard down. Mo added, we should still make some preparations in case Yang Kai decides to attack the no-return pass. If that happens, we will need Sir to deal with him personally. The royal lord nodded and said, if that is the case, he will not be spared. Sir is the only royal lord left and represents the face of the Black Ink clan. Before Mo could finish his sentence, the royal lord responded, I know, I will enter a Black Ink nest later to heal my old wounds. Mo shouted, Sir is wise. The purifying Black Ink battleship swiftly flew across the barren territory. Powerful divine senses spread out from inside the ship. They could see two giant spirit gods from afar, continuing their 3,000-year-long battle. In another direction of the void, another Black Ink giant spirit god was sitting cross-legged with one of his arms stuck through the boundary wall. The rising stars who saw the giant spirit gods for the first time were awed by their sheer size. Even those who had encountered the giant spirit gods before were just as unsettled as when they first saw them. No one could help but wonder how there could be such huge beings in this universe. If such a huge being was to sneeze in their direction, the ship full of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be smashed and many would undoubtedly die. Their forefathers and the 9th Order old ancestors who died in the barren territory thousands of years ago had faced such frightening figures. To think that they had launched such a brave attack on such a powerful foe and managed to seriously wound it? If the Black Ink giant spirit god was so powerful, then what about Mo, the being who created them? Was this an enemy that could be defeated? There was an ominous feeling all around. Yang Kai remained silent and had no intention of encouraging the ship full of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. After so many years of cultivating, if they gave up their will to fight just after a glance at the enemy, then the human race was doomed no matter what he said. Naturally, those who had reached the 8th Order had strong wills. In fact, if Yang Kai wanted to, he could have activated the purifying Black Ink battleship's defensive arrays to prevent them from looking outside so that they would not be intimidated by the Black Ink giant spirit god. However, he did not do so. He wanted them to realize how powerful the enemy really was and to let them know that the road ahead was long and arduous. Their 8th Order cultivation was far from enough. If the human race wanted to defeat the Black Ink clan and eliminate Mo, the only way was to get stronger. Much stronger. They silently traveled through the vast barren territory, and soon arrived at the territory gate. Yang Kai had planned to go to the no-return pass first to check if the Black Ink clan had set up an ambush on the other side. He thought that if the Black Ink clan had any intelligence, they would not do something so stupid. After all, it would not do the Black Ink clan any good to fight at the no-return pass. However, he had to take some precautions. Before the purifying Black Ink battleship could reach the territory gate though, a voice shouted from afar, "Is that Sir Yang Kai?" Yang Kai looked up and saw a sturdy figure waiting in the distance and felt the aura of an innate territory lord. Interesting, did the Black Ink clan arrange for someone to welcome us? Aboard the warship, the group of 8th Order Master had a change in expression. Most of them had already fought against territory lords on the battlefields, but they hardly spoke with one another and instead just fought to the death. It was also the first time they heard a human addressed as Sir by a territory lord. Yang Xiao whispered to Yang Shui, "Little aunt, adoptive father is so powerful. Even before we arrived, a territory lord came from afar to welcome him. His fame from all his killing rampages must be truly remarkable." Yang Shui lightly pursed her lips and smiled, "There is no need to envy him. The Dragon Clan is not bad either." Yang Xiao sighed and said, "It's not the same. I'm afraid I can only look up to my adoptive father in my entire life. However, Old Fong still has some hope." Old Fong had also made a name for himself amongst the Black Ink clan over the years and was widely known as Little Yang Kai. Not only was he proficient in the Tao of Space, but he was also extremely powerful and had a deep heritage. He was much stronger than average 8th Order Masters, but although that was the case, he remained calm and honest. Chapter 56-65 One day. Yang Xiao felt sorry for Old Fong as he knew that the latter had always regarded his adoptive father as his role model. If Old Fong was here and saw this scene, he would surely have been proud of Yang Kai. He had complained about Mi Jingluan's decision that the entire squad was transferred to the suppressing Black Ink army, but Old Fong was left behind. While Yang Xiao was sulking, Yang Kai shouted a response from the front of the deck, "It is this Yang." In fact, there was no need to respond. The territory lord had already seen his figure from afar. To all the Black Ink clansmen, they need not remember any human except for Yang Kai. His image and features had been sent across the entire Black Ink clan, for all of them to study him closely. Everyone in the Black Ink clan was very familiar with this face. The purifying Black Ink battleship stopped not far from the front of the territory gate. The territory lord who shouted the greeting was clearly tense, his Black Ink strength involuntarily undulating. He never expected to be placed in such a position before, staring down a warship with Yang Kai at the front. He suddenly felt that the world was dark and there was no hope or future for him. This territory lord could barely resist the anxiety in his heart, which compelled him to charge towards Yang Kai in a desperate bid to attack. However, he managed to calm down because he knew that if he tried to strike Yang Kai he would die. Yang Kai had already proven his ability and skill with countless of his dead comrades. He cursed Emo Yi in his heart. Just because he had some verbal disputes with Emo Yi when they were both innate territory lords, he was sent here by the latter in a kind of personal vendetta. If he was killed by Yang Kai, Emo Yi would not be bothered by it. There need not be any mention of avenging his death or even a report to the royal lord. With fear and trepidation, the territory lord mustered a smile on his face and cupped his fist towards the human and said, "By order of Sir Emo Yi, I am here to receive Sir Yang. Sir Emo Yi has instructed me to ask your excellency one question. What is the purpose of Sir Yang Kai's visit today?" Although he was smiling, he seemed to be whimpering as his voice trembled. Aboard the warship, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters watched on coldly while they marveled at how much guts it took for this lone territory lord to face Yang Kai and hundreds of Eighth Order Masters. This ship did not just contain ordinary Eighth Order Masters, but the elite amongst the elite of the human race. Of course, the Black Ink clan only feared and respected Yang Kai while they scorned the rest and did not even bother to remember their names. "Emo Yi," Yang Kai murmured. "This guy is as perceptive as ever. Though I did not hide our movements, stationing a territory lord here means that he must have figured out what we are up to. What if I say that I'm just passing through?" Yang Kai responded indifferently. The territory lord's tense heart immediately relaxed and his smile became much more sincere as he sidestepped and made a welcoming gesture. Sir Emo Yi said that if the humans are only passing through, then go ahead. Please. Interesting. Yang Kai grinned and did not want to waste any time on this territory lord, so he ordered, "Defensive positions." Although Yang Kai believed the Black Ink clan would not risk starting a fight here, they still had to be on guard. Once he gave the order, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters immediately took up a defensive stance. Yang Kai waved his hand forward and the purifying Black Ink battleship sailed into the territory gate and disappeared. After the purifying Black Ink battleship entered the territory gate, the territory lord heaved a long sigh of relief, feeling as if he had returned from the gates of death. At the no-return pass, the purifying Black Ink battleship emerged from the territory gate. Yang Kai stood alone at the front of the deck, straight as a post, and saw a gathering of powerful foes ahead. Territory lords gathered in large numbers, led by Emo Yi. Fortunately, all the territory lords had revealed their whereabouts and there was no sign of any grand array being activated. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have suspected that the Black Ink clan were here to ambush them. On the warship, the Eighth Order Masters surged their world force as they met the territory lords in front of them with a tinge of anxiety. Both sides exchanged solemn looks as the atmosphere grew extremely tense. The two races had long fought ruthlessly for innumerable years, and a vicious blood feud now existed between the two sides. Peace was impossible between them. The only reason why they did not fight immediately was because they had other priorities right now. Just after the purifying Black Ink battleship crossed the territory gate, Emo Yi cupped his fist and said with a smile, "Sir Yang, we meet again." Though he was outwardly smiling, he was actually cursing Yang Kai in his heart. It had only been a year or two since Yang Kai's last rampage at the no-return pass. "Sir Emo Yi." Yang Kai also returned the salute with a smile, "Sorry to impose on you again." Many of the Eighth Order Masters looked dumbfounded. If for a moment they pretended that there was not a blood feud between the two races, just seeing how Yang Kai and Emo Yi greeted one another, they would think that it was a reunion of old friends. However, this seemingly warm reunion was accompanied by many secret divine sense probes between the two sides, which would be extremely strange. "No worries, you're always welcome." Emo Yi smiled eagerly and continued, "This was once a place for the humans, there's no imposition at all." Yang Kai's eyes slightly narrowed as he heard the double speak in his words. But Yang Kai was no pushover and simply laughed as he said, Indeed, one day we will have to play host to you here. Emonayi smiled and replied, I hope that I'll be around to see that day. Yang Kai nodded and said firmly, You will be. Emonayi's smile froze as he was slightly off-put by this subtle threat. Still, he quickly composed himself and asked, Sir Yang Kai's purpose for coming here is? Rest assured, I'm not here to stir up trouble with the Black Ink clan. I just want to take a trip to the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. So that's how it is. Emonayi appeared as if his suppositions were correct. The two sides seem to be constantly fighting recently. Since Sir Yang Kai is leading so many human masters, obviously it must be something important. In that case, I won't delay you any longer. Extending his hand, he gestured, Please. Many thanks. Yang Kai replied courteously and took a step out of the purifying Black Ink battleship. The next moment, Emonayi realized that Yang Kai was standing side by side with him. Emonayi was surprised by this move, and could not resist as he turned to look at Yang Kai for a moment. He would not have thought of anything if Yang Kai had stayed aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship, but now that he suddenly came so close to him, things were different. Was Yang Kai not afraid of being attacked? With his strength as a pseudo-royal lord, if Emonayi struck, Yang Kai might not be able to retreat even with his space secret techniques. If the royal lord came out from the Black Ink nests, they might very well have the chance to trap Yang Kai. No, it is impossible for him to be that foolish. If he was, then he would have died many times over. But what does he want to do? What the hell is he up to? Emonayi nervously thought. Yang Kai grinned at him and casually asked, Where is Sir Royal Lord? Why haven't I seen him? If it was before, he really would have kept his distance from Emonayi. A pseudo-royal lord was also a royal lord and not someone he should take lightly, but now that he had a life-saving trump card, he was not afraid of Emonayi. Acting in a way that seemingly disadvantaged oneself was a good way to confuse one's opponents. When dealing with a smart guy like Emonayi, Yang Kai could not just force his way through things. He should act with a certain degree of eccentricity to keep the other side off balance. The fact that Yang Kai asked him about the royal lord made Emonayi even more wary. It was one thing standing so close to him, but Yang Kai was now even casually inquiring about the royal lord. What the hell is this bastard up to? Many thoughts flashed through Emonayi's mind, before in the end he still casually answered, Sir Royal Lord has minor injuries to deal with and is now resting in the Black Ink nest. Sir Royal Lord's injuries were caused by me years ago, weren't they? Emonayi was dumbfounded by this question. A rather odd scene was now playing out at the no-return pass. Yang Kai and Emonayi were chatting casually as they walked side by side, the purifying Black Ink battleship following closely behind, and a mass of territory lords lining up on either side. The atmosphere was tense but peaceful. The two sides continued to walk further and further away. Only after sending them 1,000,000 kilometers away from the no-return pass, did Emonayi stop and say, I believe this is far enough, Sir Yang. Yang Kai said with a smile, Good, I will return to the no-return pass to enjoy a drink with you soon when I have time. The fine wine of the human race cannot be missed. Emonayi immediately declared, I never drink wine. All the more reason to try it. Yang Kai laughed and said, It has been decided. After saying that, he did not care how Emonayi reacted and just dashed back to the purifying Black Ink battleship before giving the order. The purifying Black Ink battleship immediately turned into a stream of light and shot off into the Black Ink battlefield. Looking at the direction where the light disappeared, Emonayi felt a headache setting in. Yang Kai was leading so many 8th Order Masters to the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction and certainly would not be back soon. Nonetheless, he would soon return to the front lines of the battlefield. As for how long soon was, that could not be determined. In other words, Yang Kai had hit the final nail with that one statement. The no-return pass currently had Emonayi and the Royal Lord jointly stationed here so that they could keep the Black Ink nest safe. If Emonayi left and the Royal Lord was alone, he might not be able to stop Yang Kai from causing trouble. While Emonayi could freely roam the battlefields, Yang Kai could then freely destroy the Black Ink nests at the no-return pass. He sure is a tough nut to crack. After leading the territory lords back to the no-return pass, Emonayi thought about it, but eventually decided not to leave unless another pseudo-royal lord was created by the Black Ink clan. Unfortunately, the cost of creating a pseudo-royal lord was immense and the Black Ink clan could not afford it. Aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship, the group of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters fell silent. It was not because they had transited the no-return pass peacefully, but rather because they felt a strong sense of shame. This could not be helped. When passing through the no-return pass, they saw the great passes that had been abandoned by the human race. Within the great passes were a large number of black ink nests which were buzzing with activity. Those were the human race's greatest weapons of war against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield, inherited from their ancestors dating back to the late ancient era. Countless soldiers had shed blood to defend those great passes, and recorded on the monument of heroes within each one were the names of all those heroes who sacrificed their lives to defend the 3,000 worlds. But now they had become trophies of the Black Ink clan. Chapter 5666, Divine Spirit Nemesis. After leaving the no-return pass, a tense silence fell on everyone on the warship. Even Yang Xiao, who was normally the most boisterous, had become solemn and filled with trepidation. However, there seemed to be a fire burning in the eyes of every Eighth Order master, the flame of hatred and humiliation. One day this fire would burn so intensely that it would sweep across the universe and burn away all their enemies. It was not until several days later that the oppressive atmosphere gradually dissipated. Aboard the warship, the Eighth Order masters were chatting among themselves in various groups. Among the 400 Eighth Order masters, most of them were rising stars like Yang Xiao, but some veterans of the human race army had successfully retreated from the Black Ink battlefield. These veterans had spent a lot of time on the Black Ink battlefield, with many of them having made the breakthrough to the Eighth Order in the various great passes. Unfortunately, the human race crusade was defeated, lost the Black Ink battlefield, and had to retreat with its remnants to the 3,000 worlds. After thousands of years, they finally returned to this place. Those rising stars who had never set foot onto the Black Ink battlefield were naturally eager to ask these veterans for some advice about this place. All of them wanted to hear stories about the human race army of the past and the majestic Great Passes. The Great Passes were all either broken or abandoned now. Many were around the no-return pass while the rest were scattered about. It was hard to imagine what it was like in the past. Yang Kai was standing at the front of the deck, keeping watch and at the same time guiding the purifying Black Ink battleship forward. The journey to the primordial heaven source grand restriction would take at least 10 years at the warship's cruising speed, so if there was even a slight deviation from the proper course, they would be thrown off by millions of kilometers and delayed for a significant amount of time. Yang Kai did not dare to be careless. Zhu Jian, encouraged by a group of divine spirits, came to Yang Kai at one point and said with a smile, "Sir." Yang Kai asked, "What is it?" On the warship, the divine spirits and the Eighth Order masters rarely interacted. It was not that the Eighth Order masters did not want to socialize with them, but rather that these divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary still held on to their aloof arrogance that made it hard to interact with them. If not for their abrasive personalities, Yang Kai would not have thought of bringing them to the primordial heaven source grand restriction. These divine spirits could only be subdued by two people, so until Yang Kai could pass that responsibility onto the other individual, keeping an eye on them personally was really the only choice he had. Zhu Jian scratched his head and said, "Sir, that chap, Fei Yi, asked me to ask you about the situation in the ancestral land." On hearing this, Fei Yi could not help but roll his eyes and curse this bastard for tossing the responsibility onto his head. The divine spirits were naturally concerned about the ancestral land, which was their birthplace. When a divine spirit reached adulthood, they would feel a bloodline calling and be able to sense the existence of the ancestral land. They also knew that living in the ancestral land would be extremely beneficial to their cultivation. Nowadays, most of these divine spirits had reached the equivalent of the Eighth Order. If they wanted to improve and refine their bloodline further, the ancestral land was their only hope. It was a pity that although they came out from the grand ancient ruins boundary 3,000 years ago, they had not been to the ancestral land as they had been busy fighting this whole time. The Black Ink clan had spread everywhere, and the ancestral land had been abandoned by the divine spirits who originally lived there, so no one knew how things were over there now. Perhaps only Yang Kai knew. He was the only one who had been running around over these years, so he had the most comprehensive understanding of the outside world. On hearing Zhu Jian's question, Yang Kai more or less knew what was on their minds. He knew that he had to assure them if he wanted their continued support for this venture, so he casually explained, "Don't worry, the ancestral land is fine. I just returned from there a year ago, however, I'm afraid it will take some time for it to restore its ancestral strength." Zhu Jian ignored the second half of the sentence and said excitedly, "Just as I thought. The ancestral land is a holy land. How could it possibly suffer anything untoward? That fool Fei even said that the Black Ink clan had irreparably ravaged the ancestral land. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Rest assured that the ancestral land is very special. Even if the whole universe falls apart and crumbles, the ancestral land will not be broken." Yang Kai witnessed the birth of the ancestral land when he watched its history in reverse. Thus, he was more qualified than anyone else to come to this conclusion. The battle between him and Di Wu in the ancestral land was fierce enough to destroy countless universe worlds, but the ancestral land remained unscathed. A long time ago, the battle between the Dragon Emperor, Phoenix Empress, and the Black Ink Giant Spirit God raged across the entire ancestral land, but even that was not enough to break it. The ancestral land would have been destroyed long ago if it had been as fragile as an ordinary universe world. If the Black Ink clan problem is eliminated, you and the others can return to ancestral land to cultivate, Yang Kai said, reassuring them. Zhu Jian's eyes lit up and nodded firmly. I'm certain that day will come. In the past, these divine spirits who came out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary were bound by their bloodline oath and participated in the war between the human race and the Black Ink clan. Now, the time of the Great Oath was coming to an end, so it was important to provide them with some hope so that they would still give their best efforts. The ancestral land was where their hope lay. Yang Kai asked them about the divine spirits' dealings with other divine spirits. The divine spirits who were on the side of the human race were not only the ones who came out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. There were 3 groups of divine spirits in fact. One of the other groups was the Dragon and Phoenix clans, originally from the No Return Pass, while the other was from the ancestral land. These 2 groups of divine spirits were fundamentally from the same source and got along fairly well. However, they did not like Zhu Jian and the others. This could not be helped as the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary were all basically imprisoned there for their ancestors' crimes. Their initial performance on the battlefield was unreliable as well. Thus, the different groups of divine spirits did not interact much with each other. Zhu Jian was also rather helpless when it came to this matter. If he ever returned to the ancestral land in the future, he would have some problems trying to get along with those divine spirits. At that moment, another person walked over, drawing Yang Kai's attention. Junior sister Gu. Senior brother Yang, Gu Pan replied with a smile. She was a core disciple of Langya Paradise from Yang Kai's generation that he had met in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. After thousands of years of cultivation, she had also reached the 8th Order Open Heaven realm and became one of the pillars of the human race. Zhu Jian also knew Gu Pan and nodded to her. It was not surprising that they knew each other, as Gu Pan was chosen as a bearer by Kuei Nyo in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and had gained some benefits from the latter. Gu Pan had naturally met Zhu Jian back then. Seeing how his business was finished, Zhu Jian said, "Sir, please excuse me, I'll take my leave now." On saying so, he turned around and left. When he passed by Gu Pan, she opened the portal of her small universe and a figure came out. Zhu Jian instantly froze as he seemed to sense something. He turned his head and looked towards the figure that had just appeared. Before him was a human woman whose cultivation was only at the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. This made him frown slightly. After a brief look at her, he did not notice anything worthy of his attention, so he just shook his head and left. When he returned to the divine spirits, they saw his serious expression and a divine spirit asked, "What happened?" Zhu Jian scratched his head, looked back and said, "Nothing, perhaps I was mistaken." The moment he brushed past that female 7th Order human who appeared from Gu Pan's small universe, he suddenly had an ominous feeling, as if he had met some kind of nemesis. He would naturally not mention this to Fei Yi and the rest, lest they laugh at his cowardice. However, that feeling did not seem to be an illusion. Something was odd about that 7th Order woman. The woman who appeared from Gu Pan's small universe was none other than Zhang Ruoxi. Over these years, she and Gu Pan were essentially inseparable. With a core disciple like Gu Pan and Yang Kai having close relationships with her, Zhang Ruoxi's life in the Langya Paradise was quite comfortable. It was a pity that she only advanced directly to the 5th Order. Otherwise, she would have been more valued by Langya Paradise. Earlier, Yang Kai asked the 8th Order Masters to take in the other suppressing Black Ink Army soldiers. Thus, Zhang Ruoxi was taken into Gu Pan's small universe. "Sir." Zhang Ruoxi bowed elegantly. Yang Kai reached out and helped her up, smiling happily as he said, "Ruoxi is now in the 7th Order too." Back at the star boundary, many great emperors joined hands to fight great demon god Mo Shen. He and Zhang Ruoxi also participated in that great battle, after which they left the star boundary together. Unfortunately, halfway through their trip they were separated. Yang Kai was stranded in the Seven Wonders land while Zhang Ruoxi went through some difficulties, but eventually managed to reach Langya Paradise. She then became a disciple of Langya Paradise through the relationship it shared with her ancestor. Over the years, although they had met each other, their interactions had been quite limited. The last time Yang Kai saw her, Ruoxi had just broken through to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, yet now she was already in the Seventh Order. There was nothing better in life than to see a familiar face in the crowd after thousands of years of war. Langya Paradise had also contributed some manpower to the suppressing Black Ink Army, among which Gu Pan, a rising star, was their leader. Since Gu Pan came, Zhang Ruoxi naturally came along with her. Thinking of Zhu Jian's look of uncertainty, Yang Kai laughed again and said, "It looks like your bloodline has also become much purer." Zhang Ruoxi possessed the Heaven's Order bloodline. Yang Kai did not know what exactly was the name of this bloodline, he only knew that in the star boundary Heaven's Order was the nemesis of all divine spirits. There was a place in the star boundary known as the Ancient Wild Lands, which was a paradise for the monster race. Over there stood the Blood Gate, behind which were many divine spirit sources. If a monster beast could obtain the appropriate source, they would have a chance to inherit the power of a divine spirit. The Blood Gate was created by Zhang Ruoxi's ancestor, the original owner of the Heaven's Order bloodline. Legend has it that when the star boundary was overrun by divine spirits, Heaven's Order took pity on the world and killed many divine spirits who were causing trouble, extracting their sources and sealing them behind the Blood Gate as punishment. Chapter 56-67 Ruoxi's Confusion. The Blood Gate was forged by Heaven's Order with her blood essence. It was the restricted area of the ancient wild lands that even the most powerful of monster race dared not approach carelessly. Only the successor of the Heaven's Order bloodline was qualified to open the Blood Gate. Unfortunately, after the death of Heaven's Order, her bloodline fell into obscurity. Her descendants were unable to revive their ancestral glory and gradually fell into decline and risked disappearing entirely. Later, Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline was awakened and she entered the Blood Gate, taking Xiao Xiao with her. Xiao Xiao's current strength was inherited from the source of the divine spirit, Taiyu. Many monster race masters from the star boundary had benefited from the divine spirit source's inheritance from the Blood Gate, and some were still active in the Great Territory battlefields today. This included Luan Feng and Fan Wu. While they only had a trace of divine spirit bloodline in them originally, which was far from pure, when they obtained the appropriate source, they could be called true divine spirits. Afterwards, many of them even journeyed to the divine spirit ancestral land to cultivate, further purifying their bloodlines. Yang Kai suddenly looked a bit confused when he thought about this. If the divine spirits had their bloodline, then what was the Heaven's Order bloodline Zhang Ruoxi had? This kind of bloodline had a natural restraint on all divine spirits, which could be seen only from Zhu Jian's reaction just now. Just by walking by each other, a master on Zhu Jian's level felt uneasy around Zhang Ruoxi, a mere Seventh Order Open Heaven realm master. In fact, when Zhang Ruoxi stood in front of Yang Kai, even he could not help but feel an innate sense of unease coming from his dragon vein. However, due to their familiarity with each other, and knowing that Zhang Ruoxi couldn't harm him, this uneasiness was easily ignored. If it had been someone else, that feeling would be enough to trigger Yang Kai to be more cautious. Oddly, he had never felt this way in the past. Either Zhang Ruoxi's Heaven's Order bloodline had grown tremendously, or Yang Kai's dragon vein had grown so pure that it was now able to sense Ruoxi's bloodline more strongly. "Sir, you are very knowledgeable, so Ruoxi has a question for you." Zhang Ruoxi spoke softly. Gu Pan had already waved her hand and created a barrier that surrounded the three of them, separating them from the outside. Yang Kai immediately understood that what Ruoxi wanted to say must be extremely personal to her. Otherwise, Gu Pan would not have been so cautious. He immediately nodded and said, "Go ahead." Zhang Ruoxi said, "Sir, you know that after Ruoxi condensed her Dao seal, refined appropriate materials, and became a Fifth Order Open Heaven realm master, the final realm I could reach was the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, right?" Yang Kai nodded. He naturally knew about this matter, because he had once asked Zhang Ruoxi if she wanted to start over and refine Sixth Order materials. After all, there was still a gap between the Fifth Order and Sixth Order. Back then he still had some Tai soul cleansing water on hand. As long as Ruoxi was willing to try, then she could wash away the powers accumulated in her Dao seal and begin from scratch. However, doing so involved a great deal of risk, as the Dao seal was at stake and any slight carelessness could be fatal. Ruoxi also felt that refining sixth-order materials was a bit too much for her aptitude, which was why Yang Kai did not insist on it. Now that Ruoxi is a seventh-order master and has reached the peak of her cultivation, Zhang Ruoxi then continued to explain. She followed Gu Pan around the battlefield over the years to kill countless enemies and had accumulated countless military merits, so she was never short of cultivation resources. The current environment for the human race soldiers had a multitude of dangers as well as opportunities. As long as they dared to dedicate themselves to the war, they could use their military merits to exchange for anything they wanted. It was unlike before when all the good stuff was hoarded by the cave heavens and paradises, out of reach of ordinary cultivators. Zhang Ruoxi was very hardworking and exchanged her military merits for lots of resources. Thus she was always cultivating, which was why it was not surprising that she could reach the peak of the seventh order. But sir, Ruoxi appeared bewildered as she looked up at Yang Kai. Ruoxi still feels that her cultivation has not reached its limits, like there are no shackles on my small universe. Yang Kai was listening attentively, and now his expression was even more intense as he asked, "Is that true?" What Zhang Ruoxi said was not that alarming initially, but her final words sent shockwaves through Yang Kai's heart. Why can she not feel the shackles on her small universe? It's too strange. The moment Yang Kai broke through the eighth order, he could already feel the shackles on his small universe, and they only became more noticeable the more he cultivated. The human open heaven realm method had a major flaw which limited one's ultimate potential, a fact that Yang Kai only recognized recently. Song and his 9 compatriots went to the World Tree to gain enlightenment regarding the open heaven realm method, so that the originally weak human race could rise up. It could be said that these martial ancestors had contributed immensely to the human race. Without the open heaven realm method, the human race would not be what it is today. It was because of these 10 martial ancestors that the future generations of the human race were able to achieve their current success, and Yang Kai was full of respect for them. However, it was undeniable that the open heaven realm method was imperfect. If it was perfect, then it would not put unbreakable limits on one's future achievements. A truly perfect method would allow one to continue treading their martial Tao as long as they were willing to put in the necessary effort. In a sense, the open heaven realm method was a dead end. Anyone who initially broke through to the fifth order would have a hard limit of the seventh order in the future. The sixth order would end at the eighth order. A world fruit from the world tree could extend that limit by a single order, allowing a person to climb a little higher on their martial Tao, but it was still limited. Yang Kai achieved the fifth order open heaven realm, then took a mid-rank world fruit. He was now at the eighth order open heaven realm, and although he was not quite at the peak, he was nearly there. When he was still cultivating in the Star Boundaries World Tree clone, he felt the invisible shackle on his small universe growing tighter with time. The shackle was like a lock that pinned down his martial Tao to prevent any possibility of it moving forward. It also locked his small universe from further expansion. This became more obvious as Yang Kai's own heritage increased. Every master who had reached the end of their own martial Tao could clearly feel this invisible shackle on their small universe. The shackle existed with the birth of one's small universe when advancing to the open heaven realm. However, Zhang Ruoxi said that she could not feel this shackle, which was rather unbelievable. If Ruoxi's cultivation was at the peak of seventh order, she should have clearly felt this restriction long ago. It was no wonder Gu Pan blocked this area. This was a big deal and would spread like wildfire if it got out. Who else knows about this? Yang Kai asked solemnly. Ruoxi turned her head, looked at Gu Pan and said, "Besides you, only senior sister Gu knows about this." She wanted to ask Yang Kai for advice as soon as she realized her situation. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was now in a high position and his whereabouts were highly unpredictable. Strong in will but weak in strength, Zhang Ruoxi could only keep this secret to herself for the time being. Luckily, she was able to see Yang Kai during the formation of the suppressing Black Ink Army. Otherwise, she really did not know what she should do. In Langya Paradise, although some elders cared for her, she could not totally trust them. Furthermore, she believed only Yang Kai could handle this. Yang Kai was the only person in the world who could make her feel totally unreserved. Yang Kai nodded slightly as Ruoxi's caution was appropriate. The limits of one's small universe was the eternal bane of all human masters. If they could find a way to break this shackle, the human race would certainly have many more masters. Most old 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had reached the end of their martial Tao long ago, so even if it was only a faint hint of a chance to break through to the 9th Order, they would not hesitate to risk everything to seize it. If Zhang Ruoxi's situation was leaked, the Supreme Headquarters would undoubtedly try to investigate, regardless of the possible drawbacks or consequences. When that happened, Jianghu she would lose all freedom and become a test subject. "Can I see your small universe?" Yang Kai asked. Ruoshi agreed immediately and opened her small universe. Yang Kai's divine sense entered it and immediately felt the aura of her world force, which was extremely pure and strong. This small universe itself was nothing special, other than its territory being larger than a normal Seventh Order Master's. Indeed, as Ruoshi said, she was already at the peak of the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. However, Yang Kai soon chuckled and asked, "Why are you hoarding so many small stone race members?" Ruoshi's small universe had fully materialized as she was in the Seventh Order, and it seemed she had purposely transplanted many flowers and plants into it, making it both beautiful and vibrant. However, in a corner of her small universe, there were some 200 small stone race members of both the Yang and Yin variety. They were both equally distributed and most were very strong. There were even some 1,000-meter-tall 8th Order small stone race masters among them. Yang Kai naturally knew the origin of these small stone race members. Previously, in the ancestral land, he handed the small stone race soldiers he borrowed from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan and passed them to those 7th Order Array Masters, tasking them with bringing them back to the Supreme Headquarters. The Supreme Headquarters naturally distributed these small stone race members to strengthen the human race soldiers. Naturally, the cost for a small stone race soldier would correspond to its order, so the powerful ones were not cheap. Human soldiers would obtain these small stone race members from the various bases in the Great Territory battlefields and then refine them to use against the enemy. Generally speaking, a single person could only refine a handful of small stone race soldiers as their sentience was too low. They were very rebellious and even when refined, it was very difficult to command them when there were too many. Yang Kai was well aware of this. Thus, nowadays when the human race soldiers were fighting with the Black Ink clan on the various battlefields, most of them had a few small stone race members with them. Quite often the human race soldiers relied on the bravery of these small stone race soldiers to get out of tricky situations or to kill strong enemies. In this way they were of great help to the humans. Yang Kai was a bit puzzled about why Ruoshi hoarded so many though. After all, these things were exchanged for military merits and their cost was not cheap, especially for those in the 8th Order. After all, having something equivalent to an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would give her a significant boost in fighting strength. Chapter 56-68 The Mighty Heavens Order Bloodline. These 200 small stone race members alone represented a massive amount of military merits. What made Yang Kai feel even stranger was that he did not feel any traces of refinement from these small stone race members. It was as if Zhang Ruoshi was just hoarding them and had no intention of using them. Ruoshi's voice echoed within the small universe. Ruoshi can tell you more about this later. Actually, this is also something Ruoshi wants to consult Sir about. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. Could there be any special purpose for Ruoshi to hoard these small stone race members? However, since Ruoshi already mentioned this, he could only set aside his concerns and continue to investigate her small universe. His divine sense soon reached the edge of her small universe. The small universe of an Open Heaven Realm Master was not fundamentally different from a real universe world. The edge of it could be called the world boundary, which was both a natural protection to ensure that the world force of the small universe would not leak out, and also a shackle to limit the cultivator's growth and strength. When an Open Heaven Realm Master cultivated using materials and pills, their heritage would grow, which would result in the expansion of their small universe. For example, although a new 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a veteran 5th Order Open Heaven Master were technically in the same order, there was a huge difference in the density of their world force and even the size of their small universe. The size of their small universe and the richness of their world force directly affected the strength of an Open Heaven Realm Master. Therefore, on the Black Ink battlefield, cultivators who were invaded by Black Ink strength and had to give up a portion of their small universe to save themselves would see a drastic drop in their strength. If one sacrificed too much of their small universe, they might even see their order regress. In the worst-case scenario, an Open Heaven Realm Master's small universe would completely destabilize after large portions of it were sacrificed, resulting in death. Moreover, once a master gave a large part of their small universe, it would become incomplete and have a great impact on any attempts at a breakthrough in the future. In this universe, only a profound Yin spirit fruit could repair one's small universe. Xiang Shan once gave up too much of his small universe and regressed to the 7th Order. Now he had repaired his small universe and cultivated back to his peak. However, because of his actions back then, there were still some flaws in his foundation, making it extremely difficult for him to advance to the ninth order despite having the capital and aptitude to do so. The 4 universe pillars and the world tree clones could stabilize and insulate one small universe from outside influence, making it both impervious and flawless. It was precisely because the mysterious power of these treasures affected the world boundary of a person's small universe, making it resistant to external invasion. On top of that, even if black ink strength somehow made its way into the small universe of a person with one of these treasures, it could be easily suppressed and sealed. A cultivator would reach a bottleneck when the expansion of their small universe reached its limit. If they broke through this limit, the master would advance to the next order and their small universe would expand greatly. Naturally, the strength of that cultivation would dramatically change as well. Ruoshi was now at the peak of the 7th order, and her small universe should have hit its limit, one that should be insurmountable in her life. It was reasonable to say that her world boundary couldn't expand any further. Knowing this, Yang Kai conducted a small test to push the limit. In an instant, a mountain shook in the Ruoshi's small universe and the world boundary rippled. Yang Kai was surprised and immediately withdrew his energy. After all, a cultivator would feel uncomfortable when their small universe was disturbed from the inside. Luckily, Yang Kai was able to quickly retract his energy and did not cause any harm to Ruoshi. Gu Pan asked from the side, "How is it?" "It's really strange," Yang Kai frowned and continued, "Ruoshi does have the potential to continue improving her cultivation." Through this test, Yang Kai was able to determine that Zhang Ruoshi's cultivation had reached a bottleneck, but not the end of her martial Dao. With a little more effort, she could break through this bottleneck and advance to the 8th order open heaven realm. This was shocking. Yang Kai had traveled all over the universe for many years and had come into contact with all kinds of cultivators, including many high-ranking open heaven masters, but none of them could overcome their innate shackles like Ruoshi could. Even he himself was now restricted by the invisible shackle of his small universe. Gu Pan was both happy and relieved to hear Yang Kai's assessment. She had looked into Zhang Ruoshi's situation before and came to the same conclusion. However, she was not confident in her own judgment. Now that Yang Kai had come to the same conclusion, it was basically a certainty. This was good for Zhang Ruoshi. Previously, her peak was the 7th order open heaven realm. However, now she might be able to become an 8th order or even a 9th order master. Yang Kai thought for a moment and asked, "Has Ruoshi ever eaten a world fruit?" Zhang Ruoshi shook her head and said, "No, I haven't." Yang Kai nodded at the expected answer. World fruits were so precious that ordinary people could not get a hold of one. If Ruoshi had eaten a world fruit, then she would not be as doubtful of her situation. "Sir, can you figure out what's going on with Ruoshi?" Zhang Ruoshi asked. Yang Kai shook his head. "I've never heard of a situation like this before, but I can see that the foundation of your small universe is solid and your heritage is strong. So, there's nothing wrong with it and it should be beneficial to you rather than harmful. As for why this is the case, I have a speculation." "Please enlighten me, sir." Zhang Ruoshi looked at him eagerly. Yang Kai said, "It concerns your bloodline. The Heaven's Order bloodline you awaken should have some peculiarities. It should be this peculiarity that allows you to overcome the innate shackles of the open heaven realm." "What sir means is..." "Let's put it this way," Yang Kai explained, "your bloodline is different from that of the human race. If you look at the vast universe, only the divine spirits have true bloodline inheritances. The divine spirits do not have limits on their cultivation. They just need to constantly refine their own bloodline and awaken their ancient inheritance to advance. In other words, they can continue to get stronger as long as they put in enough effort and have enough resources. Humans, on the other hand, who cultivate using the open heaven realm method, have innate limits. Divine spirits clearly have incomparable advantages. Your Heaven's Order bloodline may also be related to a divine spirit bloodline, so the growth of your strength is somewhat similar to that of a divine spirit." At this point, Yang Kai suddenly realized a problem with his theory. If the Heaven's Order bloodline was really a divine spirit bloodline, then Zhang Ruoshi should also have innate shackles because she relied on the open heaven realm method of the human race to cultivate. Take Yang Kai himself, he could be considered a pure-blood dragon clan member now, but because he used the open heaven realm to cultivate, no matter how pure his dragon vein was, he was still limited by his innate shackles to the peak of the 8th order. Even his powerful dragon vein was restricted. It seemed he could not take that last 1-meter step to become a divine dragon even when he cultivated in the ancestral land. Only when he reached the ninth order open heaven realm would his dragon vein naturally be able to advance to the next stage. Although Su Yin had a Phoenix clan bloodline, as long as she relied on the open heaven realm method, she would suffer from this shortcoming as well. The open heaven realm method was inherited from the 10 martial ancestors, which was in line with the heavenly way. It was certainly not perfect, but it had helped with the cultivation of the human race for countless eons. If the masters wanted to be free from the restrictions, then they should not cultivate using the open heaven realm method. However, as soon as they used it to cultivate, they would definitely be limited by it in the future. Divine spirits did not need to cultivate using the open heaven realm method. They were the first to be blessed by the heavenly way and ruled all under the heavens long before the 10 martial ancestors gained enlightenment about the open heaven realm method. They have been using their bloodline as their main way to cultivate since ancient times. The purer their bloodline, the more powerful they were. Jianghu she also used the open heaven realm method to advance to the open heaven realm though, so even if the heavens order bloodline was really a kind of divine spirit bloodline, it should be limited by the restrictions of the open heaven realm method, but she was not. Unless the heavens order bloodline was more powerful than any divine spirit bloodline. Such power would be sufficient to overcome the innate shackles of the open heaven realm method. Considering all these, Yang Kai could not help but feel bothered. Was the heavens order bloodline much more powerful than the divine spirit bloodlines? He really had not thought about it before. However, after careful consideration, it seemed that it was possible. Back in the star boundary, heaven's order was the nemesis of all divine spirits. All the divine spirits that plagued the world were captured by heaven's order and stripped of their sources, which he then sealed in the blood gate for countless years. Even when Jianghu she was only in the 7th order open heaven realm, an 8th order divine spirit like Zhu Jian could feel a sense of suppression just being near her. Even Yang Kai felt so when she was close to him. All signs indicated that Jianghu she's heaven's order bloodline was much more powerful than any divine spirit bloodline. What exactly is the heaven's order bloodline? Yang Kai was now considered to be very knowledgeable and had seen many things. However, he had never heard of the heavens order bloodline anywhere else except in Jianghu shi. Yang Kai had a hunch about the truth, but he was unsure about it. Sir? Jianghu shi whispered when she saw that he was lost in his thoughts. Yang Kai came back to his senses. As Sir said, my current situation is similar to the divine spirits, so can I become an 8th order open heaven realm master? She asked excitedly. The human race was now at war for its very survival, and although a 7th order open heaven realm master wasn't weak, any random territory lord could easily kill them, especially the innate territory lords who were far more powerful than the acquired ones. Jianghu she had been able to stay safe and sound all these years mainly because she had been following Gu Pan around. Due to her relationship with Yang Kai, Langya Paradise had taken great care of her. If she was just an ordinary 7th order open heaven realm master, it would be much riskier for her on the battlefield. However, if she could become an 8th order master, then she would be much safer in the future and more lethal to the enemies on the battlefield. Yang Kai nodded and said, advancing to the 8th order is not a problem. I saw your small universe and you are at the limit of the 7th order open heaven realm. Once things have settled down, you should enter retreat and cultivate hard. I will personally stand guard for you until you break through to the 8th order. Many thanks, sir. Jianghu she said with a beautiful smile. Chapter 5669, 3rd Order 9 Palaces Formation? There was no doubt that Jianghu she would advance to the 8th Order. Nevertheless, Yang Kai could not be absolutely sure if what he thought was correct. If it was as he thought, it would still be astonishing that the Heavens Order bloodline could circumvent the drawbacks of the Open Heaven Realm method, which was something that even a Divine Spirit bloodline could not achieve. Yang Kai was still thinking about the Heavens Order bloodline when Ruashi said, Sir, I have one more thing to ask advice about, and it concerns my bloodline. Oh. Yang Kai was intrigued and said, Go ahead. Zhang Ruashi glanced around and then said, It's not convenient to talk about it here, however I can show it to you, sir. Can you please come to the void with me? N. Yang Kai nodded and sent a message to let the purifying black ink battleship continue to follow its current course before leaving a space beacon on the deck to facilitate his return. He then manipulated space principles, wrapped Zhang Ruashi in them, and darted away. After a few instantaneous movements, Yang Kai and Ruashi were out of sight range of the purifying black ink battleship. They came to a stop and Yang Kai said, This should be good enough. The void was so vast and endless that Zhang Ruoshi would not be limited in whatever she wanted to demonstrate. Zhang Ruoshi nodded, opened her small universe portal, and a member of the small stone race stepped out. Those of the small stone race usually look simple and unassuming. However, those who were familiar with their racial characteristics would know that their peaceful look was just an illusion, as they were truly warlike. After the small stone race member appeared, it immediately made a move that made Yang Kai's jaw drop. It came to Yang Kai, cupped its fist and bowed to him. Yang Kai swore that this was the most polite small stone race member he had ever met in his life. Under normal circumstances, when humans summon one, a small stone race soldier would definitely immediately rush towards the nearest source of black ink strength in a fit of rage. Human soldiers would have to refine them in advance to command them. Otherwise they would definitely run off and soon become lost. When Yang Kai handed out the first batch of the small stone race soldiers, the humans had not figured out an appropriate method to control them and ended up wasting a lot of them. However, he could also see that this small stone race member was so courteous and mindful of etiquette because Zhang Ruoshi had exquisite control over it. Yet, this small stone race member had no trace of being refined at all. The small stone race member was not finished after saluting Yang Kai. He started to display his fighting skills to Yang Kai and demonstrated with vigor and power. Finally, it finished its show by cupping its fist once more. Yang Kai was more than a little dumbfounded and alternated his gaze between the small stone race member and Zhang Ruoshi's smiling face. "How did you do this?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. In fact, Yang Kai could have done this too if he had been the one controlling this small stone race soldier, but that was because he had the Great Sun and Great Moon marks given to him by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. This small stone race member was brought out from the chaotic dead territory, where the burning light and serene glimmer had spent the last millennium nurturing it. These small stone race members could be regarded as pieces of living yellow and blue crystals. Thus, the Great Sun and Great Moon marks condensed from the burning light and serene glimmer source held absolute authority over them. Yang Kai could even use the power contained within them to generate purifying light. On the other hand, Zhang Ruoshi did not have the marks, which Yang Kai had brought out of the chaotic dead territory and distributed to the divine spirits. Zhang Ruoshi said, "Sir, please continue to watch." She did not answer Yang Kai's question immediately because there was more to show him. As she spoke, two more soldiers came out of her small universe, joined together with the previous one, linking their auras. Their bodies vibrated and then in the blink of an eye, they formed a Three Fortunes formation. This Three Fortunes formation was far more solid than a battle formation formed by ordinary human soldiers. Their auras were completely connected, without any form of roughness or instability. Next, a continuous stream of small stone race members emerged from Zhang Ruoshi's small universe and joined the battle formation. The Three Fortunes became a Four Symbols, then a Five Elements, a Six Paths and finally a Nine Palaces formation. But that was not the end, as more and more small stone race soldiers rushed out and formed more Nine Palaces formations. With the Nine Palaces formation as the base, the formation grew again. 27 small stone race members, forming what could only be called a Great Three Fortunes formation. 36 small stone race members formed the Great Four Symbols formation. And finally, the 81 small stone race members formed a massive Great Nine Palaces formation. Yang Kai was in absolute awe as he watched this scene in utter bewilderment. He finally understood why Zhang Ruoshi had accumulated so many small stone race members in her small universe. He thought that she was keeping them as backup for some kind of emergency. After all, they were easily killed on the battlefield, so it was prudent of her to keep more in reserve if she planned to take on powerful masters like a territory lord. However, now it seemed that this was not the case. Zhang Ruoshi was really capable of commanding and controlling this many small stone race members. Yang Kai could as well. Not to mention 81 small stone race members, he could even control an army of millions of small stone race soldiers. However, he needed to use the marks to command them in a general manner, while the scene before him was completely different. He could only give simple orders to such a small stone race army. However, it was essentially up to the individual soldiers to figure out how to carry out his commands. The 81 small stone race members controlled by Zhang Ruoshi on the other hand were like extensions of herself, akin to her hands and feet, completely within her ability to control. The massive Nine Palaces formation before Yang Kai should only have existed in theory and was supposedly impossible for cultivators to actually achieve. This was because each base point of this Great Nine Palaces formation was a first-order Nine Palaces formation. 9 cultivators were needed to form the initial battle formation, and these 9 people had to adjust their auras to link with each other without clashing. Essentially, they needed to become one in both heart and mind. On a real battlefield, forming a 9 palaces formation was already the absolute limit, so trying to form this kind of great 9 palaces formation was nothing but a fantasy. Considering the small stone race members' low sentience, it was unbelievable that Jianghu was able to control them to such a fine degree. Yang Kai had already sensed the crux of how this happened though and remarked, "Bloodline power." When the number of small stone race members was small, Yang Kai did not sense anything. However, with Jianghu using 81 small stone race soldiers, he did notice that there was a faint fluctuation of bloodline power from her body. So, it was obvious she was controlling the small stone race members with her bloodline. Jianghu nodded. This was exactly the bloodline mystery that she wanted to seek Yang Kai's advice on. It was only recently that she had discovered this ability. There were only 2 times that Yang Kai had provided the human race with small stone race soldiers. Once was 3,000 years ago when he was traveling around the great territories to refine universe worlds. When he met many great forces of the human race who were evacuating, he gave them large numbers of small stone race soldiers as escorts. However, almost all of those small stone race soldiers he sent out at that time had their own owners, and Jianghu was not able to attain any. Recently though, Yang Kai tasked some 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land to bring back several million members of the small stone race. Thereafter, the Supreme Headquarters distributed them to the armies in the Great Territory battlefields. They were placed in the individual armies' war materials departments for the soldiers to exchange for military merits. Out of curiosity, she acquired a few of them and found that she could very easily control them. Thus, she began to exchange her military merits for more. If the Army's resource department did not stop her, her small universe would have many more small stone race members inside, at least far more than a mere 200. Yang Kai did not know about any of this, but looking at the 9 palaces formation in front of him, he was amazed that such a battle formation formed by 81 small stone race soldiers could be this powerful. The strength of the small stone race that made up this formation was not high, generally only equivalent to 2nd or 3rd Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, after they assumed this formation, the aura they radiated reached the intensity of the 7th Order. If these small stone race soldiers were stronger to begin with, then the power of the formation would grow even further. "Can you control more?" Yang Kai asked. Ruashi nodded and replied, "But I don't have enough to form another complete battle formation layer." The corners of Yang Kai's face twitched. He just asked Zhang Ruashi if she could control more, but this little girl was even more ambitious. She actually wanted to use this great 9 palaces formation as the base to form an even higher order formation. Having 81 small stone race members as a base to form the simplest 3 fortunes formation would require 243 small stone race soldiers, so Zhang Ruashi really did not have enough. But Yang Kai had them. Although he gave the human race several million small stone race soldiers, he kept a few million for his own use. With the wave of a hand, an army of small stone race soldiers flew out of his small universe, appearing both grand and majestic. "Go all out. Let me see what your limit is." Zhang Ruashi agreed readily as she also wanted to know her limits. She immediately surged her bloodline power to draw many from the army released by Yang Kai. Soon, a new 9 palaces formation was formed using great 9 palaces formations as nodes. The number of small stone race soldiers involved had now reached 729. Their combined power had surpassed the 7th Order and almost reached the 8th Order. Yang Kai was dumbfounded by the formation in front of him. The Great 9 Palaces formation existed in theory and was basically impossible to be formed by humans, but what about this 9 Palaces formation formed from Great 9 Palaces formation as its base be called? A 3rd Order 9 Palaces formation. If a normal 9 Palaces formation was the 1st Order and a Great 9 Palaces formation was the 2nd Order, then there should not be any problem calling this 1/3 Order. The bloodline power coming from Zhang Ruashi's body became more and more intense, and Yang Kai began to feel a slight pressure that caused his dragon vein to roil and riot. This kind of pressure was somewhat similar to a dragon clan bloodline suppression. So, it seemed like his suspicions were true. This Heaven's Order bloodline was more powerful than any divine spirit bloodline. All of a sudden, his thoughts became clear and he understood what was happening with Zhang Ruashi and her bloodline. Chapter 5670, Divine Spirit Family Patriarch? After a few moments, the 3rd Order 9 Palaces formation had turned into the 4th Order 9 Palaces formation. The number of small stone race soldiers who made up the formation now reached an astonishing 6,561. It was unbelievable that one person could perfectly control more than 6,000 small stone race. Although the individual strength of the small stone race participating in the formation was generally not high, the aura of the battle formation at this moment made even Yang Kai feel a lot of pressure. In other words, if he were to fight against them and did not find a way to break the battle formation, he might lose. It was an astonishing feat. With this ability alone, Zhang Ruoxi was as valuable as any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai also saw the manifestation of the Heavens Order bloodline power once again. Perhaps the bloodline power became too intense, so Zhang Ruoxi was now surrounded by a blood-colored haze. Suddenly, at some critical point, a huge figure of a woman emerged behind her. The figure looked extremely imposing as she looked down on the world, a great sword at the ready. As she stood quietly behind Zhang Ruoxi, the void trembled and an awe-inspiring pressure pervaded the surrounding space. Yang Kai was stunned. This figure and the memory of another extremely vague figure quickly overlapped. Although there was a difference in size, the image was too similar to ignore. Yang Kai was so happy that he had stumbled upon this great fortune. He never expected that he would stumble across such a grand discovery during this meeting with Ruoxi. He was suddenly enlightened and many uncertainties in his mind became clear. So, that's how it is. If that is really the case, then everything makes sense. The Heavens Order bloodline was basically a divine spirit bloodline, but it was not a divine spirit bloodline in the ordinary sense. In terms of ranking, the Heavens Order bloodline was higher than all other divine spirit bloodlines. Thus, it was not accurate to call it the divine spirit's nemesis. The Heavens Order bloodline was not born to restrain divine spirits. It was actually from the same vein as the divine spirit bloodlines, only higher up the hierarchy, which was why it could suppress all other divine spirit bloodlines. The Dragon Clan itself also had the concept of bloodline suppression, but the Dragon Clan's bloodline suppression only affected those within the clan or those from monster race too weak to resist. A Dragon Clansman with a purer bloodline had a natural restraint on any other Dragon Clansman with a less pure bloodline. In a fight, the strength of a Dragon Clansman with the purer bloodline could suppress the strength of the other. A Dragon Clan's bloodline may have some deterrent effect on other divine spirits, but it was far less obvious. A Dragon Clan bloodline's ranking may be higher than that of other divine spirit bloodlines, but not by much. In this world, there were two other divine spirit bloodlines that stood above the Dragon Clan. The Burning Light and Serene Glimmer. Technically speaking, these two were also divine spirits. The ancient legends stated that they were the ancestors of the divine spirits. However, Yang Kai knew that that was a misrepresentation after he found out the truth about the primordial light. If all the divine spirits were considered to be in one big family, then the higher the ranking, the higher their position would be within the divine spirit family. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan could also be considered the big brother and big sister of all divine spirits. This was also the reason why when Yang Kai first went to the Dragon Pool, his great sun and great moon marks allowed him to draw in the power of the Dragon Pool and help Fu Guang break through his shackles and become a divine dragon. The powers of the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer and the Dragon Clan were fundamentally related. The primordial light first stripped its yin and yang elements in the chaotic dead territory, then moved to the ancestral land. It then transformed into thousands of lights and evolved into the first divine spirits. The first time Yang Kai went to the No-Return Pass, he used the Great Sun and Great Moon marks to completely suppress Ji Lao San, who was a Grand Dragon. He did this while he was still only in the 7th Order and a Grand Dragon himself. In fact, the difference in strength between them at the time was not big. However, when he used the two marks, Ji Lao San was captured by Yang Kai almost effortlessly. Yang Kai also used the power of the Great Sun and Great Moon marks to suppress Tao Wu when he killed the latter in profound nether territory. Otherwise, Tao Wu's 8th Order divine spirit strength could easily handle a soul-rending thorn head-on and he would not have been so easily killed. This was basically akin to the big brother and big sister exerting their power over the little brother of the divine spirit family. When they learned about this, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan would surely be overjoyed. They had been bickering for countless eons about who was the elder sibling between them, so if they knew they had so many younger brothers and sisters, they might not quarrel anymore and instead play with their little siblings instead. In such a sense, it was completely appropriate for Yang Kai as a Dragon Clan member to address them as Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. The Burning Light and Serene Glimmer were the big brother and big sister of the Divine Spirits family. However, in this family, there seemed to be another high-ranking existence. The Heavens Order bloodline. The small stone race could be seen as an extension of the power of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, so even Yang Kai had to use the two marks to control them. This was natural because the ranking of the Dragon Clan was lower than that of the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer. On the other hand, Zhang Ruoxi only relied on her bloodline to precisely control thousands of small stone race soldiers to form a massively complicated 9 palaces formation. When Yang Kai understood this, he immediately recalled the strange scene that he had witnessed in the rewinding time. When the primordial light was stripped of its yin and yang in the chaotic dead territory, the latter evolved into the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. After a long journey, what was left of the primordial light collided with an ancient universe world, showering it with thousands of multicolored lights. From those lights, all divine spirits were born. The divine spirits thus rose and the universe world came to be known as the Ancestral Land. With this evolution, the Ancestral Land became the home of all divine spirits and was virtually indestructible. At that time, Yang Kai saw a vague image of a human figure through the blinding light. He did not have time to look closely that day as he was distracted by Di Wu's relentless attacks and was shaken out of his state of enlightenment. However, he remained haunted by the figure in the haze, which left him puzzled. It had become the last piece of the mystery behind the primordial light. Today all the mysteries seemed to be solved. The hazy figure, although its face could not be seen, had an outline incredibly similar to the Heavens Order figure that stood behind Zhang Ruoxi. That figure must be the original source of the Heavens Order bloodline. When Yang Kai first saw Zhang Ruoxi at the suppressing black ink fortress, he had a strange hunch but he could not figure out what it was about. When Zhang Ruoxi asked about her cultivation limits, or rather lack thereof, and Yang Kai looked into her small universe, he felt that hunch again but he still could not understand it. Yang Kai finally understood after seeing Zhang Ruoxi control the small stone race army. The bloodline of an ordinary divine spirit was insufficient to break through the shackles created by the open heaven realm method. Even a pure dragon clan bloodline was insufficient. Otherwise, Yang Kai could continue to refine his bloodline and advance to the 9th Order open heaven realm by first becoming a divine dragon. At that time he would even be stronger than an ordinary 9th Order master. However, there were always exceptions to everything. Though a divine spirit bloodline could not accomplish this, that did not mean that the Heavens Order bloodline could not break through these innate shackles. In the divine spirit family, the Heavens Order bloodline was most likely the highest in ranking. In fact, the burning light and serene glimmer might be inferior to it. Instead of saying that the Heavens Order bloodline was the big sister of all divine spirits, it might be more appropriate to call it the matriarch of this entire family. Yang Kai wore a look of composure as he observed the massive 4th Order 9 palaces formations that was formed by over 6,000 small stone race soldiers, but inside he was in a state of complete and utter shock. A few moments later, Zhang Ruoxi exhaled a long breath and all the small stone race soldiers within the formation orderly dispersed, gathering quietly behind her, waiting for further orders. In the end, the number of small stone race she could control precisely was less than 10,000, so she could not form a 5th Order 9 palaces formation. This was not because her bloodline was not strong enough, but rather because of her low cultivation. With her concentration being spread out over so many small stone race soldiers, she eventually hit a limit. In other words, her 7th Order open heaven realm cultivation was the bottleneck. However, this was already an eye-popping feat. "Sir, this is the most I can do." Although she was exhausted, Zhang Ruoxi's eyes were gleaming. She always wanted to know what her limits were, however she could not test them with a mere 200 small stone race soldiers. With Yang Kai's help, she was able to get an answer today. This way she would be able to play a much bigger role on the battlefield than using her own 7th Order open heaven realm strength. Moreover, as long as she could advance to the 8th Order, she had the confidence to form a 5th Order 9 palaces formations. Who knows, maybe she might even be able to break through and become a 9th Order open heaven realm master one day. Well done. Yang Kai nodded his head in admiration and began to collect his small stone race army before saying, "After this, I will bring you to a certain place." Zhang Ruoxi did not ask anything and just nodded obediently, "Yes, sir." "Let's go back. You must be exhausted. When we return, get a good rest. The journey ahead is long and there is no need for you to rush to advance to the 8th Order." Zhang Ruoxi nodded with a smile. He manipulated space principles and the two figures instantly disappeared. With the help of the space beacon, Yang Kai easily returned to the purifying black ink battleship with Zhang Ruoxi. She then went back to her cabin to rest while Yang Kai continued to stand at the helm. He could not help but wonder what interesting things would happen if he took Ruashi to that place. The journey continued through the Black Ink clan's territory, and then past the breached royal cities before heading into the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. Several years later, many strange celestial phenomena appeared, bewildering and dazzling the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The 3,000 worlds had once been filled with these huge celestial phenomena, but almost all of them had been exhausted after millions of years of human activities. However, in the rear of the Black Ink battlefield, far away from any activity at all, these celestial phenomena had been preserved. These celestial phenomena were all left behind from the beginning of time, when heaven and earth first split apart. The large ones were the size of whole great territories, while the small ones were even smaller than universe worlds, but each celestial phenomenon contained its own mysterious power and was extremely dangerous. Chapter 5671 Fu Guang and Wu Kuang. At one point, Yang Shao could not stand the boredom, so when they passed by a certain celestial phenomenon, he rushed out in curiosity and was almost caught in it. If not for Yang Kai's quick actions, he might have been lost within the celestial phenomenon, never to return. When Yang Shui found out, she punished him severely until he promised never to do that again. The dramatic event was a rare comic relief to their otherwise mundane journey and became the butt of everyone's joke throughout the warship. A few years later, the purifying Black Ink battleship entered the late ancient era battlefield, and the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who saw this place for the first time were all shaken to their core. The veteran Eighth Order Masters who told them all the events of the past were also totally captivated. Only at this time did they know that at the end of the late ancient era, there were humans who fought and were victorious over the Black Ink clan on this magnificent battlefield. Although they failed to kill Mo, at least they managed to contain the Black Ink clan within the Black Ink battlefield. Now, the Black Ink clan had invaded the 3,000 worlds, the world had withered, universe worlds had collapsed, and the human race was trapped in a mere handful of great territory battlefields. The situation had never been worse, and everyone's heart was heavy and eager for revenge. After the late ancient era battlefield, there was the spiritless land. They were getting close to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Nearly 13 years after the departure of the purifying Black Ink battleship from the Supreme Headquarters territory, Yang Kai finally led a group of Eighth Order Masters to the place where the last human race crusade force was defeated. This was also where the Mother Nest was located and where the true body of Mo was sealed. The purifying Black Ink battleship flew past a lot of wreckage and debris. There were even damaged warships quietly floating across the void as well as skeletons and corpses of humans and Black Ink clansmen alike. These were the remnants of the last Great War, the final battle outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Yang Kai was not present during that battle as he was targeted by a royal lord because of Tsang and had no choice but to flee. He fled for years before entering the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon and started his cultivation to break through to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm. After he emerged from the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, Yang Kai managed to kill the royal lord who was chasing him. It was only after that he learned of the fierceness of this final battle. The human race should not have been defeated here. They had more than 100 great passes and a grand army numbering in the millions, all of whom were in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm and above, with over 100 Ninth Order old ancestors assuming command. With such a lineup, they were definitely the strongest army the human race had mustered since the late ancient era millions of years ago. However, from within the primordial heaven source grand restriction, a Black Ink giant spirit god emerged to challenge the army. From the opposite side, another fallen Black Ink giant spirit god, who roamed the late ancient era battlefield, was revived by the Black Ink clan. The two powerful Black Ink giant spirit gods pincered the human army, and together with countless royal lords and territory lords, the human race grand army was defeated and forced to retreat. The sight in front of everyone was tragic, and even if they were not personally involved in that battle, they could easily imagine its fierceness. The atmosphere aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship was heavy as people were scurrying about, trying to collect the corpses of the human race soldiers. When the great army retreated back then, they did not even have the time to collect the bodies of the fallen, so the battlefield was still littered with corpses. Su Yan activated her great sun and moon marks to create purifying light to disperse the Black Ink cloud in the void. However, she soon gave up as there were far more dead Black Ink clansmen than human race soldiers, causing the residual Black Ink cloud to be too large to disperse. Although they did not lack yellow crystal and blue crystal, they should not waste them unnecessarily. A potent divine sense suddenly spread over from afar, and all the Eighth Order Masters were astonished when they felt its might. This was not the divine sense of an Eighth Order Master, but that of a Ninth Order Master. The Eighth Order Masters became excited by the possibility that there was a Ninth Order Master stationed here. A moment later, the divine sense was withdrawn after having found out the identity of Yang Kai and the others. Following the battlefield's numerous ruins, the purifying black ink battleship soon came to a huge piece of debris. It was debris that belonged to a great pass that had been destroyed. Looking at its appearance, it should be the Great Pass main square. On top of the debris stood a figure with flowing white hair and white robes, his arms folded behind his back, looking in the direction of the purifying black ink battleship. Upon seeing this person, many Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters immediately realized that it was not just any Ninth Order Master here, it was him. No wonder we've not heard about this senior for so many years. He must have been stationed here by the Supreme Headquarters a long time ago. Yang Kai jumped down from the purifying black ink battleship, came to the white-haired man, and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Senior Fu Guang." This man in all white was the current Dragon Clan leader and the only divine dragon. Yang Kai had sent Wu Kuang here a long time ago, but although the latter claimed that he would advance to the Ninth Order within 3,000 years, and that he could guard the primordial heaven source grand restriction effectively at that point, Yang Kai had to prepare for the unexpected. Therefore, over 1,000 years ago, Yang Kai had already suggested that the Supreme Headquarters prepare someone to assist Wu Kuang outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction, just in case. However, the humans had limited manpower and very few were capable of carrying out such a mission. There were 2 old ancestors who met the requirements, but they had to stay in Wind Mist territory to restrain the Black Ink Giant Spirit God. Part of restraining the Black Ink Giant Spirit God was that they too could not move. After much consideration, only Fu Guang could be deployed. However, during the Battle of the Barren Territory, Fu Guang was severely injured and almost died on the spot. If the Dragon Clan leader at that time did not go all out to rescue him, Fu Guang would have been among those who fell that day. After the retreat from the Barren Territory, Fu Guang spent many years in the depths of the Dragon Pool, drawing upon its power to heal himself. It was not until some 1,000 years ago that he finally recovered from his injuries. He immediately set off for this place after his recovery. On the way, Fu Guang passed by the no-return pass, which caused the Black Ink clan to panic as they thought that he was there to pick a fight. Fortunately for them, Fu Guang had no such intentions and just passed by. The Black Ink clan had since been wondering what a divine dragon from the Dragon Clan was doing in the Black Ink battlefield. By all accounts, Fu Guang had been here, alone, for at least 1,000 years. "Many thanks for your hard work, Senior," Yang Kai said. 1,000 years of solitude was not easy to endure, even for a powerful divine spirit. Fu Guang smiled and shook his head. His eyes then looked up and down Yang Kai and said with a little surprise, "Your dragon vein." Yang Kai secretly praised this divine dragon for his strong perception. It should also be because they were both part of the Dragon Clan, so even if Yang Kai did not use the powers of his dragon vein, Fu Guang would sense something about it. Yang Kai explained, "I obtained some gifts from the ancestral land." Fu Guang understood what he meant and replied, "That is indeed a great opportunity." He was wondering how Yang Kai's dragon vein had grown so quickly. The last time Fu Guang saw Yang Kai, the latter was just a 70,000-meter ancient dragon. Now, Yang Kai gave off a similar feeling to his own from back in the Dragon Pool. In other words, it was very likely that Yang Kai was in the same situation as he was back then, stuck at the last step before becoming a divine dragon. The power in the Dragon Pool had been greatly consumed after more than 2,000 years of healing, so Yang Kai could not have benefited much from it, certainly not enough to improve his dragon vein to such a degree. It turned out that it was a gift from the ancestral land. While they were talking, a group of 8th Order Masters and 60 divine spirits all came forward and saluted. No one dared to disrespect the divine dragon. The 8th Order Masters finally confirmed who the army commander of their suppressing Black Ink army was. Although there had been some speculation beforehand, it was only today that they became certain. A master like Fu Guang was naturally qualified to be the army commander of the suppressing Black Ink army. Zhu Jian and the rest of the divine spirits felt increasingly ready to be part of this fight. Given the circumstances, they knew that they would still be fighting alongside the human race after the 3,000-year agreement had expired. However, now they were working under the current Dragon Clan leader and there was no room for sloppiness. After exchanging some pleasantries, Yang Kai said, "Sir, how is the situation here?" Fu Guang replied, "Nothing unusual except that, He talks a lot. Talks a lot. Yang Kai was slightly stunned and then realized that Fu Guang should be referring to Wu Kuang. Yang Kai could not help but chuckle, and his tense mood also relaxed a lot. It also meant that there were no problems with the primordial heaven source grand restriction. If there really was any problem, Wu Kuang would not be able to waste his energy on chatting. At that moment, Wu Kuang's voice came from the depths of the void. There is quite literally no one here besides the two of us, and it's been that way for over 1,000 years. Does it matter if we talk more? And, don't you know that it's not a good habit to badmouth someone behind their back? Fu Guang laughed helplessly and cupped his fist. After so many years of chatting, he also knew Wu Kuang's background. He had much respect for this late ancient-era martial ancestor. Furthermore, anyone who single-handedly guarded the primordial heaven source grand restriction deserved the utmost respect. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and even the Divine Spirits were all astonished. They were all previously focused on Fu Guang and never expected there to be a second person here. After all, there was only endless darkness as far as they could see. The deep darkness seemed to be able to devour everything, and even their souls seemed to be sucked into it when they stared for too long. Fortunately, everyone was strong, and when they perceived the anomaly, they immediately collected the mind, which eased the discomfort. Someone said with palpitations, "Is this where the mother nest resides?" They had heard that the primordial heaven source grand restriction had sealed the mother nest along with Mo's true body. Now, they were able to see it with their own eyes. This was the source of all the chaos and the birthplace of the Black Ink clan. Even the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could not help but feel a sense of powerlessness and defeat in their hearts at this moment. Don't be so glum. For countless eons, your heroic ancestors spilled their blood on this battlefield to resist the Black Ink clan, all to give future generations a chance to live and grow. Now this burden has fallen on your shoulders. If you and the others fail here, then the human race and all the divine spirits will cease to exist. When that happens, everything will come to an end. The martial ancestors were able to seal this evil here. Don't you, their descendants, have the courage to fight it? Chapter 5672 The human race must get stronger. Fu Guang was not reprimanding, and neither was his tone intense. Though it seemed like a simple question, it caused everyone's heart to feel heavy. How could they face the true enemy if just gazing upon its shield of darkness was enough to frighten them? Yang Kai immediately cupped his fist and said respectfully, "Junior understands." Yang Kai took a step forward and said, "I'll check out the situation." He disappeared in a flash as Fu Guang looked on with his brow raised. The way Yang Kai utilized space principles was at a level no different from the late Phoenix clan leader. The Dragon clan's bloodline talent was the Tao of Time, while the Phoenix clan's was the Tao of Space. Fu Guang was surprised that Yang Kai, a Dragon clan member, was so proficient in both the Tao of Time and the Tao of Space. Amidst the great struggle between the human race and the Black Ink clans over the dominion of everything under the heavens, there was always a need for special existences to rise up. Looking at the direction Yang Kai went, Fu Guang became lost in his thoughts as he realized that he was not one of those special beings. Outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction, a portal seemed to open up in the darkness when Yang Kai arrived. Yang Kai followed the portal, took a step inside, and saw Wu Kuang sitting cross-legged. Yang Kai swiftly activated the Great Sun and Great Moon marks. Yellow and blue rays burst out and merged into a huge beam of purifying light that rained down on Wu Kuang's head. Wu Kuang, whose body was so black that his face could barely be seen, was instantly enveloped by the purifying light, and with a piercing sound, the huge mass of black ink strength was purified. The light dissipated and Wu Kuang returned to his original appearance. He appeared grim as he asked, "What the hell are you doing?" Yang Kai replied casually, "I need to make sure that I see a human Wu Kuang, not a black ink disciple Wu Kuang." Anyone else who saw Wu Kuang's appearance would have thought he had been completely corrupted by black ink strength, mainly because this guy was covered in it and looked very abnormal. "What about now?" Wu Kuang asked rhetorically. Yang Kai said, "It should be fine, but I'd like to check your small universe if you don't mind." Wu Kuang snorted and replied, "If I were a black ink disciple, I would have awakened the old thing inside and unlocked the primordial heaven source grand restriction long ago. Who knows? The heaven-devouring great emperor is quite the schemer, who can tell what you're up to." Wu Kuang rolled his eyes. The rich black ink strength continued to be pulled in, and under heaven-devouring battle law, he seemed to have turned it into a bottomless pit. Still, he warned Yang Kai, "Refrain from acting out. Do you know how tricky it is to steal something from someone's home without disturbing the sleeping owner? Besides, didn't you give me a world tree clone which can stabilize and isolate my small universe? How could black ink strength corrupt me so easily? When he saw that Yang Kai was unconvinced, Wu Kuang immediately sneered and snarled, "You're going to get your ass kicked." As he said that, he revealed his aura threateningly. Yang Kai immediately sat cross-legged in front of him and said, "Your fist is bigger. Fine, you win." Wu Kuang had already become a ninth-order Open Heaven Realm Master. He was clearly not exaggerating when he said that he would achieve this within 3,000 years. Yang Kai was more and more amazed at the power of the heaven-devouring battle law. Unfortunately, only Wu Kuang could truly bring out the full power of this heaven-defying cultivation technique. Wu Kuang was able to advance from the 7th order to the 9th order in just 3,000 years with this secret art and special environment. In the end, black ink strength was also a kind of power. While sitting here, the black ink strength was endless and inexhaustible. With the help of the heaven-devouring battle law and the protection of flawless purifying golden lotus and a world tree clone, Wu Kuang was able to achieve the unimaginable in just 3,000 years. Without even one of these conditions, Wu Kuang would not have been able to advance to the 9th order in such a short time. "Senior, I would like to ask you something," Yang Kai said solemnly. Wu Kuang chuckled softly. "So you call me Wu Kuang when you want and then address me as Senior when you want something. Brat, you're as disrespectful as ever." Wu Kuang sneered and thought to himself scornfully. "Speak." Wu Kuang snarled. The 10 martial ancestors all must have understood the Open Heaven Realm method is flawed. How did Senior overcome the limitations of the Open Heaven Realm method to cultivate the 9th order? Wu Kuang's current body originally belonged to Mo Sheng, the great demon god, who was killed back in the star boundary. Wu Kuang's soul took over that fallen master. Yang Kai still remembered that when he saw Wu Kuang again after leaving the star boundary, Wu Kuang was just a 5th order Open Heaven Realm Master at that time. In other words, Wu Kuang should have been an ordinary 5th order Open Heaven Realm Master back then. So theoretically, his limit was the 7th order. How did he become a 9th order Open Heaven Realm Master? You want to know? Wu Kuang grinned. You won't be able to do it. The 3-cell source reconstitution art is enough to keep you busy. Yang Kai probed and asked, "Is it related to the secret art practiced by Senior?" Back in the days when Wu Kuang was still sure, he already perceived the drawbacks of the Open Heaven Realm method and knew that the 10 martial ancestors alone could only confine Mo but could not completely destroy it. He needed more power and to reach a higher realm to destroy Mo. The 3-cell source reconstitution art was one of the methods Sure deduced that could potentially solve the limitations of the Open Heaven Realm method. However, this method had extreme limitations. If Wu Kuang did not know that Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus, he would not have taught it to him. After all, the mere process of cutting one's soul in half was essentially like committing suicide if not for the supreme treasure. Since Sure had formulated the 3-cell source reconstitution art, but did not practice it, there must be another way to overcome the drawbacks of the Open Heaven Realm method. Yang Kai guessed that this should be the heaven-devouring battle law. Wu Kuang nodded, "And it is related to the secret art that I practice." The heaven-devouring battle law was not only the fastest method to improve one's strength, there are other subtleties involved with it that you cannot understand right now. To avoid the limitations of the Open Heaven Realm method, the flawless purifying golden lotus is also indispensable, so only I can do this in this world. As for the others, Wu Kuang slowly shook his head and his message was self-evident. Yang Kai was silent for a moment and then he suddenly said, "Senior, I saw the primordial light." Tsang told the 9th Order Masters that finding the primordial light was the best and most secure way to resolve the issue of Mo and the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai overheard this when he was serving tea to them. Otherwise he would not have known about such a secret, as he was just a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master back then. However, of those 9th Order old ancestors who were present, only 2 of them were still alive today. Wu Kuang was the reincarnation of Sure and naturally knew more about the primordial light than anyone else. Wu Kuang was stunned for a moment before he became incomparably excited, his eyes widening as he asked, "Where is it?" He was so agitated that he even grabbed Yang Kai's shoulders and shook him. Yang Kai felt his shoulders were about to be crushed and his body shaken apart, and hastily said, Senior, don't get so excited. I only witnessed the primordial light by chance when traveling back through millions of years of time." "You traveled back in time?" Wu Kuang gawked as this was an impossible feat as far as he knew. After his eyes stopped spinning, Yang Kai explained exactly what happened in the ancestral land, causing Wu Kuang's expression to change as he listened. After Yang Kai finished explaining, Wu Kuang's expression became extremely odd and he could not tell whether he felt relief or not. So, that's what happened. The primordial light has long since ceased to exist. Back then, the 10 martial ancestors theorized that the only way to deal with Mo once and for all was to find the primordial light. That was naturally a source of hope for them. However, today Yang Kai had confirmed that the primordial light had disappeared from the universe, and its remnants had evolved into the divine spirit family. Thus, this hope no longer existed. Wu Kuang couldn't help feeling some disappointment in his heart. However, he had also long expected this situation. Even if he was disappointed, he did not despair. The primordial light was certainly the safest and simplest solution to resolve the issue of Mo, but it was not necessarily the only solution. Mo was in the creation realm, so if he could break through the ninth order and reach the creation realm, he would be able to compete with Mo directly. Collecting himself, Wu Kuang quickly said, "Brat, since the primordial light has long since dissipated, the only hope for the human race now is to further strengthen themselves and rise above the ninth order as soon as possible." "Yes," Yang Kai answered, but after thinking about it he did not say anything about Zhang Ruoxi. After all, her story was still just his own speculation. Thus, he would have to take her to that place before he could say for certain his hypothesis was the truth. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai said, "I brought some men and a powerful weapon with me this time to ease the burden on Senior. If Senior needs any help from them, just order them as needed." "There is always a need for more help," Wu Kuang said seriously. Previously, Mo was hit by whatever Mu left behind and has been in deep sleep ever since. Over these years, although there have been some faint mental activities, it has not awakened yet. Fortunately, I have made it to the ninth order open heaven realm master and my control over the primordial heaven source grand restriction is much stronger now. Otherwise all hell would have broken loose already. Yang Kai was astonished and asked, "Then, can Senior estimate when Mo will awaken?" Wu Kuang spread his hands helplessly and replied, "It's impossible to say, maybe it will wake up in the next moment, or perhaps it will continue to sleep for a few thousand more years." Yang Kai's anxiety increased greatly as he asked, "If it really wakes up, can Senior suppress him?" "Perhaps for a short while, but certainly not for long. After all, I have not yet reached Tsang's level of strength." Although Tsang was still technically in the ninth order open heaven realm, he was much further along that path that I am right now. It was for that reason that he could single-handedly stay here and maintain the grand restriction. I'm also growing stronger all the time. In short, the longer it takes Mo to wake up, the better it is for the human race. After a pause, Wu Kuang said, "There are many black ink clansmen inside the primordial heaven source grand restriction, including many royal lords. If the grand restriction were to be broken now, it would be difficult to stop them. However, if you have brought enough capable people, we might be able to reduce the power of Black Ink clan in advance. When the day comes, and make no mistake, it will come, the burden on the human race would lessen if we act now." Yang Kai listened and asked eagerly, "How should we go about eliminating them?" Wu Kuang replied, "Simple, I'll create a small opening in the grand restriction and release some of them out in batches. You guys just need to kill them as they emerge." Chapter 5673 Prepare for Battle. Yang Kai winced and whispered, "Senior may not know, but more than 3,000 years ago when the human crusade force came here, Tsang did what you suggested and it ended in disaster." Of course, when Tsang chose to open a gap, it was based on the same reasoning. Before the human crusade force arrived, Tsang had guarded this place alone for over 100,000 years and was approaching his limit. The primordial heaven source grand restriction not only sealed Mo's true body, it also held back all of Mo's creations. Tsang could not bear the burden by himself and eventually he would not be able to contain them. If the seal broke and Mo and its true body escaped, the human race would not be able to handle the subsequent catastrophe. So, after the human crusade force arrived, Tsang proposed, as Wu Kuang did now, to open a gap in the grand restriction, to relieve some of the pressure. Initially, everything had gone according to Tsang's expectations, until the appearance of a black ink giant spirit god. Unexpectedly, a black ink giant spirit god emerged from the grand restriction and forcefully held the gap open. The Black Ink clan army swarmed out and overwhelmed the human race army. All the Black Ink clansmen who died in that battle left behind massive amounts of Black Ink strength, which was then absorbed by the Black Ink giant spirit god, increasing its power. In the end, Song was forced to use the last card Mu left behind and sacrificed his body to reseal and reinforce the primordial heaven source grand restriction while Mo fell into a deep slumber. However, the black ink giant spirit god who had been roaming in the late ancient era battlefield had been awakened and struck from the rear to rout the crusade force. Although Yang Kai was not present for many of those events, he was at least involved up until the emergence of the first black ink giant spirit god. Thus, when Wu Kuang proposed this same strategy 3,000 years later, Yang Kai was naturally a little worried. Wu Kuang had obviously heard about what happened back then and chuckled, "Accidents are inevitable." Yang Kai said solemnly, "Is Senior certain that you can reseal the grand restriction at any moment?" Wu Kuang said bluntly, "There is no guarantee." Yang Kai's face twitched. If Wu Kuang did not dare to make this guarantee, then how could he propose such a risky plan? The hidden ace that Mu had left behind had been used up. The human race could not afford another mistake of that magnitude. However, Yang Kai soon realized what the problem was and asked, "Is Senior's burden so great that you are unable to bear it?" Yang Kai hit the nail on its head, so Wu Kuang could not help but sigh and reply, "I just became a ninth order master and my strength is incomparable to Tsang. It's only a matter of time before the primordial heaven source grand restriction breaks apart." "Why didn't Senior just say so then?" Yang Kai said with some displeasure. Listening to Wu Kuang's tone earlier, he thought this guy was having an easy time staying here at the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Who would have thought that his life was hanging by a thread all this while? Wu Kuang simply replied, "Don't I need some face?" Yang Kai was immediately incensed and did not know how to respond. He fumed for a moment before asking, "If we do as Senior said, will there be any effect on Mo's true body?" "Would you believe me if I said that there will be no effect? Mu left a strong gambit behind. Now we can only trust her." "Then what about black ink giant spirit gods?" Yang Kai asked again. "There is no way a newly promoted ninth order master like me could sense what's going on inside the primordial heaven source grand restriction when even Song Shi and the others could not back at their peak. Only Mu ever dove deep into the primordial heaven source grand restriction. We have never done so. Unfortunately, she died after we resealed the restriction and did not leave any clues as to what she saw inside. That is why no one knew a black ink giant spirit god was lurking inside. The only thing I can do now is to try to reseal the gap when I notice any anomalies and try to avoid things getting out of hand." What Wu Kuang meant was that if there was a black ink giant spirit god that wanted to break out of the grand restriction, he would immediately close the opening. It was pointless for Yang Kai to ask if he was able to do it at this point. Wu Kuang followed up, "You do not have to worry too much though. Even if Mo is already at the creation realm, there will not be many black ink giant spirit gods." "How do you know?" Yang Kai asked. "Mo must have paid a huge price to create such a powerful being. Every black ink giant spirit god must require a part of its true essence. Although Mo is very powerful, its soul and essence cannot be divided too many times. Otherwise, it will be in great danger itself." "Is Senior certain of that or is it just a guess?" Yang Kai frowned. "I have evidence this time," Wu Kuang smiled. "Thousands of years ago, the Black Ink clan laid out an elaborate scheme and made many sacrifices to awaken the Black Ink giant spirit god in the divine spirit ancestral land, just like they did with the one from the late ancient era battlefield. If Mo could freely create Black Ink giant spirit gods, why would it bother going through all that trouble? Sending even one more out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction would have ended everything right from the start, right?" Yang Kai pondered over it a little and had to admit that Wu Kuang's analysis had some truth to it. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that he just wanted to believe a comforting lie rather than face an unwelcome truth. Wu Kuang continued, "So, even if there are still black ink giant spirit gods in this primordial heaven source grand restriction, there won't be many of them. Perhaps just one or two." Yang Kai pondered silently before exhaling a long sigh. "In that case, we can only act and see what happens." It was necessary to open up a gap in the primordial heaven source grand restriction as Wu Kuang needed to ease his burden. They could only hope that he could control the situation after. Yang Kai was glad that he had convinced the Supreme Headquarters to build the suppressing Black Ink Fortress 1,000 years ago. Otherwise, he would not have known how to handle the current situation. The original purpose of the suppressing Black Ink Fortress was to prevent problems that might emerge from the primordial heaven source grand restriction, including when the grand restriction would be broken. "Senior, please wait a moment, I will go make some arrangements," Yang Kai said and got up to leave. Wu Kuang suddenly said, "Wait. There's one more thing I need to explain to you." "What is it?" Wu Kuang said solemnly, "The primordial heaven's source grand restriction has existed for a very long time, which means that it has fallen into disrepair. Every time the grand restriction opens and closes, it will impact its stability to a certain degree. Do you know why Tsang did not dare to open the gap to relieve its pressure even when he had reached his limits?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "Fear of collapse of the grand restriction?" Wu Kuang nodded gravely, "Indeed. Even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, Tsang did not dare to take that risk. Thus, he kept holding on until the arrival of the human crusade force. It was only then that he took the risk as others were around to help him contain the situation. After that, the source grand restriction should have become extremely unstable." "Should?" Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. Wu Kuang smiled lightly and replied, "This happened many times during the long existence of the grand restriction. Otherwise, why do you think my old friends chose to strengthen the restriction by sacrificing themselves? Do you think they didn't cherish their lives?" Yang Kai finally realized something when he heard this. The primordial heaven source grand restriction was created by us under Mu's instructions. Mo struggled violently when it was in the grand restriction. For countless years, it has struggled and attempted to break out a few times, which put a great strain on the grand restriction. As a result, whenever there are signs of collapse, someone would make the sacrifice and merge with the grand restriction. As he spoke, Wu Kuang's eyes glowed in remembrance, clearly lost in his memories of a time long past. When one of us merged with the grand restriction, it was equivalent to reinforcing it. Therefore it has been maintained until today without collapsing. 3,000 years have passed since Tsang did just that, and today's primordial heaven source grand restriction is no longer the same as when it was first built. When I open the grand restriction, you will have to deal with all the black ink clansmen that leak out by yourselves. I won't close it unless a black ink giant spirit god is trying to break out." Yang Kai nodded lightly and replied, "I understand. I will explain this to the army." He knew the reason why Wu Kuang had told him this. It was because he did not want the suppressing black ink army to expect any help from him. Wu Kuang could only take care of the opening and be ready to close it at any moment. He could not provide any direct assistance to the suppressing black ink army. He also wanted the suppressing black ink army to be prepared for anything horrendous that may occur. After leaving the primordial heaven source grand restriction, Yang Kai returned to the debris of the Great Pass and explained what he had discussed with Wu Kuang. Fu Guang nodded his head and said, "We can only deal with it as it is." Yang Kai continued, "I can't stay for long, so I must ask Senior to take care of things here." Fu Guang smiled and said, "Not a problem. I'll take care of it." Yang Kai looked at the numerous human 8th Order masters and shouted, "Prepare for battle." Small universe portals opened up and numerous figures emerged from each of them, the soldiers soon assembling according to their divisions and squads. Yang Kai moved away from the debris and his world force surged to clear a space in the void. Afterwards, he took out the orb that contained the suppressing black ink fortress and threw it forward with force. Manipulating space principles, the orb shattered and space inside expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a large area of space was added to the void, causing ripples in space. Yang Kai rapidly formed a set of hand seals and surged both world force and space principles to smooth the disorder. After everything calmed down, the huge suppressing black ink fortress came into view, in all its intimidating majesty. This was a true weapon of war. It sat in the void like a fierce beast, facing the primordial heaven source grand restriction like a tiger that was watching its prey. In the square, Fu Guang raised his brow slightly when he saw this. With such a powerful platform in hand and the 6,000 elites of the suppressing black ink army, they should not have any problems dealing with a few black ink clansmen from the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Suppressing black ink army. Fu Guang pointed his hand to the front and shouted, "Assume your positions." "Yes, sir." Under Fu Guang's command, the 10 divisions rapidly entered the suppressing black ink fortress from all sides. Division after division was assigned to each of the artifacts and everything was ready after just 2 hours. Fu Guang stood proudly in the middle of the void as this huge suppressing black ink fortress came to life and prepared for war. At the suppressing black ink fortress core, 10 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sat cross-legged in a circle, ready to activate its power to provide all possible assistance to the soldiers outside. Chapter 5674 Shaving Away What's Inside. Yang Kai looked on from afar. The primordial heaven source grand restriction was the battlefield of the suppressing Black Ink army. As he told Fu Guang earlier, he could not stay here for long, thus he could only observe and did not intend to intervene in this battle. Everything would be fine if the suppressing Black Ink army and the suppressing Black Ink fortress could deal with the Black Ink clan army that rushed out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction. If they could not, then there would be problems. There was another figure standing beside him at this moment. It was Zhang Ruoxi who asked, "Sir, don't I have to go and help?" She thought that she could provide a lot of assistance with her small stone race army, which could form a Fourth Order 9 Palaces formations. Even if she was facing an innate territory lord, she could put up a hard fight. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, "Your battlefield isn't here." If his guess was right, then Zhang Ruoxi could play a much bigger role in the future than merely controlling a Fourth Order 9 Palaces formation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruoxi felt a bit confused, but she listened to Yang Kai's instructions and watched quietly beside him. For the last few thousand years she and Yang Kai had barely met, but ever since she was young she had built an unconditional trust in Yang Kai. Even after growing up and becoming a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she would still obey any request Yang Kai made of her. Now both the suppressing Black Ink army and the suppressing Black Ink fortress were ready. Yang Kai looked over at Wu Kuang and said, "Senior, please do your best to control the gap and not put too much burden on the suppressing Black Ink army." Wu Kuang said, "Rest assured, I have been considering this ever since I first began guarding this place. I will only open the gap wide enough for those weaker than royal lords to smoothly pass through. Perhaps 1 or 2 royal lords might occasionally rush out, but with that dragon here, it shouldn't be a problem." Yang Kai nodded lightly. This was also the reason why he arranged for Fu Guang to come here in advance. As a divine dragon, Fu Guang was significantly more powerful than the average Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so dealing with 1 or 2 royal lords should not be an issue for him. The battle would soon begin. In the endless darkness, a spinning vortex suddenly emerged in front of the suppressing Black Ink fortress. The initial speed of the vortex was not fast, and its scale was not large. However, as time passed, the vortex gradually began to expand, and the speed of its rotation became increasingly faster. This was obviously Wu Kuang manipulating the primordial heaven source grand restriction to open a hole. Looking at this, Yang Kai felt much more assured. He remembered when Song opened the gap in the primordial heaven source grand restriction back then. A huge opening had appeared at that time and countless Black Ink clan soldiers poured out of it. It was not that Song was not as good as Wu Kuang at controlling the grand restriction, but rather that the situation was vastly different. At that time, the human race had more than 100 great passes and an army which numbered in the millions. Song did not need to be so careful with his control of the gap. However, things were different now. The suppressing Black Ink fortress was less than 10% the size of a great pass, and the suppressing Black Ink army was composed of only 6,000 soldiers. Although there were 400 Eighth Order Masters, that was still far fewer than the initial Crusade force. If Wu Kuang did the same as Song had, then the suppressing Black Ink army would be overwhelmed and wiped out in no time. Wu Kuang was undoubtedly far more cautious in his approach than Song was back then. Rich Black Ink strength escaped from the vortex, but there was no sign of the Black Ink clan, which puzzled the suppressing Black Ink army soldiers. Soon the human race master sensed an anomaly. From within the vortex, a powerful divine sense extended outward, spying on the situation outside. Apparently, after that event 3,000 years ago, the Black Ink clansmen inside the primordial heaven source grand restriction became more cautious. However, even if they were more cautious, they could not resist the rare opportunity to rush out to the outside world. Thus, it did not take too long before a large number of Black Ink clansmen charged out of the vortex. These Black Ink clansmen were on average stronger than those fighting on the Great Territory battlefields. The Black Ink clan soldiers on the Great Territory battlefields were mostly cannon fodder that any Open Heaven Realm Master could kill a swath of in a single blow. However, these Black Ink clansmen that rushed out from the primordial heaven source grand restriction were all low-rank clansmen at least. In other words, they were equivalent to low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. This was not surprising as the primordial heaven source grand restriction has been sealed for so many years. Since these Black Ink clansmen were spawned inside and had nothing else to do, there was plenty of time for them to grow in strength. The last time the Crusade force was here, they were faced with such a situation as well. The first wave of Black Ink clansmen that emerged numbered less than 300, but everyone knew this was only the beginning. This batch of soldiers immediately rushed in the direction of the suppressing Black Ink fortress. After this first wave, more batches rushed from the vortex, each one containing a few hundred to 1,000 mixed soldiers. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of Black Ink clansmen had emerged from the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, with more still pouring out. On top of the walls of the suppressing Black Ink fortress facing the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction sat the Tiger Roar cannons. These artifacts were all armed and ready. Several tens of Tiger Roar cannons hummed as energy built up within them before a dozen thick pillars of light flashed out from the suppressing Black Ink fortress like arrows released from their string. Wherever the pillars of light struck, the Black Ink clansmen would be wounded or killed. By the time the first volley of Tiger Roar cannons faded, thousands of Black Ink clansmen had been killed or injured. Immediately after, a dozen more Tiger Roar cannons spewed out dazzling columns of light. Then a dozen more. Beams of light from the suppressing Black Ink fortress shot out continuously. By the time all the Tiger Roar cannons on this side of the wall had fired, the Black Ink clan had already suffered tens of thousands of casualties, with not one of them even able to approach the suppressing Black Ink fortress. The vortex in the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction expanded again as Wu Kuang was very relieved to see the immense power of the suppressing Black Ink fortress. As time passed, more Black Ink clansmen continued to emerge from the vortex, including feudal lords and territory lords. Outside of the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, a battle that might last for many years had begun. In this battle, the Black Ink clan would constantly be attacking while the suppressing Black Ink army would be constantly defending. Each side would persist in such an environment for who knows how long. The key to this war lay in the hands of Wu Kuang. If he controlled the situation properly, the suppressing Black Ink army would be able to keep this effort up indefinitely. However, if Wu Kuang did not control the situation well, it would lead to an irreversible collapse. The territory lords from the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction were all innate territory lords, but although all of them were quite powerful, the moment they emerged they were greeted by Tiger Roar cannons from the suppressing Black Ink fortress. Even territory lords would inevitably be wounded by the Tiger Roar cannons when they appeared, and if they could not respond in time, they would quickly be overwhelmed by the continuous bolts of light. Yang Kai saw some innate territory lords coming out of the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, but as they emerged they would all go from being lightly wounded to seriously wounded to dying. There were some innate territory lords who barely survived the bombardment of the Tiger Roar cannons and wisely did not charge straight at the suppressing Black Ink fortress and instead chose to flank it. However, while the suppressing Black Ink fortress was seemingly fixed in place, the suppressing Black Ink army was very mobile. Those innate territory lords who barely survived the Tiger Roar cannon's attack were all swiftly intercepted by 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters before they could get too close. The 8th Order Masters worked in teams to take down these flanking territory lords swiftly and decisively. The entire suppressing Black Ink fortress soon began spinning at a low speed, thanks to the 10 8th Order Masters powering the core. With this rotation, the fixed Tiger Roar cannons on the four walls of suppressing Black Ink fortress could take turns to fire, allowing the soldiers time to rest and recuperate so that the power of the suppressing Black Ink army could be maximized. Days went by and soon an entire month had passed with the situation still under the humans' control. The Black Ink clan had suffered countless casualties with more than 108 territory lords having been killed while not one soul from the suppressing Black Ink army had died. The rate of consumption of the soldiers was also under control, and as long as they received enough supplies, the suppressing Black Ink army could continue fighting like this indefinitely. However, accidents and unexpected situations finally began to appear. From the vortex, the aura of a royal lord revealed itself, followed by the figure of a royal lord struggling to emerge from within the Grand Restriction. Wu Kuang had carefully controlled the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction so that the gap he opened was only large enough to allow those weaker than royal lords to pass through smoothly. Any royal lord trying to emerge would have difficulty exiting through the current opening. The royal lord was only delayed for a few breaths of time while passing through the vortex, but during that brief moment he was naturally struck by multiple attacks from the suppressing Black Ink fortress, causing numerous injuries. Naturally, this caused the royal lord to roar in anger. With great difficulty, he struggled out of the vortex and nimbly dodged the attacks from suppressing Black Ink fortress before charging out towards it. However, he was immediately met with the intense dragon aura of a divine dragon. Fu Guang, who had been waiting on the suppressing Black Ink fortress, personally intercepted the royal lord, forcing him into the nearby void to fight. The royal lord was ripped apart by Fu Guang's claws after only half an hour of fighting, his black ink strength exploding out like a final desperate gasp before he perished. Even in his prime, this royal lord was no match for a divine dragon, let alone after he was seriously wounded by the suppressing black ink army's focused barrage. The combination of the suppressing black ink army with the suppressing black ink fortress and a divine dragon proved to be a solid defense. Of course, the prerequisite was that Wu Kuang maintained proper control of the primordial heaven source grand restriction and that nothing changed within the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Yang Kai was relieved to see this. There was no need for him to intervene in this matter. In fact, he could hardly resist the temptation to join. However, there was truly no need for him to be here since there was a divine dragon present. Looking at all the familiar faces aboard the suppressing black ink fortress, Yang Kai felt guilty for not participating in the fight, but he could do nothing about it. After taking Zhang Ruoxi into his small universe and transmitting a few words to Fu Guang, Yang Kai connected with the old tree and soon followed its traces to the grand ancient ruins boundary. Chapter 5675, Guest. 3 months later, in the desolate and vast void of the chaotic dead territory, the two forces of yin and yang entwined, sparking violent explosions and shaking the universe each time they collided. Even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would not be able to withstand the fallout of such an explosion. This was a sight that had not been seen in the chaotic dead territory for many thousands of years. Such a chaotic and dangerous place certainly had a lot of opportunities, yet the dangers far, far outweighed those lucky chances. If it wasn't for the protection of giant spirit god Aer when Yang Kai arrived here the first time, he would have already died many times over with his 6th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation. After the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds, they had also set their sights on this place, but when they realized how dangerous it was, they gave up on it entirely. They couldn't hold their ground in a place this dangerous. The Royal Lord was previously worried that these two supreme beings would direct animosity towards the Black Ink clan and attack, but after so many years of observation, these two showed no signs of leaving. Subsequently, he discovered from some Black Ink disciples that, though these two had a fierce reputation, they had never left the chaotic dead territory since ancient times, allowing the Royal Lord to breathe a sigh of relief. Yang Kai arrived in this place without difficulty and soon found Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, who were nurturing another small stone race army. Both Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were speechless when they saw Yang Kai again. Ever since Yang Kai gave them these unique creatures, the two of them had been fixated on this type of game-like combat to establish their seniority. However, the last 2 times Yang Kai visited, nothing good happened. In addition to taking away a massive amount of yellow and blue crystals, he also took away their entire army which they had worked so hard to nurture. It was as if every time Yang Kai appeared, they would be robbed clean of all that they owned. So, seeing Yang Kai appear so soon after his last visit, Big Brother Huang's head ached and he couldn't help grumbling, "Why are you here again?" Big Sister Lan later added, "You can take some yellow and blue crystals, but there are no more forces for you to take. It has only been a short time and they haven't grown much yet." It had only been a few hundred years since the last time Yang Kai visited, so, naturally they had yet to recover from the damage he caused last time. Yang Kai cupped his fist with a smile and bowed to the two in front of him. "Little brother greets Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. You two seem to have some misunderstanding about this little brother." Big Brother Huang snorted sarcastically. Seeing this, Yang Kai hurriedly explained, "The reason this little brother came this time is not to ask for anything. Instead, I am purely here to visit you both. Of course, if you have anything to give." "No, if you were to give me anything, I would not dare to refuse." "No." Big Brother Huang shook his head like a rattling drum. "There's nothing for you here. Now that you've visited us, you can go." Yang Kai suddenly felt a little heartbroken. "Big Brother Huang, why are you treating me like an outsider?" If the names Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan felt like a joke before, after seeing records of the primordial light and uncovering the truth of what happened in the past, Yang Kai no longer felt any reservations about addressing them as such. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan really were the big brother and big sister of the Divine Spirit family. Big Brother Huang sighed, looking a little exasperated and helpless. "If I don't treat you like an outsider, I'm afraid you'd really take away everything we own." Despite having a thick skin, Yang Kai couldn't help but flush. He certainly did go overboard the last 2 times he visited. "All right. Why did you come this time?" Big Sister Lan empathetically questioned. Now that the Black Ink clan had invaded their land and the human race was in a dire situation, how would Yang Kai come here to chit-chat with them for no particular reason? Yang Kai's expression turned serious. Indeed, I have something to discuss. Do big brother and big sister remember the primordial light I mentioned the last time I came to visit you? Big brother Huang couldn't help but look up at him. Did you discover something? The primordial light was also related to big brother Huang and big sister Lan's origins, thus they were naturally concerned about it. It was simply that despite having lived for so long, they had no clue about it and didn't even know where to go for information, leaving them with no choice except to place their hopes in Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and said, by coincidence, I happened to see the primordial light when I experienced the events of the past. Following, he narrated all the things he experienced in the divine spirit ancestral land, including the blurry human figure that emerged when the primordial light first arrived there. Everything I saw should be the events that occurred in the ancestral land during the primordial era, and these memories were born by the ancestral land itself. When this little brother was cultivating, I resonated with the ancestral land itself and got a glimpse of the mysteries of the primordial era. But from what I saw before the primordial light hit the ancestral land, it was not as stable and powerful as it should have been. It undoubtedly separated its yin and yang components from it. This little brother believes that before the primordial light arrived at the ancestral land, it had already separated from big brother and big sister in the chaotic dead territory. After yin and yang were separated from the primordial light, they did not immediately become big brother Huang and big sister Lan. Rather, it took many years of evolution for the pure yin and yang to become the burning light and serene glimmer of today. Big brother Huang previously mentioned this too. In the beginning they were muddled and only felt as though they had been abandoned somehow. It was only a long time after they gained full sentience that they realized that they were in the chaotic dead territory and had never left this place since ancient times. Big brother Huang and big sister Lan exchanged glances, their expressions unreadable. Sometime later big brother Huang finally murmured, so, we were really born from the primordial light. He had this conjecture the last time Yang Kai discussed the primordial light with them, but he had no way to prove it. Now, Yang Kai's words had eliminated all his doubts. Yang Kai said with a smile, this is no surprise. The primordial darkness of this world also awakened its sentience and became MO, so it is not strange that both of you were born from the primordial light. Besides, the primordial light not only created both of you but all the divine spirits as well. After giving it some thought, big sister Lan said in a daze, in that case, we are a family with the divine spirits. Xiao Huang and I were born first, followed by those divine spirits. Xiao Huang remained silent. The corner of Yang Kai's brow twitched as he acted like he didn't hear this name. Big sister Lan cheered, Xiao Huang, this means all the divine spirits are our little brothers and sisters. She was delighted beyond belief to realize such a relationship. She had been fighting with big brother Huang since time immemorial about who was the elder sibling, but now, all of a sudden, they both had so many younger brothers and sisters. Big sister Lan was filled with satisfaction. When he heard this, big brother Huang's eyes glistened too. He would usually be irritated if big sister Lan called him Xiao Huang, but at this moment he couldn't be bothered about it. Compared to all the little brothers and sisters he now had, what did it matter if he had to be called Xiao Huang for a time? He couldn't help but stand up, spread his arms akimbo and laugh proudly. He then turned his head to look at Yang Kai again and said proudly, come, call me big brother. Yang Kai cupped his fist with a smile, little brother greets big brother Huang. Not forgetting big sister Lan who was looking at him eagerly from the side, Yang Kai paid his respect to her as well. Previously when they were addressed in this manner, the two of them were secretly on guard, wondering whether Yang Kai had any other intentions. However, at present the same way of addressing and greeting sounded much more comfortable. Yang Kai felt a little sentimental at this moment. Although these two were supreme beings with great seniority and profound strength, something as simple as having little brothers and sisters actually brought them such joy, showing their innocence and cuteness, the polar opposite of how ferocious they were reputed to be outside. The only thing of concern now was how these two would react if they discovered that they still had another divine spirit who might have higher seniority above them. Considering all this, Yang Kai quickly remarked, big brother and sister, little brother brought a guest for you this time. With his brows lifted, big brother Huang asked, oh? Is it a divine spirit? Yang Kai nodded, yes. Strictly speaking, Heaven's Order could be considered a divine spirit too, however her divine spirit bloodline wasn't exactly the same as the others. That being the case, let me see which little brother it is. He was already thinking about the greeting gift he should give to this new younger sibling. Since they all originated from the primordial light and he and big sister Lan were the firstborn, he shouldn't be too stingy with the gift as the big brother of the family. In response, Yang Kai opened up his small universe right away and a figure emerged. When he decided to bring Zhang Ruoxi to the chaotic dead territory to meet big brother Huang and big sister Lan, Yang Kai imagined many different ways this first contact would go, but nothing could have prepared him for what happened next. Just as Zhang Ruoxi stepped out of his small universe, she sensed a peculiar aura and looked over at big brother Huang and big sister Lan. A different kind of smile appeared on big brother Huang's face all of a sudden as he stared straight at Zhang Ruoxi. Though it was their first time meeting each other, he felt incredibly warm and close to this person in front of him, like a long-lost child finally meeting a family member. Big sister Lan tilted her head as she gazed at Zhang Ruoxi, her eyes somewhat lost. Like big brother Huang, she felt at home with this person. This overwhelming feeling filled her with a sense of anticipation, even though she had no idea what she was anticipating. This feeling was seemingly reciprocal. Yang Kai had not told Zhang Ruoxi where they were heading or who she was about to meet. She only stayed in Yang Kai's small universe and waited for his instructions. The moment Zhang Ruoxi stepped out of the Yang Kai's small universe, she was attracted to the two tiny children in front of her. Maternal love flooded her heart as she reached out and stroked big brother Huang's hair and patted big sister Lan's head. Yang Kai felt chills all over his body and secretly thought that women were definitely bolder than men. No one other than Zhang Ruoxi in this universe would dare act so intimately with the burning light and serene glimmer. Immediately after, something much more terrifying happened though. Ruoxi seemed to have misunderstood something as she asked, "Are these your children, sir? They're so adorable." "I don't dare. I don't have one." Yang Kai screamed in his heart. "They are the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. Never mind about you patting their heads, you even dare to say such things in front of them. If this angers them both, how can the chaotic dead territory contain their rage?" Chapter 5676, Small Universe Imbalance. Big brother Huang and big sister Lan didn't show any signs of irritation however. In fact, the two appeared incredibly at ease when Zhang Ruoxi stroked their heads. Big brother Huang even squinted his eyes slightly while big sister Lan made soft sounds like a cat purring. Then there was a sudden change. Incredibly pure and rich yin and yang power emerged from big brother Huang and big sister Lan's bodies, pouring freely into Zhang Ruoxi and flowing into her small universe. This was the most primitive and pure yin and yang power in the universe. Theoretically, yellow and blue crystals were condensed from their powers as they originated from the same source. However, in reality, no matter if it was the yellow crystals or the blue crystals, both were just remnants of the clash between yin and yang. In terms of quality, they were simply incomparable to the true power of the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. If they were solely distinguished according to the open heaven order, then this kind of power definitely surpassed the ninth order. In addition to that, big sister Lan and big brother Huang Yin's and yang powers were extremely abundant. Though only a small part was poured into Zhang Ruoxi, her aura instantly soared, causing her seventh order open heaven realm cultivation to reach its limit and even show signs of breaking through. Ruoxi had already reached the peak of the seventh order open heaven realm, or else she wouldn't be able to realize the anomaly of the lock of shackles on her small universe. If she continued to cultivate normally, she would have had a chance to ascend to the eighth order within 300 years. Taking her potent bloodline into account, the time she needed might even have been shorter. However, this unexpected incident hastened her cultivation breakthrough enormously. She wasn't totally unprepared for this eventuality. Since realizing that her small universe might not be restricted by the innate shackles of the open heaven method, she had already made preparations for her ascension to the eighth order open heaven realm. Even so, this incident was still exceedingly risky because the sudden surge of power had instantly disrupted the balance of her small universe. Strictly speaking, a small universe was no different from a real universe world. The balance between yin, yang, and the five elements was essential to maintaining the foundation of any universe. Once this balance was disrupted, there would be a risk of the universe rupturing. The most common method for human masters to enhance their cultivation was to consume open heaven pills which contained the power of the seven elements in perfect balance. There was no risk in consuming such pills as they could not lead to an imbalance in one small universe. A faster method was to refine cultivation materials directly. Compared to consuming open heaven pills, the benefits of refining a set of cultivation materials were far greater. Of course, this method was much more expensive as acquiring materials of high enough order was by no means easy. Additionally, in order to maintain the balance of their small universe, a cultivator had to refine a complete set of cultivation materials, with each of the 7 elements of the same order. Because only in this way could they maintain balance in their small universe. During Yang Kai's years of cultivating, this was his most common method of cultivation. If the master realized that their small universe was out of balance for some reason, they could make up for it by refining materials of the appropriate element. Due to their strict requirements for materials, it directly led to the rarity of the yin and yang element materials. Yin and yang element materials were far less common than the 5 elements materials. While there were sufficient materials of the lower orders, as the order increased, less and less yin and yang element materials were available. Before Yang Kai obtained a large amount of yellow and blue crystals from the chaotic dead territory, even the cave heavens and paradises lacked such materials above the 5th order. It wasn't until the appearance of yellow and blue crystals that this issue was solved. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan did not intend to pour their strength into Zhang Ruoxi's body. Rather, it was drawn out by her mysterious bloodline power, causing Zhang Ruoxi to unintentionally devour their power. This surprised both of them greatly. Zhang Ruoxi did not anticipate such a thing to occur either, nor did she intend to devour these two's powers, but everything happened so seamlessly after just a moment of contact. Immediately, Zhang Ruoxi's world force soared and her aura rampaged as the imbalance of her small universe shook and violently impacted her. Her gorgeous face turned pale in an instant and she frantically cried out, "Sir!" Yang Kai was shocked as well. He was just admiring the strange act of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan a breath ago, and the next instant Ruoxi's small universe was in peril. Behind Ruoxi, the illusory phantom of her small universe emerged all on its own, its original tranquility with majestic mountains and pristine waters now enveloped in a storm of yellow and blue light. As these two hues clashed, a scene of violence and destruction played out. It was similar to what the chaotic dead territory looked like before Yang Kai first came here. Right away, Yang Kai snapped back to his senses and immediately took out a set of 5 elements materials, all in the 7th order, and passed them to Zhang Ruoxi, urging her, "Focus. Concentrate on holding together your small universe and quickly refine these." Since she had received a massive infusion of yin and yang element power, the only way to restore the balance of her small universe was to quickly refine more 5 elements power. Zhang Ruoxi obviously also understood that her life was at stake, so she did not hesitate to accept the 5 elements materials, sat cross-legged, and followed Yang Kai's instructions to stabilize her mind as she went all out to suppress the chaos of her own small universe while preparing to refine the materials. However, a human master was always greatly impacted by any disturbance in their small universe. If there was a fight between masters of the same order and strength, the one whose small universe was shaken first would quickly be defeated and perish. Because of this, every cave heaven and paradise had developed divine abilities or secret techniques designed exclusively for protecting their small universe. These methods were mainly used to defend their small universes from external shocks. During the Great Evolution Army's battle at the Royal City of the Great Evolution Theater, Yang Kai used his cow punch secret technique to kill a 9th order black ink disciple. In terms of raw strength, Yang Kai wasn't a match for a 9th order black ink disciple. In fact, a 9th order black ink disciple might only be slightly weaker than a pseudo-royal lord like Emo Yi. However, Yang Kai's cow punch was the most profound secret technique capable of directly impacting an enemy's small universe. Even if there was a great disparity in strength between Yang Kai and his opponent, cow punch could bypass all conventional defenses to cause massive damage. The current situation of Zhang Ruoxi was equivalent to her small universe being attacked by rampaging energy. Worse yet, this power was the purest essence of the burning light and serene glimmer, 2 supreme beings whose strength exceeded the 9th order. As someone only at the peak of the 7th order, how was Zhang Ruoxi supposed to be able to endure it? The only reason her small universe did not rupture on the spot was because only a small amount of yin and yang element power flowed into her before it was cut off. However, this disturbance in her small universe made it incredibly difficult for her to focus her mind. In such an unsteady state, let alone refining materials to balance her small universe, even suppressing the chaos in her small universe was proving all but impossible. If Zhang Ruoxi was unable to suppress the turbulence in her small universe quickly, it would only further destabilize, worsening her condition and creating a deadly feedback cycle. In a matter of breaths, Ruoxi's aura became more and more chaotic, and the illusory phantom of the small universe behind her also began to expand and contract, showing extreme signs of instability. The yellow and blue lights also became more violent as they thrashed about wildly. Yang Kai felt chills all over. He thought that having Zhang Ruoxi visit Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan might bring about some unexpected gains, but he never imagined that things would go so awry. Racking his brain desperately, Yang Kai suddenly thought of something that might help Ruoxi, so he quickly shouted, "Open your mind." The next moment, a seemingly illusory lotus flower covered in multicolored light flew out from Yang Kai's head and into Zhang Ruoxi's soul-warming lotus. Although this was a supreme treasure of the universe that had accompanied Yang Kai for millennia, other individuals could immediately use it without any kind of refinement as long as he passed it to them. Since he previously lent it to old ancestor Xiao Xiao to use in her battle inside the black ink nest space, it meant that he could lend it to Zhang Ruoxi as well. The soul-warming lotus was the best solution to stabilize a person's shaken mind. As the seven-colored soul-warming lotus entered Zhang Ruoxi's forehead, her expression quickly calmed down. Obviously, the soul-warming lotus was helping. After her mind was calmed down, she worked hard to suppress the turbulence in her small universe before starting to refine the seventh-order materials. Only when the situation was stabilized temporarily did Yang Kai heave a sigh of relief. It had only been a short moment, yet he was already drenched in sweat. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan stood to the side, completely dumbfounded by what they just experienced. Only after a long silence did Big Brother Huang murmur, "How? How did this happen?" Although the two of them have lived for countless years and were far more powerful than any other divine spirit, due to their lack of interaction with others, they were quite innocent and naive. All they knew was the woman in front of them, who they felt quite close to, almost died because of their power. Big Sister Lan gave it a little bit more thought than Big Brother Huang before turning to Yang Kai to ask, "Who is she?" Even when she first met Yang Kai, a member of the Dragon Clan, she had never experienced the same level of closeness as she did with this mysterious woman. She was even more puzzled by the fact that this young woman had freely drawn in her and Xiao Huang's power. That was their pure yin and yang power, their innate strength. It wasn't something just anyone could devour. However, recalling when her power was being devoured, Big Sister Lan felt no sense of rejection of disharmony at all. "I'll let you both know later. Can Big Brother and Sister restrain and take back your power?" Yang Kai asked seriously. Allowing Ruoxi to refine 5 elements materials to balance her small universe was the best solution to the current problem. Yang Kai quickly discovered a problem at this moment. It was taking too long. Refining materials was not something that could be done overnight. One would require a lot of time to refine a set of 7th order materials, let alone Zhang Ruoxi, who was only in the 7th order open heaven realm. Furthermore, even if this set of 5 elements materials were truly refined, it still wouldn't be sufficient. In order to balance the yin and yang element power that she took in, many sets of 5 elements materials would be required. Yang Kai estimated it would take Zhang Ruoxi at least 10 years to reach a state of balance. 10 years was quite a long time, and in this kind of unstable situation many things could go wrong, any one of which could put her in grave danger. The power from these two was akin to a pair of giant blades hanging above her head, at risk of falling at any moment. However, if Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan could take back their powers, then all these issues could be resolved. Chapter 5677, Harmonizing Yin and Yang. Big Brother Huang, though somewhat uneasy, still had his sight intact. After just a glance at the situation inside Zhang Ruoxi's small universe, he shook his head and said, "No, our powers have already completely merged into her small universe. If we were to extract them, it would be akin to tearing out her heritage, causing her great harm." But having too much pure power is not a good thing either, Yang Kai thought in his heart. The powers of yin and yang from the moon's serene glimmer and the sun's burning light were the most primitive and purest in the universe. Because of their purity, they did not need much refining, so the moment they flowed into Zhang Ruoxi's small universe, they immediately merged with it, breaking the balance and leaving Big Brother Huang helpless. While they were conversing, Yang Kai watched intently. The imbalance in Ruoxi's small universe had reached a critical point, and the powers of the yin and yang were still continually surging in all directions. At this moment she could still barely suppress it, but as time passed Ruoxi would not be able to keep it under control. Even with the soul-warming lotus protecting her mind, it would be of no use. The root of her crisis lay in her small universe, and her mind was only affected as a result. The best way to suppress and seal a small universe was with a World Tree clone. With it, Ruoxi's current crisis could be instantly resolved. Yang Kai had a clone on him, but it was integrated into his own small universe. Even if he was willing to give it to her, it would be impossible for Zhang Ruoxi to refine it in time, as the process would involve purging the pieces of Yang Kai's small universe before planting it into her own. This was not a simple or quick process and would also require a lot of concentration which she could not spare at the moment. Is there really nothing we can do? If we don't find a way to completely suppress the powers of yin and yang inside of her, Ruoxi's life will be in danger. In his anxious state, Yang Kai suddenly had an idea and immediately advised her, activate your bloodline power and see if you can suppress it. If there was any other power in the world that could suppress the burning light and the serene glimmer's powers, it would only be the bloodline power of Heaven's Order. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Ruoxi's cultivation allowed her to control thousands of small stone race soldiers to form a 4th Order 9 Palaces formation. She did this by relying only on her own bloodline power. Furthermore, these small stone race soldiers could almost be considered as extensions of the powers from Burning Light and Serene Glimmer. In Yang Kai's theory, Heaven's Order was akin to the matriarch of the Divine Spirit family. The strange incident between Ruoxi and Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan during their first encounter suggested that this was true. Ruoxi taking in their 2 powers was likely due to her bloodline unconsciously guiding her. Given this, the Heaven's Order bloodline should be able to handle the current situation. Even if it couldn't completely suppress the 2 powers, it could at least calm things down. Just as the words left Yang Kai's mouth, Ruoxi immediately activated her bloodline power. In the illusory phantom of her small universe, a blurry female figure appeared. When this figure emerged, the powers of yin and yang, which had been rampaging and causing damage to her small universe, seemed to be drawn inexplicably towards the figure from all directions. As Yang Kai watched, the yellow and blue lights that had filled the entire small universe receded like a tide, flowing into the illusory woman's body. This woman, who symbolized Heaven's Order's bloodline, was just as Yang Kai remembered her from their last encounter. She hung her head low, her hair flowing freely as she held a giant greatsword in her hands. Although she was a woman, she exuded an awe-inspiring aura, as though she could stand firm even if the heavens and earth were to collapse around her. When the most primitive powers of yin and yang surged into her, her body immediately emitted a light where the 2 colors intersected. The colors grew brighter and brighter until they reached a dazzling peak that resonated deeply with Yang Kai. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him absent-mindedly. He had traveled far and wide and witnessed the beauty and wonder of countless people and worlds, but the sight before him was beyond words. The woman who manifested the Heaven's Order bloodline behind her opened a pair of brightly shining wings. One side was blue and the other yellow, with the colors flowing freely like water, sometimes turning yellow into blue and other times the opposite. The edge of the wings was blurred with light, and at this moment the powers of yin and yang blended and fused, no longer violent, but exuding a vital aura of unparalleled harmony and beauty. Yang Kai was struck by many insights and epiphanies at this moment and would benefit greatly if he were to enter retreat to cultivate at this moment. But he knew this was not the time for that. He had to suppress those feelings and continue to focus on Ruoxi's condition. Beside him, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were completely stunned and could hardly believe their eyes. The problem of their powers being unable to blend and constantly colliding with each other was suddenly resolved at this moment. The shock they felt was no less than being punched hard in the face, and they were left in a state of stunned amazement. Who is she? Big Sister Lan couldn't help but turn her head and ask Yang Kai. Her curiosity was piqued by this existence who had the power to reconcile the powers of Xiao Huang and herself, so she knew she was certainly not any ordinary being. For countless years, they remained in the chaotic dead territory, unable to leave. This was not because they didn't want to, but because they couldn't. According to ancient legend, they were the progenitors of all divine spirits, a myth that had been distorted and exaggerated over time. However, there was another legend that held true: they were the embodiments of destruction. Since their birth, they were incomplete and unable to control their powers with precision. Leaving the chaotic dead territory would result in a catastrophic explosion of yin and yang, laying waste to all things, living or dead. Back in the early days, the chaotic dead territory was not as vast as it was now. Many great territories were destroyed over the years, the boundary walls between them torn down, leading to the creation of the current, extremely large chaotic dead territory. These 2 ancient beings scattered their power throughout the territory, retaining only a fraction of it to transform into their present forms, 2 small children, and allowing Yang Kai to stand before them and communicate with them. If they were in their true, complete forms, Yang Kai would not have the privilege of standing here as he would have been vaporized by the violent yin and yang powers they innately gave off long ago. But suddenly they witnessed their powers being balanced and stabilized by some outside force. This was simply an occurrence that they had never dared imagine. Yang Kai stood mesmerized, staring at the figure before him that was adorned with wings of two different hues. However, after Zhang Ruoshi activated her own Heaven's Order bloodline power, the yin and yang element powers no longer rampaged. The small universe that was in constant flux and at risk of rupture had also stabilized. Then her expression slowly eased. Now all that was left was to refine a large quantity of the 5 elements materials to rebalance her small universe. This crisis was finally over. Yang Kai let out a long sigh as he pondered how to answer Big Sister Lan's question. After some hesitation, he spoke up, "Do you still remember the last time we discussed the concept of a medicinal catalyst?" Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan glanced at each other and nodded in agreement. Over the years they had tried to merge, but yin and yang were inherently opposed and simply could not mix. They always felt like something was missing, so they had no choice but to give up. However, when Yang Kai came over last time, the idea of a medicinal catalyst came up. In alchemy, herbs of opposing nature could be combined in a furnace and refined into a spirit pill by using an appropriate catalyst that could reconcile the incompatible properties. If Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were compared to 2 types of herbs with opposing natures, then the missing ingredient they lacked was undoubtedly the medicinal catalyst. Zhang Ruoshi's Heaven's Order bloodline was the catalyst that could harmonize their opposing forces. This was not surprising, as the Heaven's Order bloodline was descended from the matriarch of the Divine Spirit family. Even though Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had extremely high status in that family, they still couldn't resist the guidance of the matriarch. Big Brother Huang immediately caught on and his eyes lit up. "She's the catalyst." Yang Kai nodded. Big Sister Lan, on the other hand, was extremely puzzled. What kind of bloodline does she possess? Why have I never heard of her before, and how is she able to do this? Upon hearing that, Yang Kai explained, "I mentioned the primordial light earlier. After stripping you 2 away, the primordial light crashed into a barren land, and its radiance dispersed, evolving into countless divine spirits. That piece of land became the ancestral land of the divine spirits. However, after the primordial light dissipated, there was still a blurry figure left behind. This little brother was unable to tell what that figure was at the time, and could not judge what it represented, but that blurry figure resembled a human. Somehow that figure must have merged with the human race. Thus, the human race inherited its bloodline from generation to generation. This bloodline has experienced countless years of inheritance, gradually becoming thin and weak. The later generations have long forgotten the glory of their ancestor, until Ruoshi's generation, when this bloodline began to gradually awaken. This bloodline is called the Heaven's Order bloodline, and in the primordial light, it undoubtedly holds a special position. The divine spirits were the scattered light that evolved from the collision of the primordial light with the ancestral land. Even the burning light and the serene glimmer were just the powers stripped from the primordial light at an earlier time. In comparison, the appearance of that figure after the collision with the ancestral land was no small matter. The primordial darkness of the universe gave birth to Mo, and the primordial light evolved into the divine spirits, including the burning light and serene glimmer, and even Heaven's Order. If the primordial light were to be divided into 10 parts, the divine spirits would account for 3 parts, the burning light and the serene glimmer 3 parts, and Heaven's Order 4 parts. In terms of status, that figure was second only to the true body of Mo according to this hypothesis. When Yang Kai brought Zhang Ruoshi to the chaotic dead territory to meet Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, he did not expect such a significant discovery. He just thought that since the Heaven's Order bloodline was like the matriarch of the Divine Spirit family, there might be some unexpected gains after she met these two. Chapter 5678, Ruoshi's Condition. And now their harvest was indeed huge. Though there were some minor accidents, everything turned out all right in the end. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's emotions were stirred for a long time. They had never heard about the Heaven's Order bloodline before, which was passed down through generations, and had the remarkable ability to harmonize the opposing yin and yang element powers. It was no wonder when they laid eyes on this woman, an involuntary sense of awe and warmth washed over them, stronger than when facing Yang Kai, a member of the Dragon Clan. It appeared that Yang Kai was right. Although they were all born from the primordial light, the Heaven's Order bloodline must hold a unique position. This was what caused the two supreme beings of the primordial era to feel differently about Zhang Ruoxi. If that was the case, there might be a chance to resolve the issue that had plagued them for countless eons. Big brother Huang and big sister Lan exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. Meanwhile, Yang Kai observed Zhang Ruoxi's condition in silence. She had already reached the peak of the seventh order open heaven realm, and now she unintentionally absorbed a massive amount of yin and yang element power. This could be her chance for a breakthrough. Though it was a perilous accident, it was also an opportunity for Zhang Ruoxi after it was resolved. Thanks to her bloodline power, her refining speed became incredibly swift, rivaling even Yang Kai's. Yang Kai's speed was partly due to his solid foundation, but also due to his small universe having a world tree clone, which greatly assisted open heaven realm masters like him when they cultivated. However, each world tree clone had to come from the world tree itself, and each one required a portion of the world tree source. Likewise, they were supported by the fortune of numerous universe worlds. Thus, they were not something that could be obtained in large quantities from the old tree. If every master had access to one, it would substantially reduce their cultivation time and hasten their advancement to the ninth order open heaven realm. In a mere month, Ruoxi completely refined a set of seventh order 5 elements materials. Before the Black Ink clan's invasion, such a set of materials would have cost at least 750 million open heaven pills, if one could even buy them at all. In the present era they would be even pricier, likely exceeding 1 billion. To put it plainly, Ruoxi's 1 month of cultivation consumed 1 billion open heaven pills. If she had simply been swallowing and refining open heaven pills, she would never have been able to eat such an immense quantity in such a short time. What's more, even if she had refined 1 billion open heaven pills, the gains wouldn't have matched what she had now. Therefore, relatively speaking, if they had the resources, masters preferred to refine materials to enhance their small universe rather than use open heaven pills. Unfortunately, most did not have the resources, so they could only choose to refine open heaven pills to improve themselves. Yang Kai had a large reserve of cultivation resources. Mo Yi compensated him a lot of materials on behalf of the Black Ink clan last time, most of which he had handed over to the supreme headquarters for the human armies to use, but he had still reserved some for himself. With his cultivation reaching the peak of the 8th order realm, Yang Kai no longer needed to deliberately cultivate. Technically, these resources were useless in his hands right now, so he was more than willing to use them to resolve Ruoxi's current crisis. After Ruoxi finished refining a set of 7th order materials, Yang Kai took out another set and handed it to her, allowing her to continue. With the increase in 5 elements powers, the imbalance of Ruoxi's small universe was gradually fixed. The most obvious indication was the 2 colored wings behind the heavens order figure gradually dimming. It was a sign that the powers of yin and yang had been completely absorbed and merged into Ruoxi's small universe. As her small universe's heritage increased, its boundary walls also showed signs of reaching their limit. Once this limit was broken through, it would be time for Ruoxi to advance to the 8th order open heaven realm. At that time, her entire small universe would greatly expand, and Ruoxi's heritage would also increase significantly. 12 years passed by in a flash. The heavens order figure in Ruoxi's small universe had all but faded away, and the 2 colored wings behind it had almost disappeared. By refining a large amount of 5 elements materials, her small universe was once again balanced. In it, wind and clouds stirred. Ruoxi was surrounded by an extremely strong world force, and her own aura had already heightened to its peak, a sign of an impending breakthrough. Sir. Ruoxi suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Yang Kai for help. You will advance to the 8th order today. Just calm your mind and break through. I will stand guard for you. Yang Kai comforted her. And? Zhang Ruoxi nodded gently, and her uneasy mood immediately calmed down, allowing her to focus on dealing with the changes in her small universe. A few days later, with a final infusion of 5 elements power, the powers of yin and yang were devoured completely and the heavens order figure disappeared. Zhang Ruoxi had increased her small universe's heritage greatly and finally crossed the threshold. From the depths of her soul, there seemed to be a cracking sound. Ruoxi's body trembled slightly, and her peak 7th order aura suddenly soared. At the same time, the original boundaries of her small universe broke, and the already maximized territory quickly expanded like a blown-up balloon. Within the small universe, the sky trembled and the wind and clouds swirled in constant transformation. Large swaths of new territory begin to appear, at first chaotic, but gradually evolving and harmonizing with the powers of the 7 elements, becoming part of her small universe. Yang Kai remained vigilant, but he wasn't worried. Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough was a seamless and stable process, devoid of any signs of instability. As long as she remained focused, her breakthrough posed no real risks. Advancement in the open heaven realm carried a certain degree of danger. Without a sturdy foundation, rushing a breakthrough could lead to unforeseen complications during the expansion of one small universe. For example, some of the newly formed territory might not have fully evolved and instead retain their initially chaotic state. Such an occurrence would undoubtedly have a profound impact on a person. It could cause anything from minor damage to total collapse of their small universe, which would end in their demise. Ruoxi did not face such risks as she had a solid foundation, coupled with her unique bloodline. As a result, the new territories swiftly evolved into thriving lands. Yang Kai had undergone numerous breakthroughs in the past, but he had only sought to enhance his strength without paying much attention to the process itself. However, this time, as Ruoxi's protector and witnessing the various transformations of her small universe, he experienced a unique sense of enlightenment. It was commonly believed that Mo had reached the creation realm that stood above the Ninth Order open heaven realm. However, no one could adequately explain what the creation realm was, not even Song nor Wu Kuang. It wasn't that they didn't want to, it was rather that they did not know how, for they had never reached that realm. Yang Kai used to believe that the creation realm referred to the ability to create life from nothing. The Black Ink clan was a creation of Mo, who was capable of producing such terrifying existences such as the Black Ink giant spirit gods. The title of creator was certainly well deserved. For all Black Ink clansmen, Mo was their creator. Throughout the universe, the only existence of a similar level of power as Mo was the primordial light. The primordial light had stripped itself of its yin and yang elements to create the serene glimmer and burning light. Its innumerable points of light produced countless divine spirits. In other words, it possessed the power of creation. But was that really the power of the creation realm? At a fundamental level, the Black Ink clan was merely a peculiar extension of Mo's power, which meant Mo did not truly create life from nothingness. Whether it was the Black Ink clan soldiers or the Black Ink giant spirit god, without Mo's power, they had no basis for existence. Are the divine spirits not technically an extension of the power of the primordial light? Is that all there is to the creation realm? Or am I misunderstanding something? According to this logic, when a cultivator reached the peak of the Emperor realm, they would begin to condense their own grand Tao into a Tao seal, refine the power of the seven elements, and use that as a foundation to split heaven and earth apart within their bodies, creating their own small universe. So, in a way, didn't every open heaven realm master have creation force? However, those small universes were truly born out of nothingness rather than the extension of the master's power. It was created by the harmonious balance of yin, yang, and five elements. Didn't this mean that all open heaven realm masters possessed the means of using creation force? Where did this power come from, and what distinguished reaching the open heaven realm from the creation realm? Yang Kai suddenly found himself deeply lost in thought, questioning his own grand Tao and exploring an unknown domain. When one's strength was meager, it was difficult to ponder over these things, as their sole focus was to advance to a higher realm and get stronger. But when one had reached their pinnacle and stood at a lofty height, many doubts involuntarily arose. Yang Kai had a vague feeling that if he could understand the answers to these questions, he might discover something incredible. However, his deep contemplation bordered on questioning his very existence. Though he remained standing in the same spot, it was as if he had entered another universe. Big brother Huang and big sister Lan immediately noticed something was amiss and turned their heads towards him. Big brother Huang even called out to him a few times, finally allowing Yang Kai to be jolted back to reality, where he promptly broke out into a cold sweat. The momentary doubt that had risen in him had caused him to doubt his own grand Tao, and it even resulted in his small universe shaking, triggering what felt like an earthquake in Void World. This was highly abnormal. After all, his small universe had a world tree clone to stabilize and protect it. Additionally, his small universe was firm and flawless, impervious to external forces. Even during his battle with a royal lord, his small universe had never trembled. However, though his world tree clone could resist external forces, it could not prevent internal turmoil. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a chill shoot up his spine. If he had continued to linger in that kind of state, it would have inevitably caused immense damage to himself. Though the open heaven realm method of the human race was not flawless, it was the fundamental basis for their rise to power and had been inherited for countless millennia. Before his strength and realm had reached a certain level, it was necessary to be more cautious about such ponderings. Yang Kai was forced to reflect on this matter in silence. Chapter 5679, Consideration. After several more days, Zhang Ruoxi's small universe finally settled, and she succeeded in her breakthrough. Her small universe had grown significantly in both volume and territory, and her aura had reached the esteemed level of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was a sight that left Yang Kai in awe, marveling at the unique wonder of her Heaven's Order bloodline that allowed her to overcome the innate limitations of the Open Heaven Realm method. Without this exceptional gift, Ruoxi's martial Dao would have hit a ceiling at the peak of the 7th Order. This realization stirred up a twinge of envy in Yang Kai, who was still struggling to ascend to the 9th Order realm. However, he needn't worry about what came next for Ruoxi. With her successful ascension to the 8th Order, all she needed to do was to enter retreat for a period to consolidate her newfound strength. As she continued to cultivate, her small universe's heritage would grow stronger, and its territory would expand endlessly until it reached another limit. By then she should be able to break through once again. Only then would she be able to enter the 9th Order realm. Yang Kai turned to the two others and said, "I too must enter retreat for a while. Please look after Ruoxi while I'm gone." Big Brother Huang nodded and replied, "There's no need for you to worry." After bowing to them in gratitude, Yang Kai left a vast amount of 5 elements materials for Ruoxi to use. She no longer needed yin and yang element materials. After all, with Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan here, how could she possibly lack them? After settling everything with Ruoxi, Yang Kai manipulated space principles and left to find a broken universe fragment in the void far away, where he sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Ruoxi's breakthrough had given him much to ponder over, and he needed to enter retreat to reflect on what he witnessed. But, with the lesson from before, he had to pay more attention and care to himself. This retreat wasn't just about improving his cultivation, but also a moment for him to explore his own grand Tao and ponder over the mysteries of the creation realm. Time flew by quickly in the desolate void. After a few years, Zhang Ruoxi awakened to find her new 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation had barely stabilized. Upon discovering that Yang Kai had also gone into retreat, she couldn't help feeling a sense of disappointment. But soon she was swept up in a grand and wondrous plan by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. After witnessing Zhang Ruoxi's ability to harmonize their yin and yang powers, the two of them secretly concocted this plan, knowing that its success would have profound significance for themselves and the human race. Although they had only just met, there was no sense of estrangement among these three, as if they were all part of the same family. Even Ruoxi was caught off guard, realizing only later that these two were the legendary sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. But, looking at their youthful appearances and demeanor, she found it hard to see them as supreme beings from the primordial era, so she decided to treat them like children. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were quite pleased with her decision. They performed a small experiment and it proved to be completely feasible. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were so happy that they almost shed tears of joy. But, although the plan was workable, it was difficult to implement at the moment because Ruoxi's strength was still lacking. She needed to become much stronger before they could perfectly execute their idea. So, the two primordial era supremes urged her to cultivate. Fortunately, before Yang Kai went into retreat, he left behind a lot of 5 elements materials. Ruoxi had some reserves of her own as well, which prevented her from being in the embarrassing situation of not having enough resources. Ordinary masters usually cultivated by building up the heritage of their small universe, and even if they chose to refine materials, they needed to consume complete sets of 7 elements. But in the chaotic dead territory, with the assistance of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, Ruoxi did not need to go through this trouble. She only needed to refine materials of the 5 elements. As for the yin and yang element powers, it was easy to draw them from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. It was the utmost primal and pure power that was difficult for anyone in this world to resolve and harmonize, but that issue was completely resolved thanks to her Heaven's Order bloodline. This meant that Zhang Ruoxi had to refine 2 fewer materials than other masters, saving her nearly 30% of her cultivation time. That was a terrifying improvement in efficiency. To advance from the 8th Order to the 9th Order required on average 10,000 years of accumulation, so a 30% reduction could easily save some 3,000 years of arduous effort. In the chaotic dead territory, while Yang Kai was in retreat to reflect on his various epiphanies, Ruoxi also entered retreat to cultivate. Meanwhile, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan took turns infusing her small universe with their power. They were careful not to overdo it so that Zhang Ruoxi would not be overwhelmed again. In their spare time, they also trained a large army of small stone ray soldiers for Yang Kai. Previously they had only trained them to pass the time. From the primordial era to the present, this was the only game that relieved their boredom. But now that they had Zhang Ruoxi, they had something to look forward to, a hope for the future. Time passed by quickly and soon an entire century had gone by. In the void, Yang Kai opened his eyes with a look of confusion. The more he pondered, the more he found himself unable to grasp the essence of the Grand Tao. He couldn't help but feel nostalgic for the days when he was not as powerful, when all he had to do was focus on increasing his strength. But now he had to embark on a quest to uncover the true nature of the Grand Tao and Heavenly Way, and on this slow and arduous path of the martial Tao, the higher he stood and the more he saw, the more lost he felt. Letting out a light sigh, Yang Kai ceased his ruminations. He knew that his confusion stemmed from not standing high enough. Perhaps after ascending to the ninth order, things would change for him. After spending 100 years in retreat, he had some gains. He had contemplated much about his own Grand Taos and the creation realm, but for now those insights were of no use. Yang Kai, come over here. Big Brother Huang's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Clearly he had sensed that Yang Kai had ended his retreat. Feeling his urgency, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, fearing that something might have happened to Zhang Ruoxi. So he urged space principles and stepped forward, arriving at Big Brother Huang's side as he asked, "What happened?" Before his eyes, Ruoxi sat cross-legged, refining materials to enhance her small universe heritage. Her aura was calm and there was no trace of abnormality. Compared to 100 years ago, her aura was noticeably denser, a sign of her growing strength. Big Brother Huang asked, "Do you have any more 5 elements materials? Bring them all out." Glancing at the illusory Heaven's Order phantom behind Ruoxi's small universe, Yang Kai realized what was happening. "Are you two helping Ruoxi cultivate?" He had a considerable amount of 5 elements materials in his possession, originally prepared for his own future ninth order advancement, but now that Ruoxi needed them, he would not be stingy. He secretly felt that bringing Ruoxi to the chaotic dead territory was the right decision. At least with Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's help, her growth would surely accelerate. If only he had another world tree clone for her, that would be even better. Unfortunately, the old tree was not in good shape at the moment. Last time he had asked for 3 world tree clone seedlings, which was already the limit. If he were to ask again, it would be asking for too much. Given all the 5 elements materials he had, it would be enough for Ruoxi to cultivate for thousands of years, so Yang Kai handed them all to Big Brother Huang, saying, "I'll figure out a way to get some more and send them over later." Big Brother Huang nodded in acceptance. Yang Kai glanced at Ruoxi once more and said, "I'll leave Ruoxi to Big Brother and Big Sister. I still need to look after the human race and cannot stay here for long. Farewell." Big Sister Lan reassured him, "Rest assured, she will be safe here." At present, the greatest danger was the Black Ink clan. However, since suffering a catastrophic defeat in the chaotic dead territory, they dared not set foot in here again. Under normal circumstances, they would not even approach the chaotic dead territory for fear of provoking the 2 supreme beings inside. Yang Kai responded with a nod. When he was ready to leave, Ruoxi suddenly opened her eyes and shouted, "Sir, wait." Yang Kai paused to look at her as Ruoxi said, "I still have to return this item to you, sir." Saying so, she activated her power, and a 7-colored lotus flower flew out from her forehead. It was the soul-warming lotus that Yang Kai had lent her before. "Sir, you are constantly traveling outside facing many dangers. You must be careful," she reminded him. In response, Yang Kai nodded, took the soul-warming lotus and smiled, "You should continue to cultivate here. When you reach the 9th Order Open Heaven realm one day, we shall fight the enemy together." Ruoxi obediently nodded. After a moment of watching Yang Kai leave, Ruoxi sat down cross-legged again and continued to refine 5 elements materials to enhance herself. In the world of masters there were always many farewells. Perhaps a seemingly ordinary separation would be a permanent one, especially in the current environment. To avoid such a situation, one could only become stronger because only through sufficient strength could one protect those they cared for. After leaving the chaotic dead territory, Yang Kai did not linger and returned directly to the Supreme Headquarters. As soon as he exchanged a few words with Mi Jingluan, who was overseeing the situation, Yang Kai learned that the various battlefields had remained much the same over the years, allowing him to relax slightly. In fact, whether it was the human race or the Black Ink clan, they were both in the process of accumulating strength. On the human side, due to the output of talents from the Star Boundary, Myriad Monsters world, and even Yang Kai's small universe, high-rank Open Heavens realm masters were emerging one after another. This was especially so for rising stars who directly ascended to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm during these past years. Many of them had already entered the 8th Order Open Heaven realm and had been in this realm for a few years. As for the battles on the various battlefields, that had not slowed down their cultivation speed. On the contrary, the repeated life and death stimulation tempered their willpower and endurance, allowing them to constantly make breakthroughs and improve. It was estimated that it would not take long before the first of the rising stars of the human race saw the hope of advancing to the 9th Order. The Black Ink clan was the same. There were many new territory lords, more than the 8th Order masters. This was also inevitable. After all, Black Ink clansmen could be created from Black Ink nests, leading their numbers to surpass those of the human race. Among the billions of Black Ink clansmen, there would always be some lucky ones whose strength improved rapidly. A tacit understanding between the two races had been achieved. Now, it only remained to be seen which side could outpace the other, allowing them to seize the initiative. According to the statistics of the Supreme Headquarters, the human race did not have much of an advantage. Overall, it was easier for the Black Ink clan to cultivate than the humans. In the future, the Black Ink clan might be able to create royal lords earlier than the human race. The only advantage of the human race lay in their greater individual strength, their intelligence, and their will to resist. Chapter 5680 Finally Free. In the Grand Hall of the Supreme Headquarters, Mi Jingluan let out a deep sigh as he spoke. Our most pressing concern, junior brother, is the scarcity of resources. Despite the accumulation of the cave heavens and paradises over the years, our people are trapped in just a handful of great territories now. Our access to essential resources has been severely limited, especially now with the explosive increase of Open Heaven realm masters. Their cultivation demands an abundance of resources that our stockpiles simply cannot sustain. Even with all the things you brought back last time, it barely made a dent in the shortfall needed to construct the suppressing Black Ink fortress. The problem of resource scarcity can only be solved by either increasing our resources or reducing our consumption. But we are cultivators. Our cultivation and healing require resources, so how can we reduce our consumption? If we were to do so, how could we expect our soldiers to fight fiercely on the battlefield? We must devise alternative strategies. Over the years, the military merits required by the Army Supply Department to exchange for resources have been increasing every year. Take the simplest 4th Order materials for example. The military merits required to exchange for one have increased by 20% compared to a millennium ago. To make matters worse, some ignorant fools, the managers and commanders, are unaware of the high cost of goods and come to me, their senior brother, at the Supreme Headquarters to clamor for a reduction in price for them? Ouyang Lai was the one he was referring to, and Yang Kai knew about this matter as well. Ouyang Lai even sent someone to relay a message to him, saying that the prices for resources in the Army's supply department were abnormal, and requested that he talk to Mi Jingluan about it. HAA. Mi Jingluan sighed again. Do you think I don't want to reduce the prices? I just can't simply do so. The military merits that our soldiers earn are priceless, paid for with their own lives. If there was a possibility, how could we, the Supreme Headquarters, do such a thing? We just can't achieve two opposing goals at the same time. As for increasing our resource sources, there are only two ways for our human race to do so. One is to mine them from the new Great Territory, and the other is to loot the Black Ink clan. But the resources in the new Great Territory are also limited. After so many years of mining, they may not last much longer. Although looting the Black Ink clan's convoys is a profitable enterprise, it also entails enormous risks, and the amount we can get each time is not stable. In the past, although there were many Open Heaven realm masters in the 3000 worlds, there were not many in the high rank. They were always exclusive to the cave heavens and paradises, and those who had successfully cultivated to the high-rank Open Heaven realm were sent generation after generation to the Black Ink battlefield to fight against the Black Ink clan, resulting in countless casualties. Overall, the resources flowing through the market in the 3000 worlds were more than sufficient for humans to use. But now the situation had changed. The human race was confined to just a dozen or so great territories, and the channels for obtaining resources had decreased greatly, while the number of high-rank Open Heaven real masters had increased exponentially. This increase in demand and decrease in supply resulted in a substantial deficit in resources. Although the various cave heavens and paradises had offered up their reserves, they would not be able to sustain themselves for much longer. After hearing Mi Jingluan's complaint, Yang Kai realized the gravity of the situation. Though the issue of materials had long plagued the human race, he had never given it much thought until now that it had become a pressing matter that demanded immediate attention. If one day the humans were to run out of supplies, the consequences would be dire. Senior brother, if I may ask, do you have a solution? Yang Kai asked solemnly. Mi Jingluan replied, I've given it some thought. The only way to resolve this is to seek resources outside. You have a direct route to the Black Ink battlefield, right? I'd like to request that you send some people there to gather resources. The resources on the Black Ink battlefield were abundant. Within the countless dead universe worlds lay many precious resources waiting to be extracted. If they could successfully harvest them, it would greatly ease the pressure on the humans' demand for supplies. I can do that. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. It's settled then. I'll send people over when the time comes. But senior brother, we'll need some masters to support us if we're going to the Black Ink battlefield. That is still the Black Ink clan's territory, so if the mining teams encounter them, they will be at serious risk without enough masters to protect them. I'll take that into consideration, Mi Jingluan nodded lightly. Then, senior brother, I'll wait for your message, Yang Kai said as he rose from his seat. Leaving the Supreme Headquarters, Yang Kai did not venture far, choosing instead to head to Profound Nether territory. However, since the agreement he made with Six Arms, the battle in Profound Nether territory had not been as intense as before. After all, the territory lords and Eighth Order masters were banned from fighting. Without the clash of such masters from both sides, the battles in Profound Nether territory were relatively tame. At most, skirmishes between the feudal lords and Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm masters took place. Rising stars from both sides continued to make a name for themselves and hone their skills on this battlefield, but for someone like Ouyang Lai, an Eighth Order master, life had become unbearably dull. Forbidden from interfering in battles, but required to remain stationed in Profound Nether territory as a precaution, Ouyang Lai had grown bored to the point of desperation over the past few millennia. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken an interest in the army's logistic affairs at all. He had even requested to be transferred to other great territories like Azure Sun territory, where Eighth Order masters could participate in battles, only to be rejected by Mi Jingluan time and time again. Ouyang Lai was so infuriated that he considered cutting ties with Mi Jingluan and even vented his frustration by insulting him in front of others at the Supreme Headquarters. When he saw Yang Kai coming, Ouyang Lai's eyes filled with tears as he clamored for Yang Kai to leave his seal on the transfer order. The main reason Ouyang Lai hadn't been transferred from Profound Nether territory for all these years was that Yang Kai was like an elusive dragon, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Yang Kai, as the army commander of the Profound Nether army, had Ouyang Lai as his subordinate general. Even if the Supreme Headquarters wanted to mobilize manpower from the Profound Nether army, they would need to go through Yang Kai. Otherwise, what would be the point of having an army commander? Mi Jingluan had previously told Ouyang Lai that as long as he could receive Yang Kai's seal on the transfer order document, the Supreme Headquarters would have no objections. But where and how could Ouyang Lai find Yang Kai? Previously, Yang Kai had been in retreat at the World Tree, so it was not convenient to disturb him. That retreat lasted for some 2,000 years. It was not until Ouyang Lai heard the news that Yang Kai had finally ended his retreat that he rushed back to the star boundary, only to find that Yang Kai had already left. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai appeared in front of him right now. Ouyang Lai was so grateful that he took out the transfer order document that was long prepared and stared at Yang Kai with an attitude that indicated, if you don't agree, I'll die in front of you. Yang Kai looked at the contents of the transfer order document and frowned slightly, his expression inexplicable. After a long time he sighed, Senior brother Ouyang, are you sure you want to leave Profound Nether territory? Absolutely. I can't stand this damn place anymore, he exclaimed. Just looking at what he had been doing for the past 3,000 years. All he did was patrol various forward outposts each day, give speeches to newly arrived soldiers, and then drink until he was thoroughly drunk. He was even bored enough to go to the Black Ink clan and argue with the Six Arms and the other territory lords. These boring and miserable days were nothing compared to charging into battles and killing enemies. Before Yang Kai made an agreement with the Black Ink clan, though the situation in the Profound Nether army was dire, at least they were living boldly and valiantly. For a hot-blooded man like him, even if his life ended in battle, it would still be preferable to a life of obscurity and insignificance. With that said, Ouyang added, "Junior brother, please do not misunderstand me. I am not dissatisfied with you, nor am I dissatisfied with the profound Nether Army. It's just that this environment isn't quite suitable for me. Ever since I joined the Black Ink battlefield all those years ago, I haven't experienced such idle days. Time just crawls by here." Yang Kai nodded in understanding. "I understand. In that case, senior brother Ouyang, please go." Saying so, he stamped his seal onto the transfer order. Ouyang immediately smiled and snatched the document, scanning it before cheering, "I'm finally free." It was as if a prisoner who had been trapped for years had regained his freedom. Ouyang pocketed the document and cupped his fist to Yang Kai. "Junior brother, I'll be reporting to the Supreme Headquarters now. Take care of yourself. I'm sure we'll fight together again someday." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Ouyang couldn't wait to turn and leave. He didn't want to spend another moment in profound Nether territory. He cried out joyously in his heart, "Azure Sun territory, here I come." And his laughter echoed into the distance. Watching Ouyang departing figure, Yang Kai sighed. In life, there would always be unexpected disappointments. Senior brother Ouyang's departure would likely not bring him the satisfaction he hoped for. After bidding farewell to Ouyang, Yang Kai concealed his aura and figure before wandering around profound Nether territory to investigate its situation. With his current cultivation as well as his proficiency in the Tao of Space, he could easily avoid detection even from the innate territory lords if he was careful enough. Profound Nether territory was unremarkable, everything was just as it was when he left so many years ago, except that the number of 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had significantly increased. Without staying long in profound Nether territory, Yang Kai returned to the Supreme Headquarters a few days later to await further orders. Mi Jingluan was quick to prepare, and within a month, everything was ready. When Yang Kai arrived at the main square, he saw that tens of thousands of soldiers had already gathered. However, these soldiers were quite different from the norm. Many of them had either gray or white hair, and although they didn't look particularly old, they certainly weren't young. Their cultivation levels were also generally low, with most of them at the 4th or 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, some even at the 3rd Order. Yang Kai understood immediately that these were the Open Heaven Realm Masters who were born in the early days and their current cultivation had already reached their innate limit. Such a cultivation would be ineffective on the various battlefields, as they would be very vulnerable to corruption from the Black Ink strength. Thus, they were typically assigned to logistics roles. This group of people would have limited usefulness in combat. However, if they were brought to the Black Ink battlefield to mine resources, that wouldn't pose any hindrance. It was clear that Mi Jingluan had considered this issue thoroughly, which was why he had summoned this group of people, wanting Yang Kai to escort them to the Black Ink battlefield. Chapter 5681, Selfishness. Apart from the thousands who were responsible for mining or sourcing resources, 9 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were standing among them. These were the veterans from the Cave Heavens and Paradises, all of whom had participated in the battles on the Black Ink battlefield. Yang Kai respectfully greeted these elders, acknowledging their vital role in protecting the ones tasked with mining the dangerous Black Ink battlefield. While 9 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might not seem like enough, the nature of this mission required a discreet approach. Their presence was only a precaution for any unforeseen circumstances, not to start a conflict with the Black Ink clan. Too large and powerful a force would draw unwanted attention, and it would also affect the deployment of the human race army on the various other battlefields. "Junior brother Yang, we're counting on you," Mi Jingluan nonchalantly instructed. "Senior brother may rest assured." With a nod, Mi Jingluan turned to address the thousands of low-rank cultivators. They knew their mission, and even though they had never set foot on the Black Ink battlefield before, they had heard of it and understood that it was a place where the blood of their ancestors had been shed in defense of their people. While this was not a crusade, how successful they were in amassing resources would play a big role in determining the fate of the human race. Thus, there was no killing intent, but there was still a heavy solemnity in the air. In a sense, going to the Black Ink battlefield to gather resources was another kind of battle, and the stakes were just as high. Soon enough, Yang Kai and the 9 8th Order veterans opened their small universes, allowing the thousands of cultivators to enter in an orderly fashion. As the preparations were finalized, Mi Jingluan quietly informed Yang Kai of a separate mission. "Junior brother, Brother Ouyang has already gone ahead to the Black Prison. When you meet him there, you don't have to say too much, Just take him to Black Ink Battlefield and the others will explain the situation to him. Yang Kai was taken aback as he commented, I thought senior brother Ouyang had already gone to Azure Sun territory. He hadn't seen Ouyang lie in the square just now, but it seemed his guess from before was wrong. Mi Jingluan had obviously arranged for Ouyang Lai to be part of this operation without giving the latter any prior information. Of course, if Ouyang Lai knew about the mission beforehand, he probably would have refused. He had left the Profound Nether Army because he was tired of the dull and boring days and he craved excitement and battle. Guarding Profound Nether territory was not fundamentally different from watching over the teams extracting resources on the Black Ink battlefield. The former was influenced by the agreement between the two races, which forbade the Eighth Order Open Heaven Masters from interfering in battles except in 6 Great Territory battlefields. As for the latter, success depended highly on stealth and evading detection from the Black Ink clan. Comparing the two, life would possibly be even harder for Ouyang Lai on the Black Ink battlefield than in Profound Nether territory. Mi Jingluan let out a sigh. I know what his thoughts are, but after thousands of life and death battles, he has accumulated too many dark injuries that can't be healed. If he could advance to the Ninth Order, it would be alright, but he has no hope of doing so in this lifetime. Those hidden wounds are constantly sapping away his vitality, so he shouldn't participate in fights against the masters of the Black Ink clan anymore. Yang Kai fell silent for a moment before saying, Senior brother Ouyang will definitely blame you later. In response, Mi Jingluan smiled wryly, let him blame me all he wants. It's just my own selfishness. So many of our old friends are gone forever, with more leaving us every day. Someone needs to stay alive to witness the day when the human race triumphs. Yang Kai said, rest assured, senior brother Mi. The younger generation has risen to the challenge and can take over the banner from the seniors to resist the Black Ink clan. As for that day, it will come sooner or later. He turned around and bowed, continuing, take care, senior brother Mi. I hope you and senior brother Ouyang can witness that glorious moment together. Good. Mi Jingluan smiled. Farewell. Yang Kai cupped his fist, turned around and flew away, followed closely by the 9 Eighth Order Masters. Under Yang Kai's guidance, they passed through various great territories, each using their own secret techniques to conceal their auras. This time they were going to the Black Ink battlefield to mine resources, unlike the last time when they went to the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. There were too many Eighth Order Masters on that occasion, nearly 400. So Yang Kai couldn't protect them all when traveling through the Hidden Void corridor. As a result, they had to transit through the no-return pass and could not conceal their movements. However, this time they had to be as stealthy as possible. Otherwise, if the Black Ink clan discovered their movements, it was highly likely that something unexpected might occur. On the way, they encountered some Black Ink clansmen, but there were no elite combatants around guarding them, making it impossible for the enemy to detect Yang Kai and the others' movements. They hurried all the way to Black Territory. Currently, apart from High Heaven Territory controlled by the human race, the new Great Territory, and the Great Territory where the Supreme Headquarters was located, there were Black Ink clansmen in essentially every other Great Territory in the 3,000 worlds. However, there were 2 exceptions, one of which was the Chaotic Dead Territory. After the Black Ink clan suffered a huge loss at the hands of the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer, they declared the Chaotic Dead Territory as a forbidden zone, where even the Royal Lord dared not venture. The second exception was Black Territory, which was once abundant with stars, each containing rich cultivation materials. However, to break the early ancient era super array and kill the Royal Lord that was suppressed and sealed there, the Masters of the Cave Heavens and Paradises, along with their countless disciples, joined forces and mine out the entire Black Territory, harvesting all the resources there and simultaneously breaking the Grand Array. Now, Black Territory was empty with nothing left but broken rubble. Although the Black Ink clan had explored the area before, they found nothing but a barren land, thus they did not bother deploying any forces here. But this worked out well for Yang Kai and his companions. Once they entered Black Territory, they no longer needed to hide. Under Yang Kai's lead, they rushed towards the entrance of the secret passage. Finally, after a couple of days, they arrived at their destination. Yang Kai scanned his surroundings with his divine sense and spotted an asteroid floating nearby before calling out, Senior brother Ouyang. Ouyang Lai leaped out from behind the asteroid and approached Yang Kai with a grin. You've got sharp eyes, brat. I thought I had hidden well, but you still found me. He was clearly in a good mood. Ever since he left Profound Nether territory with his transfer order in hand, he had been feeling quite content. When he noticed the 9 Eighth Order Masters behind Yang Kai, Yang Lai's eyes lit up as he greeted them warmly. They were all old acquaintances who had fought alongside each other on the Black Ink battlefield against the Black Ink clan. Their friendship stretched back to the days when they were cultivating in their respective sects. After some heartfelt conversation, Yang Lai eagerly asked Yang Kai, "Junior brother, why are we going to the Black Ink battlefield this time? Are we going to attack the no-return pass?" Having arrived here at Mi Jingluan's instruction and seeing Yang Kai lead 9 veteran 8th Order Masters over, Yang Lai guessed they were up to something big. This stirred up his battle instincts that had been dormant for over 2,000 years. "I have no issue if we were to attack the no-return pass, but it seems like we are short on manpower." Yang Lai began to worry. A royal lord was guarding at the no-return pass, along with a pseudo-royal lord and many territory lords. It was going to be difficult for them to make any headway with just these few people. However, considering Yang Kai's many achievements in the past, the situation suddenly became clear to him. "I know. We're going to launch a quick raid to destroy those Black Ink nests." He was obviously excited and had a lot to say. Yang Kai did not know how to explain the situation to Yang Lai, but luckily an old veteran who had a close relationship with Yang Lai pulled him aside and said, Yang, don't ask too much. You'll know when we get there." Yang Lai nodded vigorously like a chicken pecking rice. Good. Let's go." Yang Kai nodded and looked around. "Please connect your auras to mine for this journey. I will do my best to protect all of you. However, this void corridor is highly turbulent. If we get separated, please don't panic, senior brothers. Just hold your ground and wait for me to find you while ensuring your own safety." All the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters nodded. "Good." Yang Kai shouted and space principles surged out, causing ripples to spread in front of them like a calm lake that had been disturbed by a stone. Everyone was amazed as they watched. All of them were 8th Order Open Heaven Masters and were capable of breaking the void when they exerted all their might, but none of them could manipulate it skillfully like Yang Kai did. This was the ability of someone who was proficient in the Tao of space. As the ripples spread, a noticeable difference in the void appeared ahead. With Yang Kai's continuous manipulation of space principles, a certain spot ahead of them slowly revealed the illusory phantom of a portal. Looking up, the portal looked like an abyss, chaotic and terrifying. "Stay close to me," Yang Kai urged while taking the lead to step into the portal. Following him were the 10 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, steadily connecting their auras with Yang Kai's. In the passageway ahead, Yang Kai broke through the barrier he had set during his previous transit while also forming a new one behind the last person of their group. If he was alone or even with 2 or 3 people, it wouldn't have been very difficult for Yang Kai to accomplish this. However, with 10 people at once, it was a bit taxing. Fortunately, everything was still within his limits, though it was much more time-consuming than previous trips through this void corridor. Yang Lai and the others all had high cultivation and extensive experience, but walking through this kind of void corridor was a first for them. Still, they didn't dare to look around carelessly for fear of triggering any unnecessary accidents. By sensing their surroundings, they only perceived the chaotic void turbulence and the surging power of chaos filling the surroundings of this mysterious and unpredictable place. Even for 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like themselves, getting lost in such a place would likely not have a good outcome. If they were lucky, they might one day find a way out, but if luck wasn't on their side, they could be trapped here for the rest of their lives. That was why they became increasingly cautious as they proceeded forward. In this peculiar environment, both time and space seemed to blur, and they lost track of how long they had been wandering until a sudden flash of light appeared in front of them. It was only now that they realized they arrived at their destination. Chapter 5682 Furious Yang Lai. The void rippled, and with each expanding wave, a portal gradually revealed itself. Soon after, figures emerged from the portal, one after the other. Yang Kai quickly sealed it up again, making it appear as though nothing had happened. Yang Lai took out a universe chart of the Black Ink battlefield and, after a few comparisons, he determined that they were standing somewhere in the area of the Blue Sky Theater that was once occupied by the Black Ink clan. It was quite far from where Blue Sky Pass was originally positioned, much closer to the royal city. It was at Blue Sky Pass where Yang Kai had risen to prominence, bringing purifying light to the human race and designing the purifying Black Ink battleships, turning what had once been an ordinary great pass among many into a shining beacon of hope. Besides that, Yang Kai's presence allowed Blue Sky Pass to establish the first forward outpost outside of a royal city. Using the numerous universe paradises and universe cave heavens nearby, Blue Sky Pass set up numerous traps that inflicted heavy losses upon the Black Ink clan, severely damaging the latter's foundation in the Blue Sky Theater. This victory set the stage for a crusade, with the Blue Sky Army becoming the first to conquer part of the Black Ink clan's territory, earning it a reputation that echoed through the ages. Yang Kai also took out his universe chart and identified the direction they needed to go in, then led his 10 companions towards the depths of the void. Ouyang Lai followed behind him, completely puzzled, so he asked, "Junior brother, aren't we going in the wrong direction? The no-return pass is that way." The direction they were taking was completely different from where the no-return pass was located, leaving Ouyang Lai confused. Although Yang Kai was tempted to explain everything to him, he chose to hold his tongue, fearing the consequences. "Senior brother, please be patient. I'll explain everything once we arrive." Upon hearing that, Ouyang Lai suppressed his doubts and followed silently. Along the way, Yang Kai left several space beacons behind to be used as waypoints, knowing he would have to come back once he had escorted Ouyang Lai and the others to their destination. They passed by the royal city that was once magnificent, but was now ravaged by the previous wars. The entire universe world was in shambles and broken into numerous fragments, faintly showing the devastation from the battle millennia ago. When the Blue Sky Army had set forth on their crusade, the Black Ink clan's forces in the Blue Sky Theater had not fully recovered, so they were left defenseless against the formidable might of Blue Sky Pass. In the end, the royal city was reduced to rubble and their army was decimated. The old ancestor of Blue Sky Pass, aided by some of the strongest Eighth Order masters, had beheaded the royal lord in that battle. The royal lord's demise marked the complete defeat of the Black Ink clan in the Blue Sky Theater. But that was all in the past now, and Yang Kai had long since left Blue Sky Pass. When Blue Sky Pass went on its crusade, Yang Kai was leading his comrades into battle as part of the Great Evolution Army. To avoid running into teams from the Black Ink clan who were harvesting resources, the humans had to venture deeper into the Black Ink battlefield. Only by putting enough distance between themselves and the enemy could they avoid any disastrous encounters. Only after a month's journey beyond where the royal city was located did Yang Kai stop and sweep the area with his divine sense. Here there were many dead universe worlds with little evidence of mining, making it an obvious place for a fruitful harvest. "This is the spot," Yang Kai declared. The Eighth Order masters didn't object, except for Ouyang Lai, who wore a dark expression and remained silent. He might be impulsive at times and not skilled in cunning schemes, but that didn't mean he was stupid. The many signs on the way here made him understand that this mission might not be as straightforward as he had imagined. There was a high chance that he got tricked by Big Head Me. While he was lost in thought, Yang Kai had already dispersed with the other 9 Eighth Order's masters. He then opened the portal of his small universe, releasing all the cultivators stored inside. Besides them, there were many warships including 2 purifying Black Ink battleships. Ouyang Lai's suspicion grew as he took in the sight before him. The cultivators who had been released were mostly of the 4th and 5th Order Open Heaven realm, some were even in the 3rd Order, and almost all of them were elderly, not the type of lineup one would expect for a significant combat mission. It was more like they were on a retirement trip. Yang Kai turned to the 8th Order masters and said, "I entrust this matter to you. Here is a space beacon for each of you. Please keep it close. Every 100 years or so, I will come to find you and collect the resources you've gathered. It would be troublesome to send everything back that tens of thousands of people had mined. Only Yang Kai could handle it personally. By handing over the space beacons, it would also be convenient for him to locate them in the future. As long as they weren't too far away, Yang Kai could easily locate them and arrive instantly. The 8th Order masters accepted the space beacons and stored them carefully, except for Ouyang Lai, who was now glaring at Yang Kai with eyes spewing flames of anger. With a wry smile, Yang Kai grabbed his arm and slapped a space beacon into his hand, apologizing, "Senior brother Ouyang, if you have any questions please ask the other senior brothers later. Junior brother has other important matters to attend to and can't stay long." The truth was he couldn't face Ouyang Lai's disappointment. Turning his head, he reminded other 8th Order masters, "If you encounter any danger that cannot be resolved, please lead everyone to the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, where the suppressing Black Ink Army is stationed and Dragon Clan Senior Fu Guang is assuming command." This statement caught everyone off guard. They had never heard of the suppressing Black Ink Army and had no idea that Supreme Headquarters had made such arrangements. Moreover, they were surprised to learn that the Dragon Clan's Fu Guang, who had disappeared for so many years, was actually guarding the primordial heaven source grand restriction this whole time. One of the Eighth Order Master immediately nodded and said, "Junior brother may rest assured. Leave them to us and we shall protect them. But what's this about the suppressing Black Ink Army? Can you enlighten us about it?" Everything regarding the suppressing Black Ink Army had been done in secrecy previously to prevent news from spreading and affecting the morale of the human race, but there was no harm in sharing this information with these veteran Eighth Order Masters. Yang Kai thus briefly explained the situation with the suppressing Black Ink Fortress and army. An Eighth Order veteran suddenly realized, no wonder so many elites were reassigned from the various battlefields by the Supreme Headquarters 130 years ago. It was all to form the suppressing Black Ink Army. Another master asked with concern, "Is the situation at the primordial heaven source grand restriction serious?" "It's still within a controllable range and Senior Fu Guang is personally guarding that place, so there's no need to worry," Yang Kai replied. With these words, everyone was relieved. Apart from Giant Spirit God Air, who was still fighting the Black Ink Giant Spirit God in the barren territory, Divine Dragon Fu Guang was currently the strongest master on the human race's side. Having such a master guarding the primordial heaven source grand restriction was indeed reassuring. A moment later, under the gaze of the Eighth Order Masters, Yang Kai took a step forward, and his figure gradually faded away. Yang Lai didn't stop him, but turned to the other Eighth Order Masters and asked through gritted teeth, "Shouldn't you all give me an explanation now?" One of the Eighth Order Masters who had a good relationship with Yang Lai sighed and stepped forward to explain the mission they were tasked with. Learning that this trip was not for any major battle, but just to oversee the gathering of resources, Yang Lai furiously exclaimed, "Big head me, I curse you and your ancestors." The master quickly advised, "Junior brother Yang, calm down. Although there is no war here, this place is still of great significance to the human race. Our soldiers need resources for cultivation and healing, and with the current shortage we can only resort to such measures. Even compared to killing enemies on the battlefield, our mission is no less important. We are all working for the future of the human race." Right, another master went along. "Right, my foot." Yang Lai exploded, his red hair blazing like fire and his whole body seeming to be burning up. He had left profound nether territory for one reason, to kill the enemy on the battlefield, not to come here and babysit these 3rd, 4th and 5th order cultivators tasked with mining resources. In a fit of rage, he strode towards the depths of Black Ink battlefield. "Where are you going, brother Yang?" The Eighth Order Master who tried to calm him down called out in alarm. "I'm going to Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction. I'm joining the suppressing Black Ink Army to kill the enemy." His voice echoed as he flew off into the distance. The other 9 masters looked at each other, unsure of whether to stop him or not. In the end, Yang Lai disappeared without a trace. After a while, one of them finally said, "Thank goodness he didn't go to the no-return pass impulsively." Going to the no-return pass alone was a death sentence, but going to Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction and joining the suppressing Black Ink Army was still acceptable. "Don't worry, he'll come back," another Eighth Order Master said. "How do you know?" "Brother Yang may not be from Great Battle Heaven, but ever since he ascended to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, he has fought on the Black Ink battlefield. He has long become accustomed to military life, and he's a true soldier. Although he has a foul temper, he won't act recklessly in defiance of orders. Otherwise he wouldn't have stayed in profound nether territory for so many years just to get his transfer order stamped," the master explained. Everyone felt that what he said made sense. Yang Lai's behavior was indeed like this. If he was someone who truly acted on impulse, he wouldn't have stayed in profound nether territory for so long. As expected, half a day later, Yang Lai appeared from the depths of the void, still a little mad, but his fury somewhat subsided. An Eighth Order Master welcomed him back personally, patted his shoulder and laughed, Yang Lai, just accept it. Isn't this Mi Jing Luan's favor to us old friends?" Everyone understood why they were sent here to look after the mining team. Each of them had experienced countless life and death crises, and each had accumulated many hidden injuries. As they got older, their conditions deteriorated and some of them had already fallen from their peak state. They all had great passion for protecting and serving the human race, but if the day came when the human race defeated the Black Ink clan, cleared the ashes of war and rebuilt order, the experience of the older generation would be an indispensable guide for the new generation. Sending them here to look after this resource-gathering team was not only Mi Jing Luan's favor, but also for the future of the human race. Yang Lai immediately snorted, "Do I need him to take care of me? I'm still strong and age has only made me tougher. If we're going to fight the Black Ink clan, what are we old guys good for if we don't lead the way and instead shove all the heavy burdens onto those young brats?" Chapter 5683, The Black Ink Clan's Good News. Indeed, we old fogies are still as sharp as ever, but those little brats still have much room to grow. We need to give them a chance to shine. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master knew well that Yang Lai was a stubborn mule and wouldn't challenge him. Yang Lai remained silent for a long time, then finally spoke with a harsh tone, "When I return home someday, I'll twist Big Head Me's head off and use it as a chamber pot." He then thought of Yang Kai and added, "And that young boy, he's not a good thing either. He dared to trick me like this. I'll give him a beating when I see him." "Good. Us fellow brothers will help you." The Eighth Order Master responded with a big smile, "With our combined strength, that brat won't stand a chance." Yang Lai looked at him and sighed heavily, his face full of sadness. It had come to this and there was nothing he could do about it. Soon, tens of thousands were dispersed by the Eighth Order Masters to explore the area nearby for resources. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had already used the space beacons to return to the Blue Sky Theater, still feeling guilty. He could understand Yang Lai's mood, but this was Mi Jingluan's arrangement, so he could not intervene. Moreover, he hoped from the bottom of his heart that veterans like Yang Lai could retire from the battlefield. The number of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was now significant, and many rising stars were active on various battlefields. It was no longer a time when veteran warriors with countless scars had to bear the brunt of the harsh conditions. The younger generation was now capable of taking on the heavy responsibilities of the seniors. However, as Mi Jingluan worried, the problem that plagued human development was still the resources. The emergence of a large number of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters meant a massive demand for resources. Sending some manpower to the Black Ink battlefield to mine resources was one way to solve the problem, but exploration and extraction always took time, so Yang Kai planned to look for solutions elsewhere. Resources were something that the Black Ink clan did not lack. After his last experience at the No Return Pass, Yang Kai was well aware of this fact as they didn't even hesitate to hand over a massive amount of materials as compensation. Since the Black Ink clan didn't lack resources, Yang Kai decided to just steal some. Yang Kai decided to become a hunter. Ever since he heard about the hunters, he had been fascinated by their existence. If he was still a 6th or 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he would have immediately become one and lived a carefree life raiding enemy convoys. However, he was no longer the insignificant person he once was. His strength and status had both elevated him to a position where each of his words and actions had a significant impact on the overall situation. While Yang Kai still yearned to become a hunter, he couldn't risk the unpredictable consequences of such a move. But, on this Black Ink battlefield he did not need to worry at all. When the Black Ink clan and the human race signed their peace agreement years ago, it only applied to the 3,000 worlds. It did not include the Black Ink battlefield. Hunting was also a time-intensive activity that often required patience and careful planning, but since Yang Kai had nothing else to do and was free from the need to cultivate, he could use this time to accumulate resources for the human race. Months later, inside the main hall of the No Return Pass, the Royal Lord sat on the throne of bones, with Yi seated to his left. Territory lords lined both sides of the hall, with their eyes fixed on the Royal Lord. They were all confused and even Yi was puzzled as well. Due to Yang Kai's existence, the Black Ink clan could not afford to let their guard down, even with a new pseudo-royal lord on their side. Yi could not leave the No Return Pass at will, lest Yang Kai found an opportunity to destroy more Black Ink nests here. Since the Royal Lord could not protect everything on his own, they could only ensure the safety of the Black Ink nest by joining forces. That was why the Royal Lord had been staying here all these years, rarely making an appearance. Even when he did come out, he looked gloomy, obviously still upset about Yang Kai's last visit. But with Yi as a capable assistant, the Royal Lord completely became an arm-flinging shopkeeper, leaving all major and minor matters of the Black Ink clan war effort to be handled by him, so he was able to relax. However, at this moment, the Royal Lord's expression looked exceptionally joyful. It was unclear if something had happened on the Great Territory battlefields, or if there had been some breakthrough development in the Black Ink clan. Then, as they recalled the tone in which the Royal Lord summoned them to this conference hall earlier, the Black Ink clan elites secretly anticipated good news. The Royal Lord remained silent, and the territory lords dared not speak without permission either. Instead, it was Yi, a pseudo-royal lord, who smiled and asked, "Sir Royal Lord, is there good news you have to share with us today?" The royal lord chuckled and looked approvingly at Yi. Although he had many loyal followers, only Yi was quick-minded and able to read his intentions. This was also why he was willing to delegate power to Yi. There was no possibility of a power struggle in the Black Ink clan, as Yi's pseudo-royal lord status meant that he could never surpass the real royal lord's authority, so there was no concern over infighting even if so much power was given to Yi. After nodding in approval at him, the royal lord announced the great news: "There is news from the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction." With that announcement, the room erupted in surprise. The territory lords widened their eyes in excitement, while Yi jumped up from his seat, exclaiming, "Sir, has the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction been broken?" Since the battle outside the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction and its subsequent sealing and Mo's slumber, the Black Ink clan had been unable to contact them. However, now the royal lord claimed that there was news from the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, indicating that the Supreme One had awakened and the Grand Restriction had been broken. If this was true, the day when the Black Ink clan would rule all under the heavens would soon arrive. Even Yi, who was usually calm and composed, was overcome with excitement and could not help but shed tears. But the royal lord waved his hand and said, "It's not what you think. The primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction is still there, and the Supreme One is still asleep." The excited territory lords were suddenly silenced like a bucket of cold water had been thrown on them. Then Yi asked, "If that's the case, how did news come from the other side?" "I'm also unsure, and due to the interference of the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, the message is not very clear. All I know is that the humans still have some control over that place and that someone deliberately opened a gap like before," the royal lord replied. "Someone is controlling the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. But it can't be Tsang, can it? How can anyone control the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction? Who is this person?" The territory lords were clamoring and asking questions. They were all innate territory lords who came from inside the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, so they knew about the situation there very well. They knew that Tsang was the last human race master who could control the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, and after his death, no one should be able to do so. But now the royal lord was saying that someone was in control of that place. If this message did not come from the Black Ink clan inside the Grand Restriction, they would never have believed it. While the territory lords were concerned about who was controlling the restriction, Yi picked up on a different piece of information and asked, "Sir, when was the gap opened?" The royal lord answered, "It should have been some 100 years ago." Yi murmured with a frown, "Around 100 years ago? Sir, back then, Yang Kai led several hundred 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of the human race through the No-Return Pass and into the Black Ink battlefield. Considering the timeline, could it be that the person who controls the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction now is Yang Kai?" This was not a wild guess, as Yang Kai often accomplished things that others couldn't. If he was really the one controlling the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, Yi wouldn't be surprised. The royal lord, however, shook his head and said, "It's not him. Although the information from the Grand Restriction is not complete, I've inquired carefully. The person who controls the Grand Restriction now does not resemble Yang Kai at all. It must be someone we don't know about." Yi didn't doubt him and only sighed, "The human race still has such a heritage." After Tsang's death, it was assumed that there would be no one who could control the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction again. This was good news for the Black Ink clan, as they could easily break it once the Supreme One awakened. However, it was different if someone was guarding it. Even the Supreme One couldn't underestimate the power of the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, or else it wouldn't have been trapped for so many eons already. Yi continued to ask, "But if the human race has someone who can control the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, why did they take the initiative to open a gap?" The royal lord replied, "Those inside the Grand Restriction can sense that the human controlling it now is much weaker than Tsang, so their control over the Grand Restriction is far inferior. This person must have opened the gap to alleviate the pressure he was facing. This is clearly something the human race had planned to do long ago. When Yang Kai passed through the No-Return Pass with those hundreds of 8th Order Masters, it was to go to the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. Now there is an elite human race army and a divine dragon, Fu Guang, fighting against those who are rushing out. This has been happening for over 100 years. Yi suddenly realized, Curse those humans. When the territory lords below heard that their clansmen were being constantly killed at the primordial heaven source grand restriction, they immediately started clamoring again. A territory lord even stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Sir Royal Lord, please let me lead a large army to the primordial heaven source grand restriction to coordinate with those inside and crush those humans." Yi immediately stopped him. That would not be appropriate. Although the territory lord was intimidated by Yi's pseudo-royal lord authority, he couldn't help but ask, "Why is it not appropriate?" Yi explained, "When Yang Kai passed through the no-return pass, he had as many as 408th Order open heaven with him, and that's just what we could see on the surface. Although there were suspicions at the time, we couldn't be sure. Now that we have first-hand information, we can confirm that those 400 we saw that day were not the entire human force. Many more must have been staying in their small universes, which is why they were able to form a large army at the primordial heaven source grand restriction." Chapter 5684 How Despicable. This human race army must be filled with elites with exceptional strength. Otherwise they wouldn't have been able to ambush and kill the clansmen who broke through the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Furthermore, there is also a divine dragon on their side. If we want to go against such an army, we can't afford to send in too few masters from our side, or we will just be sending them to their deaths. However, if we draw too many of our forces away from the front lines, how can we stabilize the situation on the various battlefields? The humans will inevitably seize the opportunity to attack and break through our defenses. Saying so, Yi then looked at the royal lord and asked, "Do you know how many people are in that army?" "There shouldn't be more than 10,000 in total, which isn't a lot, but each individual is quite strong, especially those 408th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Additionally, they seem to have a large-scale artifact similar to a Great Pass with them." A Great Pass. Yi furrowed his brow, and the territory lords all became fearful. Although all of the Great Passes that still survived were abandoned around the No-Return Pass and were now occupied by the Black Ink clan, it had cost them a massive price to capture them. If it weren't for the two Black Ink giant spirit gods aiding them at the time, the Black Ink clan would not have been able to conquer the No-Return Pass. Now, with an elite army stationed at the primordial heaven source grand restriction and a Great Pass-like artifact assisting them, it was no wonder they had the confidence to open a gap in the grand restriction to alleviate the pressure. Yi couldn't help but sigh deeply. The humans' heritage remains as powerful as ever. Just from the fact that the humans were able to withdraw so many elites to the primordial heaven source grand restriction without any impact on the situation in the various battlefields was enough to prove that the human race of today was not the same as the one from 3,000 years ago. After the war in the Barren Territory, the human race had sunk to its lowest point. The Great Territory battlefields were all in a passive state of defense, and Profound Nether Territory was almost conquered by the Black Ink clan. If it weren't for Yang Kai's sudden appearance at the critical moment, Profound Nether Territory would have fallen into the hands of the Black Ink clan. Yes, it was all because of Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai appeared in Profound Nether Territory, the human race's plight had gradually been reversed. How did he even manage to accomplish such things? After careful observation, Yi realized that Yang Kai didn't do much. Although he had killed many innate territory lords, it hadn't significantly impacted the balance of power between the two races. No matter how powerful he was just a single individual and could not wipe out the entire Black Ink clan. The true root of the matter lay in the peace agreement between the two races. The constraints of the peace treaty had provided a relatively safe training space for the younger generation of the human race. While this alone might not seem significant, what was crucial was that the human race had the Star Boundary and the Myriad Monsters World, two open heaven realm cradles. The combination of such a relatively stable cultivation environment and a continuous influx of talented successors had shaped the human race's formidable heritage over thousands of years. It was a pity that when Yang Kai's reputation was at its peak and all the innate territory lords trembled at the mere mention of his name, he proposed the peace agreement. Who would dare to reject him at that time? Looking at the current situation, this was all Yang Kai's cunning plan. Even if the Black Ink clan had seen through it at the time, though, they could only accept it. Yi also caught on at this point. He thus grew more afraid of and suspicious of Yang Kai since he not only possessed incredible combat power but also had a far-seeing perspective. He was a great threat to the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clan had naturally thought about how to deal with this issue and concluded that the best course of action would be to destroy the Star Boundary and the Myriad Monsters World, the places that contributed to the continuous enhancement of the human race's heritage. They were just two trivial universe worlds. If given the chance, any territory lord or Eighth Order Black Ink disciple could easily deal with them. However, the Black Ink clan simply could not find the opportunity to do so, as every soldier that had been recalled from the front lines had to pass through a grand array filled with purifying light. Even if a Black Ink disciple had impure intentions, the purifying light would cleanse and dispel any Black Ink strength within them. Moreover, both the Star Boundary and the Myriad Monsters world had multiple powerful masters stationed there all year round, standing guard. The voice of the Royal Lord came through, bringing Mo back to focus. This king has asked if they need support over there, but those within the Grand Restriction believe it would be unwise to cause a commotion. They are working on finding other ways through the Grand Restriction, and if they succeed they will be able to break free. Mo perked up and asked, "Can they do it?" He knew firsthand just how formidable the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction was. When he was inside it years ago, many Black Ink clansmen had attempted to breach it from within, but all had failed. The Royal Lord replied, "Since they've said as much, there should be some progress. Although we do not know who the person overseeing the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction is now, their strength is far inferior to Tsang, so their control is obviously not as good either. Furthermore, opening a gap in the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction has had some impact on its integrity, which may have provided some opportunities for those inside." Mo nodded lightly. The Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction was extremely ancient and had been operating constantly for millions of years. The new human race master overseeing it was not like the legendary Tsang, a powerful monster with unfathomable experience. They couldn't be fully prepared, and as long as there was even the slightest flaw, those within the Grand Restriction would not miss that chance. Today the Royal Lord summoned many of his territory lords to share the good news. He wasn't worried about any territory lord leaking the information because the Black Ink clan was not the same as the human race. If a human was corrupted by Black Ink strength, they would tell everything they knew to the Black Ink clan, but the Black Ink clan would never leak critical information to the humans. After a while, the Royal Lord left, and the rest quickly dispersed as well, while Mo walked away, frowning deep in thought. He was thinking about none other than Yang Kai. Over 100 years ago, Yang Kai led a group of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters through the No-Return Pass and into the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. There had been no news about him for all this time, and no one knew where he had gone or what he was up to. If it were an ordinary Eighth Order Master, Mo wouldn't have cared, but Yang Kai was different. Whatever the circumstances, Yang Kai had even killed a pseudo-royal lord, which was enough to make Mo take him seriously. After thinking for a while, Mo couldn't come to a conclusion. Yang Kai's whereabouts had always been elusive, and it seemed that even the human side had difficulty keeping track of him. He was once again relieved when he thought about how Yang Kai had no hope of reaching the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm. If this headache-inducing menace had a chance to ascend to the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm, how could they handle him? "Sir Mo a territory lord approached suddenly. Mo turned his head and saw one of his territory lords in charge of logistics. He nodded and asked, "What's the matter?" The territory lord replied, "Sir, several squads that were supposed to return with resources have not returned yet." This wasn't a big deal, but since Mo was in charge of everything related to the no-return pass by the Royal Lord's orders, he still had to investigate all abnormal occurrences. The territory lords had also become accustomed to his meticulous style, so they would come to him with any matter, big or small. "How long are they overdue?" Mo frowned, feeling that something was off. The territory lord replied, "The earliest squad was supposed to have returned a month ago, while the latest should have arrived at the no-return pass 5 days ago." "Have you sent anyone to investigate?" "Yes, a team has been sent and we should receive a report in a few days." Mo nodded, "Notify me the moment you have answers." "Yes." A few days later, the feudal lord in charge of gathering news sent a message to the no-return pass using his Black Ink nest. The teams responsible for transporting materials had already set off for the no-return pass, but mysteriously disappeared halfway. When the news reached Mo he immediately realized the problem. The teams transporting resources disappeared without a trace, but the human race had no presence on the Black Ink battlefield other than at the Grand Restriction. Over the years, the Black Ink clan had been constantly mining resources from the Black Ink battlefield and transporting them to the front lines without any issues. However, recently, several squads transporting resources disappeared for no reason. Someone must be causing trouble? The first person that came to Emo Na Ye's mind was Yang Kai. Only Yang Kai could do such a thing. Considering that he had gone deep into the Black Ink battlefield over 100 years ago and had not been seen since, it was almost certain that Yang Kai was now camping near the no-return pass, waiting for the Black Ink clan's resource teams to appear so he could rob them. Shameless. Emo Na Yi immediately took out a communication bead and transmitted a message using his divine sense. This communication bead was left to him by Yang Kai the last time they met when he needed to hand over a batch of resources. Emo Na Yi hadn't thrown it away, thinking that he might be able to use it to probe Yang Kai's location in the future. He didn't expect it to be useful so soon. After a while, the communication bead in his hand trembled slightly, causing Emo Na Ye's brow to twitch. Yang Kai was really near the no-return pass. The movement of the communication bead was undoubtedly a sign that the message had been successfully transmitted. 10 million kilometers outside of the no-return pass, on a lone universe fragment, Yang Kai hid his figure and surveyed the surroundings with his divine sense. His current divine sense was incredibly powerful, and from this location he could monitor the movements of all Black Ink clan squads returning from the Black Ink battlefield. Over the last month or so, he had raided 5 Black Ink clan teams, seized their resources and made a great deal of profit. He didn't raid all the Black Ink clan squads but selectively chose a few. After all, he was doing business without investment, so he couldn't be too excessive. To continue this venture for a long time, he needed to take a steady approach. Otherwise, the Black Ink clan would probably act out in rage, damaging his future prospects. As he was monitoring the movements of the void around him, Yang Kai suddenly felt something and took out a communication bead. With his divine sense, he probed it and couldn't help but praise Emo Na Ye's quick thinking. He knew that he couldn't hide his actions for long, so Yang Kai deliberately wore this communication bead on his body. He just didn't expect Emo Na Yi to contact him so quickly. The message in the communication bead was very simple, with only one sentence. "Sir Yang, can we meet?" It was obvious that Emo Na Yi had already concluded that Yang Kai was involved in the disappearance of the teams transporting resources. Chapter 5685 Wanting the Lion's Share. On the universe fragment, Yang Kai hesitated for a moment upon receiving Emo Na Ye's message, originally intending to ignore it. But after giving it some thought, he realized that there was no point in being sneaky about things and decided to confront Emo Na Yi directly. So, he immediately surged his divine sense and sent a message through the communication bead. At the same time, inside the no-return pass, Emo Na Ye's communication bead trembled once again. He quickly immersed his mind in it to investigate, and in the next moment, boundless anger surged within him, almost causing his lungs to explode. The message in the communication bead was straightforward, consisting of only 2 words, 50%. Although it seemed incomprehensible at first glance, Emo Na Yi instantly understood Yang Kai's intention. This bastard was clearly demanding 50% of the resources excavated by the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield. His appetite was simply outrageous. These resources were mined by the Black Ink clan and were intended to be transported to the frontline battlefields to enhance the Black Ink clan's strength. It was all meant to be used against the human race, but now, without any effort on their part, the humans wanted to take away 50% of them. Moreover, if the human race were to use these resources to enhance their own strength, it would inevitably harm Black Ink clan. Emo Na Yi would never agree to such an act of aiding the enemy. If he did, he would forever become a criminal in the eyes of the Black Ink clan. The more Emo Na Yi interacted with Yang Kai, the more he found the latter to be difficult to deal with. At this moment he had formed a new evaluation of him. Yang Kai was shameless beyond all imagination, able to make such outrageous demands without any scruples. It was simply unbelievable. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Emo Na Yi sent a message to the territory lord in charge of the resource affairs, asking him to come over. At the same time he feigned ignorance and replied, "Sir Yang, what do you mean? Please explain in detail." The communication bead quickly trembled, and Yang Kai replied with only 2 words, "Ha ha." Emo Na Ye's brow twitched, and Yang Kai's annoying face inexplicably appeared in his mind, causing the anger he had just suppressed to surge up again. "Sir Emo Na Yi." The summoned territory lord quickly arrived and bowed respectfully. Emo Na Yi looked up and asked, "How many teams are overdue from the past month?" "5, sir," replied the territory lord. "And how many have returned?" "Also 5. 5 teams had disappeared and 5 had returned. This was precisely 50%. Yi knew that this was no coincidence, but rather Yang Kai's intentional doing. His meaning was evident. The Black Ink clan could refuse his offer, but he would still be able to take 50%. In fact, if Yang Kai wanted to, there was a good chance he could take the other 50% as well. This was open bullying. Facing such a tricky opponent, Yi had always been patient and avoided confronting him head-on because he knew that Black Ink clan had no way of dealing with Yang Kai at the moment. In terms of strength, both he and the Royal Lord were stronger than Yang Kai, and if they were to fight it out in a one-on-one fashion, they could easily suppress him. However, if they couldn't kill Yang Kai, all hostility towards him would be meaningless. The Divine Spirit Ancestral Land was a great opportunity to kill him as the Four Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda array blocked the entire space, leaving Yang Kai with no place to use his greatest strength. It was the best opportunity the Black Ink clan had to kill him. It was a pity that Diwu had messed things up. Not only did the Black Ink clan lose many innate territory lords, but even Diwu was killed. The Tao of Space was undoubtedly the most troublesome Grand Tao for the Black Ink clan. Apart from Yi and Royal Lord, none of the other masters on the Black Ink clan side were a match for Yang Kai. 3,000 years ago, Yang Kai was capable of slaughtering territory lords as easily as chickens, but at that time he still needed to use his strange soul secret technique to achieve such remarkable results. Now, 3,000 years later, Yang Kai's strength had increased significantly, and innate territory lords were no longer a challenge for him. Even if they formed a battle formation, territory lords might not be able to do much against this menace. How could Yi not be cautious in the face of such an opponent? The whole reason why they had made peace with the human race back then was also because of this. In the current situation, Yang Kai's had become a nightmare that the Black Ink clan could not contain. Since that was the case, they could only place their hopes on the future. If the Black Ink clan managed to produce many royal lords one day, then the role that Yang Kai could play would naturally be greatly reduced. Over the years, Yang Kai had been traveling around, his whereabouts elusive, and his reasons unknown. Yi never imagined that one day this guy would block the no-return pass and personally loot resources from the Black Ink clan. Although angry and annoyed, he saw the underlying message through the situation's appearance. The human side must be running out of resources. Otherwise, there was no reason for a master like Yang Kai to act like this. For this reason more than any other, Yang Kai's impudent demand could not be agreed to. As long as the Black Ink clan held on a little longer, the human race would only face more shortages, and even if they had countless rising prodigies without enough supplies, their cultivation would not improve. Yi was anxiously trying to communicate with Yang Kai through the communication bead while summoning all the territory lords of the no-return pass. Within moments, hundreds of territory lords gathered in the main hall, but this time the royal lord did not appear and only Yi stood below the throne of bones. Although the royal lord was absent, Yi did not dare to sit on the main throne, which was exclusively reserved for the royal lord. As a pseudo-royal lord, he did not have the qualifications to sit there. Looking at the group of puzzled territory lords below, Yi stated bluntly, Yang Kai is currently somewhere outside of the no-return pass. Some of the more belligerent territory lords began clamoring to lead their armies to surround and kill Yang Kai. The more timid ones turned pale because they had suffered losses at Yang Kai's hand. Yi took in the expressions of the territory lords and continued, the human race doesn't have enough resources, so now Yang Kai has come to plunder our supply transports. Although the losses are small for now, if this issue is not resolved soon, our resources will probably be cut in half compared to previous years. This will inevitably affect our plans for conquest. The noisy territory lords instantly quieted down, while a particularly sturdy-looking one cupped his fist and asked, how should we solve this problem, Sir Yi? Yi declared, the matter of resources is fundamental to both the Black Ink clan and the human race. The plundering of ours is a secondary loss compared to helping the human race grow stronger. For now, I need you to investigate Yang Kai's movements and escort the resource transports and their goods back. The sturdy territory lord then said, if that's the case, we have to move in teams capable of assuming battle formations. Against that killing star, not forming a battle formation would be equivalent to sticking out our necks and letting him chop our heads off. Fortunately, in recent years, the territory lords of the Black Ink clan had not been idle and had been diligently practicing various battle formations. It was ridiculous to say that these innate territory lords were already powerful enough to not fear any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm masters, but just because of Yang Kai's presence, They had to practice these battle formations to protect themselves. This was humiliating, but they were left with no other choice. Mo Na Yi nodded. Yes, you will all need to form battle formations, with 4 symbols formations being the minimum requirement to face Yang Kai. Only territory lords who can form a 4 symbols formation can perform this task. Those who cannot should not go out for the time being. A battle formation was not something that could be just casually formed. The human race squads could do this because they grew and developed in a totally different environment compared to the Black Ink clan. The invasion and oppression of the Black Ink clan had long made all human race masters sincerely united. Each squad also had time to become familiar with each other through daily interactions and battles, so no matter when or where, they could easily form battle formations as there was innate trust among each other. It was different for the Black Ink clan, especially the innate territory lords, as each of them was born strong and naturally had their own arrogance and opinion. They were not willing to fully trust each other and entrust their lives to others, preferring to believe in their own selves above all else. This wasn't a surprise though, as in the face of danger, the first reaction of most living beings was to protect themselves. At the time of forming a battle formation, the auras of all in the formation were linked, essentially turning them into a single entity. However, once an individual had the intention to protect themselves over the group, the battle formation would collapse. That was why, when Di Wu led 20 innate territory lords to surround and kill Yang Kai in the ancestral land, the battle formations they formed were only 4 symbols formations. It was not because they lacked the numbers, but rather because forcing a more advanced battle formation was impossible. Most of the territory lords of the Black Ink clan could only form the 4 symbols formation at most, with a select few capable of forming the 5 elements formation. No 6 paths formation had ever been formed among them. In fact, this was not a problem unique to territory lords. It was also difficult for 8th order human masters to form a 6 paths formation, though not impossible. So far, the highest record for 8th order masters was a 7 stars formation, which happened during a life or death crisis against a royal lord. The higher the individual strength, the more difficult it was to form a battle formation. This principle applied to both the humans and the Black Ink clan. For example, back when Yang Kai was squad leader of Dawn, he led his squad members to kill many enemies and once formed a 9 palaces formation. However, if he were to try to form such a formation with other 8th order masters now, he would not be able to do so. With the command from Mo Na Yi given, a few territory lords relaxed because they could not form a battle formation with other territory lords at all. Unexpectedly, this lack of competence had allowed them to avoid a potential crisis. Mo Na Yi then deployed all the territory lords who could form battle formations into 2 groups. One group was responsible for searching for Yang Kai's whereabouts outside the no-return pass, with the other was responsible for protecting the squads returning from gathering resources in the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. He then said, "The objective this time is not to kill Yang Kai. If you encounter him, prioritize self-preservation." After speaking these words aloud, Mo Na Yi could not help but feel a sense of helplessness deep down in his heart. Faced with a master like Yang Kai, he actually unconsciously gave up the idea of killing him. Now he only hoped that the acquired territory lords would grow up soon. As long as more royal lords appeared in the Black Ink clan, the threat that Yang Kai posed to the Black Ink clan would be greatly weakened. The territory lords then dispersed quickly, following Mo Na Yi's previous assignments. They dared not be careless, forming 4 symbols and 5 elements formations immediately after leaving the no-return pass and quickly dispersing as they headed towards the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. Back in the main hall, Mo Na Yi looked at the more than 10 territory lords who remained, furrowing his brow slightly before waving his hand. "Be vigilant against any potential attacks from Yang Kai." "Yes." The territory lords then left with their orders. Chapter 5686 Menkei. After leaving the main hall, Mo Na Yi headed straight towards the high-rank Black Ink nest belonging to that royal lord. Ever since Mo Na Yi had been entrusted with the affairs of the no-return pass and the entire Black Ink clan after his ascension to the rank of pseudo-royal lord, the royal lord frequently stayed inside this Black Ink nest and rarely ventured out. It was only because he had received the news from the clansmen inside the primordial heaven source grand restriction a few days ago that the royal lord made an appearance to deliver good news to the many territory lords. Standing before the Black Ink nest, Mo Na Yi sighed inwardly. Despite having arranged for clansmen to track Yang Kai's movements and protect the teams carrying resources, their enemy was Yang Kai. No matter how meticulous the arrangements were, they were simply not secure enough. In front of the territory lords, Mo Na pretended to be resolute and unwilling to give up anything, but he knew that if Yang Kai really had his sights set on Black Ink Clan's resources, they would not be able to stop him. At present, the Black Ink Clan seemed to be flourishing, but there was a simmering danger as the human race grew stronger bit by bit, gradually narrowing the gap in power between the two sides. Mo Na had long felt a strong sense of crisis brewing in his heart. He could only hope that there would be some pleasant surprises from the primordial heaven source grand restriction soon. Meanwhile, a female feudal lord, who was a personal attendant to the royal lord of relatively low cultivation, came out of the black ink nest and greeted Mo Na "Sir Mo Na, please come in." Mo Na nodded and followed the feudal lord into the black ink nest. Soon they saw the royal lord using the black ink nest to communicate with the outside world. Mo Na waited quietly without disturbing him, knowing that the royal lord was probably speaking with those inside the primordial heaven source grand restriction. After a while, the royal lord withdrew his consciousness from the black ink nest space, and Mo Na noticed a hint of joy in his expression. He understood instantly that there might be some pleasant surprises from the primordial heaven source grand restriction. He didn't ask too much as the royal lord would say if he wanted to. Instead he just respectfully bowed. The royal lord sat down and asked, "What's the matter?" He knew Mo Na wouldn't come to see him without a specific reason. Since Mo Na was here, it must be a matter of importance. Mo Na immediately summarized Yang Kai's raid on the Black Ink Clan's resources outside of the no-return pass and told the royal lord about Yang Kai's demand for a 50% share. Hearing this, the royal lord was infuriated, and his good mood was instantly ruined. Impudence! How dare he make such a request? We already compensated him with a large amount due to the ancestral land incident, yet he is still not satisfied? Mo Na understood that the human race was lacking in resources while the Black Ink Clan had plenty, so naturally Yang Kai came to Black Ink Clan to take advantage of them. After allowing the royal lord to vent his anger for a while, Mo Na continued, "Sir Royal Lord, I have ordered the territory lords to search for Yang Kai's whereabouts and also ordered escorts for the transport teams. However, Yang Kai is proficient in the Tao of space and his combat strength is extremely high. Even if the territory lords form battle formations, they may not be able to match him if they encounter him." The royal lord pondered for a moment before saying, "You must personally take action and find an opportunity to kill him." Mo Na shook his head and replied, "I have considered this option, but if I leave the no-return pass, Yang Kai may find an opening to infiltrate. What if he comes to the no-return pass and targets the black ink nest?" These words made the royal lord's face darken. 3,000 years ago, with him standing guard, the black ink nests in the no-return pass would still be safe, but after Yang Kai emerged from his long retreat and revealed his strength, the royal lord knew that he alone could not protect all the black ink nests in the no-return pass. During these 3,000 years, Yang Kai's strength had increased that much. Furthermore, Mo Na considered and said, "Due to the ancestral land incident, our Black Ink Clan suffered significant losses. If we anger him again this time, the situation may be difficult to contain. They wouldn't know how many resources they would have to offer up if the situation reached that point." Upon hearing this, the royal lord abruptly turned his head and glared at him. "Our Black Ink Clan has so many rising talents, yet we can't even deal with one damn human?" The wrath directed at him frightened Mo Na who immediately lowered his head and replied, "It is all due to my incompetence." The atmosphere in the black ink nest became tense as Mo Na suppressed his aura while the attendants who lived in the black ink nest also held their breaths. After a while, the royal lord said, "Create another pseudo-royal lord and let him secretly guard the no-return pass with me while you deal with Yang Kai." Create another pseudo-royal lord? "But sir, the number of our innate territory lords has decreased greatly. If we create another pseudo-royal lord?" Mo Na was startled by the suggestion. In fact, he had discussed this matter with the royal lord before. Although the creation of a pseudo-royal lord represented the loss of more than 10 innate territory lord and a high-rank black ink nest, as long as it was for an appropriate purpose, it would still be useful for the Black Ink Clan. However, as Mo Na said, after thousands of years of battles, the number of innate territory lords in the Black Ink Clan had decreased sharply and was now quite low. Not to mention that every high-rank black ink nest sacrificed was a heavy blow. In the grand scheme of things, it was not suitable to create too many pseudo-royal lords. Both Di Wu and Mo Na were pseudo-royal lords created because of Yang Kai's existence. Unexpectedly, because of this killing star, the royal lord actually had the idea to create another pseudo-royal lord. If this continued, the number of innate territory lords in the Black Ink clan would continue to decrease sharply. "Rest assured, it won't cause any major problems if we only create one more," said the royal lord calmly. Mo Na Yi was initially stunned, as this was different from the royal lord's previous attitude towards creating pseudo-royal lords. However, thinking about the primordial heaven source grand restriction situation, Mo Na Yi suddenly realized something and immediately accepted the order. "I will arrange it immediately." The royal lord snorted. "When the new pseudo-royal lord is created, you go and deal with Yang Kai directly. Try to provoke him as much as possible and make him come to the no-return pass. I will wait for him here with the new pseudo-royal lord." Yes. Mo Na Yi couldn't help feeling a little excited. If the royal lord's strategy worked as planned, they might really have a chance to take down Yang Kai. Shortly after, a dozen or so territory lords stationed at the no-return pass were once again summoned. Learning that the royal lord was asking them to perform source fusion, the territory lords had mixed feelings. They had originally been left at the no-return pass to avoid the risk of facing Yang Kai because they couldn't meet the requirements of the battle formations. However, they did not expect that they could avoid Yang Kai but not the orders of the royal lord. The source fusion technique was extremely dangerous, with fewer than 1 in 10 being able to survive it. Who could guarantee that they would be the one to live? The birth of the first 2 pseudo-royal lords had already sacrificed 25 innate territory lords. Could they be so lucky to avoid sacrificing themselves? It was as the saying went for the human race, fortune and misfortune walk hand in hand. However, the royal lord's order had been given, and they were powerless to disobey it. Under Mo Na Ye's supervision, 12 innate territory lords entered a high-rank Black Ink nest and began to perform the source fusion technique. One by one, the auras of the innate territory lords disappeared as the Black Ink nest shook incessantly. Several days later, when the last remaining territory lord's aura had completely merged with the Black Ink nest, a new pseudo-royal lord was born. Meng-Ke. Mo Na Yi stayed at the no-return pass for another month, allowing Meng-Ke to familiarize himself with his new strength before he rushed out into the depths of the void. During this month's time, the Black Ink clan lost 8 teams that were transporting resources, a significant increase compared to the month before. The response from the Black Ink clan seemed to have completely removed Yang Kai's apprehensions. Previously, half of the teams were allowed to return, but now they had almost all been wiped out. A few days later, in the depths of the void, Mo Na Yi met with 4 territory lords who had been maintaining a 4 symbols formation. They had clearly experienced a great battle recently, but it had ended almost as quickly as it began. There were many bodies of Black Ink clan soldiers left behind, but the 4 territory lords remained unharmed. Seeing Mo Na Yi, the 4 exhausted territory lords finally had the opportunity to catch their breath as maintaining the 4 symbols formation consumed a great deal of their focus and energy. Though it was manageable for a short time, these 4 territory lords had not dared to relax once since leaving the no-return pass. No one knew when the human-killing star Yang Kai would appear. If they did not maintain the battle formation at all times, they might die the moment he mysteriously showed up. "Sir Mo Na Yi." The 4 territory lords saluted apologetically. Mo Na Yi looked around, frowning. "He didn't fight you?" The dead here were just some ordinary Black Ink clan soldiers, and the 4 territory lords had no wounds on them, which was obviously suspicious. The 4 territory lords glanced at each other, and the leader sighed. "He moves stealthily, and we find it difficult to predict when he will appear." Mo Na Yi nodded in understanding. If Yang Kai didn't want to fight, they could do nothing about it, so he instead asked, "What about the resources?" The territory lord who had spoken before looked even more ashamed. "It was originally with me. After meeting with the team transporting the resources, he took the space ring which contained them. And then Yang Kai took it from me." Mo Na Yi frowned again. "How did he take it from you if he did not come face to face with you?" The space ring was so small and could easily be kept close to the body. Unless Yang Kai had completely incapacitated them, they should not have been easily robbed. The territory lord hung his head. "I handed it over." Mo Na Yi's eyes narrowed in response, staring fiercely at the territory lord, who explained in a frightened voice, "Yang Kai locked us with his divine sense and threatened to kill us even if it meant damaging his soul if we didn't hand it over. So you just gave it to him?" Mo Na Yi roared furiously. "Please punish us, sir." The 4 territory lords looked terrified. They had no choice. It wasn't that they were cowardly, but when Yang Kai locked them down with his divine sense, the immense sense of danger forced them to make that choice. At that moment they had no doubt that Yang Kai had the ability to kill them. Emonai took a deep breath. Though he was angry, he knew that it wasn't the territory lord's fault. Anyone in such a situation would have had trouble putting their lives aside. In the divine spirit ancestral land, Yang Kai had killed Di Wu and 8 territory lords who formed battle formations. If he could do that, then killing a mere 4 territory lords would not be an issue. Chapter 5687, Sincere Cooperation. The 4 Symbols formation was powerless to stop Yang Kai's killing spree, but it would force him to use his bizarre soul secret technique that harmed both himself and others. Emonai was not ignorant of this fact, but the battle formation that the territory lords of the Black Ink clan could form was limited to this degree, and he couldn't demand more from them. However, judging from the current situation, Yang Kai did not want to use his soul secret technique recklessly, probably because he did not want his soul to be injured. So, after coercing the territory lords to surrender their resources, he simply withdrew. Emonai was correct in his assumption. In profound nether territory, Yang Kai would strike every 2 years, and only with the assistance of many other 8th Order masters and the bulk of the profound nether army could he kill several innate territory lords. At that time, he did it to build up his fearsome reputation and pave the way for subsequent negotiation plans. Therefore, Yang Kai was not reluctant to damage his soul at that time, and each time he attacked he showed no mercy. But the current situation was different as Yang Kai was only plundering some resources. Furthermore, he had to rendezvous with Ouyang Lai and others every 100 years, so if he used soul-rending thorns recklessly and severely injured his own soul by accident, it would greatly affect his subsequent plans. Otherwise, why would he easily spare the lives of those 4 innate territory lords? Yang Kai also understood that the more territory lords he killed, the less pressure the human race would face in the future. The simple reason for all of this was that resources were a more important matter right now. Killing some Black Ink clan soldiers didn't matter much as the Black Ink clan wouldn't care. However, if Yang Kai really killed a lot of innate territory lords, the situation would quickly spiral out of control, forcing the Black Ink clan's hand. The issue of resources would also be impossible to resolve once that happened. At present, everything was done for the sake of resources. The Black Ink clan's response was within Yang Kai's expectations. The blood feud between the two sides was absolutely irreconcilable, so even if he and Emonai appeared cordial on the surface, the Black Ink clan would not simply agree to share half of their resources just because Yang Kai asked. Therefore, he needed a way to make the Black Ink clan realize that if they could not meet his demands, the consequences would be unbearable for them. Only then would the Black Ink clan acquiesce. Robbing the resource teams returning from the Black Ink battlefield was the method Yang Kai chose. If they refused to give him 50%, he would just take everything. Unless the Black Ink clan did not send teams out to collect resources, they would inevitably face the risk of being robbed. However, if they stopped their mining activities, the Black Ink clan's supplies would be greatly affected, which would have a huge impact on their subsequent accumulation of strength as well. The only thing that slightly surprised Yang Kai was that Emonai had personally taken action. Was Emonai not afraid that he would go to the no-return pass to destroy those Black Ink nests now that the defenses there were weakened? In the void, Emonai sent the 4 territory lords away to continue escorting other supply teams, holding the communication bead in his hand and transmitting his thoughts to it. However, every attempt was like a stone sinking into the sea without any response. This made Emonai grit his teeth in frustration, thinking Yang Kai, that bastard, probably put the communication bead into his small universe, a sign he did not want Emonai to contact him again. As time passed, messages from various directions deep within the void arrived one after another. Emonai rushed to each location, but he was always one step too late. Even with the territory lords acting as guards, they couldn't stop Yang Kai's raids on their resource teams. One after another, the delivery squads were pilfered clean, with only a few lucky ones managing to escape unscathed. With each secret battle they waged, Emonai experienced how difficult Yang Kai was to deal with. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, and his movements were elusive, often raiding the Black Ink clan in one area of the void before soon appearing millions of kilometers away. For 10 whole years, Emonai did not even catch a glimpse of Yang Kai in person, except for one instance when he felt the fluctuations of space principles nearby and rushed to the scene, only to find that Yang Kai had already left. During these 10 years, less than 100 resource teams managed to return from the depths of the Black Ink battlefield to the no-return pass. To exploit resources, the Black Ink clan dispatched a massive number of teams to the depths of the Black Ink battlefield on mining missions. The demand for resources was not just a problem for the human race, but also for the Black Ink clan. In some respects, the Black Ink clan's demand for resources was even greater than the human race's. At least 100 teams were expected to return each year, but now, after 10 years, less than 100 had done so, the rest had been looted by Yang Kai. This was not just a loss of 50% but a staggering 90%. While the casualties in each individual raid were not significant, that did not mean they weren't adding up over time. Additionally, although no territory lords died, a number of feudal lords were slaughtered and the loss of critical resources was becoming serious. For 10 years, Mo had been searching for Yang Kai's whereabouts in the void, constantly trying to intercept or contact him, but he had never succeeded. What made him even more frustrated was that Yang Kai showed no intention of going to the no-return pass. Originally, in the Royal Lord's plan, when Mo joined the hunt, Yang Kai should be tempted to head to the no-return pass and threaten the safety of the Black Ink nest, thus forcing the Black Ink clan to agree to his unreasonable demands. If Yang Kai had done so, the Royal Lord and Meng Ke could have had a chance to ambush him. As long as they could entangle him, the territory lords could set up the Four Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda array to prevent this killing star from escaping. But over the past 10 years, Yang Kai only wandered the void, never coming within 10 million kilometers of the no-return pass. This left Mo feeling defeated, like he was punching with all his strength only to hit a wad of cotton. If Yang Kai never went to the no-return pass, what was the point of sacrificing a dozen territory lords and a high-rank Black Ink nest to create Meng Ke, the new pseudo-royal lord? Faced with such a cunning and cautious opponent, who also possessed extraordinary strength and means like Yang Kai, Mo felt incredibly frustrated. Deep within the void, Yang Kai concealed his aura and manipulated space principles, almost merging his body with the void. The demon eye of annihilation penetrated through space as he silently observed the scene a million kilometers away, where a squad transporting goods had just been plundered by him and 4 territory lords forming a battle formation were stationed. Shortly after, Mo arrived in a hurry and asked about the situation, his face dark and gloomy. The same routine, the same result. Yang Kai intimidated the territory lord who had the space ring with his sole secret technique, forcing him to hand over the goods or he would kill them all. This happened countless times over the past 10 years and it always succeeded. It was not that the territory lords were cowardly, but they had no choice when facing certain death. Of course, Mo had an idea about how to overcome this dastardly move. He simply had to order the territory lords to not comply. If Yang Kai really used his sole secret technique and killed the territory lords, he would not be better off. He would have to find a place to heal for the next 2 or 3 years. But this approach was only a temporary solution. Sacrificing territory lords would not solve the problem, and when Yang Kai recovered, he would surely come back again. There were not many innate territory lords in the Black Ink clan to sacrifice, so it was better to let them use the Source fusion technique. At least they could contribute to creating a pseudo-royal lord. In other words, this solution simply wasn't feasible. Mo felt completely defeated. He was stronger than Yang Kai, and in terms of intelligence and cunning, he was not inferior by much. However, he was still forced to dance to the opponent's tune as Yang Kai's space secret techniques were an insurmountable obstacle. At this moment, Mo suddenly brightened up and quickly took out a communication bead. As he felt a slight vibration from this little bead, he almost cried out. For 10 years he had been trying to contact Yang Kai but had never received a response. Unexpectedly, today, exactly 10 years later, Yang Kai contacted him. Monaye's divine sense surged as he checked the message transmitted through the communication bead. It was a simple message, 50%. Monaye's anger rose rapidly, but he forcibly suppressed it and tried to reply calmly, "Sir Yang, you are too greedy." Yang Kai's response came quickly too, and it made Monaye feel uncomfortable. Over the past 10 years, what % of your mind resources made it back to the no-return pass? Monaye roared inside, "Aren't you the one who knows that best? Less than 100 out of roughly 1,000 teams have returned, so at best a paltry 10%. This had made it so that those currently sourcing for resources outside dared not easily send resources back and could only stay at the mining sites and wait for the no-return pass to resolve Yang Kai's matter before making further arrangements. This king does not want to cut off all diplomatic ties. Over the years, I have never laid a hand on any of the territory lords, only taking a few meager resources. I hope that the Black Ink clan can also understand the greater good and the overall situation. Only through sincere cooperation between the two sides on this matter can there be mutual benefit and mutual gain. Looking at the words transmitted through the communication bead, Emonaye's face twitched uncontrollably. He had interacted with many humans before, but he had never seen anyone so shameless before. The resources were gathered by the Black Ink clan, with the humans contributing nothing at all. Yang Kai was just going around robbing them, and now he had the audacity to talk about righteousness and sincere cooperation for mutual benefit. How could Emonaye not understand his intentions? All these grandiose words were just a thinly veiled threat. The implicit meaning in his words was that if the Black Ink clan did not understand the greater good and the overall situation, he would continue to loot until they capitulated. By then, the losses for the Black Ink clan would only be more devastating. Emonaye thought he had understood humans well enough, but today he realized that his so-called understanding was only scratching the surface. A human race master with such a formidable reputation could be shameless to this degree. It was truly eye-opening. Emonaye was so angry that he actually threw his head back and laughed out loud. He wanted to say something cutting but was afraid of provoking Yang Kai, so he did not know how to respond. While he was hesitating, Yang Kai sent another message. Sir Emonaye, this king has already been benevolent towards the Black Ink clan. Please don't force my hand. These years I have never gone to the no-return pass. Compared to the high-rank Black Ink nests in the no-return pass, a few resources are nothing in comparison. You should be able to discern the difference in weight, right? Chapter 5688, The One Who Keeps Thinking About Stealing. Faced with such an open and blatant threat, Emonaye not only did not get angry, but instead felt a sense of relief that Yang Kai had finally taken this step. The reason he left the no-return pass was to give a false impression to Yang Kai that there was only one royal lord on guard now, and he had a chance to destroy the Black Ink nests. Unfortunately, for the past 10 years, Yang Kai had never appeared outside of the no-return pass and had been constantly looting the resource squads, causing the royal lord's initial plan to fail. It wasn't until today that Yang Kai finally revealed intentions of using the Black Ink nest to threaten the Black Ink clan. Emonaye was secretly delighted and quickly replied, Yang Kai, some things can be done once or twice but not thrice. You have trespassed into the no-return pass twice and destroyed many Black Ink nests, but if you dare try this again, I Emonaye will never let you go. The message was sent out, but there was no response after a long time of waiting. 1,000,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai carefully observed each change in Emonaye's expression and began making plans in his heart. He had thought about going to the no-return pass to threaten to destroy some Black Ink nests and force the Black Ink clan to meet his demands, and had even taken action for this purpose. Over the past 10 years he had secretly investigated the no-return pass several times. However, with his increasing mastery of the Tao of Time, his sensitivity to future crises had become much higher. This sense had helped him avoid some dangers during his last rampage in the no-return pass, and it was the same now. Every time he approached the no-return pass, the idea of destroying Black Ink nests would unconsciously bring a sense of peril, as if there was a great danger hidden within the no-return pass that could threaten him. This puzzled Yang Kai greatly. Emonaye had gone to the depths of void for all these years, and only one royal lord was guarding the no-return pass. According to his current strength, as long as he avoided that royal lord, the no-return pass would be his to enter and exit as he pleased. With the no-return pass being such a large area and the numerous high-rank Black Ink nests of the Black Ink clan so scattered, one royal lord couldn't look after all of them. So, where did this sense of danger come from? The sense of danger he felt during his last rampage in the no-return pass was due to Emonaye hiding in the shadows. Based on his experience from last time, Yang Kai naturally guessed that the Black Ink clan had produced another pseudo-royal lord. Emonaye believed that Yang Kai knew nothing about the situation at the no-return pass, but in reality Yang Kai had been observing secretly to confirm his suspicions. And Emonaye's response this time was undeniable evidence of this. Regardless of whether it was Emonaye when he was still an innate territory lord in the past or the current Emonaye as a pseudo-royal lord, he would always address Yang Kai as Sir Yang, naturally showing respect to an elite fighter regardless of their hostile relationship. But this time, Emonaye addressed Yang Kai by his name directly, and his words carried a hidden threat, almost like he was daring Yang Kai to immediately cause trouble at the no-return pass. This was not Emonaye's usual behavior. Yang Kai, seeing this, knew that his suspicion was probably correct. There must be a new pseudo-royal lord at the no-return pass, lying in ambush with the royal lord. In the void, Yang Kai raised his brow and smiled. finding it quite interesting to engage in this battle of wits with Emo Na Yi. He thus quickly replied, "Just wait and see. This time, this king will not rest until he destroys 10 high-rank black ink nests." After transmitting the message, Yang Kai put away his communication bead and disappeared from sight. In the distant void, Emo Na Yi also hurriedly put away his communication bead, raised his palm, and a surge of thick black ink strength rushed out, quickly forming a vortex in his palm. Within the vortex, a very delicate and small black ink nest appeared. This was a low-rank black ink nest which was not yet mature. Such a black ink nest was not very useful to the Black Ink clan, but it was perfect for transmitting messages. Now, the territory lords who were searching for Yang Kai's whereabouts and escorting the supply teams almost all had such a miniature black ink nest, just to facilitate rapid communication with each other. By summoning this small black ink nest, Emo Na Yi sent a message to the No Return Pass, informing the royal lord about Yang Kai's imminent arrival and telling them to prepare. After doing so, Emo Na Yi also hurried towards the No Return Pass, secretly praying for a swift victory. If Yang Kai thought that there was only one royal lord guarding the No Return Pass, he would surely make a mistake, and if the royal lord and Meng Ke teamed up, they only needed to entangle him for 10 breaths so the territory lords could activate the 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda Array. Once the Grand Array was formed, Yang Kai would be trapped like a cornered beast. Without the ability to use space principles to flee, Yang Kai would only be a slightly stronger 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, incapable of facing all the elites of the Black Ink clan. After years of entanglement, is it finally time to determine the winner and loser of our little game? Emo Na Yi suddenly felt like he was dreaming. However, he had only made it halfway back when he suddenly stopped and hastily summoned the miniature black ink nest. As his divine sense ported to investigate, his face turned pale in an instant. The message from the black ink nest was too bizarre to believe at first, but after verifying it a few times, he confirmed that he had indeed read it correctly. Standing there, his expression fluctuated for a moment before he turned and flew in another direction. Half a day later, he arrived in a spot in the void and appeared before 4 territory lords who had formed a battle formation. Sir Emo Na Yi. The 4 territory lords were overjoyed to see him as if they had seen their savior. What happened? Emo Na Yi asked in a deep voice. One of the 4 territory lords immediately recounted their encounter with Yang Kai, which was actually quite simple. They were escorting a supply team back to the No Return Pass when Yang Kai suddenly appeared. Over the years they had encountered Yang Kai several times, but he had never attacked them directly. Instead he attacked the Black Ink clansmen who were transporting materials, killing mostly low-rank soldiers. For the 4 territory lords, Yang Kai mainly used his soul secret technique as a threat, forcing them to compromise and hand over the resources. Under threat of imminent death, the territory lords had no choice but to comply. As a result, every time Yang Kai made a move he was able to gain something. But this time Yang Kai not only slaughtered the Black Ink clansmen transporting the materials, but also injured the 4 territory lords, one of whom was seriously wounded. Emo Na Yi was not angry after listening to this, but rather pleasantly surprised. He used his soul secret technique. Yang Kai often used his soul secret technique to intimidate territory lords, but he had never actually activated it before. Emo Na Yi even suspected that Yang Kai was just bluffing this whole time. Emo Na Yi had intended to prevent the territory lords from compromising at all costs, but he knew that even if he issued such an order, the territory lords would find it difficult to hold out in a life-or-death crisis. Losing the materials was a small matter, but losing territory lords was a serious blow. But if Yang Kai had used his soul secret technique this time, it meant that he would enter a period of retreat and recuperation for the next 2 or 3 years. This would undoubtedly be his weakest time, and if they could find his whereabouts, the situation would be promising. However, to Emo Na Yi's surprise, the 4 territory lords looked embarrassed and shook their heads in unison. The speaking territory lord cried out, "He did not." Upon hearing that, Emo Na Yi's joyous expression instantly disappeared and he frowned. If he didn't use his soul secret technique, how did he manage to injure all of you like this? The 4 innate territory lords had formed the 4 symbols formation, making it impossible for Yang Kai to pose a substantial threat to them without using his soul secret technique. Although Yang Kai was strong, he was not yet strong enough to break this formation forcibly. Even Mo Na Yi would have to work hard to injure the 4 territory lords who were united in this formation. The expressions of the 4 territory lords became even more embarrassed and they stammered, not knowing how to explain. However, Mo had already figured it out at that point and asked with a stern face, "Did you break the battle formation yourselves?" Only then could Yang Kai pick them off one by one. The territory lord who spoke earlier shamefully admitted, "Yes. It's just that maintaining the four symbols formation consumes our mental strength, and although there was no problem in the short term, it's been 10 years now. We find it difficult to maintain the battle formation at all times, so..." In fact, it wasn't just these four territory lords. Other territory lords who had formed four symbols and five elements formations also encountered similar problems. Maintaining the battle formation for a long time put a heavy burden on their minds, so sometimes they would break the battle formation to disconnect their auras and let themselves recover a little. How could they have known that Yang Kai would take advantage of this opportunity to attack them? If they hadn't been on alert and quickly formed the battle formation again after Yang Kai appeared, they might have suffered more than just injuries. The territory lord cautiously peered at Mo Naye's expression, thinking that he would be severely reprimanded for their failure. However, all Mo Naye did was sigh. "It was my carelessness." He thought that their operation against Yang Kai would not take too long, but he never expected that it would take 10 years and still not produce any results. If Yang Kai could injure four territory lords in just 10 years, what about another 10 or 100 years? It was as the saying went, one need not fear a thief who always steals, they should fear the thief who constantly thinks of stealing. When Mo Naye first heard this, he did not understand, but now he finally did. "Yang Kai, that thief. You are truly my eternal nemesis. That bastard even vowed to destroy 10 high-rank black ink nests in the no-return pass, but all he did was go against his words and injure 4 territory lords. I was a fool to have believed anything he said." It appeared that Yang Kai had seen through the arrangements at the no-return pass, which was why he had never gone there but instead wreaked havoc out here in the void. "Send a message to the other squads and tell all territory lords to be careful. Yang Kai could strike at any time," Mo Naye ordered, remembering the lesson from these 4 territory lords as he believed that Yang Kai would strike again. Then the 4 territory lords followed Mo Naye's order and took out their miniature black ink nests to spread the word. Chapter 5689, A Big Mouth Can Swallow Up the World. To prevent Yang Kai from wheeling around and finishing the job, Mo Naye personally escorted these 4 injured territory lords back to the no-return pass. One of them was severely injured, and even though he could barely manage to maintain the battle formation with the other 3, they were still at risk of being targeted and defeated. For safety reasons, it was best for them to not expose themselves outside anymore. Mo Naye's compassion moved the 4 territory lords to tears of gratitude. Only when they arrived at the no-return pass did they feel safe. Mo Naye then went to see the royal lord to share his suspicions. When the royal lord heard that Yang Kai might have already seen through the trap set up at the no-return pass, his face grew dark and his anger was almost palpable. They had sacrificed a dozen innate territory lords and a high-rank black ink nest to create Meng Kai, a pseudo-royal lord, all to lure Yang Kai to the no-return pass and eliminate him. But if Yang Kai did not show up, all their plans would be in vain and Meng Kai would be useless. "Sir, the more time passes, the more detrimental it will become to the Black Ink clan. There are no longer many supply squads that can return to the no-return pass. Besides, the territory lords are already exhausted from maintaining the battle formation for such a long time, and they may not be able to hold on much longer." Mo Naye reported carefully while observing the royal lord's reaction. Why can't we deal with 1/8 order human?" the royal lord exclaimed in anger. Mo Naye was speechless upon hearing this. If they had a way to deal with Yang Kai, the Black Ink clan wouldn't be in such a difficult spot in the first place. This human was not someone they could defeat with brute strength alone. After some contemplation, Mo Naye said, "Sir Royal Lord, please be prepared. This time, our Black Ink clan may really have to make sacrifices to quell the situation." The Royal Lord turned to him and glared, "Are you suggesting that we agree to his ridiculous demands?" Mo Naye shook his head and replied, "It's impossible to agree to his demands for 50%. Those resources were painstakingly extracted by our Black Ink clan, while he did nothing but threaten us with despicable means. He is out of his mind if he thinks he can take half of all our hard-earned resources. However, if we give him too little, he may not agree either." The Royal Lord waved his hand impatiently, "It's up to you to decide. Don't bother me with this matter anymore." Just hearing Yang Kai's name gave the Royal Lord a headache. How could a human like him exist? He would rather fight Fu Guang, a real divine dragon, than hear Yang Kai's name ringing in his ears again. Then, Mo Yi nodded respectfully before withdrawing in embarrassment. As a subordinate, he should not burden the royal lord, but instead, he felt the humiliation of being incapable of resolving the issue at hand. However, there was no other solution to the current problem. Yang Kai had been causing trouble for the past 10 years, plundering 90% of their resources while holding the territory lords of the no-return pass in check. Even Mo Yi himself had been running around in circles all these years, with nothing to show for his efforts. If this chaos continued, the territory lords would likely collapse from exhaustion, and once that happened, the losses that followed would far exceed a few measly resources. After some contemplating, Mo Yi decided to contact Yang Kai using his communication bead to discuss the matter. However, before he could do so, he summoned his miniature black ink nest and inspected a new message that was just sent to him. Letting out a sigh after seeing this message, he hurriedly rushed towards the depths of the void. Another 4 territory lords who had formed a battle formation were ambushed and injured by Yang Kai, losing all their resources in the process. When Mo Yi arrived at the scene, he realized that the situation was much worse than he had expected. The injuries to these 4 territory lords were not too serious as they had been on guard and immediately formed the 4 symbols formation to protect themselves after the ambush. However, after a more careful inspection, Mo Yi was startled to find that 2 of the territory lords had identical injuries, just a finger's length left of their heart. This position was not a fatal wound for a Black Ink clan master, but it still made Mo Yi frown. Was this intentional or just a coincidence? If it was unintentional, everything would be fine, but if Yang Kai had done this deliberately, it was a worrying issue. If this was Yang Kai's doing, it was undoubtedly a message that said he could kill one or both of these territory lords but chose to hold back to not escalate the situation further. This was his way of showing both his sincerity and his determination. Mo Yi couldn't help a wry grin from appearing on his face. This guy came to the Black Ink clan trying to take the lion's share, plundering the Black Ink clan's resources, and yet he was still showing sincerity. What was he trying to do? Earn profit by being friendly. But the wealth he would be earning belonged to the Black Ink clan. Sir Mo Yi, a territory lord, walked over and handed him an item with caution. We found this after Yang Kai disappeared. It should be something he left behind on purpose. Mo Yi turned to look and recognized it as a universe chart from the human race, but why would Yang Kai leave such a thing here? Mo Yi was puzzled, so he took the universe chart and immersed his divine sense to investigate it. After a moment, he let out a long sigh. Yang Kai deliberately left this universe chart here for no other reason than to further threaten them. When Mo Yi inspected the universe chart, he easily identified many locations that were highlighted. When he projected this onto the real Black Ink battlefield, it was not difficult to see that all of the marked positions were staging points for the Black Ink clan's mining operations. There were hundreds of these marked positions, which meant that Yang Kai had already found most of the locations where the Black Ink clan was gathering resources. If he wanted to, he could just go to those places directly, wipe out the Black Ink clan soldiers and take all the resources for himself. If that happened, the Black Ink clan's source of resources would be greatly reduced. It should be noted that there were no elites guarding those places. Faced with a killing star like Yang Kai, the low-rank clansman could not resist at all. How did he manage to do all this and still raid so many of our convoys? Mo Yi couldn't figure it out at all. Yang Kai had been plundering resource squads everywhere for the past 10 years, yet he somehow found the time to investigate these mining outposts where resources were being exploited as well. It had to be noted that each of these locations was no less than a few million kilometers away from each other, which would take a significant time to travel between. Mo Yi could only sigh and think that space secret techniques were truly unparalleled when it came to mobility. The distances that seemed far away to others were nothing to Yang Kai. This was what allowed him to gather so much information in a mere 10 years. The markings on this universe chart were like the wounds on the 2 territory lords, both a threat and a sincere gesture. Mo Yi understood everything and became crestfallen. Even if he had achieved the status of pseudo-royal lord, he was still defeated by Yang Kai in this confrontation. Both he and the Black Ink clan were defeated. Yang Kai alone had disrupted the Black Ink clan's entire operation on the Black Ink battlefield despite them going all out to stop him. In fact, for the past 10 years they hadn't so much as wounded Yang Kai, and now, after all that, they still had to compromise. Let all the territory lords return to the no-return pass, Mo Yi said, feeling dejected. The 4 territory lords were surprised as one of them asked, "Sir, what about Yang Kai?" "I'll talk it out with him." The territory lords exchanged glances upon hearing this and understood what Mo meant. Although they were relieved that they no longer had to be on edge every day, each territory lord's heart was still shrouded in thick humiliation. Soon after, the territory lords departed. Mo stood in the void, took out the communication bead, and played with it in his hand as if he was pondering something. A moment later, he suddenly turned his head and saw a figure standing nearby while looking at him with a smile and cupping his fist in greeting. "Sir Mo Mo's face twitched. This bastard is truly daring. He's actually been hiding nearby all this time and even dared to appear in front of me like this." He couldn't help but have the immediate urge to attack, but this thought was like a wave in the storm that quickly dissipated. There was no way Mo could kill Yang Kai here, and if he tried, it would only worsen his position. "Sir Yang, your skills are truly impressive." Mo saluted him, unsure whether he was being sarcastic or sincere. Yang Kai shrugged it off while smiling. "From the looks of it, you have made a decision, yes?" Mo lowered his brow and muttered, "The matter of resources has been fully entrusted to me by Sir Royal Lord." "Very good," Yang Kai smiled and declared, "my proposal from last time is still valid." Mo immediately shook his head vigorously like a rattledrum. "Sir Yang," he paused then continued, "we've known each other for many years now and as you humans say, you don't truly know someone until you've fought them. Although we're on different sides, I admire you greatly and calling you sir seems a bit formal. How about I call you Brother Yang?" "What should I call you then? Brother Mo? Those from the Black Ink clan don't have surnames, right?" Mo said solemnly, "Only the Royal Lord has the qualification to use Mo as a surname. For example, our current king is Mou. Those beneath the Royal Lord may use their own names and surnames. Brother Yang can just call me by my name." Yang Kai nodded lightly as he felt like he had heard a piece of news of some importance. The human race had never figured out the name or surname of the Royal Lord and didn't know how to address him. Fortunately, there was only one true Royal Lord in the Black Ink clan right now, so they always addressed him as the Royal Lord. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai learned this bit of information from Mo today, though it wasn't of much use. Mo continued, "Brother Yang, 50% is impossible. All the resources are extracted by my Black Ink clan and transported by us. You haven't put in any effort yet you want to take away half? Aren't you being a bit too greedy?" Yang Kai grinned, the corners of his mouth almost reaching his ears. "There's an old saying among us humans, a big mouth can swallow up the world." Saying so, he even pointed at his face as if to say, "Look at how big my mouth is." Mo rubbed his temple, looking a bit headache-ridden. "Brother Yang, I am sincerely discussing this matter with you today. Please don't joke around." Yang Kai spat disdainfully and also adjusted his expression as he said, "In that case, I want to know how much the Black Ink clan can offer." Mo held up a finger but then curved it and calmly said, 5%. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. Mo you would make an excellent salesman. If it's only 5%, why bother discussing the matter at all? I might as well rob your Black Ink clan supply teams and take 90%. Wouldn't that be simpler? Chapter 5690 agreed. Mo shook his head and said, "Brother Yang, why play dumb? Although you have been able to take away 90% of our resources over the past decade, that's only because we haven't changed our resource exploitation strategy. But if this continues, we will likely completely give up on the Black Ink battlefield resource extraction. What will you gain then?" If this were to happen, it would be a disastrous outcome for both sides. The Black Ink clan would stop extracting resources from the Black Ink battlefield, and Yang Kai would naturally not be able to plunder anything. However, such a situation was impossible. The resources from the Black Ink battlefield were indispensable to the Black Ink clan. They needed these resources to maintain their military advantage and to provide for those within the clan, especially the acquired territory lords. If the supply of resources from the Black Ink battlefield was cut off, there might not be an immediate impact, but over time, the Black Ink clan's overall strength would inevitably decline significantly. This was not something that the Black Ink clan would be willing to accept. On the other hand, the human race would not be affected in the slightest. It was just that Yang Kai would be restricted from acting. However, now that he was unencumbered, being restricted was not a big deal. Yang Kai was well aware of this, so he remained unmoved. As Mo realized he couldn't convince Yang Kai, he sighed and put down his raised finger. "Good, Brother Yang, you can have 10% of our clan's resources. That should be enough, right?" 10% is not small indeed, Yang Kai replied, but it's still not enough. Emo Na Yi frowned. Brother Yang, how much do you want? Please be straightforward. I'll compromise. I won't ask for 50% and you won't offer 10%. Let's settle on 40%. 20%. Emo Na Yi immediately counter-offered. After some thought, Yang Kai gestured with his hand, 30%. Emo Na Yi, there's no need to haggle further. 30% is my bottom line. If the Black Ink clan can't agree, then there's no need to continue this conversation. Emo Na Yi felt angry at Yang Kai's domineering approach, wondering if he was there to rob them or just looking for trouble. There was no space for negotiation if he had to put it that way. However, Yang Kai continued, all resources gathered from outside should be handed over by the Black Ink clan. Every 10 years. No, every 5 years, the Black Ink clan will allocate 30% of everything that they've gathered from the Black Ink battlefield and hand it over to me at the no-return pass. If you agree, I won't obstruct the Black Ink clan's resource-gathering operations in the future. Emo Na Yi raised his brow at this proposal. If this was the deal, then there would still be room for maneuvering. Frankly speaking, the amount and quality of resources returned by each mining team was different, and if they were not carefully inspected, no one would know exactly what was in the shipment. Yang Kai said he wanted 30%, but he couldn't check all the resources gathered by each squad. Besides, the Black Ink clan would also not allow him to do so. Even if they gave him 20% or less, he wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Of course, if it was too little, Yang Kai would naturally raise objections. So, when he said he wanted 30%, it was just a euphemism as he probably predicted such skimming would happen in the future. After a brief pause, Emo Na Yi nodded and said, if that's the case, I can agree to Brother Yang's request. I have another condition. Yang Kai said. Emo Na Yi thought to himself that things were never that simple. After dealing with Yang Kai for such a long time, he knew he wasn't a person to settle for less. Please speak, Brother Yang. Emo Na Yi gestured. Yang Kai looked past him in the direction of the no-return pass and stated firmly, I don't want to see any pseudo-royal lords on any of the great territory battlefields. He really guessed it. Emo Na Yi was secretly shocked. Meng Ke had become a pseudo-royal lord some 10 years ago, but he remained hidden since then. The royal lord had originally planned to let Emo Na Yi appear outside to lure Yang Kai into attacking the no-return pass. However, Yang Kai had not once done so, as if he had been wary of the trap there. Emo Na Yi suspected that Yang Kai had figured everything out, but he had no way to verify this. Now, after hearing Yang Kai's words, he knew that his suspicions were correct. In addition, Mo Na Yi had planned to let Meng Ke continue to lurk after this matter was resolved, working with the royal lord to guard the no-return pass. This way, Mo Na Yi could leave for the front lines, and the addition of a pseudo-royal lord would be enough to shift the tide on the battlefield. However, before he could implement this plan, Yang Kai stopped it with just a few simple words. This should not have been something that could be agreed to easily, but Mo Na Yi did not hesitate at all and said with a smile, Rest assured, Brother Yang. I have been stationed at the no-return pass for many years. Sir Royal Lord has put me in charge of all battlefield affairs. I do not have the spare time or capacity to head to the front lines. The implication here was that there was only one pseudo-royal lord in the Black Ink clan, which was not the case. Yang Kai didn't point this out, nor did he have any thoughts of verifying it. The sense of crisis he had felt during the few times he approached the no-return pass over the past 10 years was enough to convince him that the Black Ink clan had another pseudo-royal lord besides Mo Na Yi. In that case, is this matter settled? Yang Kai asked while smiling. After some thought, Mo Na Yi replied, Yes, it is. In response, Yang Kai laughed and casually grabbed something from the void and threw it towards Mo Na Yi. Mo Na Yi looked wary, but Yang Kai responded, I said last time that I would buy you a drink when I come to the no-return pass again. This bottle of wine will serve as an appreciation gift for our cooperation. Mo Na Yi reached out and caught the bottle, only to find that it was not an artifact or a secret technique, just a simple container. At the same time, space principles fluctuated, and Yang Kai had already disappeared without a trace when Mo Na Yi looked up. Although he was constantly monitoring Yang Kai's movements, he could only vaguely sense the direction in which he left. The exact location was impossible to determine unless he actively chased after him. This secretly shocked Mo Na Yi. This bastard's mastery over the Tao of space is becoming more and more mysterious. If this continues, who among the Black Ink clan will ever be able to restrain him? Yang Kai's voice then resounded in his ears, Today marks the beginning. I will notify you of the location for the exchange of resources in 5 years. In addition, I have received a lot of resources from your side over the past 10 years and know exactly how much your clan can collect. When it's time to make the delivery, you better not go too far, or I will find a way to make up the difference myself. Yi narrowed his eyes and shattered the wine bottle in his hand, causing it to splash out across the void. With a cold snort, he turned and flew towards the no-return pass. Although the royal lord had entrusted him with this matter, he still needed to report what had transpired. The royal lord would definitely be furious, but at this point, if the Black Ink clan wanted to continue to obtain resources from the Black Ink battlefield, they could only let Yang Kai take advantage of them. In addition, Yi had to put his own plan to head to the battlefield on hold for now. As for Meng Ke, he would just continue to stay hidden and perhaps one day he could play a role. After dealing with the Black Ink clan's affairs, Yang Kai fell silent. The Black Ink clan knew he was hiding somewhere outside the no-return pass, but they had no way of knowing his precise location. Fortunately, he did not appear again to plunder the squads transporting resources, which gave the ordinary soldiers of the Black Ink clan some peace of mind. In the depths of the void, Yang Kai concealed his aura and hid his figure. This battle of wits with Yi had ended with his victory. His only regret was that he did not kill a few territory lords. In fact, he had the opportunity to kill some of them, but he refrained from doing so as that would only completely enrage the Black Ink clan and be detrimental to his future plans. Setting a 5-year period was also because there would be too many variables if the time frame was too long. However, if he contacted the Black Ink clan too frequently, it would also pose a certain risk to him. If possible, Yang Kai wanted to take inventory of every shipment of resources from each Black Ink clan mining team that returned to the no-return pass and take 30% directly from them, but if he really did that, it would only give the Black Ink clan many chances to set up their heaven-sealing Earth-Locking's grand array. The reason why he could act arrogantly in front of the many territory lords and treat Yi, a pseudo-royal lord, as an equal today was because of his mastery of the Tao of space. But if he lost this reliance, Yang Kai would only be a slightly stronger 8th-order master. The grand array that could isolate space was his ultimate nemesis, so how could he give the Black Ink clan so many chances to set it up? In the desolate and undisturbed void, Yang Kai restrained his mind and silently contemplated the grand Tao of space within his body as he allowed time to pass. When it was time to receive the resources 5 years later, he sent a message to Yi, giving him a random location and then waited silently. Within half a day, an aura rapidly approached. Yang Kai turned his head to look only to realize that it was not Yi, but rather a feudal lord who arrived. At a distance, the feudal lord stopped, shaking in fear as he gazed at Yang Kai. It was as if the one standing in front of him was not a human, but an ominous beast that could strike and devour him at any moment. This couldn't be helped, as Yang Kai's name was too intimidating among the Black Ink clan. Dozens of innate territory lords had already died at his hands, so how could this feudal lord dare to face this killing star head-on? The feudal lord cupped his fist and his voice trembled as he said, "I am here on behalf of Sir Yi, to deliver the resources to us, sir. Please accept them." Saying so, he threw out a space ring. Yang Kai nodded lightly and grabbed the space ring, pouring his divine sense into it to inspect the contents. There were quite a few supplies, but according to Yang Kai's estimation, it should be less than the 30% which was agreed upon. It was certain that they had withheld some as the Black Ink clan would not be so obedient to hand over the full 30% of resources as agreed upon. However, the amount withheld was not excessive, there was still probably around 25%, so Yang Kai pretended not to notice as he had already anticipated this would happen. After waiting for a moment and seeing that Yang Kai had no further reaction, the feudal lord hurriedly said, If there are no problems, I shall report back now." After stumbling over his words, he immediately turned around to flee, not wanting to stay here a moment longer. Chapter 5691, Every 5 years. "Wait!" Yang Kai called out suddenly. The feudal lord froze upon hearing that and turned to look at Yang Kai with a smile. "Is there something else, sir?" Yang Kai took out a bottle of wine and tossed it over. "Take this to Yi." Having received benefits from the Black Ink clan, it was only natural for him to return something in exchange. This was the principle of reciprocity, and besides, Yang Kai had plenty of fine wine in his small universe. The feudal lord accepted the bottle and carefully stored it away, but when he looked up again, Yang Kai had already disappeared. The feudal lord couldn't help but shiver as he quickly flew back to the no-return pass. When he arrived, he reported the exchange of goods and presented the bottle of wine. However, Emonaye's brow just twitched upon seeing it, feeling absolutely disgusted. Last time, Yang Kai gave him a bottle of wine which he refused to drink and just smashed directly. That time could be considered a private gift from Yang Kai to him which nobody saw, so it didn't matter. However, it was different this time. The resources were handed over by the feudal lord, and it was the first time that they had exchanged goods with Yang Kai. Many in the no-return pass were watching this matter closely. If this matter were to spread, what would the royal lord think? What would the other territory lords think? It would seem as if Emonaye had a close relationship with Yang Kai, possibly even engaging in some shady deals. If he didn't explain this matter clearly, how could the royal lord trust him in the future? Emonaye wished he could immediately go out and fight Yang Kai to prove his innocence. After dismissing the feudal lord, he dared not delay. He took the bottle of wine and went to the royal lord's black ink nest to report word for word what the feudal lord said. Fortunately, the royal lord didn't have much of a reaction. He simply acknowledged the matter calmly and dismissed Emonaye. Emonaye reaffirmed that he could not let his guard down when dealing with such a despicable and shameless person like Yang Kai. Otherwise he would likely be taken advantage of by him. However, the enmity between the human race and Black Ink clans was deep and unresolvable, so Yang Kai's little tricks had minimal effect. Though, this simple method of sowing discord could have unforeseen consequences if it was used on someone else not within the two camps, it had negligible consequences between blood enemies. The soldiers of the human race and Black Ink clans on the frontline battlefield continued to clash, while the no-return pass remained as calm as usual. In fact, since the Black Ink clan captured the no-return pass, Yang Kai had either come alone or led a small group of humans to cause trouble less than a handful of times. Without Yang Kai, the no-return pass would have been completely quiet and comfortable, with many territory lords who had been severely injured in battle willing to return here and rest in the high-rank Black Ink nests. Every 5 years, the Black Ink clan sent out the counted goods from the no-return pass and handed them over to Yang Kai. However, since the first time they were deceived, no Black Ink clansman dared to easily accept the fine wine that Yang Kai offered, leaving him helpless. Each time Yang Kai exchanged goods with the Black Ink clan, he would simply designate a random location. The void was vast anyway, so if he simply chose a spot at random, he would not have to fear that Black Ink clan would set him up. Overall, everything went smoothly, and over the past century Yang Kai accumulated many valuable resources. Considering the time, the day was soon approaching that he had agreed to meet Ouyang Lai and the others. After receiving a bit less than 30% of the Black Ink clan's gathered resources again, Yang Kai hurriedly rushed to the humans' resource gathering site. Before this, he had left space beacons along the way, so it was not difficult to cross this route and search for Ouyang Lai and the others. As expected, Ouyang Lai vented his pent-up anger on Yang Kai as soon as he arrived. He roared about how Yang Kai and Big Head Me were wasting his talents by sending him here. He also wanted Yang Kai to go back to the Supreme Headquarters and request Big Head Me to transfer him back to the front lines of the battlefield. Only when Yang Kai agreed to make the request did Ouyang Lai stop complaining. Over the past 100 years, tens of thousands of human race cultivators had been mining and gathering resources in this region. This place was deep within the Black Ink battlefield, far beyond the region where the royal city used to be. So, even though a century had passed, this area remained peaceful and undisturbed. This was good news, and it was also what Yang Kai hoped to see. If the Black Ink clan found traces of the tens of thousands of human race masters collecting resources here, they would have to relocate far away. It was not wise to fight the Black Ink clan here because these human masters' strength was generally not high, which was why they were sent here to gather resources in the first place. Fighting was not their concern. After gathering the past 100 years' harvest, Yang Kai bid farewell to Ouyang Lai and the others. Then he connected to the World Tree and used it to guide him into the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, then returned to the Star boundary. Without delay, he went directly to the Supreme Headquarters and handed over all the harvests of the past 100 years to Mi Jing Luan. After examining the items, Mi Jing Luan was greatly surprised and couldn't help asking, when did the resources from the Black Ink battlefield become so rich? He had roughly estimated how much the tens of thousands of soldiers could mine in 100 years, as he knew the situation in the Black Ink battlefield very well, having spent over 10,000 years there. However, the amount that Yang Kai brought back was easily triple what he had estimated. Originally, according to his estimation, the tens of thousands of soldiers could only delay the exhaustion of their supplies, even if they worked day and night to gather and mine in suitable areas. But with Yang Kai bringing back so much, the human race's consumption of resources over the past century was immediately replenished, and there was even some surplus. This was truly an unexpected delight. However, he soon thought of something and looked at Yang Kai solemnly. "Did you plunder these from the Black Ink clan?" Only the Black Ink clan could have so many resources, otherwise there was no way to explain the sight in front of him. Yang Kai smiled and said, "You could put it that way. I made some agreements with the Black Ink clan, and from now on, I will receive 30% of what they mine from the Black Ink battlefield. What I've passed to you includes those that were gathered by the humans and those obtained from the no-return pass." Mi Jingluan's expression became complex. Although Yang Kai did not say how he achieved this, Mi Jingluan could imagine the difficulties and dangers he faced. If it weren't for the fact that the Black Ink clan had no choice but to agree due to certain circumstances, how was it possible for them to agree to Yang Kai's outrageous demands? Moreover, Yang Kai acted alone, so how did he manage to make the Black Ink clan agree to his terms? Over the past 100 years, Yang Kai must have faced a lot of life-or-death crises. Mi Jingluan felt a complex mix of emotions as he thought about how the heavy burden of hope for the entire race was placed on one person's shoulders. After taking a breath, he dropped to one knee to show his respect. Yang Kai was taken aback and quickly helped Mi Jingluan up. "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Mi Jingluan, however, refused to stand up as he quickly replied, "This senior brother, on behalf of the trillions of humans, thank you, junior brother." That made Yang Kai feel embarrassed. "Senior brother, you're taking this too seriously. I was born human too, and many of my friends and family are fighting against the Black Ink clan on the battlefield. This is just what I should do." After helping Mi Jingluan up forcefully, he changed the subject. "Senior brother, how is the situation between the two sides?" "It's still the same as before. No major changes." On the various Great Territory battlefields, newcomers from both sides constantly emerged, while many elites also died on the battlefield. In this tense and hostile environment, having high qualifications didn't necessarily guarantee one would reap the most benefits. High qualifications only represented great potential. To gain more strength, one must first survive on the battlefield, only then would they be capable of seizing their own future. The human race was not lacking in talent but time. The first batch of good seedlings who directly ascended to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm had now reached the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, but to ascend to the 9th Order, they still needed time to accumulate heritage and hone their skills. As for the old 8th Order masters like Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai, they had already reached their limits due to their initial potential and would never ascend to the 9th Order. On the other hand, Xiang Shan and Wei Junyang, who were a few of the eligible veterans to advance to the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm, were still in retreat, and no one knew how they were doing or if everything was going smoothly. Breakthroughs were matters that outsiders could not help with, they could only rely on themselves. Yang Kai silently prayed that someday when he returned, he would be able to receive good news. Without staying long at the Supreme Headquarters after his brief exchange with Mi Jingluan, confirming that the situation between the two sides would not worsen in the short term, Yang Kai set out again, heading to Black Territory to use the secret passageway and rush back to the Black Ink battlefield. Every 5 years, the No-Return Pass sent out a batch of resources, while Ouyang Lai and others worked for 100 years before delivering their harvest. Over the long years, Yang Kai shuttled back and forth through the void alone, bringing one batch of resources after another from the Black Ink battlefield to the human race to use for their cultivation. With Yang Kai's efforts, the Supreme Headquarters no longer had to worry about resources as the amount he brought back every 100 years was enough to fulfill their needs. During this period, Yang Kai also took the time to go to the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction to investigate the situation. The battle there was extremely intense, but thanks to Wu Kuang's cooperation with the suppressing Black Ink army, the gap in the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction had never expanded. Those from Black Ink clan that could rush through the gap were greatly suppressed in both quantity and quality. As a result, the 6,000 soldiers of the suppressing Black Ink army, coupled with the various arrangements of the suppressing Black Ink fortress and Divine Dragon Fu Guang who was assuming command, were able to maintain the status quo. However, even after so many years of slaughter, there was no sign of decline among the Black Ink clan within the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. It was truly frightening as no one knew how many of them were lurking in the area and how many Black Ink clansmen would emerge in the end. It seemed as if they could never be eradicated. Now, the entire outside of the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction was covered by the Black Ink clouds formed by the Black Ink clansmen after their deaths. If it weren't for the suppressing Black Ink Fortress having its own protection against the invasion of Black Ink strength, even just dealing with that dense Black Ink strength would be enough to give the suppressing Black Ink army a headache. Yang Kai also learned from Fu Guang that a few royal lords inside the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction had attempted to break out, but most had failed. The few royal lords who had successfully emerged all suffered serious injuries in the process, making them no match for a divine dragon that was lying in ambush for them. Over the years, an impressive 8 royal lords had died by Fu Guang's claws. Chapter 5692 Joyous News. When it came to who killed the most royal lords over the past thousands of years, it would undoubtedly be Fu Guang. There were precedents where Ninth Order old ancestors had successfully killed royal lords on the Black Ink battlefield, but no Ninth Order old ancestor had ever killed as many royal lords cumulatively. It was just that Fu Guang's impressive battle record was due to special circumstances, so his achievements could not be replicated. Under Wu Kuang's full control, the gap that was opened in the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction could only allow territory lords to pass through safely. The same could not be said for the royal lords. The only consequence of forcing their way through the gap was being injured by the Grand Restriction as well as suffering bombardment from the suppressing Black Ink army. Accordingly, none of the royal lords who charged out of the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction came out intact. Most of them only had 70% of their strength left, so how could they survive against a master like Fu Guang? Wu Kuang paid a heavy price for this feat though. Although he was now a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he needed to exert all his strength to control the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. For that reason, even his cultivation had been set aside. When Yang Kai came to ask him about the situation, he only spared a few words before cutting off their contact, apparently worried that he might make a mistake that would lead to irreparable damage. The situation at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction was stable for the time being, so there was nothing for Yang Kai to worry about. In reality, there was nothing he could do either. He even took the time to travel to the chaotic dead territory and delivered a generous amount of 5 elements materials to Zhang Ruoxi. Although he left some for her last time, that was only enough to last 1,000 years. Now that several hundred years had passed, she had probably exhausted most of them already. Having not seen Ruoxi for so many years, the increase in her strength was very obvious. Compared to when she first advanced to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, her aura had undoubtedly become several times more substantial. The reason behind everything was the continuous refinement of her Heaven's Order bloodline and the increase in the heritage of her small universe. That was especially true for the latter reason. Ordinary cultivators had to refine a full set of 7 elements materials to maintain balance in their small universe, but Zhang Ruoxi had the help of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, so she only needed to refine 5 elements power while pure yin and yang were simply supplied directly to her. As a result, her cultivation period was reduced by some 30% compared to ordinary cultivators. Both Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan attached great importance to Ruoxi's cultivation. Over the years, they had been encouraging her to cultivate the 5 elements materials without the slightest pause. Fortunately, Zhang Ruoxi herself had the kind of character that could endure great loneliness and hardship. Knowing that she would only shine brightly in the upcoming war if she became stronger, she had doubled her diligence over the past few years. In this way, it was only natural for her strength to grow in leaps and bounds. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed since Yang Kai reached an agreement with Mo Naiyi to receive 30% of the cultivation resources from the Black Ink clan. Over the past 1,000 years, Yang Kai not only traveled to the chaotic dead territory and the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, but also the No Return Pass. He had ferried the resources gained by the human race masters from various places to the Supreme Headquarters, perfectly acting as a delivery man, providing the best guarantee for the cultivation of the human race masters. When Yang Kai was weak, months and years seemed like an extremely long time, but now that he was stronger, 1,000 years was nothing to be bothered about. Especially considering the war between both races had lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. Yang Kai had not been actively cultivating over the recent years, but he would still take time to contemplate the grand Daos of space and time during his downtime. Even so, he had reached the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. His small universe had been expanded to its limits and he could clearly perceive the invisible shackles surrounding it, restricting him from further improvements to his strength. These were the inherent shackles produced by the Open Heaven realm method. Aside from the Heaven's Order bloodline that Zhang Ruoxi carried, which allowed her to ignore these shackles, nobody had ever succeeded in breaking these bonds since ancient times. Inside the main hall of the No Return Pass, Mo Naiyi was reading various reports regarding the front lines. One of the battlefields had suffered a strong attack from the human race and experienced heavy losses recently, so the number of troops there needed to be replenished. The territory lords of another battlefield had been slaughtered, so more masters needed to be transferred over. Recently, he could clearly sense that the battle between the Black Ink clan and the human race had become more fierce. That was not just caused by the continuous development of the situation, but also the increasing number of masters among the two races. After so many years, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and the Territory Lords were no longer comparable to when the invasion of the 3,000 worlds began. The more masters there were, the more fierce the battles became. Mo Naiyi had a vague feeling in his heart that the current situation between the Black Ink clan and the human race would not last for much longer. When the masters of both races reached a critical number, or some external factor was triggered, the flames of war would fully erupt and engulf the entire universe. Mo Naiyi had been helping Royal Lord Mo Yu manage the affairs of the Black Ink clan for many years now, so he naturally knew how to deal with the situation at hand. The only thing that troubled him was the other pseudo-royal lord, Meng Quebec. Ever since Meng Ke advanced to become a pseudo-royal lord, he had been restless and anxious, wanting nothing more than to slaughter the human race masters to prove his strength. Fortunately, the royal lord did not allow him to act. Leaving aside their agreement with Yang Kai, it was problematic for a pseudo-royal lord to appear on the battlefield. Even without the agreement, Meng Ke was one of the Black Ink clan's hidden trump cards, so how could they reveal their hand so easily? Slaying a small number of human race masters would not affect the larger picture, so Meng Ke should only reveal himself during a critical situation. It would be best if he could reverse the power balance between the Black Ink clan and the human race in one fell swoop, which would lay the foundation for the success of the Black Ink clan. Besides, Mo Naiyi suspected that there were new Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among the human race. Take Xiang Shan for example. It had been many years since he disappeared. Even if Meng Ke made an appearance, the humans might not be helpless against him. Mo Naiyi had considered the best interests of the Black Ink clan and Meng Ke, but Meng Ke refused to understand his kindness, becoming more and more presumptuous over the years. When the royal lord forbade him from leaving the no-return pass, Meng Ke had the brilliant idea of splitting authority instead. Therefore, Mo Naiyi couldn't help feeling a headache. A dozen innate territory lords had performed the source fusion technique, so why did Meng Ke have to succeed? Mo Naiyi prided himself on being able to see the bigger picture while not being blinded by authority and power. Everything he did was for the sake of the Black Ink clan to one day dominate the universe, hence he naturally refused to split his authority with Meng Quebec. Having handled the affairs of the Black Ink clan for so long, Mo Naiyi knew better than anybody about the difference between one compared to two people issuing orders. Fortunately, the royal lord favored Mo Naiyi. Faced with Meng Ke's many requests, Mo Yu only focused on soothing Meng Ke and did not actually promise the latter anything. It was just that Meng Ke had hung around, and his nonsense was very grating on the ears. Mo Naiyi tried his best to ignore Meng Ke's rantings as he conveyed order after order, until one day, all of a sudden wild laughter mixed with joy came from somewhere. Inside the main hall, Mo Naiyi, who was processing various reports, and Meng Ke, who was chattering away endlessly, couldn't help glancing at each other. They both saw the doubts in each other's eyes. Their guess was correct. The laughter belonged to the royal lord. Moreover, the source of the laughter was the Black Ink nest where the royal lord was currently inhabiting. Mo Naiyi hurriedly stood up and rushed outside. Not to be outdone, Meng Ke hurriedly followed. The laughter was very hearty, lasting for quite a while. When the two pseudo-royal lords arrived in front of the high-rank Black Ink nest, the royal lord Mo Yu's laughter gradually subsided and a voice came from inside, "Come in." Mo Naiyi was about to step forward, but Meng Ke deliberately took a step ahead and walked ahead of him. Used to this kind of behavior, Mo Naiyi just quietly followed behind. Very soon, the two pseudo-royal lords stood before the Black Ink clan's true royal lord in the depths of the Black Ink nest. Meng Ke was the first to speak. "Sir, did something joyous happen?" Mo Yu nodded with a happy expression. "Indeed. Something joyous has occurred." He did not explain himself clearly. People generally became cheerful during joyous occasions, and the Black Ink clan was no exception. Instead, he probed his two closest aides for their thoughts. "Tell me, where does this joy come from?" Meng Ke was stunned and did not know what to say in response. It was true that he was a pseudo-royal lord, but he had always been known for his bad temper and straightforward temperament. Wit and intelligence were not his strong points. He frowned and pondered for a moment, then laughed in embarrassment. Sir, this subordinate can't think of an answer. Keep thinking and speak whatever comes to mind. Mou said lightly. Meng Ke tentatively made a guess. The Black Ink clan enjoyed a huge victory on the front lines and slaughtered countless human race masters. If that was the case, it made sense for the royal lord's cheerful demeanor. Mou glanced at Meng Ke quietly without confirming or denying the statement. Then he glanced towards the silent Mou. What do you think, Mou? Mou considered the question and replied, has progress been made at the primordial heaven source grand restriction? Mou laughed, correct. You're as smart as usual, Mou. We have indeed made progress at the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Mou smiled with pride but looked neither smug nor overly humble. Meng Ke instantly became upset and grumbled, how did you know? Mou ignored Meng Ke and thought to himself scornfully, it's so obvious, only a fool like you would not realize the truth. Then he heard the royal lord speaking, explain it to him. Since the royal lord had spoken, Mou could only obey. Over the years, the royal lord has remained quietly in the Black Ink nest without taking a single step outside. I have been managing all the affairs of the Black Ink clan's war efforts. Under ordinary circumstances, I have refrained from disturbing Sir Royal Lord with matters regarding the front lines. Even if we attained a great victory on the battlefields and slaughtered countless human race masters, the news would reach me first. Since I was not informed of such matters, then it must not be related to the front lines. Moreover, Sir Royal Lord has always remained in contact with those in the primordial heaven source grand restriction. 1,000 years ago, Sir once mentioned that our clansmen were trying to find another gap in the grand restriction. Hence, the reason for Sir's joy must be thanks to good news from the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Meng Ke frowned at the explanation. Although Mou had explained the situation clearly, he remained unconvinced. Mou followed up, Meng Ke, you should learn more from Mou. Strength alone is not enough against the human race. You need to use your wits. You know what happened to Diwu back then. Nothing good will come from underestimating the humans. Meng Ke calmed down and bowed. Meng Ke will never forget your orders, sir. Mou asked, Sir, what was the news you received from the primordial heaven source grand restriction? Mou grinned, a group has succeeded in sneaking out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction. That was extremely sensitive and confidential information. If it were an ordinary Black Ink clansman, then they naturally had no right to know such information. However, the ones standing here were two pseudo-royal lords, which was why Mou did not bother to hide anything from them. Chapter 5693 Shu. Our clansmen have snuck out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction? Thousands of thoughts instantly flitted through Mou's mind, and he soon became overjoyed. That is certainly something to be celebrated. He then paused for a moment before asking, Sir, are there any royal lords among those that snuck out? Mou shook his head. You also know the situation in the primordial heaven source grand restriction. With a human master overseeing the primordial heaven source grand restriction, those inside took 1,000 years just to open up a gap wide enough they could exploit. The commotion would be too large if a royal lord tried to sneak out, and the humans would definitely notice, so only the innate territory lords managed to escape. Mou instantly understood the situation. Sneaking out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction had to be done stealthily so they did not expose their actions. Otherwise, the human race master guarding the grand restriction might take action and turn their clansmen's 1,000-year effort into a waste of time. There were many territory lords at present, but the number of surviving innate territory lords was far from their initial numbers back then. After years of fighting, countless innate territory lords had lost their lives on the battlefield. At the moment, less than 10% of the innate territory lords remained compared to their peak. On the other hand, there was no shortage of innate territory lords inside the primordial heaven source grand restriction. If they could sneak out, then they would be a huge boost for the current Black Ink clan. The number that came out is not great, but more and more will soon leave the primordial heaven source grand restriction, Mou added. Mou was a little curious and asked, Sir, a human master is guarding the primordial heaven source grand restriction. How did our clansmen avoid detection and discovery of the gap? He did not doubt the ability of his clansmen in the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Rather, he was worried that all of this might be part of a trap set up by the human race. If the human master knew that Black Ink clansmen were sneaking out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction, he might have simply allowed it to happen after setting up some kind of ambush or counterplan. After fighting the human race for so long, Mo Nai had gotten used to considering all possible situations. Mou glanced at Mo Nai approvingly, obviously aware of what the latter was worried about. He thus explained, "As I told you before, the strength of that human master is inferior to Tsang's. He is roughly at the level of an ordinary Ninth Order master at most. With his strength, he will never be as good as Tsang when it comes to monitoring and controlling the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. Back then, this human was foolish enough to open a gap in the Grand Restriction to cooperate with the human race army and that divine dragon to intercept and kill all those who rushed out of the opening. Over the past 1,000 years that battle has never ceased, but that was intentional. Those in the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction maintained this situation as, although it resulted in great casualties, it also allowed them to divert that human master's focus. Several royal lords were even sacrificed to ensure that the enemy remained unaware of our actions." Mo Nai immediately understood. If the human race master guarding the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction was completely focused on maintaining the gap he opened up, then his vigilance over the rest of the Grand Restriction would naturally weaken considerably. In this way, those inside would have the opportunity to sneak out unnoticed. After 1,000 years of hard work, they finally succeeded in their efforts. That was definitely a great achievement. After all, they even sacrificed several royal lords just to keep that human distracted. Judging by the situation, this human's control over the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction was indeed far inferior to Tsang. The human should have no knowledge of those who had snuck out of the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. Mo Nai immediately felt relieved. Meng Ke listened by the side for some time, then he suddenly spoke up, "Sir, those that came out are unfamiliar with the world outside since they have never left the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. Should I go and welcome them?" He had remained in the no-return pass ever since he became a pseudo-royal lord, so he was feeling extremely bored and constricted. The royal lord had not allowed him to fight on the front lines, but welcoming some fellow clansmen should not be a problem. Before Mou could answer, Mo Nai snapped decisively, "Absolutely not." Meng Ke immediately glared at Mo Nai and questioned, "Why not?" Mo Nai glanced at Meng Ke coldly before muttering, "Yang Kai is currently loitering outside the no-return pass. He will definitely notice you if you leave. Once that happens, what would be the point of hiding your existence until now?" Meng Ke opened his mouth but found himself speechless to refute the statement, but that only vexed and annoyed him even more, making him wish he could punch Mo Nai at least once. Mou nodded, "That's right. Meng Ke, it's not the right time for you to reveal yourself. Besides, those that escaped should not come to the no-return pass either." Mo Nai bowed, "You are wise, sir. If Yang Kai notices this kind of movement, he will easily realize that something has gone wrong at the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. At that time, the human army on that side will surely take action to intercept our clansmen or worse, fix the hidden gap in the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. The 1,000-year effort of our brethren would all be wasted at that point. Sir, I ask that you send a message to them to rest and recover at a suitable location for now. They need to stay hidden and wait until the timing is right." Mou agreed, "Good. But the no-return pass will need to send them some supplies. Most who snuck out of the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction will be heavily injured, so they will need resources to heal. I will leave this matter to you." "Yes." Mo Nai received the order and took the opportunity to obtain another miniature black ink nest from the royal lord. Then he used it to communicate with the clansmen living outside. He generally acted with great caution, and considering that Yang Kai was hiding somewhere outside the no-return pass, monitoring the movements here, Mo Nai could only rely on the teams that were extracting materials outside to secretly divert some resources if he wanted to avoid arousing Yang Kai's suspicions. It did not take long for large amounts of resources to be sent out without notice. At the same time, several Black Ink clansmen silently left the mining locations where the cultivation resources were being gathered and scattered in all directions across the Black Ink battlefield. Meanwhile, a steady stream of territory lords began sneaking out from inside the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. Not only was Wu Kuang not strong enough, but he was also being distracted elsewhere. Hence, it was difficult for him to detect these hidden movements of the Black Ink clan. The territory lords who snuck out had no intention of attacking the suppressing Black Ink army, as that would be meaningless. Such actions would only alert the enemy to their presence. On the contrary, They immediately concealed their auras and took a long detour around the primordial heaven source grand restriction to gather at designated locations under Mo Naye's guidance. To avoid the detection of the human race master overseeing the primordial heaven source grand restriction, only a few territory lords would sneak out at a time to prevent making too large a disturbance. They basically maintained a frequency of 2 or 3 territory lords every month. Additionally, the territory lords who snuck out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction had to pay a high price. Just as how the gap that Wu Kuang opened up could only allow territory lords to leave safely and any royal lords trying would be heavily wounded if they forcibly tried, all the territory lords who forcibly snuck out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction from the hidden gap suffered injuries in varying degrees of severity. It was precisely for this reason that MOU had instructed Mo Nayi to deliver a large amount of resources to these territory lords. The innate territory lords from the primordial heaven source grand restriction brought out many black ink nests with them, but cultivation resources were needed to hatch these black ink nests. Once the black ink nests were hatched, they could enter them in order to treat their wounds while waiting for Mo Nayi to summon them. In time they would gather a huge force and deal a critical blow to the human race. Everything took place in secret. The number of territory lords sneaking out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction gradually increased, but the human race remained unaware of the situation. Outside the no-return pass, a feudal lord was handing over 30% of the cultivation resources over the last 5 years to Yang Kai. Yang Kai examined the resources for a moment, then he frowned deeply. "Go back and tell Mo Nayi. If he dares to deduct my share again, this king will take the resources myself." Over the past few years, Mo Nayi had gotten bolder and bolder. The cultivation resources handed to him were reducing steadily, and the quality was not as good as before. Hence, he couldn't help becoming vigilant. What was the Black Ink clan trying to do? Mo Nayi was a smart person. Therefore he should know the consequences of embezzling resources in such a bold manner. Although the Black Ink clan had always given Yang Kai less than the agreed 30% of their gathered resources, the quantity and quality that were delivered to him at the beginning were quite generous, but both had been dropping steadily in recent years. The feudal lord replied anxiously, "Yes, I will definitely deliver your message." Scram. Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. The feudal lord immediately transformed into a black ink cloud and flew off without delay. Looking in the direction of the no-return pass for a moment, Yang Kai frowned slightly. What was the meaning behind Mo Naye's actions? He did not believe that the total amount gathered by the Black Ink clan would decrease over the years. The vast Black Ink battlefield was an enormous treasure trove, so as long as the Black Ink clan remained diligent, they would not lack cultivation resources. If the same thing happens again, I will personally take action to retrieve my rightful share. Turning around, Yang Kai traveled towards the depths of the void. It was already time for the 100-year meeting with Ouyang Lai and the others. Over the past 1,000 years, tens of thousands of human race cultivators had been gathering resources in the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. It was thanks to their diligent efforts that the troops on the front lines had sufficient supplies to cultivate, treat their wounds, and kill the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai repeatedly delivered the resources that were either obtained from the Black Ink clan or gathered by the human race cultivators to the supreme headquarters. Although traveling back and forth was tiring, he was willing to make the effort. After all, he was the only person with the ability to perform this task. Speeding towards the place where Ouyang Lai and the others had been operating over the last 100 years, Yang Kai constantly checked for their location with his space beacons. After a few days, he realized that Ouyang Lai and the others were no longer at the same location as 100 years ago. Yang Kai was not surprised by his discovery, though, as it was common for them to mine out a region and then move on to the next. Over the past 1,000 years, the tens of thousands of cultivators had already relocated several times under Ouyang Lai and the other veteran 8th Order Masters' leadership. For Yang Kai, he could easily figure out their location as long as Ouyang Lai and the others carried space beacons on them. It was not as though he could not find them. Manipulating space principles, Yang Kai took a step forward. The world turned upside down and he appeared next to Ouyang Lai. Before Yang Kai had time to greet Ouyang Lai, he heard a voice in his ears, "Shu." He instinctively concealed his aura and turned to look around himself. Then Yang Kai immediately became more confused. There was no sign of other people in the area, much less the lively scene he expected where tens of thousands of cultivators were scattered nearby to diligently mine or gather cultivation resources. Ouyang Lai seemed to be the only person here. Nevertheless, he was acting extremely cautiously, as though he was guarding against some kind of danger. Oyenlai was currently located on a small universe fragment, one that was barely the size of a small mountain. Similar universe fragments could be found everywhere on the black ink battlefield. Moreover, he was sticking close to a pit so that his body sank inside completely. Once his aura was concealed, he would not be found unless someone probed this universe fragment very carefully. What is he doing? Chapter 5694 So Fierce. Look over there. Standing next to Yang Kai, Oyenlai sent a divine sense message while pointing in a certain direction. Yang Kai turned to look where he was directed, and what entered his vision at a glance was a dead universe world. He could not tell how long the universe world had been dead, with its world force long gone. Even the universe world's grand Tao had collapsed and withered away for who knows how many years. An abundance of universe worlds in similar conditions could be found scattered across the black ink battlefield. In the distant past, these universe worlds might have either been prosperous or contained countless living creatures. Unfortunately, they were dead and lifeless now. For both the human race and the Black Ink clan, the only value left in these universe worlds was the opportunity to obtain various resources that remained in them. Needless to say, what Oyenlai wanted to point out to Yang Kai was not the universe world itself but something that could be found in the universe world instead. It turned out to be a special existence that resembled a small mountain surrounded by dense black ink strength, towering several thousand meters high into the sky. The structure seemed deeply rooted in the world, almost as though integrated with the universe world itself. A black ink nest? Yang Kai's eyes shrank at the sight. What stood in the middle of the dead universe world was none other than a black ink nest here. Moreover, judging by the size of the black ink nest and the density of the surrounding black ink strength, it was at least a mid-rank black ink nest, but more likely a high-rank black ink nest. Why is there a black ink nest here? Yang Kai couldn't help wondering as great confusion inadvertently flooded his heart. Oyenlai's voice rang in his ears again. After our most recent migration, several 8th Order Masters and I were investigating the surrounding vicinity when we accidentally came across this black ink nest 10 years ago. Not knowing how many black ink clansmen were hidden inside the black ink nest, Oyenlai and the others did not dare to expose themselves. Hence, they simply decided to monitor the situation for the time being. Oyenlai was tasked with waiting for Yang Kai's arrival at this spot while the other veterans brought the resource-gathering team away from this region to continue sourcing materials from other sites. The wait lasted 10 years. After all, it had always been Yang Kai who took the initiative to approach them while Oyenlai and others had no means to communicate with Yang Kai. For that reason, Oyenlai had been anxiously counting the passing days. It was truly fortunate that Yang Kai had shown up on time. After observing the black ink nest intently, Yang Kai discovered that it was most likely a high-rank black ink nest. In all likelihood, the black ink nest lacked the magnificence of a true high-rank nest because it was not fully hatched. Furthermore, the black ink strength produced by this black ink nest did not radiate into the surroundings but remained condensed around it as much as possible to prevent any unnecessary waste. Yang Kai then sent a divine sense message to inquire about the situation. Senior brother, has the black ink nest been in this condition since you first discovered it? Oyenlai gently nodded. There have been no changes so far. Did you see any black ink clansmen entering or leaving? He shook his head. No. This was very strange. Why was a suspected high-rank black ink nest located in such a remote area? Not to mention, there were no signs of black ink clansmen entering or leaving the premises. Had the black ink nest been abandoned by the black ink clan in the past? That did not make sense either. Black ink nests were special existences with extremely strong connections with each other. Even if this high-rank black ink nest had been abandoned in the past due to some unknown circumstances, the Black Ink clan would have no trouble finding and retrieving it after so many years. However, Oyenlai had never seen a single Black Ink clansman entering or leaving the Black Ink nest over the past 10 years. In other words, the Black Ink clan was aware of this Black Ink nest's existence but had chosen to ignore it. It was generally impossible for Black Ink nests to be empty. There were bound to be some Black Ink clansmen nearby, either to guard the Black Ink nest or to gather resources nearby. Contrary to expectations, the Black Ink nest before them seemed to be completely empty. There was not a single soldier to be seen anywhere. Junior brother, should I investigate the situation inside? Oyenlai inquired. He had long since wanted to take action, but he had not dared to act recklessly since he did not know what was lurking in this Black Ink nest. Now that Yang Kai was here, he should have no difficulty investigating the situation inside with Yang Kai's support. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. I'll go. Seeing as the current situation remained uncertain, they had to prepare themselves for the worst. If there was a royal lord inside this black ink nest, Ouyang Lai would only be courting death if he recklessly rushed forward. On the other hand, Yang Kai had enough confidence to escape even if he accidentally ran into a royal lord. Ouyang Lai nodded at those words. In that case, I will stand by to provide support, junior brother. Be careful, senior brother, Yang Kai warned. Looking in the direction of the black ink nest, he took a step forward and his figure disappeared into the void. Regardless of the circumstances, it was a given that they had to understand the situation inside the black ink nest. Since the decision was made, then there was no need for further hesitation. In the next moment, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared above the black ink nest under Ouyang Lai's watch. A huge and dazzling great sun suddenly leapt into the sky, illuminating the surrounding void in all directions. Despite standing 1,000,000 kilometers away, Ouyang Lai could clearly feel the power behind this attack. Following the appearance of the great sun, the sound of a golden crow reverberated. The attack landed directly upon the black ink nest, causing a burst of light to erupt throughout the void, illuminating it like the first rays of morning. The several thousand meters tall black ink nest instantly evaporated under the scorching sun. At the same time, Ouyang Lai sensed more than a dozen powerful auras flickering into existence from the ruins. He immediately calmed down after he determined the strength of those auras. Although the situation was bad, it was not completely helpless. More than a dozen territory lords were hidden inside the black ink nest, but there were no royal lords. With Yang Kai here, there would be no issues so long as there were no royal lords. The thought had only just passed through Ouyang Lai's mind when the aura of a territory lord vanished from existence. How quick! In the blink of an eye, one of the territory lords died at Yang Kai's hands. The speed left Ouyang Lai absolutely flabbergasted. Such killing efficiency was completely beyond his means. Before he could compose himself though, he sensed the aura of another territory lord withering away and suddenly felt powerless in comparison. At this moment he couldn't tell whether Yang Kai was too strong or the territory lords were too weak. Ouyang Lai was too far away to perceive the situation clearly. In comparison, Yang Kai stood in the middle of the battlefield and understood everything at a glance. When his golden crow cast the sun destroyed the black ink nest, Yang Kai had been on guard against the possibility of a royal lord awakening. Fortunately, there was no royal lord inside this black ink nest, only territory lords. More precisely, there were a dozen or so innate territory lords. The golden crow cast the sun was just a probe, so Yang Kai had not planned to achieve much from that attack alone, but not only was the high-rank black ink nest destroyed under the force of his divine manifestation, the dozen or so territory lords hidden inside were wounded as a result. However, Yang Kai soon realized that something was wrong. Not all the wounds on the territory lords were caused by his golden crow cast the sun. Innate territory lords were inherently powerful, so even if they suffered injuries from this sudden attack, it did not make sense for their wounds to be so severe. Realization struck Yang Kai abruptly. These innate territory lords were wounded in the first place. They had been hiding inside the black ink nest to recuperate from their wounds, which left them completely unguarded towards his attack earlier. Seeing as they were already injured, the impact of the golden crow cast the sun had only worsened their condition. 1,000 years ago, Yang Kai had traveled to the divine spirit ancestral land and encountered an innate territory lord at his peak. Even then, Yang Kai had managed to kill that territory lord in just 3 moves. He had employed various tricks at the time, but from the results of that clash, Yang Kai estimated he could have slain the innate territory lord within 10 moves without resorting to any deeper strategy. Now, 1,000 years later, Yang Kai's strength had improved significantly. At this moment he was much stronger in terms of cultivation, physique, heritage, and his comprehension of the Grand Tao. Even if an innate territory lord in his prime were to stand before him now, Yang Kai would no longer need 10 moves or special tricks to kill them. He was confident he could slaughter any innate territory lord within 3 moves now. Not only were these wounded territory lords weakened in the first place, but they were also caught off guard and thrown into confusion after the initial sneak attack. Combined with meeting a killing star like Yang Kai, they were bound to suffer a tragic fate. 2 of the territory lords lost their lives in the blink of an eye, and the disturbance caused by their withering auras frightened the other territory lords greatly. At that moment, they subconsciously assumed that the one who attacked them was a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Contrary to their expectations though, their senses told them that their assailant was only in the 8th Order. Was the outside world so dangerous? Since when did 8th Order human masters become so powerful? Wasn't it said that innate territory lords were stronger on average than 8th Order masters? If the territory lords at the no-return pass had faced such a situation, they would have hurriedly gathered together to form battle formations to protect themselves. Unfortunately, these innate territory lords had never learned about battle formations. They had also never truly fought an enemy before, so their mentality and reaction speed were abysmal. How could they come up with a suitable countermeasure in a state of panic and desperation? They simply followed their instincts and began besieging Yang Kai from all directions. Black Ink's strength surged violently as world force stirred turbulently. The silent void instantly became a bloody battlefield. The spear in Yang Kai's hand swept out as more great suns leapt into the sky and exploded with great force. Furthermore, various Dao strengths wove together at the tip of his spear. Yang Kai spun an impenetrable net of death around him. The innate territory lords caught in the invisible net struggled and howled like chained beasts, but ultimately, they could not escape the fate of being killed. In the distance, Ouyang Lai was stunned by the scene playing out before him. The rapid and consecutive withering of powerful auras left only one thought churning in his head. How is this brat so fierce? Ouyang Lai himself was a veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm master, but be that as it may, he felt as though he could barely compare to Yang Kai in terms of strength anymore. We are both at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, so why is there such a large gap between our strengths? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. Even if the innate territory lords were wounded, they were not chickens and dogs that could be slain so easily. Faced with Yang Kai's ruthless assault, the power behind their instinctive counterattacks was not to be underestimated. If it was any other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm master, even if they managed to seize the initiative, they could not persist for so long under the fierce barrage of attacks that came from all directions if their defenses were not strong enough. Unfortunately for the territory lords, Yang Kai was different. Yang Kai's dragon form was only one step away from breaking through to reaching the divine dragon realm, hence his physical toughness was almost unparalleled. He was perfectly capable of withstanding a few attacks from these territory lords that landed on him. As long as he was not subjected to this bombardment for too long, his life would not be endangered in the slightest. Moreover, the corruption of the Black Ink strength was completely ineffective against Yang Kai. With no fear of Black Ink strength and equipped with impregnable defensive abilities, he only needed to bring out his strongest killing moves as quickly as possible to end the fight. For the most part, Yang Kai traded equal blows with the territory lords. It was just that the outcomes for each party after receiving a blow from their opponent were distinctly different. Yang Kai suffered some shocks after being hit, suffering light injuries at most. In contrast, the territory lords basically died on the spot. In less than an incense stick of time, 10 out of the dozen or so territory lords had been killed. It was at this moment that the remaining 5 territory lords finally realized that something was very wrong. Following a furious roar from one of the surviving territory lords, the 5 of them scattered in different directions. This 8th Order human who appeared out of nowhere was much too terrifying. He was not somebody they could defeat. Under these circumstances, they could only hope that at least one of them could escape to relay word about what happened here to the no-return pass. Chapter 5695, Where did they come from? The sudden outbreak of the battle not only destroyed the high-rank Black Ink nest, but also caused most of the innate territory lords hiding within to be killed or injured. The 5 surviving territory lords were shocked by the sudden turn of events and violently pushed the Black Ink strength in their bodies, transforming into Black Ink clouds that fled in different directions. This human race master was not somebody these wounded territory lords could defeat. If they continued fighting him, the only outcome waiting for them was complete annihilation. Solidify. A shout reverberated through the void. The voice seemed to have a certain effect on the space principles of the region, causing the local space to become incredibly dense and heavy. Like flies caught in sticky sap, the 5 Black Ink clouds instantly froze in place. They fought and struggled against the restraints around them, moving forward at a snail's pace as a sense of horror filled their eyes. While urging his space principles, Yang Kai hurled the Azure Dragon Spear. Following an explosive dragon roar, the spear pierced through one of the territory lords who stood locked in place, causing him to explode into a cloud of blood mist. Then, the Azure Dragon Spear circled back and was caught firmly in the palm of Yang Kai's hand. A cracking sound filled the air as the local space shattered. Having realized how dire the situation was, the 4 remaining territory lords had desperately stimulated their power and broken free from Yang Kai's space solidification technique. 4 black ink clouds began escaping again, but most of them were coughing up blood as they tried to run. After all, they had to pay a high price to quickly break free from the restraints of space. Only after escaping 100,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye did one of the innate territory lords take the time to glance behind him. He could not see the human race master anywhere, but before he could heave a sigh of relief, he abruptly noticed something strange ahead of himself and quickly glanced in that direction. What entered his vision nearly frightened him to death as his mind went completely blank. A figure had mysteriously materialized right in front of him. This figure blocked his path and leisurely stabbed at him with a spear. The aura of death washed over him at that moment. The territory lord let out a furious roar, and the black ink strength in his body swept forward like the raging river. The immense strength of the spear stabbing forward stagnated for a moment. However, the stalemate lasted less than a breath before various mysterious Tao strengths manifested along the length of the spear, causing the already dense murderous intent to explode violently. The defenses formed from the black ink strength that the territory lord desperately mobilized were as vulnerable as paper against this attack. The spear thrust forward before swiftly being retracted as the burst of black ink strength dissipated into nothingness. The human race master was no longer standing in front of him, but the territory lord knew that the human had simply gone to hunt down the rest of his clansmen. The territory lord stood quietly in the void with a look of complete disbelief on his face. How can a human master like that exist? I can't believe he killed so many innate territory lords like he was slaughtering chickens and butchering dogs. Just who is he? His questions remained unanswered. In the last moments of his life, the territory lord detected violent energy fluctuations coming from somewhere not far from his current position. These fluctuations were obviously the final resistance of one of his companions. Immediately after that, his body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Faced with an undefeatable enemy like Yang Kai, dispersing and choosing to flee in different directions had been the best choice. Unfortunately, against the strange and unpredictable space secret technique, the innate territory lords would not have had a happy ending even though there was nothing wrong with their tactics. Yang Kai would have needed to pay a certain price to defeat all of them if they had chosen to rally together and fight to the death. However, he had no trouble killing them without receiving any damage if he was only hunting them down one by one. A short while later, Yang Kai moved to his last target, only to see Ouyang Lai fighting one of the innate territory lords. Ouyang Lai was bombarding the innate territory lord indiscriminately as his world force surging violently around him. Each attack landed squarely and drew blood, causing the innate territory lord to retreat steadily with a despairing expression. Out of the remaining 5 territory lords, Yang Kai had killed one on the spot and then hunted down another 3. He had ignored the last remaining territory lord as the latter had fled in Ouyang Lai's direction. Yang Kai was certain that Ouyang Lai would not ignore this territory lord, and sure enough, he was greeted with the scene of their battle as soon as he returned. Ouyang Lai had been holding back for too long. It had been over 1,000 years since Big Head Me dispatched him to protect the resource-gathering team on the Black Ink battlefield, before which he was essentially living an idle life for thousands of years on the profound Nether battlefield. Aside from relocating them from place to place, Ouyang Lai had remained on guard duty all the time for the past 1,000 years. His days might have been leisurely, but such a boring life was nothing more than a different kind of torture for a combat veteran like himself who lived his entire life on the battlefield. He had been yearning to return to the fight, and even if he died in battle in some remote corner of the void, it would still be better than living such a tedious and monotonous life. How could Ouyang Lai possibly take his first battle after several thousand years casually? He was eager to vent all his frustrations that had accumulated over all these years of peace. Not to mention his opponent was an innate territory lord. Ouyang Lai had often suffered at the hands of innate territory lords when the war was still raging in profound Nether territory. Every battle would leave him covered in wounds, some of which were even life-threatening. It was only thanks to his strong will and vitality that he survived for so long. The boredom and depression that had accumulated for several thousand years could finally be released today. Yang Kai did not step forward to provide support, but simply chose to watch quietly from the side. Under Yang Kai's gaze, Ouyang Lai pushed the innate territory lord to the brink of despair until he turned to flee in panic, his black blood gushing out of his wounds. At that moment, Ouyang Lai summoned his divine manifestation. It was his way of paying tribute to his formidable opponent by unleashing the most ferocious move in his arsenal. The aura of the innate territory lord weakened rapidly until it eventually faded into nothingness. Ouyang Lai stood in the void amidst the splattering black blood, enjoying the long-lost sensation of combat, burning murderous intent flooding from his body. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and roared, "Great!" Sure enough, fighting against powerful enemies was what he desired the most. Turning around, his gaze landed on Yang Kai's figure. The fighting spirit that threatened to explode from within his body gradually subsided, and he finally raised the question that had been bugging him for some time. "Junior brother, were they already injured beforehand?" If the innate territory lord had been at his peak, Yang Lai knew that he could not have killed his opponent with his own strength alone. During the battle, he noticed that the strength displayed by the innate territory lord was seriously compromised. It was far weaker than the other innate territory lords he had encountered in profound nether territory. Thinking back to the battle record Yang Kai displayed earlier, it was only natural for him to come to this conclusion. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. They were all severely wounded. Yang Lai had trouble understanding the situation. How did they get hurt? Who hurt them? Besides, why were they hiding and recuperating in this random place? Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Although he had deliberated deeply over the matter, there were simply too many questions about this matter. Leaving aside who had harmed these innate territory lords, the most important question was why they were hiding and recuperating here. Innate territory lords generally preferred sleeping and recuperating from their injuries at the no-return pass. Not only were there many high-rank black ink nests at the no-return pass, but Royal Lord Mou was also overseeing that place. Hence, the security at the no-return pass was incomparable to this random stretch of the void. This incident was a good example. Yang Lai had accidentally discovered the high-rank black ink nest, and Yang Kai had happened to appear by his side thanks to their agreed 100-year meeting. As a consequence, 15 innate territory lords and a high-rank black ink nest were destroyed. Such a loss was not small even for the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clan couldn't be so careless, especially since the affairs of the Black Ink clan were currently being managed by Mo Nai, who was by no means a fool. Even ignoring all of these strange points, why would 15 injured innate territory lords squeeze themselves into a single half-hatched high-rank black ink nest to recuperate from their wounds? This kind of arrangement was extremely detrimental to their recovery speed. The benefits they could obtain would be severely reduced when there were so many of them in one place after all. Has there been a schism in the Black Ink clan? Is that pseudo-royal lord called Mo Nai trying to establish his own force? Yang Lai suddenly wondered out loud. If that was the case, then it could just barely explain why these innate territory lords had been hiding here. Yang Kai shook his head. Mo Nai probably has no such intentions or the ability for that matter. Mo Nai was just a pseudo-royal lord with a true royal lord like Mou above him. Even if Mo Nai had the intention of establishing his own force, the other innate territory lords would never obey him. From Yang Kai's long years of experience with the Black Ink clan, it was undeniable that power struggles existed and some Black Ink clansmen had their own agendas. However, the Black Ink clan as a whole was extremely united against external forces. It was impossible for Mo Nai to do something stupid like setting up his own force. What puzzled Yang Kai even more was the origin of these innate territory lords. Where did they come from? For the last 1,000 years, Yang Kai had more or less remained on guard outside the no-return pass because the Black Ink clan was supposed to hand over part of their supplies to him at regular 5-year intervals. Seeing as he generally had nothing more important to do, Yang Kai would generally use his spare time to monitor the movements of the Black Ink clan at the no-return pass. The only times Yang Kai left his position was when he had to meet with Yang Lai and the others, and he was never gone for long. Most of the time Yang Kai left for half a month or so. The longest he was away did not exceed 1 month. Once the supplies were delivered to the Supreme Headquarters, he would return immediately. During this period, Yang Kai had never detected any innate territory lords leaving the no-return pass and venturing deep into the Black Ink battlefield. It was too far-fetched to believe that these territory lords had left the no-return pass during his brief absences and came here to treat their wounds. The Black Ink clan should not have the ability to monitor his movements in the first place, so they had no way of knowing when he wasn't lurking about. More importantly, the Black Ink clan had no reason to do something like this. There were many high-rank Black Ink nests at the no-return pass, so why would these 15 territory lords need to hatch a new high-rank Black Ink nest in such a remote place? Why would they need to huddle together in such a cramped space? Could it be that these territory lords did not come from the no-return pass? Yang Kai suddenly turned around and flew towards the dead universe world. Yang Lai did not understand the reason for Yang Kai's actions, but he hurriedly followed along. It did not take long before the two of them came to the location where the black ink nest originally stood. The area had been transformed into a large crater when Yang Kai previously unleashed the full strength of his golden crow cast the sun, disintegrating the several thousand-meter-tall black ink nest and blasting away the land around it. Floating above the crater, Yang Kai's divine sense poured out like the surging tide, and he soon made a discovery. With a flash of his figure, he landed at a certain spot and picked something up from the ground. Standing beside Yang Kai, Yang Lai took a look over his shoulder and made a soft exclamation. A seventh-order wood element material. The quality is pretty good. There are more here. While speaking, he reached out and grabbed a stone that was the size of a head. The stone glittered with a golden light, and metal element energy surged from within. It was evident that the stone was not an ordinary object. A sixth-order metal element material? He frowned at the sight. Yang Kai and Yang Lai found numerous cultivation materials of different elements in the vicinity. Moreover, the quality of these materials was very high. It was clear that these cultivation materials had not come from this universe world. On the contrary, they had been scattered from the destroyed black ink nest. These materials had probably been accumulated in the black ink nest. It was just that Yang Kai had arrived before these territory lords had the opportunity to utilize these materials. When the black ink nest was destroyed, these materials were naturally scattered in all directions. Chapter 5696. The calculations of man cannot compare to those of heaven. Yang Kai and Yang Lai searched the vicinity at random, but in less than half an hour, they found thousands of cultivation materials of good quality and different attributes. It had to be said that these were simply the ones that could be found in plain sight, and there were bound to be more which had either been depleted or buried nearby. Standing in the void, Yang Kai held an earth element material in his hand with a deep frown on his face. How did these territory lords accumulate so many cultivation resources? The dozen or so innate territory lords hiding here to treat their wounds did not have any Black Ink clan troops under their command. In that case, who brought them these materials? He then suddenly recalled an incident that had caught his attention recently. The Black Ink clan had been increasingly excessive in their embezzlement of cultivation resources during their delivery of supplies. In all likelihood, the No Return Pass knew about the existence of this high-rank Black Ink nest and the 15 innate territory lords here and diverted resources to this place, cutting into his share. What if the No Return Pass was not embezzling the resources? What if the number of cultivation resources in their possession was simply that limited? If they were secretly transporting large amounts of cultivation resources away from the No Return Pass and delivering them to the innate territory lords hiding outside so that they could hatch a high-rank Black Ink nest and treat their wounds? Combined with the dubious origins of these innate territory lords, a certain thought caused a sudden jolt of horror in Yang Kai's heart. He immediately turned and instructed, "Senior brother Yang, join up with the others as soon as possible. Be careful to remain in hiding until I return. More importantly, don't act rashly even if you encounter something abnormal." "What did you discover?" Yang Lai asked. Although he had not considered the matter as deeply as Yang Kai, he could instinctively sense that something was very wrong. Yang Kai replied, "I'm not sure yet, but I have to investigate further." After saying so, he vanished from sight with a ripple of space principles. On the other hand, Yang Lai was left with his mouth hanging open. Swallowing the words he had not been in time to speak, he turned around and went to join the other 8th Order veterans on guard duty. Meanwhile, Yang Kai flew forward at a rapid pace. There was no particular target destination in his mind. He was simply carrying out a careful and sweeping search of the general area. If his guess was correct, then the innate territory lords he encountered were not the only ones hiding outside the No Return Pass. There were likely more of them in other remote places. The Black Ink clan was essentially under Emo Naye's command at the moment, and for that reason Yang Kai and Emo Naye had interacted with each other on several occasions. While Yang Kai did not dare to claim that he had a thorough understanding of Emo Naye, he was not completely unfamiliar with his enemy either. Therefore, he placed himself in Emo Naye's shoes and considered the matter from the latter's perspective. If the truth was as Yang Kai speculated, then the question was simple: what arrangements would he make for the innate territory lords living outside? The answer came to him quickly. He would never allow them to return to the No Return Pass. That was because Yang Kai was always standing guard outside the No Return Pass. If these territory lords headed to the No Return Pass, their whereabouts would definitely be exposed. These territory lords with unknown origins were most likely Emo Naye's hidden trump card. In that case, It was only natural to keep them as deeply hidden as possible until they could all be mobilized at a critical moment. Their sudden emergence was bound to catch the human race by surprise. If that was the case, they could not be placed too near the no-return pass. Otherwise, their existence might be exposed. After all, Mo could not confirm that Yang Kai would remain in the periphery of the no-return pass at all times. If Yang Kai was struck by an impulsive whim and arbitrarily decided to wander deeper into the black ink battlefield, he might accidentally discover something. Combining his speculations with the location of the high-rank black ink nest he destroyed earlier, Yang Kai quickly found the answer. The ruins of the royal city of the major theaters were located quite far from the no-return pass, far enough that even if he wanted to take a random walk, Yang Kai would not venture this far. In reality, there was nothing wrong with Mo Na's arrangement. What he never expected was that the human race had a team of tens of thousands of cultivators mining for resources in the depths of the black ink battlefield, much less that Yang Kai's considerations would coincide with his own. Yang Kai had also dispatched other humans to search for resources beyond the ruins of the royal cities, as he assumed it was absolutely safe from the black ink clan's patrols. Both sides had assumed that the other would not venture so deep into the black ink battlefield for no reason, so they had hidden their activities in the same place. That was how Yang Lai had accidentally stumbled upon the high-rank black ink nest while investigating his surroundings. One could only sigh at the irony. It was truly an occasion befitting the saying, "The calculations of man cannot compare to those of heaven." Despite Yang Kai's conjectures, trying to find something in the vast void was like trying to find a single shell in a vast sea. He was lucky that his divine sense was powerful and he could use space principles to rapidly move from one place to another. 1 month later, his efforts bore fruit. In a dead universe world located deep in the void, Yang Kai came across a scene similar to the one he had seen previously. A high-rank black ink nest was standing there quietly. Furthermore, the high-rank black ink nest was not fully hatched to avoid any wastage of resources or black ink strength. All the black ink strength was condensed around the black ink nest with no sign of it spreading into the surroundings. That was part of the countermeasures to conceal the existence of the black ink nest. If the black ink nest had been fully hatched, it would tower many thousands of meters into the sky, and the black ink strength surging from it would easily cover the entire universe world and the surrounding space, making it very easy to spot. On the contrary, restraining its growth and emission of black ink strength could provide adequate concealment. If Yang Kai had not investigated the area carefully and simply passed by without much care, he might not have discovered the black ink nest. Thanks to his previous experience, Yang Kai did not show mercy in his actions this time around. He had not been certain whether there was a royal lord in the previous black ink nest, so he had only used Golden Crow Cast the Sun to test the waters. This time he did not hesitate to use his Sun and Moon Divine Seal. The spacetime strength emerged as a giant seal comprised of a crescent moon and great sun slammed fiercely into the black ink nest. Time and space warped greatly at the moment of impact, seemingly shredding reality itself in the surrounding region. Once the full power of the Sun and Moon Divine Seal dissipated, the local time and space began to repair itself. The enormous high-rank black ink nest disintegrated like a tower of sand, and most of the innate territory lords hiding within the black ink nest to recuperate from their wounds were instantly annihilated. The Sun and Moon Divine Seal was Yang Kai's strongest single trump card at the moment. Supplemented by his current cultivation at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, even a pseudo-royal lords like Mo Na might not be able to defend against this attack, so what more need be said about a bunch of injured, defenseless innate territory lords? The territory lords who were lucky enough to survive this blow all suffered severe damage to their foundations. Awakening from their deep slumber, they looked absolutely terrified and barely had any time to understand the situation before they were massacred. The slaughter this time around went much faster than before, with the main reason being that the power of Yang Kai's Sun and Moon Divine Seal was much higher than his Golden Crow Cast the Sun. Many of the territory lords were slain before they even caught a glimpse of their attacker, while those who survived were left on the verge of death. The entire process took no more than several dozen breaths of time. As Yang Kai retrieved the Azure Dragon's spear, there was not a single living being left in his surroundings. However, he did not show the slightest joy on his face. Instead, his expression was extremely solemn. Compared to finding another high-rank black ink nest after just 1 month, he would rather have spent several years searching with no results. If that were the case, then it would have meant that his speculations were wrong and the situation faced by the human race would not worsen much further. Unfortunately, looking at the current situation, everything seemed to be heading in the worst direction. To obtain results in just 1 month. Could not be just because he had been lucky or his search efforts had been careful enough. Looking at the situation from the most obvious perspective, this meant that many territory lords were living outside the no-return pass. It was precisely because their numbers were so high that Yang Kai was easily able to find them. If he continued his search, Yang Kai was certain he would find even more black ink nests filled with territory lords. We're in big trouble. It turned out that Wu Kuang was unreliable after all. However, it was not entirely his fault either. Although Wu Kuang was the reincarnation of Shi, who had the qualifications to control the primordial heaven source grand restriction, his cultivation was limited. It was only natural that Wu Kuang could not control the primordial heaven source grand restriction as well as Tsang. Yang Kai pondered for a while before activating space principles and returning along the same route he came with the help of the space beacons that he had hidden. It had taken him a month to arrive at this spot, but it only took him a few hours to return and successfully meet up with Ouyang Lai and the others. Faced with the inquiring gazes of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Yang Kai did not know how to explain the situation. Thus he decided not to say anything. He simply opened his mouth and declared, "Senior brother Ouyang, please accompany me back to the Supreme Headquarters." Ouyang Lai was startled, but he quickly responded, "Good." Yang Kai glanced at the other veteran Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and spoke to them urgently, "Be sure to remain hidden as much as possible during this period. Many territory lords are wandering around, though most of them should be recuperating in deep slumber. As long as you remain cautious, you should be safe." The rest of the veteran Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters nodded in response. They could not deny that the safest solution at the moment was to send the mining teams back to safety. However, the human race needed supplies to maintain the war effort. If the cultivators here were sent back now, then there would be one less channel for the human race to obtain supplies in the future. It might not affect them in the short term, but it would be very unfavorable to them in the long term. After all, the resources mined by this team here on the Black Ink battlefield made up a considerable fraction of the human race's consumption over the past 1,000 years. Therefore, Yang Kai could only leave them in place despite knowing that it was dangerous. He could only hope that they were careful enough to prevent being discovered by the innate territory lords. Otherwise, not many of the tens of thousands of cultivators here would survive the ordeal. After issuing these instructions, Yang Kai immediately wrapped his power around Ouyang Lai and connected his mind to the world tree. The whole world turned upside down and their field of vision shifted. Under the guidance of a mysterious power, the pair arrived at the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. It was Ouyang Lai's first time visiting the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, but he was in no mood to be curious about his surroundings. He only spared a quick glance at the old tree before him in amazement before he questioned solemnly, "Junior brother, what happened?" Yang Kai explained, "Something has probably gone wrong at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. Many innate territory lords have somehow managed to escape." Ouyang Lai's expression changed drastically. "Are you referring to the ones we encountered previously?" Yang Kai nodded. Ouyang Lai finally understood the situation. No wonder they did not head to the no-return pass. They were afraid of being discovered by you. If Yang Kai had not been lurking around the no-return pass, then these wounded innate territory lords would not have remained drifting outside. More than a dozen territory lords couldn't remain crowded in a high-rank black ink nest. Do you have any idea how many more territory lords are out there? Ouyang Lai probed further. Yang Kai shook his head. "It's hard to say for certain, but their numbers are definitely low." Ouyang Lai had discovered the first high-rank black ink nest 10 years ago. Considering the effort required for the territory lords to sneak out of the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, it was most likely that the problems at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction started many decades ago. Who knew how many innate territory lords had escaped from the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction over a period of decades? There was a reason why Yang Kai had associated the presence of the territory lords with a problem at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. When Yang Kai had previously sent the suppressing Black Ink army to the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, he had personally witnessed a royal lord breaking through the gap opened by Wu Kuang. Fortunately, the gap opened by Wu Kuang only allowed territory lords to enter and exit freely, while a royal lord would need to pay a high price to force their way through the gap. Consequently, the royal lord had been covered in wounds even though he managed to emerge from the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. That royal lord's strength had been greatly reduced as a result, allowing Fu Guang to swiftly defeat and execute him. The innate territory lords whom they encountered previously had all been seriously injured, which was certainly thought-provoking. Their conditions were exactly the same as the royal lord whom Yang Kai had met in the past, allowing him to make the association. Chapter 5697, You Won't Be Receiving Anything Ever Again. According to Yang Kai's speculation, the Black Ink clan in the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction were shielded from the outside world. The innate territory lords were incapable of escaping from it unnoticed without paying a heavy cost. Every territory lord would suffer deep wounds when they escaped from the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, and for that reason, the no-return pass had gone to special lengths to deliver cultivation resources to them, so that they could rest and recuperate until they were needed in the future. If Ouyang Lai had not discovered this issue by chance, the Black Ink clan would have gathered a massive group of powerful innate territory lords over hundreds or even thousands of years. These innate territory lords would have been enough to alter the situation on the battlefield, and there was a high possibility that they would become a force that would eventually crush the human race. Senior Brother Ouyang, I need you to return to the Supreme Headquarters. Contact Senior Brother Mi and inform him about the situation here so that the human race can come up with the appropriate countermeasures as soon as possible. Understood. Ouyang Lai nodded solemnly, knowing the importance of the matter. The Black Ink clan had secretly pulled this trick, so if the human race did not take the necessary countermeasures immediately, they would likely suffer terrible consequences. Also, Yang Kai thought of something and added, in the near future, there may be a large number of pseudo-royal lords emerging from the Black Ink clan. Tell Senior Brother Mi to take more precautions. Ouyang Lai couldn't help shivering at those words. It was only natural that he was aware of the existence of pseudo-royal lords. Purely in terms of depth of cultivation, there was not much difference between a pseudo-royal lord and a true royal lord. What was different was their control over their power. The power of a pseudo-royal lord did not come from years of accumulation and cultivation, so even if they had the same power as a true royal lord, they could not exert it properly. Be that as it may, a pseudo-royal lord was not an opponent an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could confront. If it was just as Yang Kai had said, and a large batch of pseudo-royal lords appeared among the Black Ink clan, what would happen to the human race? Yang Kai's warning did not come from being an alarmist. On the contrary, his warning had come from the insight that he gained from his understanding of Mo Na Ye's thought process. There was no denying that Mo Na Ye was a ruthless and efficient character. He had hidden many innate territory lords in the depths of Black Ink battlefield and provided them with cultivation resources to heal their wounds. At the same time, he was also prepared to sacrifice them at any moment so that they could join forces to create new pseudo-royal lords. Yang Kai had successively destroyed 2 high-rank Black Ink nests, both of which contained more than a dozen innate territory lords recuperating inside. Their numbers were essentially equal, so it was obvious that the entire arrangement was not a coincidence but an intentional arrangement on the part of the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai had yet to figure out how the Black Ink clan precisely created a pseudo-royal lord, but according to the limited information that he possessed, it required the sacrifice of at least 12 territory lords and a high-rank Black Ink nest. The 2 high-rank Black Ink nests that he destroyed earlier met those conditions. Therefore, the Black Ink clan could implement their plans to create pseudo-royal lords at a moment's notice. More than a dozen wounded innate territory lords could easily be killed by a sneak attack from Yang Kai, but dealing with even a single pseudo-royal lord would be extremely difficult. That was the difference between quantity and quality. The human race needed to take precautions against such a possible future. After sending Ouyang Lai away, Yang Kai did not remain idle. He threw himself into the world fruit corresponding to the universe world that he deliberately left outside the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. Borrowing the power of the world tree, the space around him warped and the aura of the world washed over him before he emerged outside the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction in the blink of an eye. When Yang Kai reappeared again, he immediately detected a powerful divine sense reaching towards him from afar. It was none other than Fu Guang who was in charge of the suppressing Black Ink fortress. After confirming Yang Kai's identity, he stopped paying attention to him and focused his vigilance on the movements of the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. Yang Kai nodded in that direction as a greeting before quickly concealing his aura and staring up at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. Not much had changed since the last time he came to the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. The Black Ink clan army kept rushing out of the gap that Wu Kuang had opened in the past, while the suppressing Black Ink fortress maintained its efforts to wipe out this Black Ink clan army. Several Black Ink clansmen would successfully emerge from the gap from time to time, only for the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of the suppressing Black Ink army to step forward to confront them. The battle was extremely intense, but be that as it may, the suppressing Black Ink army was capable of handling it. They barely even suffered any casualties over the years, with the only real loss being the heavy consumption of cultivation resources. Yang Kai was starting to understand the whole situation now. Previously, this whole scenario had confused him. After all, the Black Ink clan knew the consequences of forcing their way through the opening in the primordial heaven source grand restriction. The only consequence waiting for them was death, but if that was the case, why would they continue attacking without fear? The Black Ink clan might have held on to the hope of escaping the primordial heaven source grand restriction for the first few months, or even years. However, 1,000 years had passed yet no progress had been made. How could the Black Ink clan fail to see the situation clearly after so many years of failure? No matter how foolish the Black Ink clan might be, they must have been able to understand how much the human race had ground down their strength. Even so, the Black Ink clan had stubbornly chosen to continue their confrontation with the suppressing Black Ink army. Now, it was apparent that they were not stupid but instead had other plans. The battle at the gap was nothing more than a distraction. Thanks to the intense battle at the opening, they not only drew the attention of the suppressing Black Ink army, but also Fu Guang. Even Wu Kuang, who controlled the primordial heaven source grand restriction, was preoccupied with the battle. It was something that Yang Kai had noticed during one of his previous times here. All of Wu Kuang's energy and focus had been devoted to maintaining control over the opening, so much so that he did not even have the time or mood to speak with Yang Kai. In this way, the Black Ink clan had secretly opened a passage for innate territory lords to escape at a location where Fu Guang and Wu Kuang would not notice. Fortunately, even though this passage existed, the territory lords still had to pay a huge price to escape the primordial heaven source grand restriction by force. Where is it? Yang Kai swept his gaze around, his thoughts spinning wildly in his head. The person the Black Ink clan was most concerned about here was probably Wu Kuang, as he was the one who controlled the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Their efforts over the years would all be in vain once Wu Kuang noticed the slightest abnormality. Therefore, the spot they chose to make a second opening had to be somewhere Wu Kuang would not investigate for no reason. Yang Kai immediately turned and looked in the exact opposite direction of the gap. Under the urging of space principles, Yang Kai's figure seemed to completely melt into the void. Inside the suppressing Black Ink fortress, Fu Guang frowned slightly. Yang Kai had not only arrived silently but also deliberately concealed both his aura and his whereabouts. Those were clear signs that something was not right. Although he did not know the specifics of Yang Kai's actions, he instinctively sensed that something major must have happened. The primordial heaven source grand restriction covered an extremely large area. It was the grand restriction that the 10 martial ancestors had joined forces to create and the land where Mo came into existence. Even its true body had been sealed within this place. Furthermore, Mo had produced countless Black Ink clansmen inside the primordial heaven source grand restriction. One could only imagine the vastness of the land. With it being so vast, it was indeed difficult for Wu Kuang to conduct comprehensive monitoring when most of his attention had to be focused on a single spot. What's more, he mentioned something 1,000 years ago. The grand restriction was too ancient, so flaws had naturally developed in it. When Wu Kuang took the initiative to open the gap, it probably caused tremors throughout the entire primordial heaven source grand restriction, which the Black Ink clan probably found a way to exploit. Half a month later, Yang Kai had silently swept about half of the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Unfortunately, he did not discover any abnormalities during his comprehensive search. He did not relax his guard though, for if the anomaly could be found so easily, Wu Kuang would not have been kept in the dark for so long. Suppressing his impatience, Yang Kai wandered back and forth without aim. A few more days passed before he suddenly detected a strange energy fluctuation coming from a certain spot in the void. Since he happened to be in the vicinity at the time, he hastily rushed over to investigate the situation. From what Yang Kai could see, there seemed to be a black lump that wriggled vigorously like a living creature in the deep and endless darkness. The black lump was gradually squeezing its way out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction. It did not take long before the black lump broke free. When the pitch-black darkness melted away, a figure was revealed, one of an innate territory lord. The innate territory lord immediately concealed his aura as much as possible. As he had just escaped the primordial heaven source grand restriction, his wounds were severe and he did not dare to stay for long, quickly turning in a certain direction to flee. Yang Kai worked hard to suppress his killing intent. After the territory lord gained some distance, he sent a divine sense message to Wu Kuang before silently stalking his prey. Half a day later, the territory lord stopped somewhere in the void. His divine sense surged as though communicating with someone, then he swiftly traveled in a certain direction. He arrived at an asteroid after some time, where 6 other territory lords had gathered together, each one of them looking extremely weak and tired. When the territory lord arrived at the meeting spot, he finally burst out into happy laughter. "I'm finally out." Anybody would be ecstatic to escape from the prison they had been confined to since the beginning of their life. Likewise, the other territory lords could not hide their joy either, smiling as they exchanged a few happy words. Nevertheless, they soon focused their attention, with one of the territory lords saying, "We need to wait for a few more of us to come out. Once 15 have gathered here, we will set off for our destination." The territory lord who arrived last immediately became a little impatient. "Why do we have to wait until 15 of us have gathered here? Won't we have to wait for a long time then?" The territory lord who spoke earlier answered, "That's what the no-return pass has arranged for us. We simply need to follow our orders." The territory lord who came last couldn't help feeling frustrated, but there was nothing he could do, so he just complained bitterly, "There is neither a black ink nest nor black ink strength here, so we are unable to treat our wounds. Don't you think just waiting here without doing anything is a waste? The no-return pass has already arranged everything for us, so we only need to arrive at the designated place on time. At that point we will receive everything we could possibly need. I guess that's our only option." He sighed heavily. "I'm afraid you won't be receiving anything ever again." A deep voice suddenly sounded behind them. The territory lords were stunned for a moment before they all stood up and looked in the direction the voice came from. However, all that entered their vision was a torrential storm of spear shadows. If it was said that Yang Kai had expended some effort to destroy the innate territory lords hidden within the 2 high-ranked black ink nests, then slaughtering the territory lords gathered here was practically effortless. The territory lords inside the black ink nests had been recuperating for some time, so they had recovered some of their strength. In comparison, these territory lords had just escaped from the primordial heaven source grand restriction, and each one of them had severely damaged their foundations, so the strength they could exert was less than 30% of their maximum. Besides, there were only 7 territory lords here. After the storm of spear shadows subsided, 4 out of the 7 territory lords died on the spot. Among the remaining 3 territory lords, 1 retaliated in fury while the others immediately chose to flee. Be that as it may, their efforts were futile, and it was not long before the auras of all 7 territory lords were completely annihilated. Yang Kai frowned and picked up an object from the corpse of a dead territory lord. It was a black ink nest the size of a palm, which seemed like it had just been conceived but not yet hatched. If his guess was correct, it was most likely a high-rank black ink nest. If everything had gone smoothly, these territory lords would have brought this high-rank black ink nest to a hidden location where they would receive a batch of resources from the no-return pass to hatch the black ink nest. After that, they would enter the black ink nest to recuperate from their injuries in deep slumber. Chapter 5698, Alerting the Enemy. Given the network formed between black ink nests, Yang Kai had the vague suspicion that these territory lords could use the black ink nest in their possession to communicate with the no-return pass directly. Holding the miniature black ink nest in the palm of his hand, Yang Kai debated for a long time, but in the end he abandoned the idea of using it to spy on the Black Ink clan's communications. Turning around, he headed towards the primordial heaven source grand restriction instead. He did not head towards the suppressing Black Ink fortress but the hole in the primordial heaven source grand restriction, and then he concealed himself in the void. After communicating with Wu Kuang via divine sense, he learned that there had been no abnormalities in this area during this period. Thus, Yang Kai settled in and quietly laid in ambush. The same scene as the one he witnessed before finally occurred again 10 days later. A small dark mass wriggled cautiously in the primordial heaven source grand restriction, employing unknown means to forcibly squeeze its way out. As the darkness burst and dissipated, the figure of an innate territory lord was revealed. The innate territory lord did not linger for long and quickly traveled in the same direction as the territory lord from before. Yang Kai silently followed. Under normal circumstances, he would not have been able to avoid the perception of an innate territory lord from such a close range, especially when the innate territory lord was being extremely vigilant of his surroundings. It was just that this territory lord was suffering from such severe wounds that even his senses had become blurry. Yang Kai followed the innate territory lord in secret until they were far enough from the primordial heaven source grand restriction for it to be impossible for someone to notice them. Only then did he make his move and slaughtered the innate territory lord on the spot. The innate territory lord was most likely trying to meet up with the previous 7 innate territory lords. Unfortunately for him, those 7 innate territory lords had already been annihilated by Yang Kai, so how could he find them? In this way Yang Kai consecutively slaughtered 5 territory lords before he finally stopped 2 months later. The situation was dire indeed. There was a reason why Yang Kai did not ask Wu Kuang to repair the gap in the primordial heaven source grand restriction immediately and instead chose to monitor the situation in secret. He had wanted to learn how frequently the territory lords were escaping from the primordial heaven source grand restriction. The results he obtained were both shocking and horrifying. On average, there were 2 to 3 innate territory lords escaping per month. If 5 innate territory lords escaped every 2 months, then that would mean as many as 30 of them escaped in a year. According to Yang Kai's previous estimate, the problem at the primordial heaven source grand restriction probably started several dozen years ago. A conservative estimate would be 30 years ago. If 30 innate territory lords escaped in a year, that would mean that nearly 1,000 innate territory lords had escaped the primordial heaven source grand restriction over the past 30 years. 1,000 territory lords was an astounding number. What more if they were all innate territory lords? Yang Kai felt his heart grow heavy at the realization that his previous speculations were correct. The reason he found the second hidden high-rank Black Ink nest so easily was not because he was lucky, but because the Black Ink clan had many other secret Black Ink nests scattered across the Black Ink battlefield. It's a minor issue, so repairing it won't be difficult. I will also be more careful in the future. Wu Kuang responded via divine sense, but his tone sounded slightly gloomy. After all, nobody would be happy to learn that the Black Ink clan had been playing tricks right under their nose. When Wu Kuang claimed that it was a minor issue, he was not referring to the innate territory lords who escaped the primordial heaven source grand restriction, only the weak spot that the Black Ink clan had been exploiting. It was his failure to monitor that particular location that allowed the Black Ink clan to take advantage of his negligence. Now that he discovered the issue, he only needed to make some slight adjustments to the primordial heaven source grand restriction to repair the weakness. Please do, if something like this happens again, the human race will be doomed, Yang Kai warned. Although the current situation was not optimistic, the Black Ink clan did not hold an absolute advantage in the war yet. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling relieved that Ouyang Lai had accidentally stumbled upon that high-rank Black Ink nest. Otherwise, the human race would be at risk of extinction if the Black Ink clan had successfully continued their plans for a few hundred years. Wu Kuang seemed embarrassed but did not say anything. He was clearly devoting himself to repairing the flaw in the primordial heaven source grand restriction, and it really did not take much effort for him to patch the weak spot. A moment later, the human race masters in charge of monitoring the movement of the Black Ink clan on the battlefield from the suppressing Black Ink fortress exclaimed in astonishment as though discovering something strange. The sounds of battle that had rung out incessantly for the past 1,000 years were showing gradual signs of subsiding. Even the innate territory lords, who were fighting the suppressing Black Ink army masters on the battlefield after escaping from the primordial heaven source grand restriction, were starting to retreat and return to the primordial heaven source grand restriction via the gap. Half a day later, the suppressing Black Ink army masters stood on the suppressing Black Ink fortress and stared blankly at the empty void in front of them. The battlefield that had been plagued with bloodshed for the past 1,000 years was finally ushering in a rare moment of peace. No other Black Ink clansmen were charging out from the gap, only countless severed limbs and bits of hashed meat left over from dead Black Ink clansmen, along with dense Black Ink clouds that seemed like they would never dissipate. Cheers started from a certain location and soon spread throughout the suppressing Black Ink fortress like a tidal wave. The soldiers rejoiced, their shouts of victory ringing out across the void. The volume of their cheers nearly threatened to turn the entire universe upside down. The soldiers at the lower ranks seemed to believe that they finally won the battle after 1,000 years. They were certain that the Black Ink clan in the primordial heaven source grand restriction had realized the strength of the human race army and no longer dared to rear their heads again so easily. On the other hand, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters frowned deeply. They initially took the initiative to open a gap in the primordial heaven source grand restriction so that they could lure the Black Ink clan into attacking. Their actions were a measure to reduce the pressure on the next generation. Therefore, the sudden withdrawal of the Black Ink clan could not be considered a good thing. Nevertheless, the suppressing Black Ink army was indeed in need of some rest after enduring 1,000 years of constant battle. The current situation was an acceptable outcome for them. Only Yang Kai, who was hiding in the shadows, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The weak spot in the primordial heaven source grand restriction that the Black Ink clan found had been repaired by Wu Kuang. The Black Ink clan no longer had a reason to sacrifice themselves on the battlefield to draw Wu Kuang's attention, so they naturally stopped dispatching their soldiers to the battlefield. Taking into consideration that Wu Kuang had repaired the weak spot in the primordial heaven source grand restriction and Yang Kai had slaughtered so many innate territory lords recently, there was a high possibility that their actions had already alerted the enemy. Mo Na Yi was not such an easy opponent after all. I have to move faster. After communicating with Fu Guang and Wu Kuang via divine sense transmission, Yang Kai connected his mind to the world tree once more and returned to the star boundary via the grand ancient ruins boundary. From there Yang Kai did not pause for a single moment. Exiting high heaven territory, he detoured through the great territory where the supreme headquarters was located and snuck past a battlefield in a certain great territory. Then he traveled directly in the direction of Black Territory. When he arrived at Black Territory he passed through a secret void corridor and finally arrived at the Blue Sky Theater. No matter how fast Yang Kai was though, this journey took a whole month despite him pushing his space principles to the extreme. As soon as he arrived on the Black Ink battlefield, he made some arrangements before beginning a search for traces of the hidden high-rank Black Ink nests. It was a fact that many innate territory lords had escaped from the primordial heaven source grand restriction. That was not a reality that could be changed. Furthermore, the Black Ink clan had tried to hide these territory lords so that they could heal peacefully. At this point, Yang Kai could only attempt to locate and annihilate these territory lords before the Black Ink clan could take preventive measures. While he would not be able to annihilate many with his strength alone, he could only do his utmost best to kill as many of them as possible. Thanks to his past two experiences, Yang Kai had gotten better at searching for the high-rank Black Ink nests that were hidden in the depths of the void. His search was no longer as aimless as before. Another month later, Mo Na Yi stood inside the main hall at the no-return pass and studied the miniature Black Ink nest in front of him with a deep scowl. The Black Ink nest came from MOU and was something the Royal Lord had personally given to him so that he could communicate with the clansmen in the primordial heaven source grand restriction. For some reason, he had been having trouble establishing contact with the primordial heaven source grand restriction since about 2 months ago. He had not paid much attention to the issue at the beginning as it was not the first time such difficulties occurred. There were many occasions when he had trouble transmitting or receiving information effectively. Most of the time he couldn't even connect to the primordial heaven source grand restriction. That was why he had not thought much about the issue and had just assumed that it was nothing more than a normal phenomenon. However, 2 whole months had passed since he last received any message from the primordial heaven source grand restriction, which was beginning to arouse his suspicions. Had something gone wrong on the other side? That was not impossible. Those in the primordial heaven source grand restriction had been very careful up until now to ensure that the human masters guarding the primordial heaven source grand restriction did not notice anything unusual. However, there was always a risk of exposure with their clansmen sneaking out at regular intervals. The hole in the primordial heaven source grand restriction was bound to be repaired once discovered, in which case, the territory lords would never succeed in sneaking out again. Unable to be certain, Mo Na Yi did not try to contact the clansmen in the primordial heaven source grand restriction again. On the contrary, he tried to contact the last batch of territory lords who escaped from the grand restriction. According to his instructions, the territory lords who snuck out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction would form groups of 14 or 15, with one among them being in charge of carrying a high-rank Black Ink nest. Once they had gathered enough people, they would set off together and head towards the location Mo Na Yi designated to receive the cultivation resources from the no-return pass. After that, they would search for a suitable hiding spot to hatch their Black Ink nest so that they could enter it and begin healing. Over the past several dozen years, everything had been going smoothly. As many as 60 batches of hidden territory lords had now scattered across the Black Ink battlefield. An estimation of the time indicated that the last batch of territory lords who escaped from the primordial heaven source grand restriction should have completed their numbers and set off. Mo Na Yi focused his mind on the Black Ink nest before him, but the strange space inside of its consciousness was empty, with not a single figure in sight. Mo Na Yi was the only person here, and as his divine sense surged, the space vibrated slightly. Although the connection between Black Ink nests was extremely strong, they could not connect with a specific Black Ink nest directly. If Mo Na Yi wanted to contact a specific group of territory lords, then he could only send out a general message and wait for them to respond. At the same time, Yang Kai stood in the void as murderous intent surged around him. The spear in his hand contained many Dao strengths interweaving with each other. Numerous innate territory lords had died at his hands, and the high-rank black ink nest where the territory lords were hiding had been destroyed earlier. There were 15 territory lords as usual, the number not any different from the 2 batches he annihilated previously. This only made him increasingly certain that Mo Na Yi intended to use these territory lords to create pseudo-royal lords. Unfortunately for Mo Na Yi, Yang Kai had eliminated 3 of these nests before the plan could be implemented. It was not an intense battle. Under the premise that Yang Kai had launched a sneak attack, these wounded innate territory lords had almost no power to resist, and when the dust settled, black ink strength scattered wildly across the void. There was not a single living creature around him as he calmed the surging world force in his body. Then he reached into his pocket and took out the small black ink nest that he obtained previously. The black ink nest was trembling slightly as if conveying some sort of message. Chapter 5699, Third Time's the Charm. This black ink nest had been brought out from the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction by the Black Ink clan. Its first purpose was to contact the no-return pass, and the second was to hatch into a place where the territory lords could rest and treat their wounds after they received the necessary cultivation resources. Seeing as the black ink nest was vibrating, the no-return pass must be trying to make contact. Yang Kai was tempted to attempt communication in order to gain enemy intelligence. However, he decided to give up on the idea after he weighed the risks. What if the person trying to make contact from the no-return pass was Mo Na Yi himself? It would be very difficult for him to fool Mo Na Yi. After all, he had to immerse his consciousness into the black ink nest to communicate through the black ink nest. With Mo Na Yi's caution, Yang Kai would not be able to hide the truth from him if they were to confront each other directly. In the end, Yang Kai could only choose to ignore the black ink nest. His choice might arouse Mo Na Yi's suspicions, but the truth would not be exposed immediately. Therefore, this was the best way to buy a little more time. Yang Kai put the black ink nest away and resumed his search for the black ink nest hidden by the Black Ink clan. Time was running out, and the days when he could effortlessly massacre territory lords were dwindling rapidly. Back at the no-return pass, Mo Na Yi waited for 4 whole hours but did not receive a response, his expression darkening as time passed. He had the vague feeling that their movements at the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction had been discovered. If that was the case, then the last batch of territory lords who escaped the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction had probably suffered at the hands of the human race masters. Likewise, the black ink nest in their possession had probably fallen into the hands of the humans, which would explain why there was no response from them. He did not believe that those territory lords could survive as the price they had to pay to sneak out of the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction was too high. If the humans prepared themselves in advance, then killing heavily wounded territory lords would not take much effort. Although Mo Na Yi had anticipated the current situation, he couldn't help feeling disappointed that the day had arrived so quickly. He had hoped that many more territory lords would be able to sneak out of the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction before they were exposed. At that moment, Yang Kai abruptly came to mind. If the matter at the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction had been exposed, then the entire human race would probably soon be aware of everything, and it would not be long before Yang Kai learned about this. No. He might already know about this matter. He has always been capable of traveling back and forth without any trace thanks to his mastery over the Tao of space. Who knows whether he has recently been to the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. Yang Kai was cunning and highly intelligent. If he learned about the matter at the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, he would most likely realize that Mo Na Yi was the secret mastermind behind the scenes. Mo Na Yi's expression stiffened before he immediately took out the communication bead that could be used to contact Yang Kai and tentatively sent a message through it. "Brother Yang, are you there?" Throughout his entire life, Mo Na Yi had never known how torturous waiting could be. He simply wanted to use this method to determine Yang Kai's approximate distance. As for Yang Kai's exact position, it was impossible to determine. If his message could not be delivered, then it would mean that there was a vast distance between them, and it would also indicate that Yang Kai was not outside the no-return pass. Seeing as Yang Kai had always remained nearby these past 1,000 years, it would be a sure sign that something was wrong if he was not here now. On the other hand, if the message was successfully delivered, then everything was still all right. It meant that Yang Kai remained hidden outside the no-return pass, monitoring the movements here. That was the outcome that Mo Na Yi was hoping to see the most. Therefore, Mo Na Yi was happy to see the communication bead in his palm vibrate slightly. That was an indicator that the message had been transmitted to the other party. In other words, it meant that Yang Kai was not too far from him. However, there was no response from the other party. Yi waited for a long time, but in the end he could not stand the wait and sent out another message. Approximately 12 million kilometers away from the no-return pass, a young man sat curled up inside a large universe fragment. He was trying his hardest to conceal his aura so that he did not expose himself in the slightest. Furthermore, he held a small communication bead tightly in his hand. His attention was focused to the extreme. In terms of cultivation, he was only at the peak of the Emperor realm. He had condensed his Dao seal and could advance to the open heaven realm at any time. Not to mention, the cultivation resources used to condense his Dao seal were of the 6th order. In other words, he was a candidate who could advance directly into the 6th order open heaven realm. At this moment, the communication bead in his hand was vibrating slightly. He was astonished for a moment, but he quickly realized that the situation described by the Dao Lord was happening. Somebody was trying to contact the Dao Lord. The young man, known as Sun Zhao, couldn't help recalling the incident that had taken place 1 month ago. At the time, he had been cultivating in retreat inside the Void Dao Temple when he suddenly noticed something strange. By the time he opened his eyes, he found himself standing in this spot. More importantly, the appearance of the person standing before him made a wave of excitement flood his entire being. It was none other than the Dao Lord himself. He only had time to express his admiration and respect for the Dao Lord before he received an important task. He was to conceal his aura, remain hidden at this spot, and watch over the communication bead. The Dao Lord's instructions were given in an incredibly grave manner. He claimed that this matter was not only very important, but also related to the survival of the human race. Then he instructed Sun Zhao to remain hidden without exposing his whereabouts. The pressure was overwhelming to Sun Zhao. He was just an Emperor Realm Master from the Void Dao Temple who had yet to advance to the Open Heaven Realm. How could he suddenly bear the heavy responsibility of performing a task related to the survival of the human race out of nowhere? Nevertheless, he was personally given this mission by the Dao Lord himself, so how could he dare to be careless? He immediately nodded and agreed to the task. A month had passed since then. Now that the communication bead was vibrating lightly in his hand, he desperately thought back to the Dao Lord's instructions. If nobody tries to contact me, then just do nothing. If somebody tries to contact me, ignore the message during the first and second attempts. Wait until the third time before you respond. How should this disciple answer? Also, who is the person sending the messages? He asked humbly. How you answer is up to your discretion. Just adapt to the circumstances. As for the person sending the messages, it's just a nobody who is not worthy of notice. Sun Zhao was pensive but still nodded. This disciple understands. Gathering his wandering thoughts, Sun Zhao checked the message in the communication bead. He glanced at the words, "Brother Yang, are you there?" and snorted lightly. Just who does this unworthy person think he is? How dare he call the Dao Lord brother? He sure does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. By the Dao Lord's instructions, he ignored the message. A short while later, another message was delivered to the communication bead. "Brother Yang, I have something to discuss with you." How dare he call the Dao Lord brother again? What a shameless person. Despite insulting the other party in his heart, Sun Zhao strictly followed Yang Kai's instructions and ignored the message. He had a vague feeling in his heart that the person sending these messages was a shameless individual. No wonder the Dao Lord is unwilling to speak to him. Soon the third message came, "Brother Yang, it's urgent. Please respond." Once was fine, twice was acceptable, but thrice was the limit. This person had been harassing the Dao Lord over and over again. It was simply unbearable. Sun Zhao was tempted to scold and reprimand the other party, and the urge nearly overwhelmed him, but he hesitated to act. Although the Dao Lord had asked him to respond accordingly, he was worried that responding rashly would discredit the Dao Lord's reputation instead. That was not what a disciple should do. I must put myself in the Dao Lord's shoes. If an unworthy person that I don't like keeps harassing me, how would I reply? The perfect idea soon came to him. Inside the no-return pass, Yi had no idea why Yang Kai was ignoring him. Although he could be certain that Yang Kai's communication bead was near the no-return pass, he could not determine whether Yang Kai himself was there. There was no saying whether Yang Kai had randomly placed the communication bead somewhere nearby to create the illusion that he was constantly monitoring the situation from the outside. That was why Yi had persistently sent 3 messages in a row just to confirm that there was indeed somebody on the other end of the communication bead. Fortunately, his hard work paid off. After 3 inquiries, the communication bead in his hand finally vibrated in response. He quickly checked the message with a slight frown. There were only 2 sentences in the communication bead. Moreover, the message was simple and clear. It was truly in line with Yang Kai's straightforward style. In retreat. Do not disturb. I can't believe he is cultivating in retreat outside of the no-return pass. Does he have no respect for the Black Ink clan at all? Although the response annoyed Immortality, he was satisfied to confirm that Yang Kai remained outside the no-return pass and not too far away either. He had been worried that Yang Kai might have ventured deep into the Black Ink battlefield to investigate his secret plans. If that were the case, then the heavily wounded territory lords would not be able to defend themselves from this killing star. Now that most of his worries had been laid to rest, Immortality couldn't help lamenting that the secret at the primordial heaven source grand restriction had been exposed. Nevertheless, he had to develop countermeasures to protect the territory lords in advance. After all, there was an elite human race army and the divine dragon, Fu Guan, stationed outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Not to mention, even if Yang Kai was ignorant about the situation now, it would only be a matter of time before he found out. Once Yang Kai learned about these plans, the various arrangements that Immortality prepared outside would no longer be sufficient. I need to figure out a way to lure Yang Kai away so that the territory lords living outside can sneak over to the no-return pass. Immortality had not allowed the territory lords into the no-return pass for fear that Yang Kai would discover their presence, which would in turn affect the situation at the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Now that the primordial heaven source grand restriction plot was exposed, he had to figure out a solution to protect the territory lords who had already snuck out. Immortality had to settle this matter as soon as possible. It could not be delayed any further. Despite pondering deeply, he could not come up with a good solution. The greatest issue was that the Black Ink clan could not grasp Yang Kai's movements at all. It was impossible for Yang Kai to constantly remain outside the no-return pass throughout the past 1,000 years. However, the Black Ink clan remained clueless concerning his movements. They did not know when he would leave or when he would return. There might be a chance after each delivery of resources. After all, there was no doubt that Yang Kai demanded the cultivation resources from the Black Ink clan for the sake of the human race. While mulling over these matters, Immortality suddenly froze up. He vaguely sensed that he had overlooked an important point. Standing stiff in place, he urged the wheels in his head to spin faster. It did not take long before sweat beaded his forehead. He finally realized what he had overlooked previously. He had been considering matters from a positive perspective, but he had forgotten that not everything would go as he wished. It was highly likely that what happened at the primordial heaven source grand restriction had been exposed and the last batch of territory lords to escape were dead. That was why he lost communication with the clansmen inside the primordial heaven source grand restriction and why he could not contact the last batch of territory lords either. All his considerations earlier had been based on the assumption that Yang Kai remained ignorant about the matters at the primordial heaven source grand restriction. But what if Yang Kai knew all along? It was impossible to confirm that Yang Kai was in the vicinity with just the communication bead and the simple message. Yang Kai could have asked somebody else to disguise themselves as him and respond to the messages on his behalf. After all, the messages in the communication bead did not contain any trace of his aura. There were no means to prove a person's identity through these messages. The sweat beading on Immortality's forehead increased significantly. At this rate, things could be heading in the worst possible direction. Therefore he did not dare to hesitate. Taking out the small black ink nest again, he immersed his consciousness into the black ink nest space and shook it far more violently than before. He had to contact the sleeping territory lords and confirm their safety. Chapter 5700 On the Hunt. The main reason Immortality had not taken action previously was so that he did not interfere with the healing process of the territory lords. However, interrupting their healing was nothing compared to the dangers of the current situation. The black ink nest space continued to vibrate, sending urgent signals to the outside world. Consequently, the territory lords who were sleeping and healing inside the incompletely hatched high-rank black ink nests across the depths of the black ink battlefield were startled awake. It did not take long before figures began to appear in the black ink nest space, each one representing one of the high-rank black ink nests. Although these territory lords who had been disturbed from their healing process were not in a good mood, they did not dare to express their dissatisfaction in front of a pseudo-royal lord like Immortality. Hence, they simply stood there respectfully and waited quietly. Mo Yi kept counting the number of consciousnesses who arrived until no other figures appeared. In the end, though, there were 4 fewer presences than there should have been. Mo Yi's complexion went pale as he realized that no matter how cautious he had been, he was still 1 step behind the enemy. The 4 missing figures in the black ink nest space meant that 4 high-rank black ink nests had been destroyed. Needless to say, the territory lords treating their wounds inside those high-rank black ink nests were bound to have suffered tragic fates. That was nearly 60 innate territory lords. A massive loss. Calculating the position and distance between the 4 high-rank black ink nests, Mo Yi immediately concluded that Yang Kai was the assailant, as only he could cross the space between those 4 high-rank black ink nests in such a short time, or destroy the black ink nests and slaughter those territory lords with such efficiency. The message transmitted to the communication bead earlier was definitely not sent by Yang Kai himself. That bastard tricked me. He considered everything and even took countermeasures based on how I would react. Hateful. Sir, did something happen? One of the innate territory lords raised the question after noticing the strange expression on Mo Yi's face. Mo Yi quickly composed himself and replied, "You don't need to hide anymore. Head to the no-return pass as quickly as possible. We will make arrangements to receive you. If you meet a human master along the way, do not fight him. He is very strong and possesses numerous dangerous methods. He is not somebody you can defeat." The expressions of the territory lords stiffened in shock at those words. Just what kind of human race master could frighten a pseudo-royal lord so badly? Another innate territory lord thus asked, "Sir, what should we do if we encounter this person?" Mo Yi answered decisively, "Scatter and flee so that as many of you can escape as possible." What about the black ink nests? Yet another territory lord inquired. If they were going to escape, then it was only natural for them to abandon the black ink nests. Unfortunately, high-rank black ink nests were extremely important and valuable to the black ink clan. They were also the highest quality black ink nests produced directly in the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Every high-rank black ink nest contained a trace of the Supreme One source strength. Even Mo Yi could not bring himself to abandon them so easily. After a moment of deep contemplation, Mo Yi made his decision: bring the black ink nests with you, but if the situation turns disadvantageous, abandon them immediately. Now go. Mo Yi gave a wave of his hand, and the territory lords departed. It did not take long before numerous territory lords flew out from the high-rank black ink nests scattered across the depths of the black ink battlefield. With a surge of black ink strength, they retrieved the black ink nests before they began rushing towards the no-return pass from all directions. Inside the no-return pass, Mo Yi personally took action and headed out to meet the territory lords. Many powerful innate territory lords also formed 4 symbols and 5 elements formations as they began spreading out. Almost all of the territory lords in the no-return pass were dispatched, leaving only Royal Lord Mou and Pseudo-Royal Lord Meng Ke, with a dozen or so territory lords in charge of arranging and activating the 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda array at any moment just in case Yang Kai decided to attack. Inside a certain universe fragment, the hidden Sun Zhao could not help trembling in fear as he detected many overwhelming auras approaching from afar and then speeding into the distance quickly. Instinctively, he knew that the movements of these masters were related to the Tao Lord. Although he wanted to send a message to warn the Tao Lord, he had neither the power nor the means to take such action. The only thing he could do was pray for the Tao Lord's safety in secret. Deep in the black ink battlefield, Yang Kai stood in the middle of some ruins. He had just discovered yet another high-rank black ink nest and annihilated all the territory lords hidden within. This was the second high-rank black ink nest that he destroyed since he returned from the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Combined with the previous 2 black ink nests, a total of 4 had been destroyed by him. He had slaughtered nearly 60 innate territory lords by this point. Be that as it may, Yang Kai did not show the slightest hint of joy. His achievements only revealed just how many of the Black Ink clan's hidden forces were scattered around the Black Ink battlefield. He had to find as many hidden territory lords and Black Ink nests as he could before the no-return pass realized what was happening and took countermeasures. Taking out the small Black Ink nest that he obtained outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction, Yang Kai frowned slightly. The small Black Ink nest had started to vibrate once more when he was killing the territory lords earlier. Furthermore, the vibrations were much stronger than previously. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering what the Black Ink clan was trying to accomplish. The Black Ink nest had fallen silent by now, but he did not dare to pour his divine sense into it to investigate, lest he expose himself. Turning to look in the direction of the no-return pass, Yang Kai wondered whether that brat called Sun Zhao was safe. The urgency of the situation and the lack of suitable helpers left Yang Kai with no other options at the time. He was forced to randomly choose a disciple from the Void Dao Temple to hide outside the no-return pass and hold the communication bead on his behalf. In this way he could create the illusion that he was still there to confuse Mo Na Yi and buy himself some more time. Putting the miniature black ink nest away, Yang Kai embarked on his bloody journey to search for black ink nests once more. Time was running out, so he continuously activated space principles, causing his figure to flicker across the void erratically. Thanks to his previous experiences, Yang Kai had gained some understanding regarding where Mo Na Yi had positioned these high-rank black ink nests. Several days later, Yang Kai was passing by a dead universe world when he suddenly turned around and landed at a certain spot, looking around with a slight frown as soon as he touched the ground. There were strong traces of the black ink strength remaining in this area, which was rather abnormal. Moreover, traces were indicating that something had once been attached to the ground. Judging by the size, the object was not small. A black ink nest. It would seem that there used to be a high-rank black ink nest here. However, the Black Ink clan had used various means to remove it. That was why there were hints of the black ink strength lingering in the area and traces of something being attached here. Recalling how the small black ink nest he obtained previously had vibrated strongly, Yang Kai couldn't help cursing. Mo Na Yi, that bastard. Does he have a dog's nose? How does he have such a keen sense of smell? I've only destroyed 4 black ink nests so far. How did he notice so quickly? There was no way the black ink nest positioned here would be removed for no reason, not unless there was an order from the higher-ups of the Black Ink clan. Seeing as Mo Na Yi was currently in charge of all the Black Ink clan's affairs, the order could only have come from him. It would seem that Yang Kai's precautions were not enough to fool Mo Na Yi. There was no room for carelessness in a battle of wits against an enemy like Mo Na Yi. If even the slightest flaw existed, the other party would eventually deduce the truth from the various insignificant clues. Nevertheless, Yang Kai did not expect this moment to arrive so soon, even though he had mentally prepared himself for this situation when Wu Kuang repaired the flaw in the primordial heaven source grand restriction. After a brief pause, Yang Kai soared into the sky and rushed in the direction of the no-return pass. The territory lords who escaped out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction previously had hidden themselves outside the no-return pass under Mo Na Yi's orders. The reason for this was simple. Mo Na Yi did not wish for their presence to be exposed because he planned on catching the human race by surprise at a critical moment in the war. Now that these territory lords' presence had been exposed though, it was only natural for Mo Na Yi to prioritize their safety. From his point of view, the best solution to the current situation was for them to head towards the no-return pass immediately. Yang Kai knew that he could not intercept all of the territory lords. That was an unrealistic notion. Be that as it may, he could put his best effort into hunting down as many of them as possible as they gathered towards the no-return pass. In doing so, he could relieve some of the pressure that the human race would face in the future. I still have a chance. Not only were the territory lords heavily wounded, but they were also carrying the half-hatched high-rank black ink nests with them. In terms of speed, it was impossible for them to compete with Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of space. Furthermore, Mo Na Yi had placed them far away from the no-return pass to prevent these territory lords and black ink nests from being discovered by Yang Kai. These positions were generally located beyond the ruins of previous royal cities scattered throughout various theaters. Hence, the distance between these positions and the no-return pass was extremely vast. When Yang Kai traveled from Great Evolution Pass to the no-return pass under Old Ancestor Xiao Zhao's orders, it took him more than a year without using space secret techniques. Comparatively, the ruins of previous royal cities were located far beyond each great pass, which would add several more months of travel to a journey. Even if these territory lords could move faster than the Yang Kai of the past, they were destined to spend at least half a year to arrive at the no-return pass. That would allow Yang Kai to ambush them. Half a day later, Yang Kai spotted a cloud of dense black ink strength in the distance. With time being of the essence, Yang Kai did not bother to conceal his arrival. In any case, the murderous intent wrapped around him during the chase could not be hidden. At the same time that Yang Kai sensed this group of territory lords, the territory lords also discovered his presence. Their divine senses surged as they quickly communicated among themselves. Is that an 8th-order human? Yes, it's an 8th-order human, master. Split up and flee. Why are we fleeing? It's just an 8th-order human. But, Sir Immortality ordered us to split up and flee if we encountered a human race master. Sir Immortality was probably referring to a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm master. This guy is just an 8th Order. He's already here. How is he so fast? The endlessly surging divine senses froze at that moment as a full moon rose alongside a great sun into the void. At the same time, time and space became chaotic in the local area. The territory lords felt their perceptions becoming completely disrupted as a result. In the next moment, the wounded territory lords were horrified to discover that they could neither speak nor move. Not only did the space around them become extremely warped, but they couldn't even perceive the passage of time properly. Naturally, they were terrified. It was only at this moment that they understood the warning Immortality gave them. If they encountered a human race master, they absolutely should not try to fight. On the contrary, they should immediately split up and escape so that as many of them could flee as possible. This person's methods were strange indeed, far beyond their ability to comprehend. The territory lord who previously looked down on the approaching human for only being in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm was filled with a deep sense of regret. He initially thought that killing an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master when there were so many innate territory lords on their side would be effortless even if they were wounded. However, it only took a single breath for him to become the fish on the chopping block instead. He was secretly resentful that Immortality had not given them a more detailed explanation. As a result, he had mistakenly assumed that Immortality was warning them that a 9th Order Master was prowling around and thus stupidly underestimated the 8th Order human before him. The power of the sun and moon divine seal exploded as both time and space in the vast void were stretched and distorted wildly. It felt like there was an invisible millstone of spacetime strength grinding everything to dust. Chapter 5701 The Territory Lord's Bane. It almost seemed as though nothing had happened, but when the effects of the sun and moon divine seal gradually subsided, the several 1,000-meter-tall high-rank black ink nest crumbled into dust and disappeared. At the same time, the dozen or so innate territory lords shuddered violently. Black ink blood spurted out of their mouths as their auras withered away. Countless fine scars appeared both inside and on the surface of their bodies, causing the black ink strength inside to spew out uncontrollably. The condition of the territory lords, who were wounded in the first place, immediately worsened considerably. A dragon roar burst forth moments later as Yang Kai arrived with his spear in hand. A lifelike dragon phantom emerged from the azure dragon spear, one that shot forward with unstoppable momentum. The terrified screams and furious howls of territory lords echoed across the void. With space principles sealing the local region, the supreme limitless spear arc reigned unchallenged as each thrust, and every sweep of the azure dragon spear reaped the life of a territory lord. Yang Kai was like a tiger who descended upon a herd of defenseless sheep. None of the territory lords was able to resist more than a handful of attacks before succumbing. In this situation, an uninformed human master would have mistakenly assumed that Yang Kai's opponents were mere miscellaneous soldiers of the Black Ink clan army. Otherwise, it should have been impossible for him to slaughter them so easily. However, the fact was that these were genuine innate territory lords. If these territory lords were at full strength, they would each not be inferior to a veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in terms of combat power. It was a pity that they encountered a killing star like Yang Kai when they were so heavily wounded. The only fate waiting for them under these circumstances was death. There were some occasional counterattacks which Yang Kai did his best to either block or avoid. Those that he could not dodge simply bore with his body. His dragon form, which was only one step away from becoming a divine dragon, was indescribably tough, so the attacks of the territory lords who could not exert anywhere near their full strength were well within his ability to withstand. A mere 30 breaths after the encounter began, the chaotic energy fluctuations subsided and the dust settled. There was a large amount of black ink strength scattered throughout the void, dotted with hashed meat and severed limbs. However, there was no trace of vitality in the void. Even Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen as he had immediately flown off after slaying the last territory lord. While Yang Kai appeared and attacked the territory lords, Immortality was moving towards the depths of the void. He had been on his way to meet the various territory lords who were heading to the no-return pass when he received a message through the miniature black ink nest in his hand. He then abruptly turned to look in a certain direction. Yang Kai is there. Just moments ago, he lost contact with a group of territory lords in the direction he was currently staring. One of the figures gathered inside the black ink nest space had also gone missing. It was obvious that something unfortunate had happened to them. Immortality did not rush in that direction to provide support, as he knew he would be too late even if he went all out. The fates of those severely wounded territory lords were practically sealed when Yang Kai discovered their whereabouts. What was the point of rushing there now? Was he supposed to collect the corpses of the dead territory lords? Instead of wasting time on such pointless things, he might as well spend it considering how he could better help the territory lords who were still alive. The previous arrangements he made had backfired on him. To guard against the possibility that Yang Kai would accidentally discover the whereabouts of the escaped territory lords, Yi had arranged for them to remain far away from the no-return pass. Consequently, they required a considerable amount of time to reach the no-return pass now. A long journey was bound to be affected by many unpredictable factors. Be that as it may, his previous arrangements had been necessary. If Yi wanted to conceal such a powerful force, he could not allow Yang Kai to discover their presence. He never imagined that the perfect plans back then would only herald the current catastrophe. It would take at least half a year for these territory lords to travel back to the no-return pass, most likely longer. On the other hand, there were many things that Yang Kai could accomplish in half a year. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, allowing him to travel multiple times faster than the injured territory lords. If Yi wanted to protect more territory lords, then he only had two choices. He could either locate and tie down Yang Kai so that he had no time to hunt down the territory lords, or join up with the territory lords as soon as possible to protect them in person. The first choice was almost impossible to achieve. Even if he was lucky enough to encounter Yang Kai, he could not restrain him. Therefore, Yi could only rely upon the second option. Almost all the territory lords in the no-return pass had been mobilized, and even a pseudo-royal lord like him had not remained idle. Unfortunately, they were still lacking in manpower. Besides, any strategy would seem worthless and ineffective before an opponent like Yang Kai, who could travel through the void without any traces. Yi was filled with great hatred. Nevertheless, he could only proceed with all haste. Everything else would depend entirely on fate. While the Black Ink clan was painstakingly trying to figure out a solution so that they could safely meet up with the newly escaped territory lords, Yang Kai was faced with the difficulty of locating his targets. The territory lords were no longer in hiding, and each group was carrying a half-hatched high-rank Black Ink nest with them. However, it was not easy for him to find an enemy in the vast void. If he knew where Yi had placed those territory lords, then he could intercept all of them on their way to the no-return pass. The problem was that he did not know where these territory lords were originally hiding. At the moment, the only thing Yang Kai could do was expand his search area as much as possible. He also considered the progress of these territory lords and estimated the possible places where they would appear. His methods were not completely ineffective. If he was lucky, it would only take a few days for him to encounter a group of territory lords heading towards the no-return pass. If he was not so lucky, then it could take him 10 days to half a month just to see results. In this way, Yang Kai managed to annihilate another 4 groups of territory lords over the next 2 months. The number of territory lords who snuck out from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and died at his hands was close to 120 at this point. Every group of territory lords that went missing felt like a knife stabbing into Yi's heart. Those territory lords were the hard-to-obtain reinforcements of the Black Ink clan, but they were now being intercepted and slaughtered before they could play any role in the war. It could be said that their deaths were completely in vain. By using the position of the territory lords who went missing last, Yi could roughly calculate Yang Kai's current position. The results were absolutely horrifying. Leaving aside Yang Kai's random and untraceable movements, his ability to traverse the void with the help of the Tao of space made his whereabouts completely unpredictable. He would be in a certain position one time, but then he would appear in a position that was in the completely opposite direction just days later. Faced with such an enemy, even Yi could do nothing. The endless and vast void was simply the best possible stage for Yang Kai to display his skills. At this moment, Yi had managed to meet up with a group of territory lords, so while leading them towards the no-return pass, he sent a message to all the nearby territory lords so that they could gather towards him. Since he had come forward in person, it was only natural that Yi tried his best to protect as many territory lords as possible until they arrived at the no-return pass safely. Nevertheless, he was secretly filled with bitterness and unwillingness. The secret at the primordial heaven source grand restriction had been exposed far too soon. If their secret was only exposed after another 100 years or even 1,000 years, then the Black Ink clan would have amassed an enormous amount of innate territory lords to form an overwhelming force that could destroy the human race. In addition, the first innate territory lords who escaped the primordial heaven source grand restriction would also have had some time to recover from their injuries. If that were the case, then it would have been possible for them to perform the source fusion technique to create a pseudo-royal lord on the spot. It did not matter how strong Yang Kai was, even he would be powerless against a pseudo-royal lord. Unfortunately, it was an impossible feat even if Mo Na Yi were to command these territory lords to create a pseudo-royal lord right now. They were all too heavily injured, which meant that their strength was greatly reduced as a result. Even if they used the source fusion technique, the only fate waiting for them was death. There was no possibility of success whatsoever. Otherwise, the Black Ink clan would not be caught in such a troublesome situation. They could instantly produce several dozen pseudo-royal lords with a single command. At this moment, a group of innate territory lords were fleeing desperately through the void. There was a several thousand-meter-tall black ink nest enveloped in thick black ink strength traveling with them, and one of the innate territory lords was constantly stationed inside of it. The territory lord in the black ink nest had the responsibility of communicating and passing information to Mo Na Yi at any time. They were gradually getting closer to the no-return pass. Nevertheless, the territory lords did not dare to relax their guard. That was because one of the groups near them had been attacked by the human race master just 10 days ago. Since then, all contact with those territory lords had been lost. There was no telling whether the entire group had perished in the attack. All of a sudden, they were struck by a wave of murderous intent coming from the distance. It was immediately followed by the rise of the great sun looming over the territory lords in glorious majesty. The territory lords turned pale with fright. They had been on guard against danger coming from behind them, so they never expected Yang Kai to intercept them from the front. This human was truly elusive. Coming to his senses, one of the territory lords shouted a moment later, "Enemy attack!" Meanwhile, the territory lord inside the black ink nest hastily conveyed the message of Yang Kai's appearance. On the other hand, Yang Kai frowned slightly. Encountering and intercepting a group of territory lords in this place had been a pleasant surprise. After all, he had been searching the way ahead for a while with no success. Just as he was about to leave though, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching him from behind. It only took a brief search for him to discover the traces of these territory lords. How could he hold back against them? He immediately launched an offense. However, this group of territory lords reacted differently from the other groups that he encountered previously. Over the past few months, Yang Kai had slaughtered many powerful enemies. Aside from the first group of territory lords who had failed to react in time, the others would immediately choose to flee in separate directions as soon as they noticed him. They didn't even bother about the black ink nest that they had been carrying with them. Unfortunately for the territory lords, none of them had managed to escape from Yang Kai. Although the group of territory lords before him had enough time to react and escape in separate directions, they showed no intention of doing so and instead huddled together tightly. What's more, there was something wrong with their numbers. Most of the territory lords Yang Kai encountered recently had been traveling in groups of 14 or 15. Most likely that was because Mo Na Yi had considered the most suitable number of territory lords needed to create a pseudo-royal lord. However, nearly 20 territory lords were standing in front of him at this moment. Just as Yang Kai was pondering over the situation, 4 of the territory lords suddenly leapt forward and instantly formed the 4 symbols formation. Their auras became closely interwoven with each other as a result, and their surging black ink strength transformed into a sturdy barrier. The great sun slammed into the barrier and tore it apart. Unfortunately, the power of the great sun had been exhausted in the clash, leaving the 4 territory lords unharmed. So that's how it is. When Yang Kai saw the 4 symbols formation, he immediately understood. This group of territory lords had managed to join up with the territory lords who came from the no-return pass. The territory lords who snuck out from the primordial heaven source grand restriction would not be able to form battle formations because they did not have the time to practice and train in them. The only territory lords who knew how to form formations were those who had been dealing with the human race for many years. Chapter 5702 Intimidation. With the help of the 4 symbols formation, the 4 territory lords from the no-return pass successfully defended against Yang Kai's golden crow cast the sun as the eyes of their wounded companions brightened in astonishment at the sight before them. Are the battle formations of the human race really so useful? They had always been in the primordial heaven source grand restriction, so they did not know much about battle formations. However, the information they heard about most often in recent days was regarding Yang Kai. All the territory lords who encountered him went missing without any exceptions. Hence, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master known as Yang Kai became a trauma in the hearts of the territory lords. Without overcoming this trauma, it would be difficult for them to proceed towards the no-return pass. The power of the Golden Crow cast the sun that Yang Kai unleashed when he showed up had greatly frightened the injured territory lords. At the same time they were secretly relieved. If the 4 territory lords who came to protect them had not combined forces to block that attack, if they had been struck directly by such force, what would have happened to them? The answer left them shuddering in fear. If their allies had failed to block the attack earlier, the impact would have significantly worsened their injuries even if they survived. The only fate waiting for them would be death after that. At this moment, they had a vague realization about the fate that had befallen their comrades who went missing previously, and they secretly made a vow to themselves. If they could arrive at the no-return pass safely, they would approach several familiar territory lords once they fully recovered from their wounds and properly learned the battle formations. In case they ever encountered this human menace in the future, they never wanted to be stuck in such a powerless and vulnerable position again. Yang Kai, withdraw. One of the territory lords roared. He had the strongest aura out of the 4 territory lords who formed the formation earlier. Standing in the void, his burly figure resembled a soaring iron tower. Although his tone was aggressive and firm, the slight tremble in his expression clearly indicated that he was only trying to act strong. Yang Kai's name was enough to terrify the territory lords several thousand years ago. Now that his battle record included slaughtering a pseudo-royal lord like Di Wu, his name was enough to inundate all the innate territory lords with fear. Even Mo Na Yi had to tolerate him to a certain extent, so how could these territory lords dare to act presumptuously in front of him? Unfortunately, the current situation forced them to grit their teeth and confront the killing star head-on. The burly territory lord was filled with great bitterness. How can I have such bad luck? I can't believe I encountered Yang Kai here. What will happen to us now? Yang Kai seemed unfazed by those words. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear. Then he thrust the spear forward without any fancy moves, causing spear shadows to cover the entire sky in an instant. The 4 territory lords in the formation roared in unison, joining forces to defend against the attack. However, they quickly discovered that the spear contained neither form nor power. The burly territory lord who spoke earlier immediately shouted, "Not good." As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 short screams rang out behind him and he could tell what was happening without even turning back to look. On the other hand, the figure of Yang Kai stabbing forward with his spear gradually faded from his vision. It was nothing more than an afterimage. "Attack!" he shouted, taking the lead to charge towards the rear. The other 3 territory lords tacitly cooperated with him. Even though their hearts were filled with trepidation, they quickly moved to maintain the battle formation while pushing their speed to the maximum. Black Ink strength and world force surged, and in the next moment, Yang Kai exchanged multiple blows with the 4 territory lords in formation. The impact practically shattered the surrounding void. When Yang Kai finally withdrew and retreated, the 4 symbols formation established by the 4 territory lords had securely covered the rest of the territory lords. They had used the battle formation to protect themselves and their companions, but 2 of the injured territory lords had still perished before they arrived. As for the surviving innate territory lords, they were all horrified. They had known that this human was beyond an ordinary 8th Order master, but they had never seen him take action before today. Their understanding of his strength only came from a limited supply of information and their own imagination, so it wasn't until they personally experienced it that they realized how feeble their imagination had been. This human strength was simply beyond comprehension. "Withdraw, Yang Kai." The burly territory lord who spoke earlier shouted once more. Despite their efforts, 2 of the territory lords under their protection had already been killed, so they did not dare to act rashly again, lest they give Yang Kai an opening to exploit. "You court death." Yang Kai flicked his spear and pointed the tip forward. Although he did not move, the burgeoning force from its sharp blade enveloped the entire void. The territory lords stiffened in fear, evidently feeling the great power brewing in the dark. It was an explosive power that could detonate at any time. Sweat beaded the forehead of the burly territory lord as he hurriedly raised his hand. "Wait! Sir Mo Na Yi has a message for you." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and the murderous intent leaking from the slits of his eyes grew stronger. After a long time though, his voice boomed out like thunder, "Speak." The burly territory lord said, "Sir Mo Na Yi told us to pass this message to you. If your excellency withdraws now, he is willing to let bygones be bygones." The cultivation resources offered from the no-return pass will also be increased from 30% to 50%. 50%. That was half of the Black Ink clan's mined resources, and the offer indicated just how badly Mo Na Yi had been cornered by Yang Kai. To save the lives of those innate territory lords, Mo Na Yi hoped to entice Yang Kai into withdrawing with this method. Even the fact that Yang Kai had previously slaughtered so many territory lords could be ignored as though it never happened. Those territory lords were already dead after all. While the Black Ink clan yearned to avenge them, they could not achieve such a feat for the time being. It had to be said that Mo Na Yi was a very decisive individual. Although the offer had been forced by the situation, he refused to give up as long as he could find any means to deter Yang Kai. Be that as it may, Yang Kai couldn't accept the offer so easily. Forget 50%, even if Mo Na Yi had offered 80% or 100%, the value of such cultivation resources would never compare to the lives of so many innate territory lords. The top-level combat powers of the Black Ink clan would increase significantly if he withdrew at this point. There was a high possibility that this would affect the entire balance of the war between the human race and the Black Ink clan in the near future. Yang Kai did not respond. His figure remained motionless, but the void seemed to solidify around them. At the same time, his spiritual energy began to surge violently. The expressions of the four territory lords in the battle formation immediately changed drastically. They were clearly panicked and horrified to their bones. This couldn't be helped though, as at this moment, a chill flooded them both physically and mentally. They were enveloped by a strong sense of death, giving them the feeling that they might die at any moment. For a moment, the aura connection established by the four symbols formation between them almost snapped. It was not surprising for them to experience a fluctuation of emotions under the threat of death. Fortunately, the burly territory lord composed his emotions by pure force of will and stabilized the battle formation. His prompt actions prevented the battle formation from collapsing. Nevertheless, he understood one thing clearly. If Yang Kai was determined to kill them today, it was unlikely that they would walk away alive. If they died here, then the dozen or so territory lords protected by their battle formation would not survive either. He had experienced this sensation once before. The familiar fluctuation of spiritual energy undoubtedly indicated that Yang Kai was preparing to use his mysterious soul secret technique. Even with the support of the four symbols formation, the four territory lords would have trouble defending against Yang Kai's assault once that technique was brought out. The last time they encountered Yang Kai, they had been escorting a team that was transporting cultivation materials back to the no-return pass. Yang Kai had threatened them with the same move and forced them to hand over the space rings containing the resources. They had given up fairly easily back then, as their lives were naturally far more valuable than some cultivation resources. It was for such a reason that Mo Na Yi did not blame them for that incident either. Unfortunately, the situation was different now. They were not guarding mere cultivation resources, but the lives of more than a dozen of their clansmen. They could not afford to back down. The burly territory lord couldn't help recalling what Mo Na Yi had told them before they departed from the no-return pass. Once you meet up with the clansmen, escort them back to the no-return pass immediately. If you encounter Yang Kai, try to entice him first. It would be best if he decides to withdraw. If he stubbornly insists on fighting, then he will definitely unleash his soul secret technique to break the battle formation. Even if you have to fight him to the death, you must not concede. It would seem that Mo Na Yi was wise and insightful. He had clearly anticipated this possibility and issued the necessary orders to handle the situation. For that reason, the four territory lords under the burly territory lord's leadership did not dare to disobey Mo Na Yi's command despite their fear and sorrow. If they disobeyed the command, they were bound to suffer a terrible ending even if they returned alive. On the other hand, if they could force Yang Kai to activate his soul secret technique here, then he would also suffer heavy damage as a result. It would be impossible for him to hunt down the rest of their clansmen after that. That was most likely part of Mo Na Yi's plans. In the best-case scenario, Yang Kai would willingly withdraw in exchange for 50% of the cultivation resources mined by the Black Ink clan. In the worst-case scenario, the lives of an entire group of territory lords would be sacrificed in exchange for rendering Yang Kai incapable of moving about freely for the next 2 years. That would be better than if Yang Kai went around slaughtering even more territory lords and increasing the losses of the Black Ink clan. If you retreat now, I will pretend I never saw you. Yang Kai's surging spiritual energy became even more threatening. At the same time, the soul-rending thorns stood at the ready. The 4 territory lords in formation trembled in fear as they could vaguely feel an invisible blade hanging above their heads, threatening to fall and reap their lives at any time. Gritting his teeth, the burly territory lord shook his head slowly and replied grimly, "Impossible." There was a clansman stationed inside the high-rank black ink nest, reporting everything that was happening here in real time. In other words, Emonayi was monitoring the situation here at all times. He knew everything that happened, so how could they choose to escape with their lives? "In that case, I will grant your wishes." Yang Kai shouted through gritted teeth and his spiritual energy surged wildly. Filled with terror, the 4 territory lords in formation drew upon their full strength to protect their souls. They initially thought that an explosive force would bombard them in the next moment, but contrary to their expectations, the spiritual energy only rose to a certain extent before disappearing abruptly. It was almost as though everything had been nothing more than an illusion. When they looked around, Yang Kai was no longer anywhere to be seen. Even their divine senses could not perceive any traces of his aura. All the territory lords were stunned, but the 4 in formation did not dare to relax their guard. After standing frozen in place for a long time, they did not detect any changes whatsoever. Then, numerous divine senses began to surge as they swiftly communicated among themselves. "Where is Yang Kai? Where did he go?" "I don't know, but don't let your guard down. He might be waiting somewhere for an opportunity to strike. There are bound to be traces of his aura if he is hiding in the shadows. Could it be? Did he leave? Was he only trying to intimidate us earlier?" The last statement seemed to enlighten them. Thinking back to Yang Kai's various behaviors earlier, they combined the facts with the current situation and finally came to the conclusion that Yang Kai was indeed gone. He had deliberately created a sense of deadly danger among them, but it was all just a ploy to intimidate them. Otherwise, there was no explanation for why they could not perceive his presence now. The 4 territory lords in formation headed by the burly territory lord were overjoyed. They initially thought that they were going to die here. Who could have known that they would survive the ordeal? Chapter 5703 Divide and Conquer. "Let's go," the burly territory lord shouted. Nevertheless, he did not dare to dispel the battle formation even though it was more or less confirmed that Yang Kai was gone. Who knew whether Yang Kai would wheel around suddenly? Hence, he could only work with the other 3 territory lords to maintain the 4 symbols formation and protect the dozen or so clansmen with all their might. Then they flew in the direction of the no-return pass. Meanwhile, the innate territory lord inside the high-rank black ink nest reported the entire situation to Emonayi, who was currently a couple dozen million kilometers away. Upon learning the situation, Emonayi naturally showered the 4 territory lords with great praise. He also spread the news of their achievement in forcing Yang Kai to retreat so that all the clansmen in charge of protecting the territory lords would follow their example with peace of mind. For a time, the morale among the territory lords was boosted significantly. Countless masters from the no-return pass had fought against Yang Kai over the years. However, it was the first time they held the upper hand in the battle. Although 2 innate territory lords had lost their lives in the fight, their deaths were nothing compared to the results that were obtained. At the same time, Yang Kai sped off into the distance with the help of his space principles. He couldn't help feeling slightly helpless and frustrated because of the situation. While he was confident that he could destroy the battle formation of the 4 territory lords and slaughter the territory lords gathered there if he used his soul-rending thorns, he would also have to pay a high price for his actions. Doing that would have forced him to spend the next couple of years concentrating on his recovery, which was simply not worth the possible gains. Therefore, he immediately chose to withdraw without attempting to pressure the 4 territory lords when he saw that they were not intimidated by his threats. In any case, many territory lords were retreating in the direction of the no-return pass at the moment. He didn't need to annihilate any group of territory lords in particular. There would always be other opportunities in the future. Rather than desperately using the soul-rending thorns and inflicting injuries upon himself, it was better for Yang Kai to find other opportunities to hunt down more territory lords. Yang Kai traveled swiftly through the void, crossing hundreds of thousands of kilometers with every step he took. After traveling for 1 month, Yang Kai abruptly stopped at a certain spot in the void and watched a group of territory lords rushing towards the no-return pass from a distance. This was the 3rd group of territory lords that he encountered this month. Unfortunately, every group of territory lords was protected by a battle formation from the no-return pass. The situation left him feeling as though he was unable to take action. Taking the time into consideration, The territory lords who were placed outside by Mo Na Yi so that they could concentrate on their treatment should have all met up with the territory lords who came from the no-return pass by now. It became unrealistic for him to intercept and slaughter these territory lords under these circumstances unless he resolved to unleash the soul-rending thorns against their defenses. Choosing that option would be a one-shot deal, hence he was reluctant to choose that option unless it was necessary. Are there no other chances? Yang Kai frowned in deep thought. It did not take long before he turned around and gazed into the depths of the black ink battlefield. No, I still have other opportunities. Many in fact. According to his experiment at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, 2 or 3 innate territory lords would successfully sneak out every month. 14 to 15 of these territory lords would gather together to form a group before they set off in the direction of the no-return pass. Based on these numbers, there would be a group of territory lords traveling from the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction every 6 months. In other words, there would be 2 groups traveling from the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction each year. The Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction was extremely far from the place where Mo Na Yi had arranged for them. With the traveling speed of these heavily wounded territory lords, they would need to spend around 10 years to reach their predetermined location safely. In other words, many of the territory lords who snuck out of the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction were still en route from the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction to the region around the former royal cities at this moment. They had always been on the road as there was not enough time for them to arrive at the predetermined location Mo Na Yi had assigned for them to hatch the black ink nest. Previously, Yang Kai would have needed some extra luck to locate the traces of these territory lords in the vast black ink battlefield. After all, he did not know where these territory lords were hiding. In comparison, he no longer needed to rely on pure luck to intercept these traveling territory lords as there was a high chance that he would encounter them if he simply traveled in a straight line towards the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. Naturally, it was impossible for things to progress as smoothly as he had hoped. Each group of traveling territory lords would have a black ink nest in their possession, so they could communicate with Mo Na Yi at all times. There was a possibility that Mo Na Yi had already considered their situation and made the necessary arrangements. But, it's worth the risk. In any case, Yang Kai did not believe he could intercept all of these territory lords. However, each group he intercepted represented 14 or 15 territory lords. Having made his decision, Yang Kai determined his direction and took a step forward, his figure vanishing from sight. 2 months later, Yang Kai appeared at a certain spot in the void that was located at the border of the late ancient era battlefield. The battlefield that had been silent for so many years was flooded with murderous intent once more. Having found traces of innate territory lords traveling from the direction of the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, Yang Kai immediately attacked them without the slightest trace of politeness. In this battle, he single-handedly defeated the combined efforts of more than a dozen territory lords and annihilated the entire group with only minimal injuries to himself. After some rest, he set off again. Things were much easier for Yang Kai now that he had found the first group of territory lords. He only needed to use his current position to calculate the distance equivalent to half a year's journey to find traces of the second group of territory lords. That was because the territory lords who came from the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction traveled in half-year cycles. However, it only took Yang Kai slightly more than 10 days to cover the same distance that had taken these heavily wounded territory lords half a year to cross. Approximately 10 days later, Yang Kai arrived at another spot in the late ancient era battlefield and his divine sense surged. He searched his surroundings carefully as his figure traveled around the local area, and it did not take long before he made a discovery. These territory lords had most likely received instructions from Mo Na Yi in advance. They showed no intention to rush on their journey, instead choosing to conceal themselves on a universe fragment nearby instead. As they were heavily wounded, their auras were greatly weakened, so it was very difficult to find their whereabouts, especially when they were deliberately trying to conceal their presence. If not because Yang Kai had been carefully searching for their traces and his search radius was wide enough, these territory lords would have escaped his attention. When the territory lords realized that their whereabouts had been exposed, they knew that there was no hope of escape, hence they immediately fought back desperately. Still, the result was just another one-sided massacre. Back at the no-return pass, Mo Na Yi had just finished escorting several groups of territory lords over. The rest of the groups that were escorted by the territory lords from the no-return pass were also gradually making their way back, so it would not take long before all of them arrived safely. Unfortunately, Not all of the territory lords who snuck out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction had received escorts in time. Not counting those who were slain by Yang Kai previously, there were many other groups of territory lords still traveling from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction towards the no-return pass. Yi had been worrying about these territory lords. Knowing Yang Kai was an intelligent and meticulous person, it was always a possibility that he would target these en route territory lords. After all, these territory lords had not even had the chance to hatch their black ink nests. Combined with their seriously wounded bodies, they would be completely powerless against an enemy like Yang Kai. Yi's worries quickly became a reality. Before he even returned to the no-return pass, he abruptly lost contact with a group of territory lords who were on their way over. No more than 10 days later, a second group of territory lords sent an urgent message stating that a human race master suspected to be Yang Kai had discovered them. By the time Yi tried to contact them again, there was no longer any response from the other side. In the span of a dozen days, Yang Kai not only crossed the distance that would have taken the heavily wounded territory lords half a year to travel but also unleashed a swift and explosive assault on them. The speed and brutality of his attack had completely caught the territory lords and Yi off guard. Bastard! Yi felt a ball of rage burning in his chest and his teeth were practically on the verge of shattering from how hard he gnashed them together. Yang Kai had already begun his journey to massacre the rest of the traveling territory lords. Unfortunately, the distance was too great for the no-return pass to provide any kind of support. At this point, the life and death of those territory lords depended entirely on their own luck now. After pondering for a long time, Yi immersed his consciousness into the black ink nest and began issuing orders. Many orders were transmitted from the no-return pass to the various great territories' battlefields immediately after that. For a time, the battle situation across the various great territory battlefields changed without warning. All the human race masters could sense that the Black Ink clan's offensive had grown much more aggressive. Not to mention the number of Black Ink clansmen, including territory lords, seemed to have increased greatly. Yi even had the urge to send Meng Ke to the battlefield. If Yang Kai was openly slaughtering their territory lords, then there was no need for him to honor the previous peace agreement at all. If a pseudo-royal lord like Meng Ke were to join the battle without warning, his unexpected presence would surely throw the higher-ups in the human race into utter chaos. After pondering long and hard though, Yi decided to suppress his urge. He had always suspected that the human race was hiding some Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The only reason why they had remained in hiding for so many years was that the time to reveal themselves had not yet come. If Meng Ke was sent to the battlefield though, Yi was certain the hidden Ninth Order Masters would appear to confront the former. Worse, a pseudo-royal lord was clearly no match for a true Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If Yi started a war of that scale, the situation would likely spiral out of his control in short order. That was not the outcome he wished to see. At the moment, the territory lords needed more time before they could attempt to become royal lords, so he could only endure for now. In the late ancient era battlefield, Yang Kai discovered that it was suddenly much easier for him to search for his targets after he killed the first two groups of territory lords. This couldn't be helped though, as the territory lords who were traveling from the primordial heaven source grand restriction had suddenly decided to split up. Previously, the territory lords acted in groups of 14 to 15. Although their numbers were not small, it was very difficult to find them when they were collectively hiding. On the contrary, he currently only needed to rush to the calculated location and investigate his surroundings with his divine sense. Then he would easily find traces of several territory lords. Now, territory lords were scattered about, some moving quickly in a straight line, some hiding in dark corners, others taking wide detours to avoid encountering Yang Kai as much as possible. It had to be said that this countermeasure was quite brilliant. If Yang Kai's guess was correct, this was the solution Yi had come up with. Having said that, all the territory lords whose whereabouts were discovered by Yang Kai were absolutely powerless to resist being slaughtered. Nonetheless, it was still a better outcome than if the entire group was annihilated completely. A few lucky territory lords were bound to escape the slaughter. Yang Kai was in no mood to search for the territory lords who escaped his initial attack, as he did not have the time for that either. There were more territory lords to slaughter ahead. He had to be willing to sacrifice short-term gains to focus on the bigger situation. In this way, he constantly calculated the distance and possible locations of these territory lords. Then he would search the area vigorously, coming up with a significant harvest each time he did so. This massacre lasted for a whole year, with as many as 208 territory lords dying at Yang Kai's hands during this period. Combined with his previous achievements, he had slaughtered nearly 308 territory lords in his recent hunting efforts. It was a shocking number. Not to mention those were only the ones whom he managed to slay. Just how many territory lords had entered the no-return pass? Just how much had the strength of the Black Ink clan been boosted? Yang Kai fought his way to the edge of the late ancient era battlefield before he stopped. However, he was not done yet. There were many territory lords who escaped his initial attack. Nevertheless, they were all heading in the same direction, so as long as he was fast enough, he could annihilate another round of territory lords who escaped his initial attack outside the no-return pass. Chapter 5704 Waiting for Gains Without Pains. Yang Kai sliced his way across the entire late ancient era battlefield, slaughtering more than 200 territory lords. Then he immediately returned along the same route he came without pausing to rest. Along his journey, he occasionally encountered some territory lords who escaped his initial attack and smoothly annihilated them too. It only took half a year for him to travel through the late ancient era battlefield and arrive outside the periphery of the no-return pass with the help of the space beacons that he scattered during his first journey. Concealing his figure and aura, he searched for where Sun Zhao was hiding before taking him back into his small universe. He was relieved and overjoyed to see that Sun Zhao had managed to remain hidden for so long. Otherwise, a mere Emperor Realm Master who had just condensed his Dao Seal would never have survived. In truth, Mo Yi had ordered his men to search for Sun Zhao's whereabouts. When he used the communication bead to contact Yang Kai previously, he deduced that somebody was impersonating Yang Kai to communicate with him. More importantly, they could not be too far from each other because the communication beads would not have been able to transmit messages across great distances. Be that as it may, the not-too-far distance still covered a vast area in the spacious void. The Black Ink clan had searched intensively, but their efforts proved futile in the end. In any case, Mo Yi did not pay much attention to this matter. During this time, he had been traveling back and forth to meet the various territory lords with all his energy and attention focused on investigating Yang Kai's movements. How could he be bothered by such a trivial distraction? There were two reasons for Sun Zhao's survival. The first reason was pure luck, and the second reason was the difficulty of the situation which prevented the Black Ink clan from using their full strength. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the no-return pass with a solemn gaze. Despite the distance, he could sense the subtle changes that had taken place. In the past, only 100 or so territory lords were gathered in the no-return pass. Some might also have been hidden inside the high-rank Black Ink nests to rest or cultivate, but there were never many more than that. However, the number of innate territory lords gathered in the no-return pass now was hard to estimate. The best proof of their increased numbers was the high-rank Black Ink nests settling inside the no-return pass that constantly shuddered and produced extremely dense Black Ink strength. The territory lords who came from the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction were heavily wounded, so they urgently needed to treat their injuries. Black Ink strength was essential for the healing process. Furthermore, these territory lords had brought back many high-rank Black Ink nests with them. The number of Black Ink nests in the no-return pass had also increased noticeably, bolstering the foundation of the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai did not hang around for long. Quickly turning around, he sped into the depths of the Black Ink battlefield and found a spot to wait in silence. It would be too difficult for him to search for the scattered innate territory lords as he did not know where they were hiding or coming from. When he returned through the late ancient era battlefield, he had only managed to encounter several dozen territory lords along the way. In that case, he could only resign himself to waiting for gains without pains. The ultimate destination of these territory lords was the no-return pass, so he only needed to find a suitable position and wait for them to walk right into his trap by themselves. Naturally, Yang Kai's plan would not allow him to intercept many territory lords, and it would also be very easy for his whereabouts to be exposed. The territory lords in the no-return pass were not idle either. At this moment, they had formed into teams of 4 or 5 to establish battle formations in their efforts to receive their clansmen. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was bound to gain something for his efforts. After waiting in ambush for half a year, Yang Kai's efforts finally came to fruition. He couldn't help grumbling to himself about the territory lord's travel speed, but this couldn't be helped. He could travel back and forth in a very short time thanks to his space principles, but others did not have such convenience. These heavily wounded territory lords naturally could not cross the gap between the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction and the no-return pass without at least 10 years of continuous travel. For that reason, Even the territory lords who were lucky enough to escape his initial sweep would need a long time to arrive from the late ancient era battlefield. From a distance, an aura approached cautiously. This territory lord was trying his best to remain hidden, but his efforts were not perfect. He was clearly a cautious person, and the closer he got to the no-return pass, the less he dared to relax his guard. Unfortunately for him, the group of territory lords that he had been traveling with previously had long since scattered, and the Black Ink Nest was in the possession of another territory lord, so he had no means to contact the no-return pass and request support. He had traveled through the late ancient era battlefield by comparing the surrounding scenery with the map he received before splitting ways with his initial group. When he determined that he was only half a year's journey from the no-return pass, he couldn't help feeling overjoyed. However, he felt a sharp murderous intent enveloped him before the thought could even form in his head fully. Turning in that direction, he saw the tip of a spear was rapidly magnifying in his vision. He hastily and desperately condensed his black ink strength and defense, but this layer of protection was as vulnerable as paper before the spear. Yang Kai retrieved his spear a moment later. Reaching out with his large hand, he stored the territory lord's corpse and the black blood that gushed out of the corpse in his small universe to wipe away the traces that were left behind by the battle. Then he went back into hiding. The territory lords originally traveled in small groups before they split up and went their separate ways. Hence, their travel speed should not be very different from each other. It would not be long before more territory lords appeared in the wake of the first territory lord's arrival. It had taken Yang Kai half a year to find just one territory lord, but he successively killed 4 more in the following month. What followed next was another long period of waiting. As the territory lords fled back to the no-return pass from different directions, the power of the Black Ink clan steadily grew stronger. Be that as it may, Emonayi did not feel the slightest sense of joy. Their losses were simply too great. As many as 408 territory lords had been slain by Yang Kai over the years. What's more, it was obvious that Yang Kai was hiding somewhere nearby to kill more of the approaching territory lords. It was a pity that the Black Ink clan could not pinpoint his location. The Black Ink clan had been stepping up their offensive in the battlefields across the various great territories, placing greater pressure on the human race, but the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield would have no peace until Yang Kai was eliminated. Even Emonayi was helpless against such an elusive and powerful opponent. The only thing he could do was repeatedly send messages to Yang Kai, but there was never any response. That was because Sun Zhao had destroyed the communication bead on Yang Kai's order after he responded to Emonayi's message. It was a countermeasure to prevent Emonayi from figuring out his position. How could Emonayi use the communication bead to contact Yang Kai now? I need to figure out a method to locate him. 2 years later, Yang Kai changed his hiding position and waited quietly for the territory lords who snuck out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction to come to him. The groups of territory lords had split up under Emonayi's orders, so although they traveled from the direction of the late ancient era battlefield in general, they would arrive at the no-return pass from various directions. As long as he was not terribly unlucky, Yang Kai would always achieve success no matter where he lay in ambush. Nonetheless, he would change positions at half-year intervals to avoid the Black Ink clan discovering his whereabouts. The half-year period was only the rough cycle when the territory lords would arrive at the no-return pass, which meant that he could not stop all the territory lords from reaching their destination. He only managed to intercept a small part of the territory lords, but there was only so much that he could do at this point. In any case, he had to reduce the power of the Black Ink clan as much as possible in hopes of decreasing the pressure on the human race in the future. Half a month later, the aura of a territory lord suddenly barged into Yang Kai's range of perception. Similar situations had already taken place many times over the years, so this had become routine by now. He remained unmoving and simply waited until the territory lord had gotten close enough before suddenly launching an attack with his spear. The territory lord was consumed with fear, knowing that he would not survive the encounter. Nevertheless, he neither dodged nor avoided the attack and instead charged towards Yang Kai. Before the spear reached him, the black ink strength in his body surged wildly and his entire body immediately swelled up dangerously. Yang Kai could clearly see the resolve in the territory lord's eyes, and the sight made him frown. He swiftly condensed his world force to protect himself and pulled away at the same time. However, he was one step too late. Following a wave of violent energy fluctuations, the local void collapsed. The vicious impact lifted his body and threw him backwards as the layer of protection he just erected rippled and shattered almost instantly. After Yang Kai stabilized his figure once more, the void that had collapsed in front of him remained broken. One could only imagine the power behind the blow. If not for his sturdy dragon form, the impact would have seriously injured him. I can't believe a territory lord chose to self-destruct. Yang Kai had never encountered this situation before. In fact, he never even knew that the territory lords had such a hidden trump card. Being caught off guard was not a pleasant feeling. But why did the territory lord choose to self-destruct? Even ants would cling hard to their lives, much less a powerful innate territory lord. Even in a desperate situation, a territory lord was bound to struggle and resist as much as possible. Although Yang Kai had slain many territory lords, he had never encountered a territory lord who would immediately choose to self-destruct. It did not take long before Yang Kai understood the reason why this territory lord had chosen to self-destruct though. While he was pondering in confusion, several powerful auras quickly flew over from the distance. It was obvious that they had noticed the commotion that took place here. That was not all, however, as soon Yang Kai detected even more auras converging around him from various directions. There were at least several dozen of them, and these were only the ones he could perceive. Yang Kai was certain that others were further away that he failed to sense. It was not as though he had never encountered similar situations in the past. Many territory lords from the No Return Pass had formed battle formations and patrolled the surroundings to welcome their clansmen who came from the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. On several occasions, Yang Kai had inadvertently exposed himself and attracted the territory lords nearby to investigate the situation when he attacked. It was just that he had never bothered to face them in the past. After all, he was helpless against the territory lords who formed battle formations unless he used his soul-rending thorns. His only option currently was to ignore them. However, there had never been so many territory lords before. It was almost as though they had predicted that he would be here. Knowing that he would attack this place, they had laid an ambush nearby and waited for him to reveal his whereabouts before they swarmed him from all sides. However, the Black Ink clan couldn't learn his movements in advance. Not to mention, it had not been long since he moved to this location. In that case, there could only be one explanation. While he was waiting for gains without pains, the Black Ink clan had been doing the same. The Black Ink clan had not predicted the location where he would appear. On the contrary, they had simply set up a lot of traps in various locations with the thought that he was bound to turn up sooner or later. Although Yang Kai did not know how long the Black Ink clan had laid in ambush here, he had to admit that this brute force method was effective. At the very least, it had caught him this time. But so what? The territory lords rushing over from all directions would not arrive for some time, which gave him plenty of room to escape. Chapter 5705 Open Conspiracy. As soon as Yang Kai's whereabouts were revealed, countless territory lords immediately rushed over from all directions to encircle him. He could have escaped immediately, causing the Black Ink clan's plans to fail. Nevertheless, he remained motionless and quietly perceived his surroundings with a slight frown. A short while later he burst into laughter. "Emonayi, oh Emonayi, you've really gone all out this time." According to his perception, a large number of territory lords were rushing towards him. However, while the auras of these territory lords seemed overpowering on the outside, they were unexpectedly weak once he observed them more closely. Clearly, these territory lords were heavily injured. Yang Kai immediately understood the situation. The territory lords besieging him were not the territory lords from the No Return Pass who were in perfect condition, but the territory lords who came from the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. In a confrontation against the veteran territory lords from the No Return Pass, Yang Kai had no effective means to defeat them aside from unleashing the soul-rending thorn. That was why all the territory lords who died at his hands so far had come from the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. Conversely, none of the territory lords from the No Return Pass had been harmed. Even if he occasionally encountered them in the void, Yang Kai would avoid them so as not to waste his energy. Despite that, the Black Ink clan had deliberately arranged for the wounded territory lords from the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction to besiege him today, which was clearly a trap meant to entice him. With such tempting bait in front of him, Yang Kai seriously debated whether he should accept the challenge or not. If he took the bait, he might risk being besieged. On the other hand, how could he just turn a blind eye to so many vulnerable territory lords in front of him? He had been lying in ambush and slaughtering territory lords from the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction for years now, and although his efforts had produced some results, the gains were not that significant. The territory lords had split up from their respective groups, making them harder to catch. For these reasons, the fact that so many territory lords were gathered together in one place was a huge temptation to him. This was an open conspiracy. Mo Naiyi had laid all his cards on the table, so the next move was completely in Yang Kai's hands. It was true that the one who understood a person best was not their best friend, but their worst enemy. After fighting Yang Kai in numerous battles of wit over the years, Mo Naiyi had gained a thorough understanding of the former's temperament and character. Based on this bold arrangement, Mo Naiyi must have predicted Yang Kai's choice in advance. He was confident that Yang Kai would not remain indifferent if he threw out such tempting bait. Yang Kai had been single-mindedly hunting down territory lords over the years, so with so many of them just dangling in front of him like carrots, he would not be able to resist taking the bait. In truth, the reality was just as Mo Naiyi expected. Yang Kai only hesitated for a moment before he came to a decision. Since Mo Naiyi had dared to throw out such an alluring piece of meat, then he was going to take a gigantic bite without any reservations. I have to kill as many territory lords as possible before they complete their encirclement to reduce the pressure I have to face later. Spreading out his divine sense madly, Yang Kai confirmed that Mo Naiyi was not in the vicinity. A pseudo-royal lord like Mo Naiyi was unable to control their power perfectly, so they couldn't conceal their auras completely. Yang Kai was bound to detect Mo Naiyi's presence if he appeared anywhere within his detection range. Of course, Yang Kai was certain that Mo Naiyi was monitoring the situation and waiting for the perfect opportunity to appear from somewhere nearby. In the next breath, Yang Kai's figure flickered. Following the fluctuations of space principles, his figure vanished from the spot and instantaneously appeared 1,000,000 kilometers away. There were several innate territory lords nearby, drawing upon their black ink strength to drive a black ink cloud forward at a high speed. All of a sudden, a vicious aura enveloped the black ink cloud. Then, a figure came crashing down on them as a great sun slammed into the black ink cloud. World force flared as black ink strength surged wildly. When the black ink cloud dissipated, 4 figures emerged extremely disheveled, coughing up black ink blood. Not far away, Yang Kai appeared with his spear in hand. Not pausing for a moment, Yang Kai charged forward and thrust his spear out, sending an overwhelming number of spear shadows towards the 4 territory lords. The 4 territory lords roared ferociously. Drawing upon their black ink strength, they unleashed a series of profound secret techniques to meet Yang Kai's attack. They may have been bait, but they were not planning to just sacrifice their lives without fighting back. These innate territory lords who came from the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction had not spent much time at the no-return pass, not nearly enough to treat their wounds at least. Needless to say, they had barely recovered any of their strength. Even so, they had already begun practicing the battle formations with the rest of the territory lords under Mo Naiyi's orders. At this moment, these 4 territory lords had assumed the 4 symbols formation. Unfortunately for them, they hadn't had much time to practice it, so their auras could not combine perfectly. The 4 symbols formation that they formed was clearly subpar as a result. That was particularly obvious against a master like Yang Kai. The unstable battle formation only lasted for 10 breaths before shattering. The 4 had barely managed to protect themselves with the 4 symbols formation, so without it, how could these heavily wounded territory lords be Yang Kai's opponent? When the battle formation fell apart, Yang Kai's spear cleanly sliced through one of the territory lords, causing it to explode into blood mist. Meanwhile, Yang Kai withdrew his spear and swiftly stabbed forward once more. His spear struck another territory lord in the head while he simultaneously spread his large hand and manipulated the local space principles, causing the surrounding space to instantly solidify. Before the other 2 surviving territory lords could even react, their vision went black and they forever lost consciousness. In less than 2 breaths of time, the aura of 4 innate territory lords withered into nothing. Yang Kai immediately vanished from the spot, charging in another direction without pause. There were 4 territory lords in each approaching group, enough to assume the 4 symbols formation. Unfortunately for them, they differed from the territory lords from the no-return pass. Leaving aside their wounded bodies, they were not familiar enough with the battle formation due to lack of time and practice. Once they were targeted by Yang Kai, they generally suffered the same fate as the first group of territory lords. Their battle formation would be destroyed within a dozen breaths of time, and what awaited them after was a swift death. 1 group, 2 groups, 3 groups. Yang Kai's figure continued to flicker back and forth, smoothly navigating through the void as he engaged in an endless slaughter. At the same time, he did not forget to keep an eye on the movement in his surroundings as he remained vigilant towards the Black Ink clan's reaction. More and more territory lords were slain, and it was not long before 10 groups of territory lords were annihilated. Those 10 groups represented 40 territory lords. Be that as it may, the remaining territory lords did not retreat in the slightest. Yi had most likely explained the possible situations they might face before they came here. Hence, they marched forward boldly and without hesitation or looking back despite knowing the disastrous fate awaiting them. It was not that they did not feel fear, rather they simply had no other choice. They could not retreat due to the orders from their higher-ups. The massacre continued, and as time passed the encirclement formed by the territory lords gradually tightened around Yang Kai. After slaughtering a few more groups of territory lords, Yang Kai finally found himself besieged by the territory lords on all sides. Yang Kai stood in the void with his spear in hand. Meanwhile, the groups of territory lords in battle formation surrounded him. Nevertheless, it was easy to see the horror and fear in their eyes as they stared at him with shivering terror. Back in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, they had always considered themselves quite powerful. However, their perspective was also limited by their environment. For that reason, they had harbored great ambitions and confidence when they escaped the grand restriction. It was not until they encountered the human race master before them that they suffered a rude awakening. In front of this killing star they were nothing special at all. The scene was deadly silent, and the atmosphere was extremely heavy. As long as Yang Kai remained motionless, the territory lords did not dare to act rashly either. They simply gathered and strengthened the siege they formed around him. Their numbers were overwhelming indeed. There were at least 150 territory lords gathered in this place, and if the ones Yang Kai killed earlier were included, the Black Ink clan had clearly dispatched as many as 200 territory lords to execute this trap. How generous! Yang Kai couldn't help feeling secretly impressed. No matter how powerful he was, things would not end well for him if he confronted so many territory lords cooperating with each other. There was only one final outcome of this battle, both sides suffering grave injuries. He would never underestimate these territory lords just because they were heavily wounded. Although he could slaughter a group of these territory lords even if they formed a battle formation with little effort, there were only 4 territory lords per such group. When their numbers accumulated to a certain degree, the situation simply became untenable. What's more, the destructive power behind the secret techniques and divine abilities unleashed by these territory lords was not insignificant despite their weakened condition. In the middle of their stalemate, one of the territory lords cautiously took a step forward and respectfully held out a miniature black ink nest. Seeming terrified that Yang Kai might misunderstand his intentions, he quickly explained himself. Yang Kai, Sir Yi invites you into the black ink nest for a discussion. Yang Kai had slaughtered so many innate territory lords that he was bound to have some black ink nests in his possession. That was something Yi could easily guess. He had been trying to communicate with Yang Kai recently, but the messages sent to the communication bead did not receive any response. If he wanted to connect with Yang Kai directly, then he could only rely on the black ink nests now. However, he could not come forward in person. If he showed up under these circumstances, there was no doubt that Yang Kai would immediately escape. In that case, the several dozen territory lords who lost their lives earlier would have died in vain. Those several dozen territory lords were nothing more than appetizers. The remaining 150 territory lords were the main course. Enter the black ink nest for a discussion? Yang Kai glanced sideways at the territory lord and coldly snorted, "Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? Tell him to fuck off." Leaving aside the fact that his physical body could be attacked from the outside when his mind was immersed in the black ink nest space, even the space within the black ink nest itself had restrictive abilities. In the past, he once immersed his consciousness into the black ink nest space through a captured mid-rank black ink nest outside Great Evolution Pass. As a result, he was trapped inside the black ink nest for several years. If he had not forced the territory lords to open the black ink nest void with the help of the soul-warming lotus and multiple soul-rending thorn, he would not have been able to escape. Does Yi think I have such a rudimentary knowledge of the mysteries of the black ink nest space? How can he make such a naive suggestion? Yang Kai was absolutely certain about one thing. Even if he found a safe place for his physical body, he would be trapped within the black ink nest the moment he immersed his consciousness into the black ink nest space. If that were to happen, it would be effortless to annihilate him without any conflict. I'm sure Yi would laugh his head off with joy. The territory lord's divine sense fluctuated slightly as though communicating with somebody. A short while later he spoke again. "It's fine if you refuse to enter the black ink nest space, but Sir Yi has a message for you." "Speak." Sir Yi said. He paused for a moment before he relayed the message word for word. Brother Yang, the Black Ink clan has tolerated many of your antics. We even willingly shared 30% of the resources we've gathered with you. All we asked for was some peace. Brother Yang, why did you attack and slaughter our territory lords? Yang Kai snorted with laughter. The Black Ink clan and the human race cannot coexist under the heavens in the first place. If the Black Ink clan was honest, I would not have caused trouble either. What was the Black Ink clan doing at the primordial heaven source grand restriction? Sneaking around and gathering your strength? How can I turn a blind eye to your antics? I'm only disappointed that I didn't kill enough. The territory lord relayed Yang Kai's words and received Mo Na Ye's reply. He continued, You're right, Brother Yang. The Black Ink clan and the human race are completely incompatible. However, we have interacted with each other for so many years, and I have come to cherish our friendship. Although this Mo Na Ye would like to be your friend, my wish is nothing more than a faint dream. The both of us, we are only acting for the greater good of our respective sides. We come from different origins, so it is only natural for our circumstances to be different. It is fate. There is nothing that can be done. Chapter 5706. Are you willing to leave just like that? Mo Na Ye's words were sorrowful, sounding extremely emotional. Of course, Yang Kai thought to himself, who would cherish a friendship with you? Nevertheless, looking at the situation from a different perspective, Mo Na Ye had truly done a good job of dealing with the problems Yang Kai caused over the years. If it had been any other Black Ink clansman who was in charge instead, the results would definitely have been worse. After delivering Mo Na Ye's message, the territory lords from the primordial heaven source grand restriction were taken aback. The attitude that the pseudo-royal lord displayed towards this human was beyond their expectations. Upon further thought though, they could somewhat understand his compromising attitude after considering the strength and abilities displayed by this person. There was a moment of silence before the territory lord began to relay Mo Na Ye's words again. Now that things have come to this point, we should settle this matter. Yang Kai asked, how do you want to settle it? The flaw in the primordial heaven source grand restriction has been repaired, so there won't be any more territory lords coming out. Besides, many of the territory lords who snuck out of the grand restriction have died at your hands. What I mean is, for this matter, the Black Ink clan will let bygones be bygones. If you agree to stop hunting down the territory lords, the Black Ink clan will not pursue the previous matters. We will also continue delivering 30% of our resources to you as promised. What do you think, Brother Yang? Yang Kai's expression shifted slightly. He had to admit that Mo Na Ye was being very generous and making a huge concession here. Including the territory lords he slaughtered just now, nearly 400 had died at his hands over the past few years. That was 408 territory lords, not feudal lords or high-rank soldiers. If those 408 territory lords were sacrificed to create pseudo-royal lords, they could produce between 20 to 30 with such numbers. After all, there was no shortage of high-rank Black Ink nests at the moment. It was such a terrible loss, yet Mo Na Ye claimed that he could regard the entire matter as though it never happened. That was an impressive show of sincerity indeed. Looking at the situation from another angle, Mo Na Ye would rather bear such a terrible loss if it made Yang Kai stop. The fact that he had mobilized 200 territory lords to besiege Yang Kai indicated that even more than that were on their way to the no-return pass. If this issue could not be resolved today, then the Black Ink clan would end up suffering even heavier losses. The only method to force one's enemy into voluntarily enduring a bitter situation was to ensure that an even worse situation was waiting for them. In a flash of thought, Yang Kai immediately understood everything. He thus chuckled and responded, Sure. Since you are being so sincere, Mo Na Ye, how can this Yang refuse? So, what happens if I do as you say? The territory lord quickly replied, Brother Yang is righteous indeed. In that case, I would like you to stay put for the next 20 years. Please rest assured, Brother Yang. These territory lords will be accompanying you, and they will not attack you as long as you do not attack them. Also, I can guarantee that neither Sir Royal Lord nor myself will appear within the range of your perception. I knew Mo Na Ye would definitely have conditions. There was no guarantee when it came to verbal promises. Even if Yang Kai was forced to make a vow, Mo Na Ye would never trust Yang Kai so easily. If he wanted to prevent Yang Kai from hunting down the territory lords, then the best method was to keep Yang Kai restrained in place. 20 years was enough time for the last batch of territory lords to travel from the primordial heaven source grand restriction and arrive at the no-return pass safely. The reason he told Yang Kai that neither he nor Royal Lord Mo Yu would appear within Yang Kai's range of perception was to give the latter some reassurance and prevent him from worrying about such matters. Yang Kai smiled, "Mo Na Yi, since I have agreed to your proposal, I will not regret my decision. You have too little trust in me." "It's not that I don't trust you, Brother Yang. It's just that there is too much at stake, so I have to be more careful. Please understand." Yang Kai nodded in understanding and glanced around his surroundings. The expressions of the innate territory lords turned solemn when they felt his gaze on them, and a sense of fear coursed through their bodies. "If I insist on leaving, these territory lords cannot stop me." The territory lord holding the small black ink nest heaved a long sigh, perfectly and vividly expressing Mo Na Yi's frustration. "Why must you do this, Brother Yang? I have made enough concessions." Even though so many territory lords had been killed, the Black Ink clan was willing to overlook the matter. The Black Ink clan had relented, compromising again and again. Naturally, their decision was a forced result of the situation. Even if Mo Na Yi wanted to take revenge, he was powerless to do so. Thus, the only thing he could do was choose the second best option. Yang Kai lowered his eyes and said indifferently, "There are things that can be negotiated, and there are things that cannot." Mo Na Yi fell silent. After a long time, the territory lord finally relayed his words, "Brother Yang, are you really willing to leave just like that?" Yang Kai burst out laughing, "You really know me well, Mo Na Yi. When I advance to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, I will cut your head off to celebrate my achievement." He was definitely not willing to leave just like that. There were 150 innate territory lords here, so how could he possibly leave without massacring them to his heart's content? Rather than wasting his time and energy waiting in ambush for the scattered territory lords to arrive, he might as well go all out and cull all the territory lords here. That was the true ingenuity of Mo Na Yi's trap. It wasn't that he could not mobilize the veteran territory lords of the no-return pass, but that he was not willing to do so. He only mobilized the territory lords from the primordial heaven source grand restriction to give Yang Kai an opportunity to exploit and mislead the latter into believing it was possible to massacre all these injured territory lords. The best outcome was for Yang Kai to accept the initial terms. Then, the 150 territory lords here would only need to accompany him for the next 20 years. The territory lords on their way would also have enough time to arrive at the no-return pass. In this way, the strength of the Black Ink clan was guaranteed to increase in the future. Even if Yang Kai did not agree to the conditions though, Mo Na Yi knew the former would not escape easily when there was such a tempting target dangling in front of him. A great battle was bound to break out. No matter how many innate territory lords would succumb in battle, it would be impossible for Yang Kai to escape unscathed. Where would he find the time and energy to hunt down the traveling territory lords? Therefore, it did not matter whether Yang Kai agreed to the initial conditions. Both scenarios had been included in Mo Na Yi's calculations. The only difference was the price that the Black Ink clan would have to pay. Before Yang Kai even finished speaking, his figure had already appeared in front of the territory lord holding the Black Ink nest. The territory lord had been focused on the Black Ink nest in his hands to relay Mo Na Yi's words, and as a result, he could not spare any attention to support the four symbols formation that was maintained between him and his three companions, especially since he was unfamiliar with the battle formation in the first place. It was the perfect breakthrough point. The territory lord clearly did not expect Yang Kai to suddenly attack, so before he could react, he saw Yang Kai flashing by him. A long spear pierced into his body at the speed of lightning, and a violent force exploded from his body. He barely had time to grunt in pain before his entire body exploded and filled the void with a cloud of blood mist. In the next moment, Yang Kai turned his spear to the other three territory lords. An intense battle broke out without any warning. Fortunately, the territory lords who came here had been prepared in advance. As soon as Yang Kai made his move, they immediately counterattacked with all their might. Black Ink strength surged uncontrollably as Black Ink clouds swirled wildly. Likewise, a few territory lords who received different orders beforehand shifted and scattered around the void to prepare their next strategy. Yang Kai had just finished off the three territory lords without the protection of the battle formation when countless secret techniques and divine abilities slammed into him from all directions. His body trembled from the impact, bearing the brunt of unimaginable pressure. Nevertheless, he did not stop his massacre. With enemies in all directions, Yang Kai swept his spear back and forth without pause. From time to time, a great sun would leap into the sky, accompanied by the golden crow's cry. As the auras of numerous territory lords withered and disappeared, Yang Kai suffered numerous wounds. Fighting 150 innate territory lords with the strength of one man alone was an unprecedented feat that had never been seen since ancient times. If these 150 innate territory lords had been at full strength, even a ninth-order open heaven realm master would not have lasted long against them, much less an eighth-order master like Yang Kai. It was a case where even an elephant would die from enough ant bites. Fortunately, these territory lords were all heavily injured, so their strength had been reduced considerably. In addition, it was difficult for them to move around and coordinate properly with so many of them trying to attack just one highly mobile target. Yang Kai's figure flickered about, having no trouble bearing the attacks for the time being. Yi had set the stage, and Yang Kai had to pay a certain price if he wanted to participate. It was inevitable. Territory lords continually lost their lives, but the encirclement still grew tighter and tighter. Overwhelming auras closed in from all directions like an invisible barrier, pressing down on Yang Kai. The space in which he could move around grew smaller and smaller. At a certain point, the encirclement reached its limits and it no longer mattered how ferociously Yang Kai fought back. In this situation, two fists simply could not block 4 strikes. Even though he could forcibly slaughter the territory lord in front of him, at least a dozen different attacks would land on him at the same time. These attacks caused his body to tremble violently as he coughed up golden blood. A dragon roar suddenly burst out, and an enormous golden dragon head emerged behind Yang Kai before plunging into his figure. Golden light erupted in all directions as Yang Kai's small humanoid figure abruptly transformed into an enormous golden dragon. Covered in dragon scales, the golden dragon had dragon horns on his head and a thick, fluttering dragon beard below his jaw. The violent assault slammed into Yang Kai's dragon form and broke many of his dragon scales. However, he remained indifferent. Unleashing a divine dragon tail sweep, Yang Kai sent numerous territory lords around him flying backwards. Then, his enormous dragon head abruptly turned to look in a certain direction where 4 territory lords were gathered in secret. His dragon maw opened and a dragon roar reverberated through the void. "What do you think you're doing?" Ye's plan was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. He seemed to want to take Yang Kai's life in exchange for the lives of these territory lords, but that would not be worth the effort and sacrifice. In reality, he had a larger ambition. He wanted to trap Yang Kai here so that he could eliminate Yang Kai himself. Faced with an elusive opponent like Yang Kai, it was extremely difficult to trap him in one place. The only method that the Black Ink clan could use to accomplish this was to set up the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda Array. Once the Grand Array was activated, it would have a heaven-sealing earth-locking effect, rendering Yang Kai powerless to flee. These territory lords from the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction had not spent much time at the no-return pass, but aside from practicing the 4 symbols formation, they had diligently familiarized themselves with this spirit array. Some of these territory lords had brought along the necessary array plates and banners and were secretly preparing the Grand Array while their companions were keeping Yang Kai busy. The moment the Grand Array was completed would be the moment of Ye's dazzling debut. The reason he had not appeared earlier was to not alert Yang Kai to his presence. Once his aura appeared in Yang Kai's perception, the latter was bound to escape immediately. However, how could Yang Kai fail to notice Ye's plans? Even if the territory lords setting up the Grand Array were extremely secretive, he had been on guard against such tricks from the beginning. Dragon scales flew everywhere, bearing the attacks that came from all directions. A series of hideous and terrifying scars appeared on the huge dragon form, but the dragon's head soon stretched across the distance and loomed over the 4 territory lords without paying the attackers any mind. Following the fluctuations of space principles, the void froze instantly. At the same time, the dragon's mouth opened wide. Then, with a loud cracking noise, Yang Kai actually bit off a piece out of the void. Chapter 5707, one was willing to fight while the other was willing to endure. As the dragon maw closed, a huge piece of the void seemed to go missing. Even the 4 territory lords who were there previously had disappeared. Then, the sound of chewing came from the mouth of the giant dragon. Every crunching sound made the hair on the backs of the territory lords stand on end. In addition, a large amount of black ink strength and thick black blood leaked out of the corners of his mouth. The gruesome sight terrified all the territory lords who witnessed this scene. Nevertheless, a storm of attacks continued to rain down on the ancient dragon from all directions. All of a sudden, the ancient dragon turned to look back, his 2 enormous dragon eyes overflowing with unspeakable murderous intent. He opened his large dragon maw, releasing a high-pitched dragon roar that resounded across the entire universe. Accompanied by the sound of the dragon roar, a golden round bead spewed out of his dragon mouth. Because of Yang Kai's current cultivation and mastery over the grand Daos of time and space, the Sun and Moon Divine Seal was undoubtedly his strongest trump card, but it was closely followed by his dragon bead. The significance of a dragon bead to a dragon clansman was similar to the significance of a monster core to a monster beast. It was the crystallization of their lifetime of cultivation. The dragon clan was known for their thick skin and strong flesh, which gave them incredible resiliency and physical strength. Be that as it may, they rarely summoned their dragon bead in a battle against their enemies. The reason was that this method could be very harmful to them. If the dragon bead was destroyed by the enemy, then they would lose a large part of their cultivation. In the worst case, their bloodline might even decline as a result. Yang Kai himself had only summoned his dragon bead a handful of times in his life, and each time he did so, he had achieved remarkable results. At the same time, his actions came with significant risks to himself. A scorching sun emerged in the void. The golden dragon bead resembled the great sun that instantly pierced through the surrounding darkness. The force contained infinite power, which blasted apart the defensive layer formed through the joint efforts of the territory lords and demolished their battle formations. It would have been amazing in itself if that were all, but the invisible fluctuations of the dragon bead also channeled the rich power of the grand Tao of time, which washed over the minds of the territory lords and blurred their perceptions. The Tao of time was the bloodline talent of the dragon clan, and since a dragon bead was the crystallization of a dragon clansman's cultivation, it was only natural for it to contain the mysteries of the grand Tao. With their perceptions warped and their minds disturbed, the territory lords were suddenly at a loss for what to do. Everywhere the dragon bead passed, powerful innate territory lords suffered death or critical injury, collapsing like flies. 7 auras vanished from existence in an instant. As Yang Kai unleashed this attack, he was also enduring constant bombardment from his enemies. As the dense barrage of secret techniques and divine abilities rained down on him, his huge and lumbering dragon form abruptly transformed into a golden light and vanished from the spot. Most of the attacks landed in nothing but empty space as a result. The golden light suddenly appeared a certain distance away, revealing Yang Kai's figure once more. He was no longer in his dragon form but his human form. Having swallowed his dragon bead earlier, he immediately summoned the Azure Dragon Spear again. At this moment, various Tao strengths began interweaving at the tip of the spear before Yang Kai sliced through the nearby enemies with monstrous strength. Frequently changing between his human form and his dragon form, Yang Kai exhibited all of his skills, interweaving numerous Tao strengths to their fullest. A feeling of comprehension filled his heart. Unfortunately, he did not have the time to enjoy the revelation in his heart. The battle had been extremely intense from the beginning, so there was no saying who would win and who would lose. The number of territory lords reduced steadily, but Yang Kai was also beginning to feel tired. His small universe had always been much bigger than others in the same order. Combined with his cultivation that was at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, Yang Kai generally had no trouble responding calmly to any situation, regardless of the intensity or ferocity of a battle. However, he was confronting too many enemies today, a testament to Emo Na Ye's determination. Yang Kai had summoned his dragon bead 3 times in a row, slaughtering innumerable territory lords in the process, but at this point he could no longer afford to summon it, otherwise he would risk breaking it into pieces. Inside his small universe, the consumption of world force was also bordering on excessive. Although he had the world tree clone to stabilize it, draining too much world force from his small universe might cause some problems for him. Nothing might happen to Yang Kai himself, but it would be a catastrophe for the living beings in his small universe if it was completely drained. The Black Ink clan had been repeatedly trying to set up the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda array, but the array always failed to take shape due to Yang Kai's interference. At this point, they seemed to have completely given up on their plan to restrain Yang Kai with it. It was not because they were willing to give up on this plan. On the contrary, it was because most of the territory lords who brought the array boards and banners with them had been killed by now. As the saying went, even the cleverest woman could not cook a meal without rice. At a certain point, the intense battle suddenly ceased. Yang Kai stood in the void with his spear in hand. The murderous intent radiating from him was practically tangible, and there was not a single intact spot on his body. Moreover, he was dyed in a mixture of golden and black blood. His tightly bound hair was disheveled and draped around his shoulders. Although his appearance was bedraggled, he gave off a heroic spirit in his own right. Even now, over 100 territory lords surrounded him and stared at him. In addition, countless overpowering auras wound around him like invisible chains in an attempt to hold him in place. Yang Kai had slain more than 100 territory lords in this battle. The main reason another 100 or so territory lords were surrounding him was that more had gradually arrived over time and joined the fight. At this moment, the gazes watching Yang Kai were filled with absolute horror and fear. They had witnessed how this human had slain their companions like he was slaughtering chickens and butchering dogs. The only reason they were still alive was not that they were stronger than their dead companions. Rather, they were simply lucky enough not to be targeted. None of the territory lords targeted by this human race master survived. All of them died. The battlefield was absolutely silent as severed limbs and broken pieces of bone floated around the void. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The territory lords silently questioned themselves whether the astounding price they paid so far was worth the effort. Be that as it may, the person presiding over this matter was Yi. Not only were they simply acting on orders, but they could not disobey their orders either. Lightly taking a breath and spitting out the blood in his mouth, Yang Kai glanced in the direction of the no-return pass. He knew that Yi was rushing over from that direction. There was also a possibility that Yi was hiding somewhere in the vicinity just beyond the range of his perception. The only reason Yi did not reveal himself was that the time was not yet right. Yang Kai had enough strength in him to continue fighting with no trouble, not to mention he was proficient at escaping. Yi did not have the confidence to stop Yang Kai from fleeing if he showed himself at this moment. Hence, his only option was to wait until Yang Kai was completely exhausted. Only then would he come forward and finish things in one blow. In any case, Yi was certain that Yang Kai would not be willing to leave just like that. That was because the innate territory lords standing in front of him were nothing but meek lambs waiting to be slaughtered. As long as he cared about the future of the human race, Yang Kai would not stop fighting until the very last moment. Yang Kai broke into a grin, and his bloodied appearance made the grin on his face seem even more gruesome. He had to admit that he had fallen completely into Yi's trap. More importantly, he had willingly done so. Yi is truly the genius of the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai gave a flick of the spear in his hands, and his murderous intent began to surge turbulently as he shouted, "Again!" Then, his figure transformed into a stream of light and charged towards 4 territory lords in formation. After fighting for so long, there was no need for flowery moves at this point. Yang Kai just had to kill as many of the powerful enemies in front of him as he could before he made his escape. On the other hand, the territory lords who came here on orders had to put constant pressure on Yang Kai so that he continued to accumulate injuries. The battle at this point played out differently from the initial flexible context at the beginning. Yang Kai no longer had the strength nor the mood to avoid the incoming attacks. Most of the time, he just took those attacks directly in exchange for reaping the lives of the territory lords. His dragon form, which was only one step away from advancing to the divine dragon realm, gave him the capital to withstand such abuse. When the 4 symbols formation was destroyed, Yang Kai wielded his spear and covered the 4 territory lords in his spear aura. Although the 4 territory lords struggled desperately, how could they escape? A spear light came down and each territory lord stiffened abruptly. At the same time, a barrage of assaults rained down on Yang Kai. These attacks left him coughing up blood as his figure shuddered violently. Nevertheless, he simply turned around sharply and charged towards the nearest group of 4 territory lords. The battle was not as intense as earlier. After all, both the territory lords and Yang Kai had exhausted themselves. Nonetheless, the brutality was considerably higher than before. The territory lords were gutted and beheaded at a constant rate. Likewise, Yang Kai's aura weakened steadily. About an hour later, Yang Kai's figure faltered involuntarily when he killed another territory lord. His vision also blurred for a moment. He was almost at his limit. He had not counted how many territory lords he slaughtered in this battle, but the Black Ink clan had invested at least 250 innate territory lords altogether. In contrast, there were only about 70 or 80 surviving territory lords at the moment. In this battle alone, Yang Kai had slain some 170 territory lords. That was a terrifying battle record, but it was not something Yang Kai could have achieved on his own strength. If these territory lords had not been wounded from the start and Yi had ordered them never to retreat, he would not have achieved such a feat so easily. The outcome of this battle was only possible because one party was willing to fight while the other party was willing to endure. Yi was desperate to succeed and Yang Kai was willing to cooperate. All of a sudden, a powerful aura invaded Yang Kai's perception from the direction of the no-return pass and approached at lightning speed. He turned to look in that direction, coldly snorting in his heart. Emonaye's arrival sure is timely. Out of all the times he could choose to come, he had to come just when I was planning to retreat. If he was in perfect condition, he would not be scared to encounter Emonaye in the vast, empty void. He had been chased by more than one royal lord in the past and had even killed one of them, so what was a mere pseudo-royal lord in comparison? However, he was heavily wounded at the moment. Yang Kai's strength was no longer at its peak as both his world force and spiritual energy were basically depleted. If he was targeted by Emonaye in this condition, he was not confident that he could successfully escape. Nevertheless, Yang Kai did not regret his actions today. Emonaye had taken the initiative to dangle such tempting carrots in front of him. Even if he knew that it was the Black Ink clan's trap, Yang Kai could not resist biting. Now was the best time to reduce the strength of the Black Ink clan. If he did not take this opportunity to kill as many innate territory lords as he could, then many more humans would die in the future. Space principles lingered around his figure as Yang Kai immediately prepared to escape after having sensed Emonaye's aura approaching. However, how could the territory lords surrounding him allow him to escape so easily? These territory lords had been terrified of him earlier, so nobody had dared to confront him recklessly, but at this moment, they seemed bolstered by a newfound sense of courage. Every one of them became as mighty as a dragon and as fierce as a tiger. Their auras locked onto his body, surging violently as they channeled their power. To disrupt his escape, some blasted secret techniques at him while others went all out to shake the surrounding void with their power. Chapter 5708 Fight Alone. Activating instantaneous movement under these circumstances was undoubtedly a fool's dream. Even Yang Kai could not achieve such a feat. Fortunately, he was not unprepared for such situations. While surging his power to block the storm of attacks, he tried to connect with a space beacon. Over the years, he had placed countless space beacons across the Black Ink battlefield. There was no doubt that performing space secret techniques was much easier and less energy-consuming with the help of these space beacons. It did not take long for Yang Kai to detect the nearest space beacon to his current location. Space principles fluctuated, and his figure began to turn hazy as though he was about to melt into the void. Before he could vanish completely though, another storm of attacks rained down on him once more. His entire figure shuddered from the force and the space around him became warped, causing his blurry image to solidify again. Sure enough, it was not feasible for him to escape even with the help of a space beacon when so many powerful opponents were surrounding him. Yang Kai did not hesitate. With a flick of the Azure Dragon Spear, he brazenly charged towards the spot where the defense was the weakest in the Black Ink clan's siege. Since he could not escape, he had to break out of the encirclement. That was something he had considered beforehand. His figure moved with his spear, and thanks to the supreme limitless spear art, he practically became one with it. He boldly rushed towards the territory lords, braving the countless attacks blasting towards him. The territory lords facing him were shocked and frightened, so they instinctively moved to avoid him. However, Emonaye's furious roar came from the distance at that exact moment. "Stop him!" After a brief moment of hesitation, the territory lords surged their powers in unison and challenged Yang Kai directly. At the same time that a battle formation of 4 territory lords was destroyed, Yang Kai staggered back from the attacks that came from the side. Nevertheless, he threw his head back and roared with laughter, "Who can stop me if I want to leave?" There was no time for him to exterminate the 4 territory lords whose battle formation was broken, but he still rushed out of the encirclement. Unfortunately, a sense of crisis threatened to overcome him before he could activate his space principles. From a distance, Emonaye slammed his palm towards Yang Kai's direction with a cold snort. "You're too arrogant, Yang Kai." In the brief moment that Yang Kai was delayed just now, Emonaye had arrived in the vicinity. The long-distance attack made Yang Kai stagger and his instantaneous movement technique that he was about to activate was interrupted halfway. The sound of broken bones also came from his body, causing him to cough up a mouthful of golden blood. A pseudo-royal lord had strength almost equal to a true royal lord, the only difference was the amount of power they could display. A pseudo-royal lord could only bring out some 70% to 80% of their full strength, making them far inferior to a true royal lord. There was no doubt that Emonaye was stronger than Diwu though. If Diwu could exert 70% of a true royal lord's strength, then Emonaye could exert 80%. Although it was only a difference of 10%, it was still a massive gap in power. That was especially true when Yang Kai was so heavily injured and mentally exhausted. Just a long-distance attack had nearly knocked him unconscious. Yang Kai bit the tip of his tongue hard, then he took the initiative to trigger the power of the soul-warming lotus. Only then did he manage to maintain his consciousness. Not daring to delay any longer, he quickly moved to leave. However, an aura locked onto him from behind and stuck to him firmly. Yang Kai, I will spare your life if you surrender without a fight. Emonaye's roar reverberated in Yang Kai's ears as his figure gradually approached. Without even turning to look back, Yang Kai coughed up blood while making his escape. Emonaye, you've gotten arrogant. Are you not even going to call me Brother Yang anymore? Emonaye chuckled softly, you need to be qualified for me to call you that. His confidence in his ability to defeat Yang Kai was reflected in his expression, which was so smug it was irritating. Nevertheless, Yang Kai had to admit that it would be difficult for him to escape Emonaye's pursuit in his current condition. He couldn't help feeling relieved that his pursuer was a pseudo-royal lord like Emonaye. If it had been Mou, a true royal lord instead, things would have been much worse for him. Activating the great sun and moon marks, blue and yellow lights merged and transformed into pure white light. When the pure white light covered Yang Kai, the aura that Emonaye locked onto him was severed in an instant. Then Yang Kai hurriedly activated space principles to leave. Emonaye coldly snorted. The aura that was severed earlier exploded, like an invisible punch, disrupting the void around Yang Kai. After fighting Yang Kai for so many years, he had already prepared plans for how to deal with such situations. If Yang Kai had been at full strength, Emonaye's approach would not have been effective. It was just that Yang Kai had already fought so many territory lords earlier, so he was both physically and mentally exhausted. Although he was not at the point where he was a dry oil lamp, he was practically an arrow at the end of its flight. Hence, he was a little powerless in the face of Emonaye's interference. Yang Kai's figure turned hazy and vanished from the spot. Then he left with the instantaneous movement space technique. Be that as it may, he did not manage to flee far. Emonaye found Yang Kai's location with a sweep of his divine sense, and his powerful aura stretched out again in that direction, clinging to Yang Kai like leeches. Having sacrificed so many innate territory lords, how could Emonaye's plan have no effect on Yang Kai? He had already calculated and anticipated all the possible scenarios that could occur when he came up with this trap. Everything was within his expectations. The next step was for him to hunt down Yang Kai with all his might. He was not going to rest until Yang Kai was dead. As long as he could annihilate Yang Kai, the deaths of all the innate territory lords earlier would be worth it. If he allowed Yang Kai to carry on hunting down the territory lords who escaped from the primordial heaven source grand restriction, the losses suffered by the Black Ink clan would be even greater. When Yang Kai reappeared, he staggered. He felt lightheaded and dizzy, a feeling that he had not felt in a long time. That was when he knew that he had been too greedy. In order to slaughter as many innate territory lords as possible, he had spent too long in the battle, which resulted in heavy injuries and extreme fatigue. Be that as it may, under those circumstances, how could he bring himself to retreat before the last possible moment? Nobody would be willing to leave when faced with so many innate territory lords who could be killed almost effortlessly. Even now, he could only sigh in appreciation. In this confrontation, he had to admit that Emonaye's trap was truly superior. It was not an easy feat to acknowledge the strength of one's enemy. In this battle, he had known that it was a trap Emonaye had prepared for him. Despite that, he had willingly walked into the trap and allowed himself to fall into such a miserable state. Nevertheless, it was unknown who would have the last laugh in this confrontation. It would all depend entirely on their respective skills. If he could escape Emonaye's pursuit, then all the scheming and plotting that Emonaye did would turn into something extremely laughable instead. In fact, Emonaye would become thoroughly humiliated. For that reason alone, Yang Kai had to escape the pursuit of a pseudo-royal lord like Emonaye and survive. He had to fight alone with no help from external forces. There was a significant difference in their strengths, and his life was on the line. All of these factors were disadvantageous to Yang Kai. Fortunately, he was accustomed to such situations. How many times had he been chased by unimaginably powerful enemies? In the end, he always managed to turn the situation around. How could the ship capsize on calm seas now? Purifying light appeared once more, severing the aura wrapped around Yang Kai for a second time. Yang Kai then activated space principles to escape. Without any delay, he was struck by Emonaye's interference just as he was about to escape. The severity of his injuries increased. When he reappeared once more, Mo Yi swiftly gave chase. The same situation kept repeating over and over. The current situation felt familiar to Yang Kai. He couldn't help but recall the first time he was hunted down by a royal lord during his previous escape from the primordial heaven source grand restriction. The current situation was similar to the situation at the time. He had used the purifying light to sever the aura that the enemy had locked on him. Then he activated space principles to escape. It was just a pity that his enemies would catch up to him soon after. He had only been in the peak of the 7th Order Open Heaven realm at the time, so his strength was a far cry from that of a royal lord. Although Yang Kai was now at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, he was severely injured, so his situation was not much better than it had been last time. Back then he had been hunted by the royal lord for many years. It was only with the help of the numerous mysterious celestial phenomena scattered in the void that he managed to escape danger on many occasions. In the end, Yang Kai had dived deep into the Great Sea celestial phenomenon and cultivated hard for thousands of years inside numerous temporal rivers. When he advanced to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm and came out of the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, he managed to slaughter the royal lord through a series of coincidences and pure luck. But what about now? Could Yang Kai borrow the power of the celestial phenomenon like before? Regrettably, that was not an option. Leaving aside the various dangers hidden within the mysterious celestial phenomena, there was too much distance between him and that part of the black ink battlefield. In his current condition, he did not have the confidence to last until he could reach the nearest celestial phenomenon. Escaping to the primordial heaven source grand restriction was another option. The suppressing black ink army and divine dragon Fu Guang were there, so if he could lure Mo Yi that far, he would not only guarantee his own safety, but Fu Guang could also take the opportunity to rip Mo Yi in two. Unfortunately, the distance to the primordial heaven source grand restriction was even further than the celestial phenomena, so Yang Kai quickly dismissed the idea. The only ones in the vicinity who could help him were the 8th Order Open Heaven realm masters secretly watching over the human cultivators mining resources nearby. However, Yang Kai would only bring disaster to them if he sought their help. Those 8th Order masters might be able to resist Mo Yi for some time if they joined forces, but the cultivators who were responsible for mining or harvesting resources did not have high strength. Many would die just from the fallout of such a battle. Moreover, they would inevitably be besieged by the Black Ink clan once their whereabouts were revealed. These tens of thousands of cultivators were heroes who had gone behind enemy lines for over 1,000 years, risking their lives to collect resources from the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. It would not be appropriate for Yang Kai to drag them into danger for his own self-interests. Therefore, his only option was to face this battle alone. He couldn't help feeling secretly resentful. It could be seen that Mo Yi was determined to remove him from the equation altogether. He did not have the slightest breathing space in their pursuit. Otherwise, he could have connected with the World Tree and asked the Old Tree to guide him to the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary so that he could hide there for some time. It was too bad that he needed a few breaths for the World Tree to receive him, long enough for Mo Yi to butcher him. Now that there were no external forces that Yang Kai could rely on, he could only rely on himself. He silently perceived his condition. His physical wounds were slowly healing thanks to his potent dragon vein, and the world force in his small universe was gradually recovering with each passing moment. Likewise, the soul-warming lotus was soothing the headache in his mind. As long as nobody interfered with his healing process, he would be fully recovered in 10 to 15 days. His recovery abilities had always been very strong. Be that as it may, Yang Kai was currently being hunted by Mo Yi, and every time he activated space principles to escape, he would suffer additional injuries. Hence, his strength and spiritual energy were constantly being depleted. Under such circumstances, Yang Kai would probably need to escape Mo Yi for 3 to 5 years before he could recover sufficiently to throw off his pursuer. Yang Kai did not know whether he could persist for 3 to 5 years, but he knew that a disastrous fate awaited him if he made a careless mistake and gave Mo Yi an opportunity to capture him. Unfortunately, the current situation left him with no other choice. If he wanted to survive, then his only option was to endure and persist. After considering all his options, Yang Kai calmed down considerably. Since that was the only path ahead, he just had to walk it. Once 3 to 5 years had passed and he had the confidence to escape alive from Mo Yi's pursuit, he would thoroughly mock and ridicule him for his failure. He was certain that Mo Yi's expression would be extremely exciting to watch at that point. Chapter 5709, Turmoil in the Universe. Traveling through the void, Yang Kai felt an immense aura rapidly approaching him. the aura of death also loomed from behind him. Mo Ye's deep voice echoed in his ears once more, "Yang Kai, you will never escape." He did not respond. In truth, he could not spare the strength to give a response. He was focusing all his attention on fleeing. Purifying light fluctuated and severed Mo Ye's aura once more. Both Yang Kai and Mo Ye were extremely familiar with this routine by now. In the next moment, Yang Kai activated space principles and prepared to escape. Meanwhile, Mo Ye's aura surged and shook the void around Yang Kai's figure to interrupt his instantaneous movement. Their actions were extremely in sync, almost as though their minds were connected. Just when Yang Kai activated space principles and prepared to leave via instantaneous movement this time though, he suddenly felt a wave of turbulence in his small universe. He vaguely felt as though there was an invisible hand flicking his small universe, causing ripples to spread throughout it. As a result, his world force abruptly became disordered and chaotic. Under normal circumstances, such occurrences would not have had much of an impact on him. He would only need to restore his chaotic world force to reverse the effects. However, he was currently fleeing for his life, so the effects of this sudden turn of events were horrifying. His hazy figure that was about to vanish suddenly turned solid again because of the chaotic disruption. His expression immediately became solemn as a result. Mo Ye, who was pursuing closely from behind, was also stunned by the unexpected change. It was the first time such a situation had happened throughout their chase. In previous cases, Yang Kai would already have escaped by the time he made his move. The situation left him feeling helpless despite his immense strength and ability. Aside from forcibly interfering with Yang Kai's instantaneous movement, he had not been able to make a single move up until now. The situation had been weighing heavily on Mo Ye as a result. At this moment he immediately saw an opportunity to make his move. He took action almost instinctively, raising his fist and punching in the direction of Yang Kai. Dense black ink strength spewed out and formed a pitch-black light that broke through the barriers of space in an instant and slammed heavily into Yang Kai. Mo Ye was overjoyed. Increasing his speed, he rushed forward and roared, "Yang Kai, suffer death." He raised his fist once more and blasted out another punch. However, this turned out to be useless. When the pitch-black light dissipated, Yang Kai's figure was no longer anywhere to be seen. Mo Ye's divine sense spread out like a tidal wave, and he immediately perceived Yang Kai's whereabouts. At this moment, Yang Kai's aura had obviously declined considerably. It was clearly the work of his attack earlier. Is he running out of strength? Mo Ye recalled the strange incident just now and made a speculation. He did not know what happened for Yang Kai to make a mistake at such a critical moment. In any case, Yang Kai's mistake, which caused his figure to stop for a moment, had allowed Mo Ye to exploit. The incident greatly increased Mo Ye's chances of success in capturing or annihilating Yang Kai. Not far away, Yang Kai looked as pale as a sheet. He opened his mouth and instantly coughed up a considerable amount of golden blood. His heart was filled with fear and fury. After bearing the brunt of Mo Ye's long-distance attack, his poor condition worsened even more. He originally only needed to escape from Mo Ye for 3 to 5 years to make a comeback, but now, he had the feeling that he would not be able to endure much longer. The power behind the attack of a pseudo-royal lord was extremely heavy, so it was not easy to bear, especially when he was in such poor condition at the moment. However, what truly horrified and enraged him was that something seemed to be wrong with his small universe. For a moment just now, his small universe had been inexplicably afflicted by extreme turbulence. It had caused the world force in his body to become disordered. If not for that, how could he have made such a mistake? But why did his small universe experience turmoil? His small universe had always been protected and stabilized by the World Tree clone, so it was essentially flawless and impenetrable to external forces. Even in a difficult battle against Mo Ye, he should only suffer a terrible beating due to his inferior strength. There should not have been any effects on his small universe. Unless he was completely out of strength. If his world force had been fully depleted, that would shake the very foundation of his small universe. However, that was also impossible. It was true that his strength had been significantly depleted after such an intense battle, but there were countless living beings in his small universe. His world force was constantly being replenished at all times, so his world force couldn't be depleted. Just what went wrong? As Yang Kai fled with his severely injured body, he separated out a thread of consciousness to investigate the situation inside his small universe. His entire small universe was filled with an uneasy atmosphere. The turmoil earlier had caused great panic throughout the void world. Earthquakes had shaken the ground, rivers had flowed backwards, mountains had collapsed and tidal waves swept across the seas. These disasters had resulted in countless casualties. Fortunately, the disaster passed just as quickly as it came. There was no further serious damage to his small universe at this point. Nevertheless, the masters of the major sects and the Void Dao Temple were investigating the situation for the cause, without any success of course. Yang Kai scowled deeply. His small universe was safe and sound. In that case, what was the cause of the disaster earlier? What puzzled him even more was that something seemed to be drawing his attention, almost as if it was calling out to him from somewhere. He inadvertently raised his head and looked in a certain direction. It was none other than the direction where he had fought hundreds of innate territory lords earlier. Something seemed to be waiting for him there. Is it a trap by the Black Ink clan? Is it another one of Mo Na Ye's ploys? No, it doesn't seem like a trap. At his cultivation realm, Yang Kai's mind and will were strongly fortified. It should be impossible for him to be affected by external influences. The force that was guiding him was most likely a form of guidance from something on a much higher level. Yang Kai quietly observed Mo Na Ye's expression as the latter rapidly closed the distance between them. Mo Na Ye was not hiding the murderous intent radiating from his entire being, but more importantly, he seemed oblivious to Yang Kai's current abnormal state. Unbeknownst to Yang Kai, when the wave of turbulence struck his small universe, the same phenomenon had occurred throughout the entire 3,000 worlds. As long as it was a place occupied by the human race, be it High Heaven territory, the New Great Territory, the battlefields across the various great territories, or the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, all the human race masters at the peak of the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm and above had experienced the same turbulence in their small universe and subsequently felt the same subtle pull. Fortunately, most of these veterans at the peak of the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm were not engaged in battle at the time, otherwise they might have been severely wounded or killed as a result. In one of the peaceful universes located in the New Great Territory, although the world's Grand Tao had been perfected and the vitality was flourishing, the universe world had yet to produce any living creatures with high sentience. There was a simple thatched hut on one of the tall mountains inside the universe world, but there was no telling how long the thatched hut had been there as it was surrounded by various arrays to protect it from the erosion of time. After the human race masters at the peak of the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm experienced the turbulence in their small universe, a figure suddenly flew out of the thatched hut. He came to stand in the middle of the sky and looked up at the heavens solemnly. Then his expression seemed to change slightly. If any of the Black Ink clan higher-ups were here, they would most likely have recognized him. He was the human race master Xiang Shan. Aside from Yang Kai, he was one of the few human race masters who were a major concern to the Black Ink clan. Mo Na Ye had always suspected that a new Ninth Order Open Heaven realm master had already appeared. Among the possible candidates, Xiang Shan and several other veteran Eighth Order masters had the highest possibility of breaking through. That was because they had not appeared on any of the great territory battlefields for many centuries. Nobody knew where these veteran Eighth Order Open Heaven realm masters were hiding. Although the Black Ink clan had many Black Ink disciples acting as spies, such top-secret information could not be obtained no matter what methods were used by these low-level personnel. Even Yang Kai did not know where Xiang Shan was in seclusion, not that he had ever bothered to ask. Unfortunately, the reality of the matter was that Xiang Shan, whose cultivation had regressed after he sacrificed a large portion of his small universe in the past, had not been able to break through to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm even though he had been cultivating in retreat for so long. Even now, he was only at the peak of the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm. Nevertheless, there were very few among the veteran Eighth Order Open Heaven realm masters with the qualification to advance to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm in the first place. It could be said that Xiang Shan was one of the few cultivators closest to the Ninth Order. When the turbulence swept throughout the universe, Xiang Shan had also been disturbed. The phenomenon had interrupted him in the middle of his retreat, causing nearly 1,000 of hard work to come to naught. If it were anybody else, they would inevitably have lost their composure. In the worst case, they might even suffer a trace of cultivation dissonance. Luckily, Xiang Shan's mind was strong and stable thanks to the many ups and downs he suffered in life. Although he was disappointed, he was not too bothered by the loss. He simply pondered for a moment before he vaguely understood what had happened. Xiang Shan was different from Yang Kai after all. Yang Kai might be famous throughout the known universe, but he had lived a much shorter life than the true veteran Eighth Order Open Heaven realm masters. It was only natural that he had experienced much less in life compared to these old monsters. What Yang Kai did not know, Xiang Shan understood almost instantly. With a vertical movement, his figure transformed into a stream of light and charged out of the universe world, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At the same time, various messages began to spread among the human race as the open heaven realm masters who had lived long enough had a vague understanding of what was about to take place. On the Black Ink battlefield where Yang Kai had fought hundreds of innate territory lords earlier, after Yang Kai escaped and Mo Na Yi pursued, the surviving innate territory lords seemed to be in no hurry to leave. It was not that they did not want to leave, but rather that they were heavily wounded and their energy reserves had been depleted, so they were having trouble moving about freely. They might have survived the battle, but too many of them had lost their lives to Yang Kai. Nearly 200 innate territory lords had been slaughtered by Yang Kai in that fight, an outcome that would surely be recorded in the annals of history. In any case, they were not worried that Yang Kai might return here. Mo Na Yi was personally hunting him down after all. He would be having enough trouble just escaping with his life, so where would he find the energy to wheel around to attack them again? While they were resting though, none of the territory lords noticed that an extremely mysterious force was slowly permeating the nearby void. There were no words to describe the force accurately, but it was no threat to the territory lords. On the contrary, it seemed to seamlessly seep into everything without a sound. As the force began to condense, numerous illusory lines emerged and slowly connected with each other to form a strange image. The illusory phantom covered a huge swath of the void and enveloped the territory lords. Strangely enough, none of the territory lords noticed anything at all. It was not until a certain territory lord suddenly opened his eyes and looked around that he realized something was wrong. He shouted a warning, startling the other territory lords from their rest. Not knowing exactly what was happening, let alone what the illusory phantom that inexplicably appeared was, the territory lords did not dare to remain. They quickly summoned their strength to leave this place. However, they soon discovered something strange. The void within the range of the illusory phantom had twisted and folded upon itself. No matter how they tried to escape, they could not leave the range of the illusory phantom. It was as if they were trapped inside an inexplicable array, a reality that shocked and horrified them. Chapter 57:10, It has appeared. These territory lords had snuck out from the primordial heaven source grand restriction. After traveling for 10 years and avoiding being hunted by Yang Kai along the way, they finally arrived at the no-return pass. Before they could heal from their wounds and recover their strength though, they were used as pawns to besiege Yang Kai under Mo Na Ye's order. Many of their clansmen had died in the previous battle, and those who survived initially thought that they would finally be rewarded for all their hardships. Who could have known that such a strange phenomenon would occur? For some reason they were trapped in the void now with no means of escape. For a time, many were filled with an inexplicable sense of grief and indignation. How could the outside world be so dangerous? Although life in the primordial heaven source grand restriction had been boring and monotonous, it had at least been safe. Hence, they were starting to miss the primordial heaven source grand restriction. The region where the territory lords were located was not the only place where the peculiar illusory phantom appeared. Many illusory phantoms also emerged out of thin air on the battlefields across the various great territories where both the human race and the Black Ink clan were fighting. The phenomenon even occurred in the deserted barren territory and at the primordial heaven source grand restriction. The illusory phantoms might be scattered across the universe, but they had the same shape. It was as though a mysterious existence had projected its image at all these different locations. The illusory phantoms loomed over the vast void. However, only the unlucky innate territory lords on the Black Ink battlefield were trapped within its range. No other living being had been trapped within the illusory phantom. After all, the illusory phantom had emerged very slowly and those with the slightest sense of vigilance had fled at the first sign of its appearance. The Black Ink clan was completely bewildered by the phenomenon, but some of the veteran human race masters rejoiced. Some even cheered and praised the heavens for blessing the human race, acting as though the appearance of the illusory phantom was a great blessing to them. The news quickly spread to the supreme headquarters as soon as the illusory phantom manifested in the void, where Mi Jingluan quickly realized what was happening and also cheered, "What opportune timing for this phenomenon to appear at this point in time." The delicate balance between the human race and the Black Ink clan that had been carefully maintained for the past few thousand years was surely about to be broken. The tidal wave, which was destined to sweep across the universe after accumulating for so many years, was about to come. Numerous orders were quickly issued and relayed to various parties. Like a sophisticated grand array, the entire human race began to operate with the supreme headquarters as the core. At the same time, Mi Jingluan also ordered many different types of ancient books that had been collected by the cave heavens and paradises over the years to be brought to the supreme headquarters. A stream of light soon arrived from the outside and landed in front of the supreme headquarters. When the soldiers on duty saw the appearance of the visitor, they immediately allowed him to enter without hindrance. Mi Jingluan, who was reviewing the information at the time, looked up with a slight glint of sadness in his eyes. Although he knew that it was unlikely for Xiang Shan to advance to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, he couldn't help feeling disappointed when the outcome was blatantly displayed in front of him. Xiang Shan walked straight to the table and glanced at the information in front of Mi Jingluan. Then he raised his brow and asked, "Is it really the universe furnace?" Mi Jingluan nodded, "I'm sure you've sensed it too." Xiang Shan agreed, "I was in retreat when my mind became restless and the turbulence struck my small universe. It was rumored that those at the peak of the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm would experience a resonance when the universe furnace appeared. I guess the rumors were true." After a pause he added, "Where is it located?" Mi Jingluan massaged his temples with a troubled look. "There seems to be more than one location." "What do you mean?" Xiang Shan was stunned. "Take a look for yourself." Mi Jingluan pushed a jade slip towards Xiang Shan. Xiang Shan took the jade slip and checked the contents. Then he exclaimed in astonishment, "How can this be?" According to the intelligence received by the Supreme Headquarters, the illusory phantom of the universe furnace had appeared on a number of the Great Territory battlefields. Moreover, these were only the ones detected by the human race. There was no saying whether anything had slipped through their investigations. Mi Jingluan elaborated, "According to the records in the ancient books of the cave heavens and paradises, it is possible for there to be more than one location when the universe furnace emerges. At most there were 3 locations in the past. There has never been a precedent where there were more than 10 locations at once." Xiang Shan reminisced with a fond look on his face. "A long time ago, I heard my honored master talking about the universe furnace. The ancestors speculated that the universe furnace always remained hidden beyond our universe. Nobody has ever seen the true universe furnace before. On the contrary, what we see is nothing more than its projection. Although the projection is illusory, it is closely related to the body of the universe furnace. More than that, the projection is the entrance to the universe furnace." Mi Jingluan nodded, "I've heard the seniors discussing this idea in the past. Moreover, the number of projections seems to be related to the number of deaths and the strength of the deceased in a particular area. According to the records, more projections will appear when more strong beings lose their lives." Xiang Shan immediately understood, "Is that why there are projections on every Great Territory battlefield?" "That's probably the reason. Both the human race and the Black Ink clan suffered countless casualties on the Great Territory battlefields, and many of these casualties were Open Heaven realm masters. Therefore, it is not surprising for the projection of the universe furnace to appear on these Great Territory battlefields. By that logic, projections should also appear in the barren territory and at the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Countless beings had died in the wars at both the barren territory and the primordial heaven source grand restriction. In particular, the Ninth Order old ancestors and royal lords had practically annihilated each other in these 2 locations. There was a high possibility that the projections of the universe furnace had appeared at those 2 locations. The location of the projection was the location of the entrance to the universe furnace. In other words, there were more options for a person if they wanted to seize the opportunity to enter the universe furnace. However, this was not good news for the human race. If there were only 1 or 2 entrances, then the human race would definitely go all out to seize control of these locations and prevent the Black Ink clan from entering. Unfortunately, it was a fool's dream to hope that they could control all the entrances under these circumstances. The Black Ink clan would also have the opportunity to enter the universe furnace, which would be extremely disadvantageous to the human race. The current situation would inevitably lead to a bloody battle that would in turn destroy the current balance. "When was the last time the universe furnace appeared?" Xiang Shan asked. Mi Jingluan replied, "Around 200,000 years ago." Xiang Shan frowned. Too much time had passed since the last appearance. Even if the ancient books of the cave heavens and paradises contained any records, they would likely not be complete or comprehensive. Mi Jingluan was currently reading through the ancient books to find some useful information, so the human race masters were not completely blind when they entered the universe furnace. Every time the universe furnace appeared in the past, the projections mostly only appeared on the Black Ink battlefield. The projections would occasionally appear in the 3,000 worlds, but those occurrences were rare. therefore the records left behind in the 3000 worlds do not contain much useful information. The number and location of projected entrances to the universe furnace was closely linked to the number of powerful living beings who died nearby, that much was certain. There had always been various conflicts in the 3000 worlds, but large-scale wars were basically non-existent, so the projections rarely appeared in the 3000 worlds. The projections generally only appeared on the black ink battlefield. Among the old ancestors, a number had advanced to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm thanks to the opportunities they obtained in the universe furnace. For that reason, the Ninth Order old ancestors should have some knowledge regarding the universe furnace. Unfortunately, most of the Ninth Order old ancestors lost their lives during the battles at the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction and the Barren Territory. Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing were the only two Ninth Order old ancestors who survived. The problem was that these two were considered rising stars among the Ninth Order old ancestors. Only a few thousand years had passed since Wu Qing advanced to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, and though old ancestor Xiao Xiao advanced earlier, it was still just 20,000 years ago. There was a high possibility that she had not experienced the last appearance of the universe furnace. At present, it was an extravagant hope to acquire information regarding the universe furnace from the masters of the previous generation. Even so, Mi Jingluan immediately sent men to Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing to inquire about the universe furnace. After all, these two were still older than the rest and they might have some useful information. What about the divine spirits? Xiang Shan asked. Some of them have probably lived long enough. Shouldn't they know something about the universe furnace? Mi Jingluan replied, I have sent messengers to the elders of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, but we shouldn't expect too much. The divine spirits generally remained at the no-return pass without leaving their position. Although they have lived long enough, they did not participate even when the universe furnace appeared in the past. Hence, they probably do not know much about the universe furnace either. He continued after a pause, I also sent messages to some of the elders from the cave heavens and paradises. We'll see what information we can obtain. The elders from the cave heavens and paradises might not be very strong, but they had lived for a long time. Even if they did not experience the universe furnace in person, they might have heard something from their seniors. It was quite a sad situation. Although the universe furnace was undoubtedly the biggest opportunity for the human race, the interval between each appearance was so long that the human race did not know much about it. At this moment, their most urgent task was to collect as much information as possible. Will there be enough time? Xiang Shan asked slightly anxiously. There is nothing to worry about on that front, Mi Jingluan reassured. According to the records in these ancient books, the appearance of the universe furnace's projections is just the beginning. The entrance will only open once the projections have solidified completely. This process can take a long time, ranging from a few months to 5 years. Xiang Shan nodded lightly, then he suddenly looked at Mi Jingluan with an apologetic expression. I want to enter the universe furnace. Although he had the qualifications to advance to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, he had determined that he could not do so with his own strength alone after cultivating in retreat for the past 1,000 or so years. The damage he suffered when his cultivation regressed might have seemed harmless at the time, but apparently, there had been a profound impact on his foundation after all. Mi Jingluan smiled and said, Brother Xiang, of course, you should be able to enter the universe furnace. There's no need to feel awkward. After all, your advancement to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm will bring greater pressure to the Black Ink clan. Aside from Xiang Shan, the only other person in the human race who qualified to coordinate the overall situation and strategize the logistics was Mi Jingluan. During the years that Xiang Shan had been cultivating in retreat, Mi Jingluan had basically taken charge of the entire Supreme Headquarters and managed the whole human race in an orderly manner. The universe furnace was a great opportunity for both of them, but unfortunately, both of them couldn't enter it together. One of them had to stay behind to lead the human race, otherwise chaos would surely erupt. In other words, if Xiang Shan were to enter the universe furnace, then Mi Jingluan had to stay behind. That was one of the reasons why Xiang Shan felt slightly guilty. However, Xiang Shan was not acting solely out of personal interests. It was just as Mi Jingluan said. Although they were both at the peak of the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm, Xiang Shan was superior in terms of combat power, hence it would be better for him to enter the universe furnace in search of an opportunity to break through. In this regard, Mi Jingluan was very understanding. Even if Xiang Shan had not said anything, he would have made the same arrangements. Chapter 57:11 Blood Crow of the Profound Nether Army. Xiang Shan said nothing more and changed the topic. Where is Yang Kai? Mi Jing-Luen answered solemnly, "We had some problems at the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction." Mi Jing-Luen then gave Xiang Shan a rundown regarding the news that Ouyang Lai brought back in Yang Kai's warning. Upon hearing the situation, Xiang Shan frowned deeply and instantly understood the gravity of the problem. A flaw had appeared in the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, and an unknown number of innate territory lords had escaped from inside. The strength of the Black Ink clan at the No-Return Pass was bound to have increased significantly as a result. With an increase in the number of innate territory lords, the Black Ink clan would have more flexibility and maneuverability in making future decisions and arrangements. Leaving aside everything else, just the creation of more pseudo-royal lords alone was a huge concern to the human race. In the past, the Black Ink clan was extremely reluctant to produce pseudo-royal lords because the price was simply too high. More importantly, the birth of a single pseudo-royal lord had little impact on the overall situation between the Black Ink clan and the human race compared to the immense sacrifice required. However, there were many more innate territory lords now. Those innate territory lords also brought many high-rank Black Ink nests with them when they escaped from the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. At this rate, the Black Ink clan no longer had any reason to hold back when it came to creating more pseudo-royal lords. Coupled with the fact that the universe furnace was about to appear, the Black Ink clan was bound to obstruct the human race in every possible way to prevent them from obtaining new opportunities. A storm was coming. A catastrophe would soon loom over the world with the emergence of the universe furnace as its herald. It was both an opportunity and a crisis for the human race. In any case, such a huge event would not escape Yang Kai's perception. Regardless of where he was now, he was bound to enter the universe furnace when the entrances were fully formed. The situation might not turn out too badly if he joined forces with Xiang Shan inside the universe furnace. Profound Nether Army's Blood Crow requests to meet Supreme Commander Mi. A roar suddenly came from outside the Grand Hall. Xiang Shan and Mi Jing-Luen exchanged a glance of astonishment. Xiang Shan had a vague impression of the name, Blood Crow. Not only was Blood Crow's background somewhat special, but he also used to be a member of Yang Kai's Dawn Squad. Xiang Shan had paid much attention to Yang Kai's Dawn Squad back in the Great Evolution Army, so it was only natural for him to know about Blood Crow. On the other hand, Mi Jing-Luen seemed stunned for a moment. Then, his eyes lit up in excitement. "I can't believe I forgot about him." While saying so, he jumped to his feet and went to meet Blood Crow without any delay. A short while later, Mi Jing-Luen and Blood Crow entered the Grand Hall together. One person had a peaceful air around them while the other had an extremely flamboyant aura. The blood chi around Blood Crow was so thick that it was practically solid, lingering around him to form a layer of crimson blood mist that was visible to the naked eye. Xiang Shan frowned upon seeing this. Blood Crow's cultivation gave Xiang Shan a strange feeling. He seemed to be in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, but also the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. Regardless of whether he was in the 7th Order or the 8th Order though, he should be able to properly control his cultivation realm aura. However, his appearance seemed to indicate that he could not control his own strength. He was not deliberately being flamboyant with his aura, rather it was because his power was slightly out of his control. If Xiang Shan remembered correctly, Blood Crow cultivated a secret art known as Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture, which was an evil technique. Blood Crow had caused great chaos in the Shattered Heaven some millennia ago, and many disciples from the Cave Heavens and Paradises had died tragically in his hands during that period. In the end, though, he was captured alive by a master from Bright King Heaven and thrown into the Black Ink battlefield to redeem himself. All kinds of information about Blood Crow quickly flashed through Xiang Shan's mind, and he eventually labeled Blood Crow as a heretic. He did not have a favorable opinion of this person, and if not for the ongoing struggle between the Black Ink clan and the human race, he would have taken matters into his own hands to deal with this problem individual. At this moment though, Mi Jing-Luen was enthusiastically welcoming Blood Crow inside. Seeing Xiang Shan, Blood Crow generously cupped his fists in greeting. "Greetings, Brother Xiang." Blood Crow did not address Xiang Shan as senior brother, or by any other respectful title. Fortunately, Xiang Shan was not bothered by such formalities and simply nodded his head lightly to return the greeting. After all, he could not be called senior brother by Blood Crow if they went strictly by seniority. After asking Blood Crow to take a seat, Mi Jing-Luen finally asked the important question, "Why did you come looking for me today?" Although he had some speculations in his heart, he couldn't help feeling overjoyed to hear the actual sentence coming from Blood Crow himself. Then, he heard Blood Crow's indifferent voice, I've been to the universe furnace before. In the suppressing black ink fortress outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction, the suppressing black ink army of 6,000 had finally gained the absolute upper hand in their 1,000-year confrontation against the black ink clan. Moreover, they suffered very few casualties. In the end, the only purpose of the Black Ink clan in the primordial heaven source grand restriction in attacking the suppressing Black Ink army was to keep the humans and Wu Kuang distracted while they searched for another way to escape, a venture they eventually succeeded in, at least temporarily. At this moment, the void was deathly quiet. The gap in the primordial heaven source grand restriction remained, but the Black Ink clan was no longer rushing out to their deaths. The flaw in the primordial heaven source grand restriction that the Black Ink clan opened with great difficulty had been exposed and patched by Wu Kuang. Now that there was no means for the Black Ink clan to sneak out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction and the enemy was on guard against such attempts, they no longer had a reason to waste their resources by confronting the humans outside. Wu Kuang did not bother to close the gap either. Since it had already been opened, he would most likely cause further impact to the primordial heaven source grand restriction if he tried to close it again. It was better to simply maintain the current state without making any changes. As a result, the suppressing Black Ink army couldn't help feeling bored now that they had nothing to do. It was fortunate that they could still focus on their own cultivation. Just as Xiang Shan and Mi Jingluan guessed, when the projections of the universe furnace appeared everywhere in the universe, one also appeared outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction. All the cultivators whose cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th order open heaven realm were startled by a sense of resonance that welled up at the sight of the phenomenon. Looking at the projection gave them a sense of desire and yearning. There were several veteran 8th order open heaven realm masters in the suppressing Black Ink army, so they immediately guessed the situation when they saw the projection. As news that the universe furnace would be emerging soon spread throughout the entire suppressing Black Ink army, many 8th order open heaven realm masters were shaken by the news. There were a total of 400 8th order open heaven realm masters in the suppressing Black Ink army to begin with, and several others had broken through to that realm over the last 1,000 years. However, less than 10% of them had the qualifications to advance to the 9th order open heaven realm. Even Yu Ru Meng, Su Yan and the others had only advanced directly to the 6th order open heaven realm, so their limit was the 8th order open heaven realm. On the contrary, rising stars like Zhao Yi Bai, Zhao Ye, and Su Yi had ascended to the 7th order directly and were expected to reach the 9th order open heaven realm in the future. As cultivators, it did not matter whether they were men or women, they all desired to seek greater heights in the martial Tao. It was their greatest wish to climb beyond the peak in hopes of seeing an even broader and exciting scenery. For that reason, the 8th order open heaven realm masters of the suppressing Black Ink army were riled up when news of the upcoming emergence of the universe furnace spread. Be that as it may, neither the veteran 8th order open heaven realm masters nor the rising stars in the same realm knew much about the universe furnace. All they knew was that it produced innate open heaven pills that could help cultivators break through their natural limits. As for what these innate open heaven pills looked like or how to obtain them, everything was a complete mystery. Fortunately, there was a divine dragon amongst them. In terms of age and seniority, Fu Guang was undoubtedly leagues above everyone else here. He was well informed and knowledgeable, so he might know something about the universe furnace. Yang Xiao immediately turned to Fu Guang, who was standing nearby and staring at the projection of the universe furnace with a solemn expression. "Senior, is that how the universe furnace looks?" Fu Guang smiled faintly. "How else should it look if not this?" Yang Xiao laughed dryly. "I don't know. In any case, it is different from what I imagined." After a brief pause, he added another question. "Senior, since the universe furnace appeared before us, does that mean we have the advantage of being the closest?" Fu Guang glanced sideways at Yang Xiao. "You think too much. This is nothing more than a projection of the universe furnace. Its true body has always been hidden somewhere beyond the known universe. Nobody has ever seen it before in history." "A projection?" Yang Xiao was stunned. He was not the only one. Many of the rising star 8th order open heaven realm masters around him were also stunned. One of the veteran 8th order open heaven realm masters explained, "It is rumored that the universe furnace will reveal a projection of itself in the vast expanse of the universe before it appears. Once it completely solidifies, it will transform into an entrance for us to enter the universe furnace in search of opportunities." Yang Xiao was even more confused by the explanation. Enter the universe furnace in search of opportunities? Does that mean there is a sealed world inside the universe furnace? The veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master shook his head. I don't know the exact details either. These are just what I heard from my elders when I was younger. Another person stepped up. There's a possibility that the projection appeared at more than one location. The appearance of the projection is apparently related to the number of powerful masters who died in a specific place. Too many living beings have lost their lives in the wars here, so it's not surprising for a projection to appear here. Are you saying there are projections elsewhere? Somebody asked curiously. Yes, I believe so. There are so many great territory battlefields nowadays, and countless living creatures lost their lives in battle on every one of them. I believe there are projections on most, if not all, the various great territory battlefields too. Doesn't that mean we're not the only ones with access to the universe furnace? Of course. Anywhere with a projection would be connected to the universe furnace once they solidify into entrances. The veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters reported all the information they knew. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao listened curiously from the side. Scratching his ears thoughtfully, he leaned over to Yang Shui and murmured, "It's different from what I imagined." Yang Shui nodded in agreement, and it's different from what I imagined too. They had always heard that the universe furnace contained innate open heaven pills that could allow a person to break through their shackles. Now that the universe furnace was in front of them, they wrongly assumed that they would only need to wait quietly for the mysterious innate open heaven pills to fly out when the time was right. When that moment came, they would then compete for the open heaven pills. It was not until this moment that they learned that the universe furnace in front of them was nothing more than a projection. Even when the time was right, no open heaven pills would fly out of the universe furnace. On the contrary, they would need to enter the universe furnace to seek these treasures out. They held a whispered conversation between themselves for a short time. Then Yang Xiao turned to look at Fu Guang again. "Senior, do you know a lot about the universe furnace?" All the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters abruptly stopped talking and looked at Fu Guang with expectant expressions. They clearly hoped to gain more information from him. Contrary to expectations, however, Fu Guang just shook his head. The divine spirits do not participate when the universe furnace manifests in the world, so all I know is hearsay. However, the universe furnace does indeed contain a sealed world of its own. If you enter the universe furnace, you can search for opportunities. If you can obtain one of the legendary innate open heaven pills, it would not be impossible for you to break through your shackles. With just a few words, all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were beside themselves with excitement. On the other hand, Yang Xiao could barely stop himself from rushing forward at this very moment. "I might not require one of these innate open heaven pills since I'm part of the Dragon Clan, but adoptive father definitely needs them. He is already so strong. He shouldn't be stuck in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm." That's right. Adoptive father will definitely enter the universe furnace in search of opportunities. I'm no longer the little white dragon who could only take shelter under his wings. It's only right that I enter the universe furnace to help him. Seeing Yang Zhao's eagerness, Zhao Yi Bai immediately stopped him. "Senior brother, please don't be rash. The projection might look ordinary, but the space around it is actually highly distorted. I can't tell how many folds there are. You will definitely be trapped within if you rush in recklessly."